Abyss Domination Chapter 179 to Chapter 238. It was a very restless night. Soren heard the sound of fighting and explosions, and there were fires in some places. The City of Wealth, which was originally rich and relatively orderly, had now become a place of chaos. None of the gangs in the evil faction were simple characters. They were all violent and evil members. Their equipment and strength may not be as good as the city guards, but they could definitely cause chaos if they fought desperately. No one would be naive enough to think that these bloody people would surrender without a fight. It was impossible for them to do so without a fight. A curfew began to be imposed on the streets, and the city guards lit torches to open a line of defense to avoid the chaos affecting ordinary people. There were sounds of cursing and crying everywhere. Their originally relatively peaceful life was broken, and many people locked the doors and windows tightly to prevent the chaos outside from affecting their families. There were traces of rogues shuttling in the dark. Rogues had always been the backbone of the gray area. From time to time, the screams of the city guards could be heard. In the dark, they could not easily deal with rogues above grade 2. Soren's figure was hidden in the shadows. He stood on a clock tower and looked at the city in front of him. In just the middle of the night, this bustling city revealed a sense of depression. There was a fire in a warehouse in the dock area, and the city guards were controlling the spread of the fire. Sporadic fighting occurred everywhere, and there were members of the Umbral realm trying to escape. The fire seemed to have spread a little, and there were cries and howls in the direction of the slums. The paladins had also joined the battle, but the southwest corner of the slums had been set on fire. It was not known whether it was because of the chaos or because of the deliberate revenge of the Umbral realm. Their behavior today would undoubtedly make many people hate them. The City of Wealth was a very prosperous city, but these prosperity were also evil prosperity. Now that some people were being purged, their armed forces would inevitably resist. In the future, the trade of the entire City of Wealth would be affected. Ordinary people in the lower class would lose their jobs, and there would be less smuggling trade and black market trade. In the next few months, nearly 30% of the dock workers would be unemployed. Then they would not have a good new year this year. Sigh. Soren sighed softly and said slowly, "Sure enough, it will only turn into a farce in the end." The City of Wealth compromised, and so did the paladins. The victims did not get the justice they deserved because they were too weak. Perhaps in the future, the evil forces in the City of Wealth would be restrained a lot, but the current chaos would also affect and change their lives. They might not be able to live well in the future, but it was certain that the present and future days would be very difficult. The purge of the paladins would severely hit the trade of the City of Wealth, cutting off smuggling, slavery, and black market trade. Who knew how many people would lose their jobs as a result? These poor people who had lost their jobs would have an even harder time. They might even have to sell their children. The wealth was still here. However, it would be transferred to the hands of the strong and would never fall into the pockets of the weak. Temporary justice was nothing but a false justice. Soren's figure shuttled through the darkness. His agile shadow leaped from roof to roof, covering a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant. He shuttled through the darkness like a ghost, searching for his target. This was a time of chaos, and it was also a time to take advantage of the situation. There were many people who had the same goal as him. Whether or not they could get a sum of money from those organizations that had been purged would depend on their own strength. Taking chestnuts out of the fire, people in the evil camp were never afraid to take risks. They were originally in a dangerous industry. The City of Wealth was too rich. Those organizations that had mastered smuggling trade and so on had accumulated more than 100,000 Kindler coins. This wealth was enough for many people to take risks and take advantage of the chaos to get a sum of money. They could easily get thousands of Kindler coins. This income was comparable to an adventure. If they were more evil, they could even rob ordinary people directly. Anyway, after the event, they could push the blame to those organizations. Without order, evil would descend. Daughter. Mira. My Mira. A man with blood-red eyes stood in front of the fire. He was wearing tattered clothes, and his thick arms showed that he often worked. He looked at the house that had turned into a sea of fire and let out a sad howl. There were no living people inside. The fire was so strong that his wife and daughter couldn't run out. No. The middle-aged man let out a shrill howl and rushed to a white-haired old man next to him. His whole body was trembling. He grabbed the old man's neck and lifted him up. He roared, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you didn't beg the paladins, those bad guys wouldn't retaliate against us. My daughter wouldn't have died. You damned old ghost. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Bang. A young paladin raised his hand and knocked him out. The old man suddenly fell to the ground. He looked at the sea of fire in front of him. His face was full of tears. It seemed that he didn't think that things would turn out like this. He murmured like a fool, "Why did it turn out like this? Why did it turn out like this?" The young paladin also had a complicated expression. He also didn't think that things would turn out like this. In the end, it led to an uncontrollable chaos. He didn't know how many innocent people died in this chaos. For the first time, he doubted his faith. He doubted whether the justice he upheld was right or not. Because after the chaos spread, they couldn't stop it, even if they had great power. Firm faith. An older paladin appeared behind him. The other party raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. In a deep voice, he said, "There must be sacrifices to maintain justice. Why did it turn out like this?" The young man murmured in a low voice. There was a trace of sadness and regret in his eyes. He was full of passion and justice. Why did he kill so many people? Why did the maintenance of justice turn into a war in the end? How many people did this war have to kill before it ended? Devil! Shrill screams echoed over the city. Everyone was dead silent for a moment. Then the paladins turned into shadows and rushed in the direction of the sound. Detect evil. In the end, they still used this spell. The power of the sacred samurai began to spread, and a faint aura appeared on the bodies of everyone nearby. Many of them were white, but more were gray. There were also many pale red, dark red, and blood red auras. For a long time, these ordinary people worked for the evil, carried goods for them, guarded forbidden goods for them, and covered up their sins. Under the aura of the paladins, these people were also guilty, but their sins were very light. They were all gray areas. These people walked between good and evil. They may not be aware of the crime, but they were part of the evil. In the fire all over the sky, a trace of blood appeared in the city of wealth. The wealth accumulated here for a long time was also accompanied by sin. Finally, under the detect evil, it turned into a blood-red light and rose into the sky. The power of the aura of the spell was no longer under the control of the paladins. The supernatural power gathered on its own for some reason, turning the whole sky into a bloody light. The devil had come. No one knew who had summoned the demons, but from the moment they appeared, a frenzied massacre had already begun. Perhaps the more evil existence hidden in the city of wealth had long noticed this place. They had been waiting for an opportunity to cause chaos and slaughter. The appearance of the paladins was an opportunity. The good people turned the paladins into a knife to fight against the evil. How could the evil not use this knife to sow discord and stimulate more violent contradictions? No one could stop it. In the fire, a 3 or 4 meter tall Hezru appeared. It let out a crazy laugh and waved a battle axe to cut a group of civilians in half. There was only killing and satisfaction in the eyes of the devil. Even Soren was not willing to deal with these guys. From the moment they arrived, they had been satisfying their thirst for slaughter. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people were killed. Heads rolled in the ruins, and severed limbs were everywhere. Fresh blood dyed the ground red. Bastards! The strong man led the army and roared in grief and anger. He roared, "That group of damned paladins! That group of damned degenerates! My city! My city of wealth! Send someone to the temple to ask for support. Go! Idiots! Go and ask the Saint Necromancer to help." Quasits, demon-hunting spiders, Broks, Hezru, and four-armed snake demons. The figures of the devils appeared from the fire. They held excitedly and rushed toward the city in front of them. The glory of the paladins was so small in the face of evil. These devils whose strength exceeded grade 3 and above were like a wild current. In an instant, they crushed the city army in front of them and then crazily slaughtered any creatures in front of them. Ha ha ha. A distorted shadow appeared in the fire. It turned into a ferocious figure and slowly stood up in the fire. It laughed and said, "Stupid mortals. Finally, the moment has come. This evil city should have been sublimated in the fire long ago. I heard the cries of the souls. Bring them to hell and I will be stronger. I'll let these idiotic demons kill first. The devils are the real victors." The distorted shadow gradually turned solid. A devil stood up in the raging fire. It did not join the battle in front of it, nor did it vent its desire to kill. Instead, it walked directly into the sea of fire. The scorching flames did not seem to hurt it at all. It disappeared in the fire little by little as if it was brewing a new conspiracy. Demons? Soren's jumping figure suddenly stopped. He turned back and looked into the distance. The fire had gradually spread to the point where it was almost out of control. He didn't have any detection spells, so he couldn't see the situation behind him. But after hearing the shouts, he found that the army of the City of Wealth was gathering behind him, and there were also some priests who appeared in a hurry. The priests of the City of Wealth, who had intended to stay out of it, finally decided to suppress the chaos. No. Soren jumped onto the chimney, then frowned and said, "Demons don't have such a big hand. It's obvious that someone has aggravated the conflict. Are there still demons lurking here? Only demons could be so powerful. These guys like to play with people's hearts the most. If they took advantage of the appearance of the paladins, combined with the power of suggestion and other spells, they could be used to provoke the people of the Dark Faction and the Grey Domain. Then it would easily evolve into a war. The evil ones who were unwilling to wait for death would unite to resist. Once they resisted desperately, the scale of the battle would escalate. It was possible that other people would be involved in it, and finally, it would become a chaotic slaughter. Where are the legends? Soren stood on a high place and looked at the whole city, murmuring, "Why haven't the legends made a move yet? Would they let things get to this point? What about the Silver Hand? He's not a stupid person. Where is he now?" The chaos was spreading. The city's army was facing the summoned demons. These summoned demons were still summoning more demons. A Hezra with a spell-like ability actually found dozens of dretches. A four-armed snake demon with a profession level of more than grade 4 and close to the legends was rampaging. The snake moved at an amazing speed. 4 giant swords slashed through the sky. Wherever it passed, there were corpses everywhere. Except for the legends, almost no one could stop it. The four-armed snake demon's creature level was 18, which was already above the middle grade. Greater dual wielding, greater multi-strike, greater cleave, greater slam, intermediate spell resistance, intermediate damage reduction, poison immunity, greater strong acid resistance, combined defense with offense, battle reflection. A series of abilities made the four-armed snake demon's danger level rise. It was simply a highly mobile killing machine. Soren stopped moving forward. The situation had begun to get out of control. It was very dangerous here. Dong dong dong, Soren's body suddenly swayed, and he almost fell off the roof. His heart started to beat faster, and his heart rate was 50% higher than before. His heart was squeezing, and blood was flowing all over his body, exposing his blood vessels to his skin. Soren's body temperature was rising bit by bit. His eyes were bloodshot, and his pupils were dilating. This feeling lasted for about 3 minutes, and then Soren's condition recovered little by little. "Vivian." Soren seemed to have sensed something and mumbled, "She's here too?" The sound of weeping came from the alley ahead. Soren frowned as he looked around. Then, he gently landed on the ground and glanced in that direction. He couldn't help but take half a step back and reach out to grab his scimitar because the person in front of him was a young Saint Samurai. The Saint Samurai was wearing a silver-white knight's armor, and there were some scars on it. There was a faint holy power around the blade of his sword, and drops of blood were dripping down. The young Saint Samurai didn't seem to notice Soren. His body was trembling slightly, and he stabbed his sword into the ground. Then, as if he was trembling, he stretched out his hands and picked up a petite body. It was a little girl who was at most 10 years old. She was the victim in this mess, an innocent and pitiful little girl who died in this mess. Then, there was a faint sound of weeping. The young Saint Samurai trembled as he picked up the little girl's body. His eyes were blank, and his face was full of regret and helplessness. He let out a suppressed and soundless roar and murmured in a sorrowful voice, "Why did this happen? Why did this happen? Aren't we protecting justice? Why did we kill so many people? Why?" Tears fell drop by drop. The Saint Samurai in front of him cried like a child whose hope was shattered. Perhaps he really wasn't that old. Judging from his face, he was at most 20 years old. Soren had a little impression of this Saint Samurai. It was the young Saint Samurai who spoke first during the day. At this moment, the holy power on his body was already wavering, like a candle flame that could be extinguished at any time. His faith was shaken. If he couldn't stand firm in his beliefs, then he would lose the power of a Saint Samurai and become an ordinary warrior. His faith was close to collapse. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way. He didn't understand why so many people had died. He cried like a child. Because he was just a young Saint Samurai. He might be kind and hot-blooded, but he was still too young. He was crying. It wasn't because he was weak, but because he was sad. He might not be afraid of bloodshed, evil, or death, but he was afraid of what he saw in front of him. All of this happened because of them. Because of their actions to uphold justice, they started a killing war, causing the entire city to fall into chaos, causing many innocent people to lose their lives in this war. He lost his way. He didn't know if the justice he believed in was still justice. Soren was silent. The light on the young Saint Samurai's body was getting dimmer and dimmer. He was about to lose the power of his faith. The holy power was leaving this young man because his heart was full of confusion. "Because you're not strong enough." Soren suddenly spoke. He woke up the Saint Samurai in front of him, but the Saint Samurai didn't pick up his weapon. He just looked at him with blank eyes, still holding the little girl's body. Soren looked at him with pity and said slowly, "Because you're still too weak. You don't have the power to destroy evil, but you started a war between good and evil. Your ignorant actions will only bring about slaughter and death. It will only destroy the order and kill more innocent people. What do you have to fight evil? You're not as strong as the demons. You're not as cunning as the demons. Those evil people have countless insidious and cunning means. Unless you have the power to completely crush them, the justice you've always believed in is just a joke. The fallen used you to start a war. They achieved their goal, but you have to bear the sin." The light on the young Saint Samurai dissipated. His eyes were full of endless pain and regret. He held the little girl's body tightly in his arms and let out an angry roar. The young man had lost the power of a Saint Samurai. There was a strange light in Soren's eyes. He looked at the young man in front of him and said in a deep voice, "You're not strong enough. You're not cunning enough. You don't even know what evil is. How can you protect justice? If you're strong enough, stronger than a legend, you'll be able to stop everything that's happening tonight. You'll be able to destroy the fallen as easily as crushing dry weeds. If you're cunning enough, more cunning than the demons, you can use other means to destroy them. They won't have the chance to weave a conspiracy, and they won't have the chance to stir up chaos and slaughter. You're just a pathetic puppet. An idiot who thinks that by believing in justice, you can change the world. You'll only make the world worse." Every sentence was like a sharp knife piercing his heart. The young Saint Samurai trembled. He seemed to be struggling, but he gradually understood something. The silver armor on his body gradually dimmed, and the holy power on the knight's sword dissipated. Gradually, a strange aura appeared. He stretched out his hand and slowly grasped the hilt of the sword. He whispered in a hoarse voice, "As long as I'm stronger than them and more cunning than them, I can destroy them?" Soren's expression was quite playful. He said in a deep voice, "Yes. This is just the beginning of chaos. The world will become worse in the future. You can't do anything without power. Give up those pathetic creeds. If you really believe in justice, then you must fall into evil. Only evil can fight against evil. Go and find your own path. Young man. There's a group of beings called the Holy Avengers. They will show you the way." Soren's figure disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind a young man who had lost the power of a Saint Samurai. He slowly picked up the cold body of the little girl, and then pulled out the long sword that was emitting a strange aura. The power of a saint samurai didn't seem to have disappeared, but it had changed into another kind of power. He turned around and walked into the darkness. The silver-white armor became mottled in the darkness. The holy power that was originally attached to it had dissipated due to the dissipation of faith. The darkness shrouded the silver-white armor. It could cause him to fall and become an evil dark guardian, or it could also allow him to find new justice. He had fallen. But it didn't seem like he had fallen. This was a battle of faith and will. There was no blood in this battle. If he won, he would become a legend in the future. If he lost, he would lose himself. This was the saint samurai that Soren wanted to see. They were also the saint samurai who fought on the front line. 3 million saint samurai held up the backbone of the world. They couldn't change the world, but they stopped the gods from breaking the world into pieces. Welcome to the lawful evil. You should be qualified to be the Holy Avengers. Perhaps the glory of the saint samurai would never appear in this world again, but Soren hoped to see the Holy Avengers in the time of troubles. It was time for them to appear. Good and evil weren't that important. Chaos was the real disaster. P.S. I've been writing the plot very slowly recently. I have to edit it from time to time. I've been keeping the minimum 2 chapters. The Holy Avenger. A very special advanced profession. This name originated from a weapon called the Holy Avenger. It was hard to say whether it was a divine artifact or not. It was only known that it was stronger than the divine artifact, Star of Day. Unfortunately, it had been lost in history. At that time, the legendary paladin who held this weapon had experienced a lot. No one knew what exactly he had experienced. They only knew that he fell in the end and became the first Holy Avenger. In that era, the god of light was still the king of dawn. Not long after the chaos of dawn, the goddess of luck and the god of decay died because of the king of dawn's stubbornness. Then, the goddess of luck and the goddess of misfortune were separated from the corpses. The gods also tried to stop his selfless, passionate, and stubborn beliefs to prevent him from causing more damage to the world. Unfortunately, the gods still could not stop the chaos of dawn. After the death of the goddess of luck, the goddess of misfortune and the goddess of fortune caused the gods to split again. Knowledge, the birth of the twin goddesses. From then on, the camp of the king of dawn had already deviated. He went from neutral good to lawful good. In the end, the most powerful god of light was born, his children inherited the priesthood of the light of dawn, and he replaced the god of justice as the most powerful god in the lawful good camp. The second belief of the paladins also began to deviate towards him. Now, the paladins who believed in the god of justice were far less than the paladins who believed in the god of light. After the king of dawn became the god of light, Mother Earth began to retire. The goddess of agriculture replaced her as the new god. No one knew what happened during that period, but so far, the god of light had been on the front line against evil. The god of light even launched a counterattack against the abyss. If the elemental gods were willing to help him, the abyss might have been directly sealed by him. After all, the 4 elemental gods were great gods. They had defeated the demon army more than once. At first, the abyss wanted to unify the multiverse, but it was defeated by the elemental army. The 4 elemental gods worked together to defeat the first batch of the demon army. Later, the demons wanted to focus on winning the blood war first. Soren shuttled through the shadows. In his memory, the city of wealth had never been destroyed, so today's chaos should soon subside. The temple of wealth should be about to act. True enough. Not long after Soren left, a golden pillar of light shot up into the sky from the temple of wealth. Teams of fully armored golden knights appeared, led by a priest of wealth who was decked out in jewels. The foundation that giant god temple had accumulated over thousands of years was on full display at this moment. Squads of temple knights began to assemble. Several hundred high-ranked knights were equipped with shining golden armor as they rushed in the direction where the demons had appeared. An illusory figure appeared above the temple of wealth, seemingly observing the city. That was a saint spirit priest. After the legendary priest gave up his physical body, he turned into a holy spirit to protect a place. He had existed for hundreds of years. His heart began to beat faster and faster. Soren could sense that Vivian was in the city, but he couldn't pinpoint her exact location. The gushing blood gave Soren a headache, and his temples were throbbing. He didn't know why it was like this. Vaguely, he smelled the smell of blood. It wasn't the smell of blood after a massacre, but another smell of blood, a smell of blood that made people feel uneasy. There seemed to be only one kind of magic that could leave a deep impression on Soren's memory of the smell of blood. A silver light broke through the sky. The figure of the silver hand finally appeared in the eyes of the world, but they didn't rush to the place where the demons had appeared. Instead, they flew toward the tower in the distance. There were strange figures approaching from all directions. The Saint Spirit priest seemed to have noticed something. He turned into a solid body in the golden light and then flew toward the tower. Soren's heart was beating faster and faster. The muscles all over his body bulged as if they were exploding. Twisted blue veins emerged like earthworms. Even his face had a dark green color. His heartbeat gradually slowed down. Soren gasped and knelt on one knee on the ground. This strange change was not under his control at all. It seemed that it was because of other forces that caused the change in his body. This change was most likely related to the divinity of fear, because Soren had never encountered such a thing before. He felt that his heartbeat was out of control, and something in his body was about to burst out. Soren's eyes were a little red when he saw something. This was because his pupils were too bloodshot. He saw the traces of vampires. These dark creatures moved on the roof with amazing agility. Their innate dexterity could reach about 20 points. Some other people also appeared. As if telepathically, Soren suddenly noticed a man with a cold face. He rushed over from the direction of the city guards. He seemed to have seen Soren's trace, but he didn't stop at all and moved toward the direction of the silver hand. Something big must have happened over there. Soren gritted his teeth and walked over. His body was gradually out of control. His rapidly beating heart and boiling blood almost made him lose his ability to move. He staggered over. Maybe if he found Vivian, he would be able to figure out the reason for all this. Drops of sweat poured out from his body and quickly evaporated. His body temperature was getting higher and higher. His skin was as red as a shrimp. Soren's consciousness gradually became a little blurred, and his vision was almost blurred. His heartbeat would occasionally slow down a little, but it would quickly speed up. He even felt that his heart was about to explode. Rumble, suddenly there was an explosion in the distance, and then the ground shook. Soren? A familiar and exaggerated voice sounded, and then a sneaky short figure escaped from the corner. He glanced at Soren, who was staggering, and seemed to want to reach out and support him. But then he retracted his hand as if he had touched a red-hot iron. He muttered, "Oh my God! Why is it so hot? You're about to be roasted." Sauron regained some of his senses. He raised his head and opened his eyes. He saw Aladdin's figure standing in front of him, and behind him was a beautiful woman. But Soren saw two other faces. One was a human face, and the other was a face covered with silver scales. The woman's whole body was covered with tiny scales. Only one kind of creature would have such a characteristic. Snake woman. Soren seemed to have remembered something. He said with an unusually hoarse voice as if he hadn't drunk water for a long time, snake? Snake woman? Vivian. Where is Vivian? He suddenly moved as fast as lightning, even faster than his previous speed. In the blink of an eye, he had grabbed the woman's arm. The woman's arm quickly turned red, as if it had been put into boiling water. She showed a trace of pain and screamed, "Let me go. Master. Master went to deal with the son of fear. It's so hot. Let go." Son of fear? Vivian? Not good. She's in danger. Soren's spirit seemed to have recovered a little. Vivian's figure appeared in his mind, and his will gradually took control of his body. His pupils had enlarged by 2 times, and his body temperature was almost 80 or 90 degrees. His body was almost smoking. He slowly took a deep breath. Unknowingly, Soren's fingers were a little black, and his eyes were densely bloodshot. After taking a few deep breaths, he suddenly jumped up to the height of 3 or 4 floors, and then flew towards the direction of the sound. How is this possible? Only the stunned Aladdin was left. He murmured, "This strength, this speed, this jumping ability. Has Soren become a legendary?" at the top of a tall tower. A man with a devilish face stared at the city that had turned into a sea of fire. His pupils were blood red, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was like the king of the night as he looked down at the city from above. He was intoxicated. Blood, slaughter, and madness. The stupid clowns have come on stage. I smell the breath of fear spreading. Go crazy. Kill. Fear. Feel despair and fear. You smart idiots. Give me your final performance. Vampire feast. Legendary spell, a blood-red wave swept out, and the blood of all living creatures within a radius of 500 meters boiled. A trace of blood overflowed from their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, like a torrent sweeping out. These creatures within the range of the spell turned into dry corpses in the blink of an eye. Countless blood swept out, and then shadows appeared on the corpses. These half-spirit creatures stood up from the corpses, and then escaped into the darkness, gradually disappearing into the night. The whole tower was dyed red with blood, as if hell had come to earth. P.S. It seems that the daily mission of Black Pagoda is popular recently? I went to the backstage to look at the results, and it's really better than before. No wonder there are more people who are black. Speaking of which, my work is full of sincerity, and the words in the line are all painstaking efforts. Recently, in order to fix the plane, I had to read Relativity to learn more knowledge. Can you guys be a little merciful? In the end, although I can't understand those books at all, I feel that they are very powerful. The Dizzy Stupa. Soren's speed was getting faster and faster, the surrounding scenery was passing by rapidly. In the eyes of others, Soren was like a shadow passing by. This was not a speed that an ordinary person could achieve, even a legendary profession could not do so. There was a river in the middle of the City of Wealth, about 20 meters wide. After Soren landed, he did not stop at all, nor did he go around to the bridge. Instead, he rushed directly toward the river. He was running on the water, although it was only a distance of 20 meters, he was really running on the water. Soren's figure came to the street across the river. He stomped his feet and jumped up. There were cracks on the ground, and the solid marble floor was shattered. He jumped directly to the height of nearly 5 stories. In the distance, he could see a blood-red tower. The sword light of the silver hand was as dazzling as the stars. In front of him was a figure as fast as a ghost. The opponent was not afraid of the power of the Star of Day at all. He was actually on par with the silver hand. A row of data appeared, entered the realm of demigod. You are affected by the effect of Vampire Feast. Triggered the test of Blood Surge. Toughness passed. You have successfully resisted the residual effect of the legendary spell, Blood Feast. You have been affected by the effect of Aura of Fear. Triggered the test of Will. Test of Will passed. You have successfully resisted the effect of Aura of Fear. It was as if he had passed through an invisible eggshell. Soren suddenly entered an area covered by a force. This feeling was so familiar. When he fought against the Saint of Gods, he had encountered this powerful force more than once. A demigod vampire. How many Sons of Fear did he kill? Where is Vivian now? Soren's pupils became redder and redder. He gradually approached the battle area. Most of the surrounding buildings had been destroyed. The battle of the legendary level was a complete disaster. The area in front of him was almost turned into ruins. A strange tattoo appeared. It extended from the side of Soren's face all the way to his arms, and then gathered in front of his chest to form a strange vortex. As he got closer and closer to Vivian, his blood surged madly within his body. His heart rate increased by 3 times, and his body temperature rose to over 100 degrees. Soren's spine crackled, and his entire body grew a lot taller. His slender fingers became thicker, and his fingernails became sharper with a metallic luster. He couldn't help but let out a painful growl. When he opened his eyes, his pupils had become blood red. This blood red color was gradually spreading, and it seemed like it was going to cover his entire eyeball. Bang! Soren's figure leaped up like a cannonball into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he jumped to a height of tens of meters. His upper body's clothes were broken, revealing a strong and muscular upper body. Only a dark red cloak was still on his body. He was almost 2 meters tall, and there was a strange tattoo on his chest. Runes appeared on his thick arms, and his palms looked a little like claws. Even he couldn't adapt to this change, but he didn't have the time to think about it. He could feel Vivian nearby. Soren's body turned into a ray of light, and he leaped from roof to roof. He easily jumped up the 20 to 30 meter tall clock tower, and any obstacles that were difficult to jump over were easy for him. He could even run horizontally across the walls like a gust of wind. Only when he landed on the ground could one see the cracked marble floor. Every time Soren landed on the ground, a spider-like crack would appear on the ground, and it would spread to a distance of 3 to 4 meters. Suddenly, as if by telepathy, Soren found Vivian's position. He saw Vivian, who was a little different from what he remembered. The little girl was wearing a black princess dress, and she had a pair of scarlet eyes. She was looking around vigilantly. She seemed to be fighting. There were strange shadows around her, and Soren could vaguely see something. However, he couldn't catch the traces of her movement across the plain. She was also a legendary class holder. Vivian? Why did she become like this? Was she Vivian or Lillian? Big brother. The little girl opened her mouth wide. She seemed surprised, as if she didn't expect Soren to appear. When Soren saw her, she had already noticed Soren. Although Soren's appearance had changed a little, she still recognized him at a glance. But at this moment, a strange figure suddenly appeared. It was a man with a cold face. Soren seemed to have seen this person before. He raised his finger, and a dark ray of light shot out, directly attacking Vivian, who was slightly distracted. Energy absorption. Legendary spell, be careful. Soren's pupils suddenly enlarged. He knew this spell, and he had even been tortured by it for a long time. When he heard Vivian call out Big Brother, Soren had put down all his worries. He gritted his teeth, and his figure disappeared almost instantly. Then he escaped into the shadows. Then the shadow behind Vivian distorted, and Soren's tall body appeared behind her. He suddenly opened his arms and hugged Vivian's petite body, then turned around and blocked the legendary spell with his back. Evade sight. Shadow jump. All this happened in an instant. A man with a cold face suddenly appeared behind Vivian, and then took advantage of the moment when she was slightly distracted to launch a legendary spell. Soren escaped into the shadows in an instant, and then moved across the plain to behind Vivian, not to kill the enemy, but to block the spell with his own body. Big brother! Big brother! Vivian's figure suddenly trembled. At this moment, even she didn't have time to react. The only thing she could feel was a figure as heavy as a mountain behind her. Soren opened his arms to protect her petite body in his arms, and then blocked the spell with his back. Crazy negative energy burst out in an instant, and Soren's skin withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The powerful negative energy eroded his body in the blink of an eye, and transferred the vitality and power in his body to another dimension. In an instant, Soren's pupils were a little lax, his face gradually aged, and his flaxen hair quickly turned into mottled gray. Big brother! No! Vivian let out an extremely sharp cry, and then a wave of air burst out with her as the center. The sharp cry was filled with endless anger and killing intent. With her as the center, the creatures within a 1-kilometer radius died in large numbers, and all the living creatures within a 3-kilometer radius had blood flowing out of their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Vivian turned around and hugged Soren's fallen body. Her pupils were already scarlet, and a pair of small demonic wings opened up behind her. The pink hair band turned into powder, and her long hair danced in the wind. Big brother! Big brother! Vivian hugged Soren's body with her small arms. A formless negative energy was wreaking havoc in his body, and his body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like a withered plant. Soren's gray hair gradually turned silver, and the frequency of his breathing became slower and slower. The flesh and blood on his body had severely shrunk, and he seemed to have become light as a feather. A series of data appeared crazily affected by the legendary spell, energy drain. Affected by negative energy corrosion. Resistance failed. Permanent loss of 2 profession levels. Affected by negative energy corrosion. Resistance failed. Permanent loss of 2 profession levels. Affected by negative energy corrosion. Resistance failed. Permanent loss of 2 profession levels. The data kept jumping. The first thing that disappeared from Soren's data was 2 Shadow Dancer levels, followed by 2 Rogue levels, and then 2 Wizard levels. The crazy negative energy was wreaking havoc in his body, reducing his life force and corroding his body. Soren lost 8 profession levels, and at the same time, lost hundreds of HP. He directly entered a state of near death under the corrosion of negative energy. His heartbeat was getting weaker and weaker, and his breathing gradually stopped. But when Vivian transformed into her demonic form with a sharp cry, Soren, who was in a state of near death, suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils turned scarlet red. Then it spread to the whole eyeball, and it looked like there was no pupil, just a scarlet eyeball. Soren's body strangely floated, and his whole body made a crackling sound. His originally withered flesh and blood rapidly expanded, and his pale skin became more and more tough. A strange tattoo appeared on his forehead, and his palms turned into sharp claws. His skin turned dark green, and his breath exhaled heat waves. He looked like a demon, but not completely a demon. A row of data suddenly appeared. Divine Power Synchronized Activation. Activated Slaughterer Form. Slaughterer Form activated. Divinity of Fear transformed into Divinity of Slaughter. Son of Slaughter, Form activated. Bloodline Purity insufficient. Slaughterer, Complete Form, activation failed. Divine Power Synchronized Conversion. Slaughterer, Half-Demon Form, conversion completed. Time froze at this moment. Sauron slowly opened his eyes. Vivian's face was full of surprise, and the gloomy man had an inconceivable expression. He murmured in a tone of disbelief, "The breath of slaughter. This is the breath of Slaughterer. Son of Slaughter? Impossible. How can there be a son of Slaughter in this world? The Sons of Slaughter." This name had not been mentioned for a long time. Because what it represented was disaster, a disaster that even evil feared. The predecessor of the Sons of Slaughter was the Divine Son of Slaughter, a direct descendant of the 3 death gods, and also the legendary Son of Slaughter with the strongest combat power. The number of demigods who died in their hands was more than one hand. The number of pure-blooded dragons could not even be counted with 10 fingers, and several ancient dragons had also died. As for the other giants, beholders, high-level demons, oracles from another world, high-level vampires, and so on, the total number was probably more than 3 digits. It was simply a massacre. The number of quasi-legendary and legendary professions who died in the hands of the Divine Son of Slaughter was close to 4 digits. They went on a killing spree on the Elven Divine Tree, broke through the Dark Zone, slaughtered the entire Beholder tribe, and even killed some demigods and true gods. As for the various Beholder elders and tyrants, they killed a large number of them, including the Blind God, ancient red dragons, demigod liches, drows, and high-level demons. The number of high-level legends who died in the hands of the Divine Son of Slaughter was uncountable. They killed more than 1/3 of the quasi-legendary and legendary creatures that had been accumulated on the continent for thousands of years, but they were still not satisfied. They also went on a killing spree in the abyss, slaughtering a large group of demons. At that time, almost all the dragons on the continent were killed by them. How powerful were they? There were very few records of the Divine Son of Slaughter. The only thing that could be understood was the existence that was now regarded as a grandmaster by the legendary monk, that was, the legendary monk who taught the Dark Moon Force, Flaming Sun Force, and Traceless Steps. He was one of the Divine Sons of Slaughter, and he was not the most powerful one. There was a record of this legendary monk. He was once completely immune to the legendary spell, Time Stop, and his magic resistance had reached more than 90%. When he burst out, he could dismantle the most powerful diamond golem with his bare hands. Diamond Golem. Monster level 24, rune life characteristics, immunity to most spells, physical resistance close to 90%, and immunity to any weapon attack below Transcendent rank 2. From beginning to end, more than 1 million people had died directly or indirectly at the hands of the Divine Son of Massacre. This group of Sons of Slaughter had even killed a dozen of the apostles of the God of Lies and Murder, the Half-Chosen. Everyone, whether good or evil, had suffered heavy losses at their hands. Cities were destroyed by them one after another. The Divine Son of Massacre was a nightmare. Even though so much time had passed, the name of the Divine Child of Massacre still made many people tremble. The Son of Slaughter was the descendant of the Son of Slaughter. Back then, the son of slaughter was basically all dead. Even if they didn't die, they gradually went into seclusion after the chaos ended. However, their descendants still remained. As time passed, the blood of slaughter in their bodies became thinner and thinner. In the end, they were basically no different from ordinary people. But, in this world, there was still the possibility of atavism, so, sons of slaughter would appear from time to time. Especially those potential sons of slaughter who had reached the legendary realm or obtained divinity, divine power, or divinity. These sons of slaughter might reawaken the blood of slaughter. The power of divinity strengthened their thinning bloodline, turning them into a weakened version of the son of slaughter. They were also the sons of slaughter in other people's mouths, since the god of murder fell into madness and was sealed. The divinity of slaughter and the divinity in the field of reproduction had always been the main force that the evil gods fought for, but in fact, no one had been able to fuse the divinity of slaughter. This also led to the thinning of the bloodline of the son of slaughter, but as long as there was a sudden atavism, it was possible to regain the blessing of divinity and divine power. The sons of slaughter once appeared densely for a period of time during the Arcane Empire, but they rarely appeared in the recent hundreds of years. Divine power transformed. The divinity of fear transformed into the divinity of slaughter. Soren's attributes changed dramatically almost in the blink of an eye, and the biggest change was his main attribute. Name, Soren, son of slaughter. Race, slaughterer, half-demon form. Attributes, strength 20, +6, dexterity 24, +2, constitution 23, +2, intelligence 20, +1, wisdom 15, charm 18, +2. Special talent, slaughterer form. When you transform into a slaughterer, your attributes will be comprehensively improved. Strength +4, dexterity +2, constitution +2, wisdom +2, combat ability is equivalent to a warrior of the same level, and resistance to any abnormal status increases by 10 points. Special talent, slaughtering will. The desire to kill has filled your heart, and you will be immune to most mind control spells, including but not limited to charm, fear, mind control, and so on. Special talent, slaughtering desire. After transforming into a slaughterer, you will be affected by the desire to kill. You will become extremely sensitive to blood, and your perception of anything related to slaughter will be strengthened. But after transforming into a slaughterer, you must kill at least one target to satisfy the desire to kill in your heart. Otherwise, you will enter a state of madness. This desire to kill will gradually increase with the number of transformations you undergo. Soren suddenly opened his eyes, his scarlet pupils were full of killing intent, and the darkness could not block his vision. All living and dead creatures were captured in his vision. He instantly jumped out, and his speed was almost so fast that he almost pulled out a shadow. The legendary curved sword Icing Death appeared in his right hand, and another curved sword appeared in his left hand. Soren's figure suddenly spun, and when he rushed to the front of the enemy, there was a flash of light. The overwhelming sword light shrouded the target, and Soren slashed out 10 times in a second. The high-grade mage's armor shattered like an eggshell. The energy shield on the cold man's body couldn't even hold for half a second. 5 more wounds appeared on his body, and blood suddenly soaked through his clothes. Law command, ah. Reinforced iron bones. Lesser spell nullification barrier. Greater energy shield. Greater energy damage protection. 5 consecutive spells appeared on the gloomy man's body due to serendipity, and a piece of equipment was suddenly activated. Sauron's next attack was as if he had slashed on steel. Decree, Intimidate, was directly resisted by him, but the greater energy shield that was activated continuously blocked all 15 of his attacks. This was a level 8 spell, which was once jokingly called Golden Bell Shield. It was an all-around defensive protection spell. It was directly immune to physical attacks with a strength of less than 50 points. It was difficult for Soren to break through the energy shield while holding 2 curved swords. Occasionally, an attack broke through the shield and hit the opponent, making a metallic sound. Vivian. Soren let out a low roar and turned into the shadow. The surface of his skin was covered with shadow energy, and his whole person looked like a shadow. The little girl's reaction was extremely fast. Just as Soren rushed out, she had already begun to prepare to cast a spell. In an instant, she opened a shield and at the same time, chanted a spell and raised her hand to throw out an energy whip. Kelbin's whip of protection. A dark energy whip appeared in Vivian's white little hand. She violently swung it at the cold man in front of her. The moment it touched the opponent, the energy shield had already dissipated. Then, the energy whip wrapped around his body, and a dark energy eroded the energy shield. This was a special dispelling spell attack, which could last for a period of time and dispel 3 defensive spells below level 9. Dimensional lock. The cold man clearly felt the danger. The sudden burst of power from Soren and the transformed Vivian almost left him no time to cast a spell. He could only rely on his equipment and the defensive means prepared by accident to protect himself. He decisively wanted to use a teleportation spell, but a faint white light appeared on his body, and then his figure stayed in place. Vivian had already sealed the surrounding space, directly restricting the effect of all teleportation spells. Vivian's casting speed was far faster than his. Spells under 3 seconds were basically instantaneous. The effect of this was very amazing in battle. The gloomy man in front of her had just finished casting a spell, and Vivian had already thrown out an advanced spell that was above level 6 and an intermediate spell that was below level 6. If it wasn't for the fact that her opponent had cast a weak spell nullification barrier that made him immune to level 1 to 3 spells, she could have even thrown out more than 10 low-level spells in one go. Greater disjunction. The little girl's white fingers shot out a light, and the equipment on the cold man's body suddenly turned into powder. He couldn't even activate it in an instant. All that was left on his body was the defensive effect of reinforced iron bones. Soren waved his 2 swords and turned into a shadow. The cold man's body was slashed up and down by him. When reinforced iron bones could no longer withstand Soren's attack, he let out a shrill scream. The legendary curved sword Icing Death directly cut through his waist, almost cutting him in half. A row of data appeared. You have learned something in the battle. As the number of battles increases, you have mastered some of the skills of sword form, waist cut. A golden light flashed across the sky. The figure of the Saint Necromancer appeared around. He frowned and looked at the demigod vampire, then glanced at Soren and the others. In the end, he still focused on the demigod vampire. Obviously, the target was more threatening. The Saint Necromancer cast his spell at an astonishing speed, and soon, a glittering teleportation gate appeared in the sky. Then, an angel-like creature in golden armor walked out. Angel from another world. Legendary spell. As a priest of the goddess of wealth, the other party summoned the angel of heaven. Not good. Soren's pupils shrank slightly. He instantly waved his curved sword and slashed upwards. At the same time, he twisted his body and slashed at the opponent's neck. As blood splattered out, the gloomy man's head was directly chopped off. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Because of the unknown vitality, it moved for a while, and then gradually stopped twitching. A row of data quickly appeared. Target killed. Extracting. Soul energy. You've gained 4500 slaughter EXP. Target is a divine creature. Extracting target's divine power. You've gained 3 divinity. Target has the divine power of fear. Extraction of the divine power of fear failed. Divinity storage failed. Divinity storage failed. You don't have any divinity level or divinity field to store the divine power of fear. Target's divine power of fear has been transferred. The cold man was directly beheaded by Soren, but the divine power in his body did not seem to be stronger than the Elven Ranger. Soren only got 3 divinity, and at the same time, the divine power began to transfer to others. He was a little worried that the divine power would be transferred to the demigod vampire, but it seemed that there was a connection between him and Vivian. The other party's divine power was obviously transferred to Vivian, and then the little girl's figure directly floated up. The power of the 3 demigods was fusing. Vivian's expression seemed to show a trace of pain. Her petite body trembled slightly, and suddenly fell from the sky. The fusion failed. Soren's expression changed slightly. After killing the demigod of fear, the desire to kill in his heart subsided, and he actually felt full. He rushed over to catch Vivian, who fell from the air, and then retreated with her in his arms. The demigod vampire was a demigod, the Silver Hand was the most powerful paladin, and the Saint Cardinal was in the form of a saint, which was also close to the strength of a demigod. This situation was very unfavorable for them because Soren and Vivian had almost no allies. The Silver Hand could attack them, and the Saint Cardinal could also attack them. It could be said that the half-vampire couldn't wait to kill them immediately, if he had not been entangled by the Silver Hand. The Oracle from another world was a legendary creature. With the Saint Necromancer joining the battle, the situation of the demigod vampire immediately became a little bad. At the same time, the divine artifact, Morning Star, that the Silver Hand was holding suddenly emitted a strong light. The light seemed to have the power to destroy everything, and it directly purified all the shadow spirits within a 300-meter radius. At the same time, Soren's body, which was illuminated by the strong light, also made a sizzling sound, as if he was being roasted on fire. Sunburst. Powerful spells against evil creatures and undead creatures were sometimes more effective than legendary spells. The demigod vampire's body was charred, but his flesh and blood were recovering at an amazing speed. The legendary spell, Vampiric Feast, was still in effect. This degree of injury could not kill him at all. Demigods were a very special kind of existence. They had divinity and divine power. They might even have divinity, but they didn't have the corresponding divine title. That was to say, demigods had no believers and no corresponding domain of divinity. Divinity was a very important part of the gods. Only with the corresponding divinity could one be regarded as a true god. Therefore, many gods killed each other, and the core power of the competition was the domain of the other party's divinity. This was the source of divine power and the source of improving divinity. Only after obtaining the corresponding divinity could the gods be regarded as having a complete cycle of divine power. The demigod vampire had the divine power of fear and the divinity of fear. It was even possible that he had a weak divinity. But after all, he was not the god of fear, and the divinity of fear was still not on him. Many powerful liches could transform themselves into demigod liches, but very few liches could truly become gods. This was because if they wanted to obtain a divine position, they had to kill other gods and transform their own domain into divine positions. Then, through a slow process, they would have to fuse with the divine positions that they could transform into. At that time, they would be regarded as real gods and could develop their believers on a large scale. Unfortunately, so far, there were only a few liches who could become gods. Most of them were used by other gods and given a small number of weak divinities. Demigods could condense divinities by developing believers. However, in this process, they would be called false gods, and they were the main targets of many gods. If they wanted to condense divinities that were similar to other gods, they might be attacked endlessly. Since ancient times, most of the demigods had reached the level of saints and chosen. There were very few who were qualified to be called false gods, unless there were gods who were willing to give up part of their power and transfer some divinities to the demigod. Why is this happening? Soren blocked the strong light of Sunburst with his body and flew out of the domain. Vivian's current situation was a bit similar to the last time. After absorbing the power of the Son of Fear, she directly fainted. Soren was not very clear about the reason for this situation, but the root may be related to the divine power. Under normal circumstances, Vivian should have absorbed the divinity, but now the divinity had been transferred to Soren's body. If Vivian's divinity could not control the divine power, then it would be very difficult to integrate the divine power of fear. But the divinity could not be absorbed by Vivian. Soren knew too well how terrible the will of the Dreadlord was. It was very difficult for him to fight against it. If Vivian absorbed too much of the divinity of fear, her whole body would be disturbed and controlled by this terrible will, especially when Lillian the Witch of Fear might be in her body. There were 3 kinds of power that could be used as carriers of divine power. The first was divinity, which was why the demigod vampire could be strengthened all the way to become a demigod. The second was divinity, which was a huge container that could accommodate a considerable amount of divine power. The last type was the divine position. The divine position's capacity for divine power was much greater, because as long as one had a divinity, they could develop believers, directly convert divine power into divine spells to give believers, and condense divinities on their own. The divinity was the most critical and core part. That was why the Dreadlord firmly controlled the divinity of fear and only distributed the divine power and divinity to his descendants. The Saint Cardinal obviously noticed Soren's escape. However, his expression was a little hesitant. In the end, he raised his hand and sealed the dimensional space, ready to deal with the demigod vampire in front of him. An ordinary son of fear and a son of slaughter with a thin bloodline were obviously not as important as the demigod vampire. The other party's danger and destructive power could be said to be 10 times more than Soren's. That was why the Silver Hand focused on him. They didn't even try to stop the demons. They just wanted to find him. A demigod vampire, if he was allowed to develop and grow, he could turn into a vampire and then turn into a believer. The consequences would be a disaster. No one wanted to see the birth of a new Dreadlord. Soren quickly left with Vivian in his arms. As time passed, the demonic wings on Vivian's body gradually disappeared, and her scarlet pupils returned to their original appearance. The tattoo on the side of her face also gradually disappeared. Other than the black princess dress on her body, she was almost exactly the same as Soren remembered. At the same time, the changes in Soren's body gradually subsided. The two changed almost at the same time. When Vivian changed back to her original appearance, Soren almost returned to his human appearance. Boom, an unprecedented sense of weakness hit Soren. As the power of the slaughterer faded, the effect of the legendary spell, Energy Drain, began to take effect. His profession level was permanently reduced by 8 levels, and all his slaughter EXP was sealed. Unless he found a high-grade priest to cast, restore, on him, he would never be able to level up again. The negative energy corrosion had been permanently left in his body, and this corrosion had almost turned him into a useless person. Damn it. Soren glanced at his own data. His attributes were reduced by 4 points, and the ability of Shadow Jump could no longer be used. His combat power was almost less than half of what it used to be. The only lucky thing was that he had an extra ability to transform into Slaughterer. It seemed that in the case of transforming into a Slaughterer, he could offset the effect of Energy Drain and temporarily return to his original ability. He quickly left the City of Wealth with Vivian in his arms. His intuition told him that the reason the demigod vampire started such a big massacre was definitely not just to kill 1 or 2 of his kind. He seemed to have other purposes, hee. The demigod vampire stood up with a strange smile. He was a little weak after taking the sunburst, but his expression was very excited. He glanced at Soren and Vivian, who had already gone far away. He did not seem to be in a hurry to chase after them. The demigod vampire took a step back and looked at the silver hand in front of him, who was also seriously injured. He jumped lightly to the top of the clock tower, and then smiled strangely. It's finally about time. Fear is already spreading. This city has provided me with enough power. Then now there's only one last step left. My dear sister. Father has arranged so much for you. He even tried to find a way to wake you up first. But you were incompetent and failed to live up to his expectations. In the end, everything was taken advantage of by me. But our incompetent father probably didn't expect it either. His will is not as strong as imagined. His death is already doomed. And I am the real Dreadlord. But now let me have one more chip to fight against him. The demigod vampire murmured like a neurotic. Suddenly, his pupils turned blood red, and the blood around him surged like a tide. He let out a sharp howl toward the moon in the sky, and a pair of huge bat wings appeared behind him. It was as if some kind of powerful force was brewing. The moon was gradually dyed red, and the red light of the entire City of Wealth went straight to the sky. Countless spilled blood surged, and with the blood-red light, the moon seemed to have turned dark red. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have sensed something. Countless legendary masters looked up at the sky, and the bright moon in the sky had gradually been dyed red. They murmured in a low voice, "Son of the night? Who is it? Who is going to become a god?" Light appeared on the altars one by one. Scattered all over the continent, where the son of the vampire had appeared, groups of people wearing blood-red robes gathered in some dark corners. They had pale faces and sharp fangs at the corners of their mouths. At this moment, they were kneeling devoutly in front of the altars, praying with a voice like madness, "My Lord Reinhardt. You are the master of the vampires. You are the incarnation of fear. You are the most powerful son of the night. My Lord Reinhardt. You are the protector of the vampires. You are the hunter of the night. My Lord Reinhardt. Your name will become sacred among the vampires. You will be greater than the ancestors. The fear of mortals will become your divine power. Their fear will make you more powerful. Your kingdom will protect our souls. From today onwards, the souls of the vampires will not return to nothingness. As long as we believe in the great master of the vampires, our souls will be reborn in your kingdom. My Lord Reinhardt. You will raise the kingdom that belongs to you. Become the stars in the sky. This is the investiture ceremony? Soren stood at the corner of the City of Wealth, looked up at the sky, and his face showed a trace of shock. He didn't expect to see such a familiar scene again so soon. Soren couldn't help but stop and listen carefully. At this time, almost all the legendary professions in the world would feel it, because everything in front of them meant that there would be a new god. It was just unknown whether the demigod vampire would succeed in becoming a god in one go, or first become a false god to increase his power. It was definitely not an easy thing to become a true god. Soren doubted if he had collected enough faith, vaguely. Soren seemed to hear the prayer through time and space. This was an important process of the investiture ceremony, and also to tell the world that he had the divine title. The prayer was a very important part. If you dared to say a word in the prayer, or even inadvertently say a few words, you may be attacked and retaliated by other gods, and the final result would be a disaster and destruction. My Lord Reinhardt. You are the master of the vampires. You are the incarnation of fear. You are the most powerful son of the night. My Lord Reinhardt. You are the protector of the vampires. You are the hunter of the night. My Lord Reinhardt. Your name will be sacred among the vampires. You will be greater than the ancestors. The fear of mortals will become your divine power. Their fear will make you stronger. Your kingdom will protect our souls. From today onwards, the souls of vampires will not return to nothingness. As long as we believe in the great master of the vampires, our souls will be reborn in your kingdom. My Lord Reinhardt. You will raise up your kingdom. Become the stars in the sky. The faint sound of prayer became clear. Soren's expression gradually became a little playful, and he said in a low and hoarse voice, "This guy is really bold. Is he not afraid of the other gods joining forces to deal with him?" The first prayer represented the divine name of the demigod vampire. No matter what his name was in the past, from now on, he was Reinhardt, and this name was his divine name. From today onwards, anyone who uttered this name would make him feel something in his heart. As his god power and godhead grew stronger and stronger, he would be able to see what happened to anyone who uttered his name for a period of time, even though it would consume a lot of energy. If his godhead grew stronger and stronger, he would even be able to sense and see those who thought of his name in their hearts. This was the power of the gods. God stood above all living things and looked down on this world. His name would become sacred. Therefore, there was a sentence in the prayer, "Your name will become sacred among the vampires." This was a very important sentence, which meant that the followers he developed were mainly among the vampires, and he would not compete with other gods for followers. If Soren dared to change his prayer to "Your name shall become holy among all things," Soren could guarantee that all the shrines in the world would immediately attack his followers and forces. If there were a few wrong words in this prayer, there would be a vague concept, and it would be possible for the gods to fall into eternal damnation. You are the master of the vampires. You are the incarnation of fear. You are the most powerful son of night. This was the prayer in the first row. It represented that Reinhardt's core godhead was the god of vampires, and then his important domains were fear and son of night. Son of night was a synonym for vampires, and also a generic name for many creatures in the dark domain. This meant that he might extend his godhead to other dark species. However, his core was still vampires and fear. As the son of fear, he was very smart to put vampires first. Otherwise, he would not be able to become a god at all. Because the will of the Dread Lord still existed in the world, the godhead of fear was still in the abyss. You are the protector of the vampires. You are the hunter of the night. The meaning of this sentence was very unusual. It meant that he wanted to become the main god of vampires, and because of the characteristics of vampires, he expanded his domain to the hunting domain. In the future, if he killed the god who had the godhead of hunting, he could use it as a springboard to take over the godhead of hunting. But obviously, this prayer would also make other gods who had the godhead of hunting or the godhead of hunting hostile to him. Unsurprisingly, the believers of the god of hunting would attack him and kill his believers mercilessly. Your name will become sacred among vampires. You will be greater than the ancestors. The fear of mortals will become your divine power. Their fear will make you stronger. Your kingdom will protect our souls. From today on, the souls of vampires will not return to nothingness. As long as we believe in the great master of vampires, our souls will be reborn in your divine kingdom. This was the core of the prayer. It represented the sacred contract after he became a god, as well as the gift to his believers. He would protect the souls of the vampires so that they would not perish. He would be higher than the ancestors and bring fear to the human world. His power came from fear and reverence, not from worship and kindness. This was tantamount to telling the mortals that he was a new evil god. He relied on spreading fear to strengthen his power so that the mortals would revere and believe in him. He would become one of the demons of the evil camp. Vampires would be his core domain and fear would be the source of his power. This was the most primitive prayer. In the future, it would gradually increase and decrease as the gods changed. The changes in the prayer were very important. For example, the Lady of Silvermoon's recent prayers had words such as women, children, protectors, and so on. This meant that the Lady of Silvermoon had intended to extend her godhead to other domains. Knowledge, God. As for the last sentence, it was just a routine ending. Even a true god would find it difficult to open up a god's kingdom in a short time and turn it into a star in the sky. Unless he was a legendary wizard who had created his own half-bit wall and turned it directly into a god's kingdom. Otherwise, the god's kingdom would need to open up space bit by bit and then expand the space into a kingdom. Finally, at a certain stage, the god's kingdom would evolve into a star. This process may take hundreds of years. If one did not inherit the god's kingdom and created it himself, this process would consume a lot of faith and his own divine power. It was equivalent to a god creating a new world. Hunting temple. A ferocious hunting priest suddenly stood up. He let out a low roar that shook the whole temple. A large group of hunting believers knelt on the ground. It could be seen that his prestige and power were very high. The hunter shaman looked down and roared, "False god! False god! How dare you touch our Lord's domain? Immediately send out hunters and find those damn vampires. Kill them all. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. We want to massacre those vampires. No one can touch our Lord's domain." Vampires were hunters themselves. They fed on intelligent creatures, so it was very easy for them to extend their hunting domain. A group of hunters who were close to high grade stood up. Among them were temple fanatics with skull masks. They silently bowed their heads and knelt on one knee in front of the priest. Then they turned and walked out of the temple. Any existence that touched the domain of the gods would be their enemy, not to mention that the domain of hunting was the core power of the god of hunting. This was tantamount to threatening the most important priesthood of the god of hunting. The gods were merciless in suppressing potential enemies. Silvermoon Temple. A graceful female priest looked into the distance. She was wearing a pure white priest robe with a crescent moon on her chest. She frowned slightly and said, "The god of vampires? The growth of vampires will bring disaster to mortals. This is something that the Silvermoon Lady will not allow. Send out the knights in silver to find out their whereabouts. Find a way to destroy these false god believers. The power of evil cannot be strengthened again." A group of Silvermoon guards took the order and left. At the same time, there was a sound of movement in the temple. The birth of a new god was a very serious matter. Perhaps it would become more common in the future, but after all, this was the first one in hundreds of years. Church of Holy Light. A man with a solemn expression stood up. His gaze passed through space and he said in a majestic voice, "The power of evil has been strengthened. Although the God of Light did not respond to our prayers, the power of the Holy Light will never dissipate. Pass down my order. Gather the clergymen. Find that false god and his vampire followers. Purify them." Night Temple. A female priest with a wicked face looked at the sky and whispered, "Has a false god been born?" As the son of the night, he did not show respect and surrender to the great lady of the night. He is indeed a vampire who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Pay attention to them and wait for the Lady of the Night's oracle. Scenes after scenes happened. However, the biggest reaction was the believers of the Dread Lord. Somewhere in a dark basement, a blue flame roared and roared, "Shameless thief! He stole the divine power of our Lord. Damn thief! Our Lord's power has declined. He took away part of the realm of fear. You bunch of trash! Hurry and find the Witch of Fear Lillian. Only she can stop this thief. The power of fear cannot be dispersed. Send out all the apostles of fear. Immediately carry out a great purge of all the vampires. We have to kill as many of his potential believers as possible." Investiture was just the beginning. When the investiture ceremony was completed, a greater massacre was also brewing. A large number of vampires might gather around the only vampire god, and other believers of the god would also attack them. This was an extremely tragic process. It might last for hundreds of years if nothing shocking suddenly interfered with them. This battle would last until one side was destroyed or retreated. False god. The roar of the Saint Necromancer came from afar, followed by a violent explosion. The other party even had plans to ignore the City of Wealth and wanted to directly destroy the demigod vampire in front of him. Apotheosis was actually a behavior that was very easy to be rejected, especially if the fame of the apotheosized person had not spread throughout the multiverse. The legendary point that Soren got was one of the core elements of apotheosis. The higher the legendary point, the smaller the backlash after apotheosis, because your reputation had already spread throughout the world. So for you to suddenly apotheosis, the sense of rejection in other people's hearts would be much smaller, if your name was heard by even the gods, and left a deep impression in the abyss. Then when you decided to apotheosis, others would take it for granted. Yes. I have heard this name more than once. This name already has such prestige, this name has spread all over the world. He has defeated so many enemies, he has been to so many places, the mortal world is almost at the peak for him, so if such a person doesn't apotheosis, what else can he do? The legendary point may directly help the apotheosized person become a true god, because your existence has been known by too many people. When you decide to apotheosis, those who respect you will provide you with power, those who love you will also provide you with power. When they remember your name and your existence, the first batch of faith will appear. Maybe this is not pure enough, but the power of faith is in it. Those who are afraid of you will tremble when they hear your name when you apotheosis, those who love you will cheer when they hear your name when you apotheosis. This is a kind of power. And it is a kind of power that is comparable to a fanatic, although it will only be effective at the moment of apotheosis. Unfortunately, the legendary point is not so easy to get. Soren now only has 10 legendary points. According to the normal procedure, the legendary point needs to be at least 200 points. Let your name resound throughout the abyss, spread throughout the dark realm, and even let the gods remember your name. Only then can you really reach the standard of apotheosis. Whether it is a bad name or a good name, you have to at least let the world know that you are qualified to be apotheosis. The demigod vampire was undoubtedly the kind of trickster. He relied on spreading fear to gather power, and then relied on the divinity and divine power of the Dread Lord to maintain faith. Therefore, he could only be regarded as a false god, estimated to have reached the level of a saint at most. Soren was still unable to determine if the other party had any other tricks up their sleeves, but based on the current situation, he was afraid that the days ahead of him would be very difficult. This was because after he became a god, the number of enemies suddenly increased dramatically. Any god who became a god without a golden thigh or a strong background would have a period of extremely tragic fighting. Even when the goddess of agriculture was apotheosized, backed by Mother Earth and the Lord of Light, who were the two most powerful gods in the multiverse, there were still gods looking for trouble with her. They wanted to fight for the priesthood of agriculture, plants, nature, and so on. One could imagine the difficulty of ascending to godhood and the challenges one had to face after ascending to godhood. The new god was very weak, but killing the new god would make it possible for him to inherit the new god's priesthood. If the demigod vampire was killed, the core priesthood of the god of vampires may be inherited by others, but there were certain conditions. At the same time, the realm of fear was a realm that could be strengthened by almost any god. If that god did not have the realm of fear, he could get the divinity of fear and become a springboard for further mastery of the priesthood of fear. If he originally had the realm of fear, he could use it to improve his power and even extend it to other realms of fear. Even a good god could rely on the realm of fear and the divinity of fear to turn it into a part of courage, such as fearless fear and overcome fear. It was just that the transformation of the realm took a relatively long time. The power of the gods needed a springboard, and there were many extension realms that could be used, so the competition for the priesthood was very fierce. Soren went far away from the city of wealth. He had to avoid this kind of saint-level battle. The Saint Cardinal was a weakened version of the saint form, and the demigod vampire was also a standard saint form after being apotheosized. The Silver Hand belonged to the high-grade legends, and it was better for him to not get involved in this level of battle. The most important thing now was Vivian. Although Vivian's breathing was stable, she had not woken up, which was definitely not a good idea. If she really couldn't control too much divine power, then Soren had to help her strengthen her divinity or fuse with a piece of shard of divinity. The divinity of fear was absolutely not to be absorbed, because the Dreadlord's interference with the demigod vampire was too strong. The demigod vampire seemed to have defeated the will of the Dreadlord, but he was probably deeply affected. A row of data appeared: Apotheosis Ceremony, God of Vampires, Legendary Battle, New Moon Era 1675, late October, in the City of Wealth. The demigod vampire Reinhardt conspired to be apotheosized, spreading fear and killing in the city. The Silver Hand came to stop him but failed. The life priest of the goddess of wealth joined the battle. In this serious legendary event, you transformed into a slaughterer and killed another son of fear. The news about the appearance of the son of slaughter will gradually spread, and many existences will be shocked by this name. A group of special people will also spread your existence further and further. Legend level +6, this was the most legend level that Soren had ever received. Even he was a little surprised by this value, because even if he killed a pure-blooded white dragon, he might not be able to get 6 legend level. In the Battle of Whiterun, he only got 1 legend level. In the hunting ceremony, he destroyed the hunter's sacrifice ceremony and killed a son of fear, but he only got 3 legend level. But now he got twice as much legend level as he did in the hunting ceremony. Some nobles of the kingdom might not have such fame. Soren held Vivian and walked further and further away. Although his strength had decreased a lot, he was not too worried, because he could just turn into a killer again. He was most concerned about Vivian now. It was obviously impossible to find Gloria because they had been involved in the legendary battle. The demigod vampire had become a false god, and his strength had increased a lot. It was very likely that he would attract a large number of vampire believers. At that time, his power would be unprecedentedly huge, and the other sons of fear would become very dangerous. Even if there were many churches suppressing him, there would be differences in distance, time, and position, and the other gods would be sleeping. It was impossible to eliminate a false god in a short time. If he could survive until the time of troubles, then there would be fewer people who would have time to care about a god of vampires. Soren was looking for the future. In fact, he already had one of the plans, but it was not until he could turn into a killer that he had the possibility to implement the plan. He planned to take Vivian overseas. Originally, Soren planned to level up all the way to the legendary realm, and then wait for the opportunity to become a saint, but now the mainland was becoming more and more unsafe. Their enemies were also increasing. He was going to take Vivian overseas. On the one hand, he could slightly avoid the power of the demigod vampire, and on the other hand, there were many important opportunities overseas. Due to the small population overseas and the special geographical environment, ferocious beasts and poisonous insects were rampant, and the entire civilization was relatively barbaric. Therefore, many weaker gods and false gods were active there. Some of them could not even be considered gods, but were only monsters close to demigods. Of course, monsters were Soren's personal opinion, and they were mainly called spirits. The product of totem belief. There were many primitive tribes scattered overseas, and many of them were based on totem belief. There were many demigod spirits in the tribes. They were still far away from the gods, but their strength was above the legendary realm. This place was originally gradually explored after the Avatar crisis, but now Soren undoubtedly had the ability to challenge it. Many of these spirits were below the demigod level. They had divinity, but no divinity and divine power. Some of the more powerful ones were false gods. They may only have tens of thousands of believers, but they had multiplied and passed down for thousands of years. Many creatures were originally spirits because of totem worship for too long, and gradually a trace of divinity appeared. That place was behind the tropical rainforest, near the Amazons. Because the Storm Lord did not care about these weak false gods, there was no church to attack them. The Storm Lord was too powerful. These false gods might not be qualified to jump in front of him even if they had developed for 10,000 years. Those places were very wild and primitive. Occasionally, legendary wizards would travel there, but other professions rarely went there. Because divinity was a very powerful force, it could be compared to nuclear fuel. It was useless to add it to a car engine like gasoline. Soren and Vivian could transform divinity, but it was almost difficult for other legendary professions. Even the demigod might not succeed, and it would take a long time to succeed. If one's strength did not reach a certain level, it was impossible to understand what divinity was. Even legendary wizards had to study it for a long time. And it had to be a relatively powerful research target, otherwise, there was no way to extract the divinity if it was too weak, in the records. There were legendary wizards who stripped the divinity from the demigod of massacre, and even took away the power of the demigod of massacre. As for the other reason Soren planned to go overseas, there were probably very few top priests on the continent who were willing to remove the legendary spell, energy drain, for him, and they might even attack him. But overseas was the territory of many evil gods, and those legendary priests who served them only cared about money. For example, in the camp of the Storm Lord, he was the standard chaotic evil. These places had unique rules, and they were very tolerant of people from the evil camp. As long as you could afford it, they did not care if you were good or evil. P.S. The overall camp on the continent is neutral, and the overall camp in the overseas area is neutral. A fishy sea breeze blew in his face. Soren walked across the deck with the petite Vivian in his arms. Beside him were other people who were slightly surprised because a young man holding a sleeping little girl was undoubtedly very eye-catching. The scarlet cloak was quite eye-catching. Two people with unkind faces looked at each other and seemed to be plotting something. But then a strong man came over, reached out and patted them on the shoulder, and said in a cold voice, "Don't think about them. A man dares to bring a little girl here like this. He's not someone you guys can deal with." This was Port Tylon, a transit station to the Soros Islands. From time to time, there were voices of discussion behind them. Some were guessing the identity of Soren, and some were talking about the news from the City of Wealth. It was said that a very serious event had happened there. 1/3 of the City of Wealth had been destroyed, and at least thousands of people had died. Many ships that had originally planned to go to the City of Wealth had docked at other ports, ready to leave after unloading their goods. Because of the legend of an evil false god, many churches were now hostile to them. The City of Wealth was now a place of dispute. The ascension of the demigod vampire had undoubtedly attracted most of the attention, whether it was the local churches that hated the Son of Fear, the believers of fear who were secretly manipulating them, or the sons of fear scattered around the world. Almost all eyes were attracted to him. The churches wanted to defeat him, the believers of fear wanted to regain their power, and the other sons of fear, whether to protect themselves or to become stronger, the demigod vampire was a hurdle that they could not get around. It was even possible that other sons of fear would be forced to unite. Because he was too strong, after the demigod vampire became a false god, he was in the form of a saint, and he could almost easily suppress any son of fear. The other party had drawn a lot of hatred. Soren was sure that before the demigod vampire fell, he and Vivian would be very safe. In fact, he even hoped that the demigod vampire could hold on for a while, because as long as he did not fall, no one would be bored enough to pay attention to the little Vivian and the inconspicuous son of slaughter. Even the believers of fear did not have the energy to pay attention to them, because as long as the demigod vampire existed, the power of the Lord of Fear would decline. He was stealing the divine power and priesthood of the Lord of Fear. Because he also had the fear domain. Soren would be an idiot if he didn't find a chance to grow stronger now that the other party's aggro was almost all gone. Port Tylon. Soren carried Vivian down the merchant ship. They couldn't depart from the inland port to the outer islands because it was easy to encounter some annoying creatures. Port Tylon was a transit station. There were big ships going to the tropical rainforest. After passing through the territory of the Amazons, it was a primitive and wild land. There were many valiant aborigines there, and cannibal tribes were scattered all around. Other than the crazy pioneers, not many people went there. Especially after some of the gold mines had been mined out, there were even fewer pioneers heading to the outer islands. In fact, there were still many gold mines. Soren didn't know much, but he did know that there was a treasure island in the outer islands. This place was only discovered many years later. Currently, it was controlled by a group of powerful cannibal tribes. Perhaps due to geographical reasons, the mineral resources in the outer islands were more densely distributed and easier to mine. However, there were too many aborigines scattered in these places. Among them, there were totem spirits that they believed in. Even a legendary wizard would have difficulty dealing with a large tribe. Moreover, legendary professions didn't need to make a fortune from this, so the minerals in the outer islands were probably only about 1/10 of them. This was how the maritime trade developed. Although the level of civilization of the Aborigines was not high, there was a lot of foreign trade. Even if a large ship of food was brought over, it could be sold at more than 3 times the price. And Soren also remembered that the exchange ratio of gold and silver on the mainland was 10:1. In many places in the outer islands, the ratio of gold and silver was 6:1. Because the proportion of gold was larger, the silver coins in the outer islands were far more valuable than on the mainland. Just the exchange of gold and silver was a large profit. Therefore, there were very developed trade routes and a large number of pirate groups. One of the major forces was the Amazons. Soren set foot on the land of Port Tylon with the sleeping Vivian in his arms. It was an island about 30 kilometers in diameter. There was a small town inside, which had been controlled by other forces for many years. He vaguely heard crying and begging for mercy coming from the front. There were sturdy sailors nearby who were looking at them with a smile. Soren was not in the mood to see what was going on. However, when he walked over, he still saw a young man whose fingers had been chopped off and 3 bloody fingers on the ground. This was a thief. Here, stealing was not a crime if it was not discovered. But if it was discovered, the owner could deal with the thief himself. Even if he used lynching, no guards would care. There were guards wearing half-body armor next to him, but they just looked at him with cold eyes. There were crowds of onlookers around, and some of his companions who didn't look good. They didn't intend to help. Because if you were caught stealing here, you would have to admit defeat. You would have to cut off your fingers or even your palm. However, it was not allowed to kill a thief casually. If you used lynching to kill a thief, the guards had the right to fine you. You're lucky today. A burly man with a valiant face kicked the young man who was rolling on the ground and screaming miserably. He then spat out a mouthful of saliva, weighed his money pouch, and said in a deep voice, "If you want to get rich, go find One-Eyed Jack. Rely on your own strength to earn money on the edge of the blade. Next time, you may not be so lucky. If it was someone else, your arm would have been cut off today." The surrounding sailors only looked on with smiles on their faces as if they were watching a good show. No one would sympathize with them. Soren didn't even look over there and walked over with an indifferent expression. Port Tylon was a little noisy. There were noises everywhere. During the day, there were prostitutes standing on the street to solicit customers. Sometimes, they would go directly into the alley to start the prostitution business. The ground here was quite dirty, and there was a strong fishy smell. The people here all had bad breath because there were many sailors here, and at the same time, there were also pirates. No matter if it was overall or in all aspects, it was much more chaotic than the mainland. There were many taverns in Port Tylon. There was one next to the inn that Soren found. There were sounds of fighting coming from inside. Occasionally, there were guards patrolling, but they didn't seem to care. Nearby, there were big men with their arms crossed in front of their chests. From time to time, there were roars of laughter, shouting obscenities like kicking his balls. The tavern owner wiped the table in front of the bar calmly. Occasionally, he would look up. Perhaps he had seen too much, so his expression didn't change. The winner of the tavern fight was another group of people, led by a strong and muscular woman. She laughed and lifted a man, then threw him out of the tavern with a shoulder throw. At this time, the owner looked up and gave a look to the thug next to him. Here, no matter who started first, no matter who was right or wrong, as long as something was broken, the tables and chairs in the tavern would be compensated by the person who lost. Unless it was an unreasonable thing, or a malicious fight that was too obvious, the tavern owner and the thugs would not interfere. It was normal to fight because of a quarrel here. As long as no one died, everyone would just watch the fun. The guards passing by were not interested in interfering. The thug threw the guy who lost out and took out the money bag. The other people who were watching the fun quickly quieted down. However, there were quite a few people who looked at the strong and muscular woman with interest. Many of them even wanted to buy her a drink. This was a female warrior of the Amazon. This kind of woman was full of wildness and was more attractive to them than many women. The guy who was knocked out was quickly robbed by the second wave of looting. Some sneaky young men stripped him of all his valuables, leaving only a thin pair of underwear. Then he was thrown into the alley, and almost no one cared about him anymore. Soren was quite used to this place. The chaos in front of him was nothing at all. If there was a murder in the Underdark, as long as no one saw it and no clues were left, it was not a murder. Almost no one would care about it. The chaos here was just child's play. At least everyone was quite restrained and would not easily kill people. The managers here did not want too many deaths. There were a large number of criminals in Port Tylon. As long as they were not wanted, recognized, and reported, they were legal civilians. So there were a lot of pirates here. This was a port second only to the City of Wealth for selling stolen goods. Because of the incident in the City of Wealth, this place was much more prosperous than before. Soren looked up at the sky. Port Tylon had a sea temple, which was a temple to serve the sea goddess. There were many such temples in the coastal areas. Pirates, villains, sea creatures, and so on. They mainly believed in the Lord of Storms and the sea goddess. The relationship between these two gods was quite complicated. They were both chaotic and evil, but they were full of competition between each other. From time to time, they would fight. These two gods fought once hundreds of years ago, so their relationship was relatively cold recently. However, the possibility of them hooking up again was not ruled out. The hotel Soren found was very expensive. It cost 15 Kindler a night, but it was also very safe because there were two resolute female warriors standing at the door. This was a hotel owned by the Amazons as a post station for their stronghold. No one dared to make trouble here, even the guards did not dare to check. These women were barbaric and unreasonable. Whether it was a guest or a guard, as long as they dared to break the rules here, they were their enemies. There was a large basement under the hotel. Soren could feel it when he walked on the floor. There were also traces of magic traps nearby. There were at least 3 high-grade professions here. He entered the room quietly and then put the sleeping Vivian on the bed. Soren was going to the sea temple to try his luck. If the other party was willing to remove the energy absorption spell for him, it would not be a problem even if he had to pay a little more. The effect of the energy drain spell on his body was too unbearable. The hotel was very safe. People who had been overseas knew how strong the Amazons were. Among the 3 pirate kings on the Soros Islands, the Amazons accounted for half of them. These women were very favored by the Storm Lord, and the sea goddess also liked these fierce female warriors. When Soren walked out of the door, a woman came up the stairs from the corner. It seemed that she had just come out of the basement. It was a wild woman, playing with a strange dagger in her hand. It seemed that it was not a weapon but a torture instrument. The other party was stained with a lot of blood and a little bit of flesh, but it was all someone else's. After seeing Soren, she said calmly, "Guest? Don't worry. I just dealt with a guy who did not follow the rules." She seemed to notice Soren's appearance and the power contained in his thin body. This made her eyes light up slightly. She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. She said as if she was teasing him, "Do you need some pleasant service? We have the most difficult to tame horses here. Maybe with your appearance, they will be happy to provide service for free. Of course, you have to be able to satisfy them. Otherwise, they will throw you out of the bed." Speaking of this, she smiled inexplicably and moved her eyes to Soren's lower body. Soren seemed to be a little silent. Sure enough, the Amazons were as fierce as ever. On the noisy street, Soren walked forward with his whole body covered in a cloak. He did not have a good impression of Amazonian women, especially their attitude of treating men as mating tools. There were two kinds of females with the worst attitudes in the world. The first was the drows, and the second was the Amazonian women. If you didn't have eyes and spent money to seek pleasure from them, you would eventually find that you were the one being played. Moreover, if you didn't have enough fighting power, they would look at you with a look of pity and contempt. Soren's combat power was beyond doubt. He could even deal with the most depraved and evil drows in the Underdark. Naturally, he would not be at a disadvantage against these Amazonian female warriors. However, these women were too arrogant. If your strength was not as high as theirs, they could ride on you for most of the night. In the end, you would feel that it was not you who was F*king her, but she who was F*king you. Please forgive Soren for being too vulgar, but in fact, these women were so difficult to deal with. It was best to keep a distance from them. Moreover, Amazonian women were known for being ruthless. One moment, they would blend with you, and the next moment, as long as there was a conflict of interest, they would kill you in the next moment. The view of ordinary women should never be used on them. The night in Port Tylon was not peaceful. Soren shuttled through the crowd and occasionally saw some very dangerous people. These were the guys who were involved in the smuggling trade. They had a variety of goods, including human species. The indigenous people were part of the smuggling trade. Women and children were sold to the slave black market, and men could be sent to work in the mines. The indigenous people of the Soros Islands had never stopped fighting with them. The hustle and bustle in the tavern lasted until dawn. Every day, there would be unlucky fellows who would be robbed or lose their lives here. It was quieter near the temple. People's fear of the evil gods was more real than their love for the good gods. No one dared to make trouble near the temple of the sea goddess, unless they were tired of living. On the contrary, before they passed by the sea temple, they would offer a prayer to the sea goddess to protect them from disaster. The goddess of ocean was a very vengeful god. As long as you dared not to make a sacrifice this year, she would dare to set off a huge wave and send sea monsters to kill a fleet next year. If the anger in her heart was not appeased, this disaster would last for a long time. Even the pirates had to make a nominal sacrifice every year, holding a relatively large deity offering ceremony. There were almost no guards in front of the temple. However, the sea temple was connected to the underground sea. The temple was surrounded by a bottomless pool. There were sea monsters with a monster level of 16 or so. If they dared to mess around, there would be tentacles that would pull them into the water. Many of the corpses produced in Port Tylon every year were fed to these monsters through the sewers. Occasionally, giant sharks could be seen. In the center was a statue of a goddess. It was a statue of a goddess that looked quite evil. Her hair was like seaweed, and there were dark tattoos on her face. Her arms were white and slender, but there were scales on her abdomen. Her legs were very slender and powerful. She was wearing a light blue dress like seaweed. In her hand was the artifact, Drowned Death, which was a very powerful trident. At the feet of the sea goddess was a giant great white shark. She loved the shark people in the sea species. These monsters were her most devout servants. Soren bowed slightly to the guard in front of the temple. After stating his purpose, he was soon taken into the temple. There was a strange blue light in the temple. The walls were carved with the waves of the sea. Under the light, it was as beautiful as the flowing sea. The guard quickly left the hall. Soren did not dare to move around. He stayed quietly in place because the temple was a very dangerous place. There were faint traces of moisture on the ground. Soren saw a sea flowing through the temple, and then penetrating into the ground from the corner of the temple. Then there was a faint fishy smell. It was the smell of sea creatures. Human. A somewhat evil magnetic voice sounded. A female creature with seaweed hair, light blue skin, and 4 arms appeared at the back of the temple. Her lower body was a bit like the tail of a huge sea snake. She frowned and came to the front of the temple. She stared at Soren with cold eyes and said slowly, "The guard said that you want to seek help from the great sea goddess?" Naga Siren. One of the ancient sea creatures. It had some kind of blood relationship with the snake demons. Yes. Soren humbly lowered his head to express his awe. He said in a deep voice, I have been hurt by some terrible spells. I want to ask the priest of the sea goddess to help me eliminate the evil power in my body. There was a faint light in the eyes of the Naga siren. After looking at Soren, she slowly said, negative energy? Energy absorption damage? Is it a vampire? Or a dark species? Or other spells? Energy absorption damage was not only a legendary spell. High-grade vampires could also use negative energy to erode the enemy. It's energy absorption. Soren did not hide anything. He said in a deep voice, I have been hit by energy absorption. My power has been sealed. The negative energy is still in my body. The Naga siren showed a hint of surprise and said slowly, energy absorption? Human. It seems that your strength is not bad. Soren was not dead after being hit by a legendary spell. Naturally, his strength was not bad. Moreover, he did not look very weak. This meant that even if he was hit by energy absorption, he still retained the strength of a second-grade warrior. The Naga siren was silent for a moment. The temple would provide services to others, but they had to pay a price. The most common price was to offer money. All temples needed a lot of money to maintain. The sea goddess did not have so many concerns. Even if the evil pirates were incomparably evil, her priests would also provide help. However, this kind of help depended on the degree. A legendary spell like energy absorption must be cast with a high-level restoration spell. This was not a small price for the priests. They might even be weak for a while. Her eyes flashed a ray of light, and she said in a low voice, human. The sea goddess is willing to help anyone, but you have to pay the corresponding price. Soren nodded gently, then took out a large number of kindler and a large number of gems. In this situation, he had to show his sincerity first. Soren got a lot of things in the City of Wealth. The things he took out now were probably worth close to 8,000 kindler. In order to let the other party cast a high-level restoration spell, he had to pay a lot of money. Moreover, the priests of evil gods were naturally more expensive than the priests of good gods. If they were not believers or had other contributions, they might have to pay more than 50% more wealth. Not enough. The Naga siren shook her head gently. Her more than 2 meters tall body swam in front of Soren. A faint blue light appeared in her eyes. She slowly said, the power of this spell not only hurt your body, but also weakened your soul. This little contribution can't repair the soul. Weak soul. Soren seemed to think of something. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, my respect for the sea goddess is unquestionable. How much do I have to pay to ask your excellency to remove the negative energy in my body? Just give me a little time, and I will find a way to get enough wealth to contribute. The Naga siren seemed to be thinking. The temple had its rules, and they were not providing help without a bottom line. If it was just a normal healing spell, she would not have to do it. However, such high-level spells could not be used indiscriminately because it would consume the divine power gathered by the temple. The high-level restoration spell could save a dying person. Missing arms and legs could be regrown. Even if there was only a head, as long as the person was not dead, they could be saved. The cost of this kind of spell was naturally high, and legendary priests would use it carefully. Human. A strange light appeared in the eyes of the Naga siren, and then her expression became a little cruel. She slowly said, if you want to get the help of the goddess, you must contribute to the goddess. I can help you remove the spell on your body, but you must do something for the goddess. Soren's heart skipped a beat, but he slowly said, what is it? The sea goddess was an evil god. This kind of task was definitely not a good thing. However, Soren did not hesitate. The Naga siren looked at him. After a moment, there was a trace of anger and cruelty on her face. She said in a deep voice, recently, a group of people have left the faith of the sea goddess. They no longer revere the sea goddess. This group of people have offered the sacrifice ceremony that originally belonged to the sea goddess to the Storm Lord. This group of people must be punished. They must pay the price of betraying the sea goddess. The voice of the Naga siren was like a rumbling thunder. She said with an angry expression, I want you to kill them. Kill all of them. Leave no one alive. This group of sad mortals will remember the majesty and anger of the sea goddess. They will understand the price of betraying the sea goddess. Bring me the head of their leader. Not only do you not have to pay any wealth, but you can also get the reward of the sea goddess. Human. Do you agree? Although it's dangerous, it's worth it. Right? You should have the strength to deal with those guys. I will also help you. Don't try to deceive me, and don't try to deceive the sea goddess. If you violate the contract, the sea goddess' anger will come to you. Just because she no longer believed in the sea goddess, she had to kill her former believers. This was indeed the sea goddess style. Although it was possible to offend the Storm Church, Soren nodded without hesitation and said in a deep voice, "Yes. I'll kill them all." The Naga siren showed a cruel smile and slowly said, "Very good. Follow me to the back of the temple. I will help you remove the spell on your body, and then restore your weak soul. Remember what you promised. This is the contract with the sea goddess." The other party was using him as a knife. Soren had guessed this from the beginning, but there was no free lunch in the world, and there were not many choices for him. To put it even more harshly, being used proved that you had value. If you didn't even have value, the other party probably wouldn't even give you such a chance. Although the relationship between the sea goddess and the Storm Lord was very competitive, she would never directly attack the followers of the Storm Lord. Therefore, the Sea Temple would not directly attack the target they wanted to kill. This could lead to a disaster. No one would want to expand the incident into a war between the two temples, or further escalate into a war between the two gods. The Naga Siren priests followed the teachings of the sea goddess and punished the followers who betrayed their faith. This was a very important test. If she ignored it, the sea goddess might even punish her and deprive her of her power. But if she went too far and started a war between the Sea Temple and the Storm Temple, then the sea goddess might be angry and even punish her and deprive her of her power. This was where the high-grade evil priests were in trouble. Sometimes they even had to pray for the will of the gods because the consequences would be more serious if they made a wrong decision. Behind the Sea Temple, Soren entered the blue sea naked. It was a clear pool, and the sea water came out of nowhere. The holy water provided by the Sea Temple was the taste of the sea water. The pool in front of him might be the place where the holy water was transformed. The cold sea water submerged his chest. Soren felt a warmth after the initial cold. It felt like he was soaking in amniotic fluid, like an embryo returning to the mother's body. It seemed that the speculation of the outside world was not wrong. The sea goddess really touched the divinity of life, and even extended the doctrine that life was originally born from the sea. However, life at least needed to be in the neutral camp. Soren had never heard of a god of life in the chaotic camp. It seemed that if the sea goddess wanted to further expand the domain of life, she must forcibly restrict her behavior and at least shift her camp to the neutral evil position. Only then could she become the god of life that evil creatures believed in. The Storm Lord and the Sea Goddess were very interesting. The relationship between these two gods was intense, and they were once very close. Later, they also fought. Even after the Goddess of Ocean got involved in the domain of life, the Lord of Storms also got involved in the domain of life. Because the Lord of Storms had mastered the divine domain of thunder and lightning, he actually accepted one of the research materials of the Arcane Empire and developed it into the doctrine that the most primitive life was born in the lightning storm. He also wanted to extend a trace of the domain of life with this. However, it seemed like he had failed. Actually, it was quite normal when one thought about it. The gods of life in the past were all goddesses. Even if they were not beautiful, they were full of motherly aura. Who would be willing to accept a rough, muscular, crazy, and violent man as a god of life? But it seemed that the Storm Lord had not given up. This was because he seemed to have given up part of his priesthood in the past few hundred years and cultivated one of his daughters. As the second god of the Storm realm, she was the daughter of Storm who had many believers among the Amazon female warriors. She was mainly known as the Goddess of Storm to outsiders. The priesthood she was in charge of included women, life and children, but it was limited to tropical rainforest areas. Perhaps this was also the reason why the relationship between the Storm Lord and the Goddess of Ocean had deteriorated further, because the Goddess of Ocean had mastered the domain of life in the ocean. The struggle would not happen for no reason. Even the existence of chaos and evil would not be bored enough to fight with a dangerous enemy. There must be a deeper meaning and conflict of interest. Both the Storm Lord and the Goddess of Ocean wanted to go further. They were already great divine powers, and the possibility of going further was very low, unless they suddenly mastered some extremely powerful domain of priesthood. Therefore, after a long period of silence, the two gods both embarked on the same path, which was to create their own god system. The Lord of Storm intended to create the Storm god system, while the Goddess of Ocean intended to expand the Ocean god system. In this way, they were all at the level of the great divine powers, and they were already qualified to try to reach the level of greater divine power. As a result, the two gods who were once close to each other almost became enemies. A little bit of blue light emerged, followed by the low singing voice of the Naga siren. It was very difficult to cast high-level magic, especially healing magic, which required a certain price. In order to expel the negative energy erosion in Soren's body and repair his weak soul at the same time, she had to cast a high-level restoration spell. Even if the king asked to cast this spell, it was not so easy. In order to completely heal Soren's injuries, the Naga siren priest had to draw on the divine power that had been accumulated in the temple for a long time. Otherwise, she would have to replace Soren's life with her own life force. This was the reason why legendary priests could only live for 200 or 300 years at most. The power of a priest came from the divine power, and in the end, they still had to return to the kingdom of the gods. The warm sea water washed the whole body. Soren's skin began to shed as if it had been purified from head to toe. Traces of black substance seeped out of his pores. This was just the beginning. Under the gentle divine power of the sea, all the hidden injuries on Soren's body were healed. The scars on his back and chest gradually disappeared. Any diseases, injuries, and hidden injuries on his body were completely healed. Soren's body was being purified, approaching his peak state of 100%. This effect was even more exaggerated than the bloodline purification ceremony. The bloodline purification ceremony only strengthened the life force and stimulated the latent ability, while the high-level restoration spell restored the person to their current peak state. Soren's naked body stood up in the sea. His skin had become white and tough, and all the injuries had been completely healed. The internal organs that had been injured were as if they had been reborn, and all the hidden injuries had completely disappeared. At the same time, there seemed to be a trace of satisfaction in the depths of his heart. There was a feeling of being tired for a long time and finally having a good rest. A row of data appeared. You have been affected by the effect of greater restoration. All your injuries have been healed. The effect of energy drain has been removed. The effect of weakened soul has been removed. The recovery of the body has been completed. The effect of weakened soul has been removed. You have recovered the legendary skill, Omnipotent Hands. Omnipotent Hands, legendary skill. The legendary thief has extremely dexterous hands. When performing any profession-related test, an additional +5 test bonus will be obtained. At the same time, when using any weapon in battle, the thief will automatically master the weapon ability above the level of proficiency. In theory, the Omnipotent Hands can also use any item. Whether it is the divine weapon of the gods or some weapons and equipment with specific restrictions, the Omnipotent Hands can easily use them. There was a trace of tiredness on the face of the Naga siren priest. She stared coldly at Soren, who stood up from the pool. Her expression was ruthless and cold. She slowly said, "Human. Remember what you promised. Otherwise, the Goddess of Ocean will also take back everything that is given to you today." Soren stopped. He looked at his naked body and smiled. He then bowed slightly to show respect and said, "I will remember the contract I promised the Sea Goddess. Those who betray her faith will be punished. Merciless punishment. If those who betrayed their faith were not punished, the foundation of the Sea Goddess believers would be affected." This was a very serious matter. So even if the Sea Temple could not directly attack the Storm Lord, as the priests of the Sea Goddess, they had to find a way to kill those who betrayed their faith. Soren was the killer they needed. Even if anyone could guess that the Sea Temple was behind this, as long as the people of the Sea Temple did not directly attack, the priests of the Storm Lord could not turn against them. There was a trace of killing intent in Soren's eyes. Although he knew that he might make the followers of the Storm Lord angry, he did not care so much. There was no way to survive in the Outer Islands if he was afraid of everything. Soren put on the clothes he took off one by one. The Naga siren looked at him coldly. After Soren put on everything, she slowly said, "Come with me. I will tell you all the information about those who betrayed their faith, and then I will prepare some useful things for you. There are also pirates secretly supported by the temple in Port Tylon. They will help you when you need them. But you must remember one thing. Betrayers are the most hated thing by the sea goddess. You must kill them all. You must not leave a single one alive. Remember. You must not leave any alive. Otherwise, the sea goddess may be dissatisfied." The Naga siren repeated the words "not leaving any alive" several times in a row. It seemed that she had a clear understanding of the character of the sea goddess. This was the style of the evil gods. Soren was not surprised by this. He nodded silently and said, "I know. Don't leave any alive. No matter men or women, old or young, there is no mercy and mercy. Those who betray their faith must pay with their lives." The Naga siren finally showed a smile. She looked at Soren with satisfaction, as if she appreciated his coldness at the moment. Her voice softened a little and said, "The enemy is a little tricky, but it is not impossible. There are a lot of them, so you may need a little strategy. Look. This is their list. Some of them will sail at sea soon. This is a good opportunity. Maybe you can sneak in and kill them all." "How did you know that I overslept today?" "The second part is worse." Outside the sea temple, Soren's figure came out of the darkness. There was an emblem in his palm, which was given to him by the Naga siren before he left. This was an extraordinary item with a special function. At the same time, it was also a prop to order the pirates controlled by the temple to assist him. This was a hidden special emblem. There were no characteristics of the sea temple on it. It was just engraved with a little jellyfish-like rune. Before leaving, the Naga siren leaned over and kissed Soren's forehead. At the same time, she whispered a sentence in the sea language. This was a blessing ceremony. It was not similar to the blessing of the misfortune goddess, but a weaker version of a temporary blessing. It was said that after being kissed on the forehead by the priest of the sea goddess, even if you encounter fierce sea monsters after entering the sea, they may not attack you. This kind of blessing had no attribute bonus, unless it was an official blessing of the sea goddess. That kind of blessing was the real blessing. You would not encounter storms and waves in the sea. It did not matter if you encountered them. The sea would hold up your ship and protect you and your servants. The sea monsters would stay away from you, ignore you, and never take the initiative to attack you. Even to a certain extent, after meeting certain conditions, you could also order those sea monsters in the name of the sea goddess. At present, one of the 3 pirate kings of the Soros Islands could control sea monsters. If the Naga siren did not kiss Soren, he would immediately be attacked by the giant octopus in the pond outside. But now, if he jumped in, the giant octopus would only ignore him. In the future, if he encountered sharks or sea monsters in the sea, these sea creatures may ignore him. This was the blessing of the sea priest. Generally, this kind of blessing could only be obtained after a god sacrifice ceremony or after a large amount of money was offered. This was a temporary blessing, which could last for about a week. The emblem that Soren got was special. It was an extraordinary item with permanent spells. It was the kind of item that hardly increased combat power, but sometimes it was very useful. Item type, drowned emblem, incomplete item, item grade, rare, grade 2, item description, this is a special emblem ornament. The priest of the goddess of ocean permanently imprinted the spell, underwater breathing, on it. When wearing this equipment, no creature would die from drowning. It also had a special ability that could help the wearer go deeper into the sea and reduce the effects of the deep sea on the wearer. The emblem seemed to be a part of an item. It was obvious that it had once been embedded in a piece of equipment. Prerequisites, non-equipment effect, permanent, underwater breathing, spell. The wearer can breathe in any water environment. Special effects, toughness in deep sea areas +2, diving ability increased, resistance to special sea environment +2. In the shadow of the night. Soren frowned and played with the emblem of the drowned. For some reason, he felt that the pattern on it was a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Things that could leave an impression on him were not simple, especially things near the sea. In his memory, there were high-grade legendary items near the Soros Islands. He just didn't know if the emblem in his hand had anything to do with that item. It was obviously a part of an item, and Soren couldn't tell if there were no other parts. If it was really a part of that item, it was worth Soren's risk to try. Because the power of that item was almost comparable to an artifact. It could also summon a legendary deep-sea monster at a critical moment. That thing was simply heaven-defying at sea. To put it more exaggeratedly, he could kill a pirate king's fleet by himself. Soren was full of energy. He didn't even have the thought of sleeping. So he didn't rush back to the inn. Instead, he tested his ability a little. He held a kindler between his fingers. The kindler rolled on his fingertips at an astonishing speed. In the end, it almost turned into a shadow. When he clenched his hand, the kindler had disappeared and emerged from his other hand. It was beyond the limit of the retina, even Soren himself couldn't see his own small and swift movements. The dexterity of his hands was almost comparable to the top magicians in his previous life. And this was only a part of the legendary skill, Omnipotent Hands. Of course, the test was more than that. Soren still couldn't test the Omnipotent Hand's ability to use any equipment, so he could only try to improve his thief skills after his recovery ability. In theory, with the Omnipotent Hands, even if the thief skill wasn't very high, it could reach the level of a thief. Because the dexterity of his hands was so high, the dexterity bonus it could provide was more amazing than the skill points. Looks like I've recovered my dagger skills. The dagger in Soren's hand left a trail of afterimages, then disappeared into the black silk glove. His best weapon was the curved sword, but it was a combat weapon. Soren's second best weapon was the dagger. Not only was it useful in combat, but it could also be used in many other ways. For example, the scene in front of him. 2 patrolling guards walked past Soren. A cold light flashed in his hand. His fingers instantly turned into a blur, and then he brushed past them as if nothing had happened. The distance between them increased by 50 meters. A money pouch appeared in Soren's hand. He lightly weighed it in his hand, then put it away. The patrolling guard was still walking forward. He didn't even know when the inner lining of his clothes had been cut open, and when the money pouch hanging on his waist had been stolen. His outer leather armor was still intact, but the inner lining near the money pouch had been cut open. If he hadn't suddenly remembered something, or if someone else had reminded him, he probably wouldn't have realized that he had been robbed until he finished patrolling. Sure enough, the Omnipotent Hands is the best choice for a thief. What Soren cared about was not the money at all, nor the Omnipotent Hand's ability to steal. The patrolling guards were all close to grade 2 professions. Just now, he was able to quietly cut a hole in the guards' clothes. If Soren wanted to, he could also silently use the dagger to instantly pierce their kidneys, then cause them to bleed profusely, and then die in a short period of time. He didn't even need to use stealth, he could directly injure or even kill the target before they could react. This was the bonus of being the first to attack. Although there was no specific data, the bonus of 5 points for being the first to attack seemed to exist. Soren's speed was much faster than other people. Among all the melee professions, rogues were the fastest to attack. Even monks couldn't compare to them. Monks were better at short bursts of continuous attacks. Soren returned to the hotel. It was late at the moment, but there were still many people in the hotel's lobby. When Soren opened the door, the Amazonian women who were drinking in the lobby looked up. One of them seemed to be the strong woman who fought in the tavern during the day. She seemed to be mocking how she beat up the group of men today, and then beat them up until they were all listless. The other party spoke in an Amazonian dialect, and Soren basically couldn't understand. He could only guess the meaning from the vague words. One of the women was the executioner who molested Soren today. She had changed her clothes now. The other party was wearing clothes similar to a battle group, but the outside armor was removed. Inside was a leather shirt, and half of her full breasts could be seen. The Amazonian women were relatively strong, and belonged to the kind of women full of wildness. Their breasts were not as soft as other women, but they were definitely firm and full of elasticity. This group of women only had muscles left. Basically, all the women in front of him had more obvious muscle contours on their arms. They were not as exaggerated as bodybuilders, but they were definitely stronger than ordinary men's arms. the average strength of the Amazonian women was about 14 to 16 points. In other words, although the muscles on this group of women were not very exaggerated, most of them had a good bloodline, and their strength was almost higher than Soren's. When she saw Soren, a playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and then she said a few words to the other women in Amazonian dialect. Soren didn't know what she said, but the other women immediately laughed for a while, and then glanced at Soren with a strange playful gaze. Many of them were looking at his lower body, whispering something in their companions' ears with some kind of mischievous smile, and then there was a burst of inexplicable laughter. Soren couldn't help but frown. He was a little dissatisfied with the other party's attitude. Even the female drows knew to respect strong males, and the Amazonian woman in front of him was too unscrupulous. He had to show a little of his strength, or they would think that he was weak and easy to bully. Soren had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. He slowly walked in front of the female executioner, then looked at her, who was slightly drunk, and said slowly, "Are you interested in performing a magic trick with me?" The woman with long dark red hair stood up with interest, as if she was not afraid of Soren at all. "Sure. Are you still a bard?" "Haha. Can you sing? Do you want to sing me a song?" Soren didn't say anything. When the woman in front of him stood up, he suddenly narrowed his eyes, and then a cold light slid through his fingertips, followed by a series of afterimages. When Soren withdrew his fingers and turned to leave, he left a group of stunned Amazonian warriors, and a naked woman with a dazed expression. She seemed to have just sobered up, and she had goosebumps all over her body. She was naked, and the ground under her feet was covered with clothes. They didn't even see clearly that their companion in front of them had been stripped naked. Soren calmly walked to the stairs, and then as if he remembered something, he turned around and said, "Oh. That's right. This magic trick is called stripping." After that, he calmly left. All that was left was a group of female Amazon warriors who had yet to recover from their shock. There was still dead silence in the hall. One of the female Amazons picked up the battle skirt on the ground with a shocked expression. After looking at the neatly cut belt, she murmured, "What a fast speed." How was this a stripping technique? It was simply because the opponent's speed was too fast. Before they could react, he had already stripped off their companion's clothes. And when he cut the belt of the battle skirt and the inner shirt belt, he did not cut the skin of their companion at all. This kind of accuracy and speed was completely incredible to them. The red-haired woman shuddered after Soren stopped, and her whole body was covered with goosebumps. She felt the cold touch of the tip of the sword on her skin, but it did not directly cut the surface of the skin. This was a skill that they could not understand at all. An Amazon woman with long brown hair took a deep breath and slowly said, "What a powerful rogue. Report him to the higher-ups and receive him carefully. We don't need to offend this kind of person. He may be useful in the future." Strength was the only way to gain respect. Even the female Amazons who liked to suppress males to inflate their ego knew that they should respect men who were strong enough. These women were despicable. If you didn't let them understand what strength was, these women would always look at you with contempt. If the drows were the killers among the females, then the Amazons were the hooligans among the females. To deal with this kind of woman, you should whip them when you need to, and slap them in the face when you need to. Otherwise, they would be even more unscrupulous. Only when you show your strength, these women will give you the respect you deserve. On the stairs, Soren put away his palm, and there was a playful smile on his mouth. He seemed to be talking to himself. "I finally got back some of the feeling of the past, but I don't know when I can reach the level where the legendary blade master used a straight blade to block bullets in the Battle of Golems, but the distance should not be too far, right? When I was at my peak, I should be able to remove the other party's clothes and shave her lower body hair as well. It seems that there is still a big gap." Soren certainly did not have such peak skills now. Shaving would definitely cut the target's skin. Legendary skill. Any ability with the legendary mark was definitely not simple, let alone the specialty of a rogue. After Soren recovered his omnipotent hands ability, although his profession level was only around grade 3, his real combat power could reach the level of grade 4 or above. As long as he took one more step forward, he estimated that he would be able to reach the strength of a quasi-legendary tier at the 4th step. The speed of his strength improvement would be much faster than in the past. It was a pity that he didn't have the evasion intuition ability, and he didn't have the triple evasion ability stacking. In the end, he still couldn't reach his peak strength. Instinctive dodge. Without superior perception, how could he master the dodge intuition ability? Soren frowned and thought for a moment. Then, he slowly pushed open the door. After taking a glance at the scene in the room, he immediately closed the door and quickly walked towards Vivian. The scene in front of him was a little frightening. Vivian's petite body was floating about 3 feet above the bed. She was wearing a black princess dress, and her hair was gently dancing in the wind. There were obviously other things floating around her, such as tables, chairs, wooden stools, accessories, and so on. Her divine power was out of control. This was not the first time Soren had seen it. Sometimes the little girl would inexplicably fly when she was sleeping at night. Sometimes even Soren might fly, and sometimes it would cause damage. However, when Soren was by her side, the number of times she lost control of her divine power was obviously much less. There seemed to be an invisible energy field in the room. Soren put all the suspended things back on the ground, then reached out and hugged Vivian's small body in his arms. The little girl was still sleeping, but she seemed to be able to perceive the outside world. Her expression became soft, and her breathing gradually became stable. She was actually conscious and perceptive. It was just that Soren couldn't be sure why she was sleeping. The last time she slept like this for a long time, she didn't wake up until a certain time. Give me a little more time. Soren reached out and hugged Vivian's small body in his arms, then leaned over and kissed her forehead, and slowly said, I still don't have the confidence to completely suppress the divinity of fear. I need some time to prepare. It won't take too long, I promise. Soren got up and covered the sleeping little girl with a blanket, then sat next to her and stroked her long hair. The invisible energy field around them gradually dissipated, and everything seemed to have returned to normal. Soren silently took out a scroll and looked at it. From time to time, he would look at the sky outside. Since he had agreed to the request of the sea priest, he had to do it. Otherwise, he might be cursed by the sea goddess. The other party didn't give him a long time, and Soren wasn't interested in wasting too much time. It was a group of merchants who betrayed their faith, and behind them was the Duchess of the Principality of Rossard. Soren had heard of this woman. Not only was she beautiful, but he had also heard of her amazing wealth and her extremely vicious heart. It was said that the old Duke of the Principality of Rossard was poisoned to death by her. Of course, this was only a rumor. But now, she was the ruler of the duchy. She was the third wife of the old duke. The old duke's sons had all been killed by her, one by one. Now, only the little princess was left. The reason why Soren remembered this woman was that many people called her a Wu Zetian character, and a lot more ruthless. Later on, this woman launched a war against the other principalities, and almost unified the southwest countries. She came from an ancient sorcerer family, and had a very deep background. It seemed that sorcerer families could easily cultivate people with strange temperaments. Maybe it was because they had to step into many forbidden areas in order to maintain the purity of their bloodline. This woman was not simple. She had been desperately accumulating wealth, and at the same time secretly recruited many adventurers from the evil faction. The reason why the merchants betrayed their faith was very simple, and that was for more benefits. Although the goddess of ocean could bless their ships to sail on the sea, she could not bring more benefits. This group of people changed their faith to the Lord of Storms because they wanted to open up a trade route in the tropical rainforest area, and strengthen the trade cooperation with the rainforest area through the faith of the Lord of Storms. They needed the gold of the Soros Islands. As long as the faith of the Lord of Storms opened the way, they could trade with any town or tribe on the Soros Islands that believed in the Lord of Storms. After all, the sea goddess' faith on land was definitely not as strong as the Lord of Storms. The Lord of Storms also had the ability to protect the ships at sea, so that his believers could avoid the damage of the storm, and at the same time, use the divine imprint to deter the sea monsters. All of this was for more benefits. However, they probably did not expect the sea goddess to retaliate so soon. The other party betrayed their faith during this period of time, and the opportunity to betray their faith might be because they lost contact with the gods during this period of time. If the sea goddess also fell asleep, they might be able to escape punishment and anger. However, they obviously underestimated the revenge of the goddess believers. The night was getting darker. Soren put away the file and glanced at Vivian. He leaned over and kissed her on the cheek, and then said, "I'll be back soon." After that, he turned and opened the window, and then quietly left. Shortly after Soren left, Vivian's petite body floated up again. The window that was closed before he left trembled slightly, and then objects floated up to a height of 3 feet. The whole room was once again shrouded by an invisible force. If Gloria was here, she would find everything so familiar. It was because she lost control of her divine power that she opened an energy shield to isolate Vivian's power. The suspended objects were slowly flying, and Vivian's petite body gradually floated to the center. Under the bright moonlight, Soren moved closer to the port. The caravan controlled by the Duchess was very powerful, and there might be high-grade wizards in it. She owned a lot of minerals and had been secretly smuggling arms, slaves, food, and so on. She controlled the power of the Principality of Rossard, but all the profits from the trade fell into her private pocket. The internal finances of the Principality were still tight. There were rumors that the army of the Principality of Rossard was not as strong as her personal guards. Soren was not very clear about her strength. He only knew that she had 5 private legions under her name. No one had seen her fight, but some guessed that she was a dragon disciple. The port was very quiet. At this time almost everyone was asleep. Soren moved along the shadows and gradually approached the location of the target chamber of commerce. The other party had 7 large ships, and the number of sailors and guards was more than 500 people. This was a tricky task. 5 of the ships had already set off after the last sacrifice of the gods, and the ones left in Port Tylon were other people. Soren's first goal was to kill these people, completely destroy their stronghold, and then kill them all when the others came back. The pirates under the control of the Sea Temple had spread out, and as soon as the fleet came back, he would receive the news immediately. There were guards standing guard at the Chamber of Commerce's station. Soren quietly crept over, and then a cold light flashed, and a body with its throat cut was gently placed on the ground by him. Soren gently landed on the roof with his curved swords, and then smeared the venom of the wyvern on the swords. Then he loaded the crossbow one by one, and then put the throwing swords into the Battlemaster gloves. With a light leap, he landed in the courtyard. Then, he slipped back into the shadows and quietly approached the patrolling guards. He did not alarm anyone. This was just an appetizer, and the real hunt had just begun. Under the cold moonlight, 2 guards of the Rossad Chamber of Commerce were patrolling. Because the Chamber of Commerce had stored a lot of goods, the security here had always been very tight. It was quite tiring at this time. 2 guards of the caravan were chatting, talking about which house in Port Tylon had the prettiest prostitutes. Basically, starting from middle age, these people who relied on force to make a living would turn to more stable jobs. The caravan went out to sea with some young guards, and the more mature ones were used to stay behind and guard because they had more experience. The shadow in the darkness twisted. The older guard, who might be in his 40s, stopped in his tracks. His intuition was strong after a long time of fighting, and he almost immediately wanted to pull out his weapon. Unfortunately, it was too late. A scimitar with a cold gleam pierced through his back, almost coming out of his body. Then, another scimitar swung towards the person next to him, chopping off his head on the spot and breaking it in half. Because he used his left hand, Soren did not directly cut off the head. He only cut off the neck bone, and there was still a piece of flesh attached to the neck. The whole bloody head was hanging on the back, and it would be cut off by another 3 centimeters. Blood gushed out in large amounts. Soren raised his leg to support the fallen body with a cold expression, avoiding the obvious sound of collision. He gently pulled out the curved sword, and then dragged the 2 bodies to the corner. So far, he had not found enough enemies to threaten him. The enemies he had killed so far were at grade 3. Except for a more troublesome trap near the warehouse, most of the people had fallen asleep. Many of them were strong ordinary people, and the main force of the caravan seemed to have gone out to sea. Soren had killed 26 people. The smell of blood in the air had become much stronger. If someone woke up, they might be discovered. There was not much time left for him. The cold killing intent was gathering little by little. Every time he killed an enemy, the cold light in Soren's eyes condensed. He had no mercy in his heart. After quietly entering a room, he immediately waved his sword and killed the 5 people sleeping inside. One of them seemed to have woken up, but before he could react, a cold light had already chopped off his head. Soren quietly sheathed his sword and retreated. The courtyard was quite large, and he had to kill the other targets as soon as possible. Who? The smell of blood was getting stronger and stronger, and it finally alerted the experts in the Chamber of Commerce. In the backyard, a fierce-looking man suddenly opened his eyes and picked up the weapon beside the bed. He pushed open the door and looked around. He immediately let out a loud shout. Then, a chaotic sound rang out nearby. Following that, a dozen men holding swords and weapons rushed out with disheveled clothes. This man seemed to be an important figure in the Chamber of Commerce. The others gathered around him. At the same time, he ordered, "Enemy invasion! Wake the others up!" The shadow behind him twisted. An inexplicable chill made all the hairs on his body stand on end, and he couldn't help but feel stiff. When he lowered his head to look at his chest, a machete had already pierced through his heart. The bone-piercing chill seeped into his blood vessels, and he could see wisps of frost appearing on the wound. Soren didn't cover his face. Since he wanted to kill all the targets, there was no need for him to cover his face. After finishing off the warrior who was about grade 3, Soren raised his finger and shot out a wave of arcane missiles. A thug who couldn't react in time was instantly hit in the head. His nose was directly blown off, and the center of his face was caved in. This was just an ordinary person. Maybe it was a warrior who had just advanced. Such an enemy couldn't even take one hit from him. Brute strength. Although he killed the leader of the Chamber of Commerce in one hit, the number of people alone still gave the other guards a little courage. Obviously, someone wanted to sound the alarm bell, but unfortunately, he was shot dead by Soren's crossbow. Omnipotent hands enhanced his accuracy, and he shot the enemy in the head on the spot. Soren pulled out his other curved sword and dashed toward the dozen or so guards in front of him. He leaped up and stepped on the roof beam, causing the beam to tremble. In an instant, his curved sword slashed through the air and slit the throats of 2 of the guards. A trace of fear spread. Obviously, many people were frightened, and at the same time, some wanted to escape and ask for help. Soren's expression was quite cold. He directly rushed toward the enemies who were 10 times his number, and then blood splattered in the sky, and broken limbs fell to the ground. After a minute and a half, Soren sheathed his sword. Behind him were 12 corpses, with their throats cut. There was a scream of horror in the dark, which alarmed the other chambers of commerce nearby, but it seemed that no one dared to come over. The smell of blood in the air had become very strong. Soren took out the crossbow expressionlessly and shot the target, who screamed. There were not many living people left. He glanced around coldly, then lit a torch and threw it directly toward the warehouse. The mission given by the Naga Siren priest was to kill all of them. He did not have much time to clean up the battlefield. He could only pick up some valuable things and take them away, then kill the rest of the targets. This was only the first clearing point. He had to burn the ships in the port later. It must be done within half an hour, otherwise, the guards of Port Tylon may be dispatched. Although he was helping the Sea Temple deal with the betrayers, it was not suitable to fight directly with the guards. Port Tylon, the port. Soren threw the corpse with its throat cut into the sea, and then jumped to the surface of the sea. He jumped from a height of more than 10 meters, but he did not fall into the sea. Instead, he jumped directly on the surface of the sea, and then jumped 10 meters away as if he was stepping on the ground. This was the power of levitation. This spell was used by wizards to levitate, but for rogues, it had the effect of a top-notch lightness skill. Soren did not need to be completely levitated. He only needed to levitate to transfer the force, and he could complete many super difficult movements. For example, the ability to climb was considered useless by many people. But for Soren, as long as he jumped, he could grab an object with one hand and jump 360 degrees, and a group of enemies below would be stunned. Many basic abilities could not be ignored in battle. Rumble. There was a loud noise, and then 2 large ships turned into a sea of fire. One of them had begun to sink. Soren frowned and looked at the blood all over his body, and then disappeared into the darkness. The first wave of cleansing today had been completed. Presumably, his performance should be able to satisfy the Naga Siren priest because there were almost no survivors tonight. Soren's targets were about to reach 3 digits. Once upon a time, he was also able to dance unparalleled in the crowd. Port Tylon was not calm today. Because people had died last night, and many of them had died. The stronghold of the Rosad Chamber of Commerce near the port was completely wiped out. There were more than 50 people inside, and not a single one was left alive. Most of them had their throats slit. There was almost no trace of resistance throughout the entire process. It was almost a one-sided massacre. Moreover, at dawn, their ship, which was docked near the harbor, caught fire. The sailors on board were either burned to death or had their throats slit. Only a few people who went out to seek pleasure survived, but they were already scared out of their wits, and no one knew where they were hiding. The whole Port Tylon was shaken. Overnight, the name Throat Cutter spread throughout the port, causing many vicious and merciless bastards to tremble. Nearly 100 lives were lost. To be able to kill so many people in one night, it was definitely a quasi-legendary assassin. There was no trace of a large-scale attack at the scene. The killer could be just one person. People with discerning eyes could see that there was the shadow of the sea temple behind this, because the guards of Port Tylon were just cleaning up the mess and had no intention of catching the murderer. The only ones who moved were the followers of the Storm Lord. After all, the group of merchants had converted to the Storm Lord. If they did not do anything, it would definitely dampen the enthusiasm of the followers. People with a little eyesight knew that this was a competition between the two temples. No one would be crazy enough to get involved in such a battle. Because it was too dangerous, the Sea Temple. Soren's figure appeared in the shadows. The Naga Siren had been waiting here for a long time. There was a smile on her dark green face, and she said slowly, "Very good. I am very satisfied with your efficiency. This group of betrayers deserves such a thunderous punishment. You don't have to worry about the other fish that escaped the net. I will arrange for people to kill them. You need to be careful recently. The followers of the Storm Lord seem to be on the move. They are tracking down who killed the group of betrayers. But it doesn't matter too much. The power of the Sea Goddess cannot be underestimated. They will not directly attack you. At most, they will hire some adventurers. I will secretly send people to help you, and the other party will not dare to fight openly. The faith of the goddess has been stabilized. Those who were ready to change their faith have all been honest. It seems that they should understand the consequences of betraying the faith of the Sea Goddess. You come with me. You should be rewarded for your performance last night. I have also prepared some helpers for you. Maybe you are interested in serving the Sea Goddess. Whether it is wealth or power, the Sea Temple can give you what you want. The belief of evil gods did not require love, but only awe and fear from the followers. The Naga Siren priest smiled and led Soren to the back of the hall. It seemed that after killing the first batch of targets, her mood had become better. More importantly, the group of people who were ready to move because of benefits were all honest. Fear could keep faith for a long time. In the future, no matter who wanted to betray the faith of the Sea Goddess, they would have to think about their end today. However, the deterrence last night was not enough. These guys had to be afraid of the consequences of betraying their faith. The killing should not stop. More blood must be used to tell them the price of betraying their faith. The reputation of the Sea Goddess had never been born out of kindness. The Naga Siren priest led Soren down the temple. Soren calmly followed behind. Although he didn't get much slaughter EXP from last night's battle, Soren had obtained a special background ability. That was the advanced assassin ability, Heart of Slaughter. The main force of the Rosad Chamber of Commerce went to the Soros Islands for the arms trade. Most of the people who stayed behind were ordinary sailors and guards. Last night, he encountered 2 professions above grade 3, and the rest were all grade 1 or grade 2 or even ordinary sailors. To the current Soren, all enemies with a profession level of 10, grade 3, and below were simply a one-sided slaughter. Only enemies with a profession level of 15, grade 4, and above could cause him some trouble. Heart of Slaughter, background ability, you have become accustomed to death and blood after killing again and again. Ending a life is not difficult or scary for you. Hundreds of lives have been ended in your hands. You have begun to ignore death. In battle, you will awaken the ability of the Heart of Slaughter. This will make you have no mercy for your enemies. Even spells such as friendly spells will not affect your judgment. Permanent will +1, this was the prerequisite ability of the quasi-legendary ability, Slaughter Instinct. If he mastered the special ability, Slaughter Instinct, Soren would be able to retain his fighting ability unconsciously. For example, after being attacked by spells such as Confusion, Misdirection, Frenzy, and so on, even if Soren couldn't pass the test of spell immunity, his body and will would be controlled by the Slaughter Instinct, and automatically enter the state of killing. This ability was very difficult to train to obtain. Those who could master it were almost all strong people who walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At present, he didn't know how to train to obtain it. Basically, there were very few people who mastered this ability, and no one would announce it. Heart of Slaughter had 2 opportunities to advance. One was the background ability, Slaughterer, and the other was the evil faction's top killing ability, Deathwalker. 100 heads, 500 heads, 1000 heads. These 3 background abilities were independent. That was to say, obtaining the Slaughterer ability would not replace the Heart of Slaughter ability. The 2 background abilities could be stacked. The top killing background ability was Deathwalker. This was actually a legendary level background ability. Although it could improve a lot of abilities, it was also vulnerable to attacks from the good faction. There were actually many corresponding background abilities, such as the good factions, Radiant Messenger, Drolls, Nature's Balancer, and so on. There were actually a lot of background abilities. Many people born in the north were born with the background ability, Northlander, which gave them 1 point bonus in cold resistance and will. There was a fishy smell of seawater in the air. Soren seemed to have smelled something strange and could not help but frown slightly. The Naga Siren priest didn't seem to care. She led Soren all the way into the basement. There were many underground passages inside the sea temple. The interior of the building was completely erected in the sea. There were traces of artificial transformation that extended hundreds of meters underground. The sound of water dripping could be heard. The Naga Siren priest led Soren to a platform. Then she stopped in place and let out a low and strange chant. The seawater in front of them seemed to be boiling. 3 strange creatures gradually appeared in front of Soren, swimming out of the dark blue sea. This is... Soren's expression was a little surprised. He murmured, "This is the aura of the undead." What are they? There were 3 twisted monsters in front of Soren. The first looked a bit like a shark man, but the skin on its body had some traces of decay. There were also shells and seaweed growing out of its flesh. The second creature looked a bit like a Naga Siren, but it only had a pair of arms. It looked similar to the previous one. It seemed to have died, but for some reason, it turned into an undead in the sea. The last one was a cold and evil banshee. Her predecessor should be a ghost, but for some reason, she was transformed into a banshee. Don't be surprised. The Naga Siren priest's mouth showed a hint of pride. She slowly said, "The sea is full of danger and death. The sea goddess also dominates the realm of death in the sea. They are all slaves of the sea goddess. Now they are your helpers." The group of betrayers seems to have drawn in the natives who believe in the storm. It is difficult for you to defeat them alone. So I will send stronger helpers to help you destroy them. Come with me. The Naga Siren priest reached out and grabbed Soren's arm, then opened a portal. The next moment, their figures appeared on a vast sea. Many reefs could be seen nearby, and something could be vaguely seen at the bottom of the sea. There were a large number of sunken ships near the island. This seemed to be an ancient route. Before the trade route of the Soros Islands was completely understood, many ships had hit the reefs and sunk here. Vaguely, there was a whirlpool-like force at the bottom of the sea. Sa. Ah. Mo Luo. The Naga Siren priest sang in a strange tone. It seemed to be some kind of sea language. Even if Soren was a genius, he could not understand the language of the sea species, so he could not even understand the meaning of a word. However, he seemed to find that there was a power in this language. An invisible energy wave shook the sea, and then he could feel an energy field spreading out to a radius of hundreds of meters. One great white shark after another appeared in the vicinity, these huge sea monsters surrounded them in the distance. They were the most common dangerous creatures in the ocean. Small ships could be destroyed by them directly. The sharkman domesticated a lot of great white sharks, some of which could even reach the size of whales. They were some kind of mutated sea monsters that were close to the legendary level of challenge. There seemed to be something moving on the bottom of the sea, followed by waves. Some creatures that looked like Naga sirens but were not Naga sirens appeared. They did not have much breath of living creatures. They looked like corpses that were mixed with marine algae creatures after death. They were a bit like modified ghouls, but they were much stronger than them. Rumble. There was a loud noise on the bottom of the sea, and then a mast broke out of the waves, followed by a very broken but intact ghost ship covered with seaweed and rotten wood. Ghosts appeared on the deck, and then they were sucked into the rotten wood of the ship by a huge force. Then the whole ghost ship began to repair as if it was resurrected. Some undead creatures that looked neither human nor ghost stood up, and then came to the deck of the ghost ship one by one. A fog rose from the sea around, as if the smell of death had shrouded here. This is the ghost fleet. The Naga siren priest showed a cruel smile on the corner of her mouth. She handed something like a conch horn to Soren and said in a deep voice, "The sea goddess has scattered the ghost fleet to various temples. Although I can only mobilize one of them, it should be enough to help you kill those betrayers." As if pushed by an invisible force, the ghost ship with black sails quietly came in front of the two. The Naga siren priest grabbed Soren's hand and took him to the ghost ship. Then she looked at the undead sailors in front of her, and a strange light appeared in her eyes. The undead sailors knelt down one by one, and the whole ghost ship was dead silent. Only the cold wind blew, and Soren could not help but shiver. This ship had a life of its own. It was alive. It was a living creature that had been animated by legendary spells. It was a bit like the animated castle and animated thaling made by high-grade wizards. Soren felt very uncomfortable. It was as if he was standing on the corpse of a rotten dark creature. He could even feel the ghost ship breathing the smell of death. The Naga siren priest handed the horn to Soren and said in a deep voice, "From today on, it will be under your command. Human. Don't let me down." Soren reached out and took the horn, and suddenly a dense stream of data appeared in front of his eyes. After a while, the stream of data in front of him gradually disappeared, and then a series of data appeared: creature name, ghost ship, dead man's voice, creature type, animated ghost ship, creature description. This is a battleship that sank hundreds of years ago. It woke up at the bottom of the sea, and the souls and wraiths of the dead gradually assimilated with it, turning it into a ghost ship that roams the sea. There are many legends about it, and finally it attracted the attention of the believers of the sea goddess. The legendary priests captured these ghost ships, and then secretly animated these ghost ships into low-level undead lifeforms under the divine power of the sea goddess. It has a simple consciousness and can restore itself like the undead. This ghost ship can sail in any sea, and its power is terrifying in the sea. Captain, Soren, temporary, sailor, drowned undead, 49 people, ocean wraith, 12 people, ocean specter, 72 people, Naga banshee, 9 people, undead sharkman, 6 people, bound spirit of the dead speaker, 872 people. Equipment, drowning hell, ram, cannon of the dead, 24 pieces, ghost sails, boomerang cannons, 2 pieces. Skills, summon fog, ghost ship. Characteristics, underwater navigation, spirit binding characteristics, animated life, animated ropes, cursed hull, dead man's voice. Soren took the horn with some surprise, but there was a storm in his heart. Sure enough, the ghost fleet really existed. Well, as soon as I finished writing the last chapter, someone found the model of the undrowned. Speaking of which, it's a pity that a girl's pictures are so bad. On the quiet sea, the dead man's voice sailed silently. Next to Soren was the proud Naga siren priest. She seemed to be satisfied with his shock after seeing the ghost ship. As the order was given, the dead man's voice suddenly shook, and then the deck of the ship began to separate. Invisible souls swam in the hull, and then the whole ghost ship began to sink slowly. The seawater came in from all directions, and a cable flew like a long snake, and then wrapped around Soren's arm. The first wave of the seawater hit, Soren's figure shook a little, and then his whole body entered the sea. The dead man's voice sailed on the bottom of the sea, and all kinds of sea creatures could be seen around it. The undrowned souls were scattered around the deck, maintaining the operation of the ghost ship. The speed of the seafloor sailing was not slow. The Naga siren priest looked around with satisfaction, and then said, "This ghost ship will be on standby at any time. When the group of betrayers comes back, you will ambush them from the bottom of the sea." "Understood." Soren nodded gently. It seemed that the power of the sea goddess was more powerful than he thought. The goddess not only touched the realm of life, but also the realm of death. Although it was only limited to the sea, wasn't the thing she was plotting too much? What did she want? Soren suddenly had the illusion of seeing another queen of spiders rise. Because the area where he was active was not by the sea, he didn't know much about the sea goddess. But he knew that the goddess had always been active in the sea, and there were not many gods who could threaten her. Even if she lost her divine power and turned into a saint, how many people in the world could kill her in the sea? However, she didn't seem to have made any earth-shattering moves, did she? As a god with the sea as the core, the sea goddess also had a limitation. It was difficult for her to expand her faith to the land. This was also the reason why she had always been suppressed by the Storm Lord. Soren smelled a conspiracy, but he didn't know what the sea goddess was plotting. Outside the sea temple, Soren's figure emerged from the shadows and left the place without a sound. The core belief of the Storm Lord was in the tropical rainforest area of the Soros Islands, which was also a place where natural storms were frequent. Although there was a temple of the Storm Lord in Port Tylon, the power mobilized was definitely not comparable to the sea temple. After all, Port Tylon was an offshore island and was directly part of the sea. What the Temple of Storm could mobilize was limited to the local believers. If the Temple of Sea interfered slightly, they would not even be able to borrow the garrison power of Port Tylon. The rumor of the throat cutter was still brewing. There was a sense of panic spreading in Port Tylon. Many taverns were discussing who the terrible throat cutter was. Some people even swore that he was a legendary assassin. Perhaps even the Sea Temple thought that Soren was close to the legendary level, so they tried to rope him in and borrow his power to deal with the betrayers. After all, Soren still retained a lot of his strength even when he was hit by the legendary energy absorption. This was definitely a quasi-legendary combat power in the eyes of the natives. Although there were many legendary professions, there were not many of them scattered in various areas. The entire Port Tylon, as a transit station for coastal trade, only had 2 or 3 legendary professions, and that was counting the priests of the temple. What Soren did not expect was that he unexpectedly got a legendary point. The appearance of the throat cutter, folk rumor, in early November 1675, in Port Tylon, you accepted the task of the Sea Temple to clean up the betrayers. In this battle, you killed a large number of enemies and caused panic in Port Tylon. Rumors of the throat cutter began to appear in Port Tylon and gradually spread to the coastal areas. It won't be long before many people near the south coast will hear about the legend of the throat cutter. Legendary point +1. It seemed that the legendary battle was not the only way to get legendary points. The demigod vampire should also use this means of spreading fear to tell the world about his existence in the way of folk rumors. For the time being, there was no need to force legendary points. The higher the legendary point, the higher the possibility of attracting the attention of others. Soren did not intend to stand on the stage and compete with other forces for the time being. Naturally, he would not force himself to pursue legendary points. There was still some time before the betrayers returned. Port Tylon and the Soros Islands were about a week or 2. They had been on the road for nearly a week. Soren estimated that there was still about 7 or 8 days to prepare. The preparation was naturally to deal with high-grade spellcasters. Behind the Rosad Chamber of Commerce was the Duchess. She was born in an ancient sorcerer family. Such families were often very powerful, and the wealth and power accumulated for generations could not be underestimated. In the information given to Soren by the Naga Siren priest, there were 3 targets who were obviously spellcasters. However, because he had not seen them fight, he could not determine the spellcaster level of these 3 people. Naturally, there were more sorcerers in the sorcerer family, but there was also the possibility of wizards. High-grade spellcasters were very dangerous enemies, and Soren had to be very careful. It seemed that the Sea Temple had given him a lot of helpers, but in fact, these helpers could only be used to deal with low-level combat power. The undead sailors on the Dead Man's Voice were at most grade 2 or 3. They could be used to deal with ordinary people and low-grade professions, but there was no way to threaten high-grade spellcasters. If there was a priest with a higher profession level, he could directly dispel the undead on the spot, and at least half of the undead sailors would die. Only those high-grade Naga sirens and undead sharkmen could resist the power of dispel the undead. In the end, the real combat power was on the ghost ship itself. The cannon it was equipped with was the key to killing the enemy. High-grade spellcasters were not easy to deal with. That was why the Sea Temple did not prepare a group of garbage fighters, because they could not even stand in front of high-grade spellcasters. It was possible that the Sea Temple would be directly exposed as the mastermind behind the scenes. Everyone knew that this might be the work of the Sea Temple, but this matter must not be shown with sufficient evidence. This was the hidden battle of the church. Soren returned to the hotel. After the stripping incident last time, the group of Amazons were obviously more honest, especially after the rumor of the throat cutter. They looked at Soren with fear and awe. These women must have suspected that Soren was the legendary throat cutter, but there was no evidence to prove that Soren was the one. And whether it was true or not, the Sea Temple was behind the throat cutter, which was one of the oldest forces in Port Tylon. Long before Port Tylon became a trading center, the Sea Temple had already developed on this island. Not everyone was a fanatic. Most people would not be willing to involve their lives in the battle of the church unless there were benefits that they could not refuse. The power of the Sea Temple had begun to show. The network of relations that had been operating in Port Tylon for generations directly suppressed the Storm Church. Unless the Soros Islands had a storm priest above the bishop level, or a legendary Storm Lord came to support, the Storm Temple in Port Tylon would always be suppressed by the Sea Temple, because this was the home ground of the Sea Goddess. In the room, Vivian's petite figure was suspended in the air. Soren raised his hand and patted his forehead. He gently jumped up and held the little girl in his arms, and then put her on the big bed. Although he had a very high will, he had not reached the peak state of the ascetic journey of thousands of miles. Fighting against the consciousness of the Dread Lord not only required a strong will, but also a kind of invincible and unstoppable momentum. Soren walked barefoot for thousands of miles in the extremely cold Frost Kingdom. What he accumulated was not only his will, but also his own momentum, which was a kind of power of belief. Now he lacked that kind of momentum, without the kind of power of belief that broke out at the peak after being forced into a desperate situation. He was not confident enough to destroy the consciousness of the Dread Lord. That was why he was still waiting for an opportunity. Soren would only act when he had at least 80% confidence. The room quickly returned to its original state. Soren sat by the bed and gently stroked Vivian's long hair. The little girl's breathing was a lot more stable after he came back, and the things that were suspended in the air all fell back to the ground. Soren got a lot of slaughter EXP from last night's battle. Although the enemy was not very strong, the number of slaughter EXP accumulated during this period of time had reached more than 15,000. This amount of EXP was not enough for him to level up his Shadow Dancer profession, but it was enough for Soren to level up his wizard profession to level 7. After leveling up, he would obtain a level 4 spell slot, which could be used to memorize the most important wizard spells, Stone Skin and Greater Invisibility. Without a doubt, Soren's choice was Greater Invisibility, because he had the legendary elemental stone, Earth. This equipment could activate a Stone Skin spell once every 3 days, which temporarily replaced Soren's need for defensive spells. Moreover, he had already learned Invisibility, so learning Greater Invisibility could greatly reduce the time needed to analyze the spell model. Moreover, Greater Invisibility was more useful than other spells of the same level. It was one of the spells that could increase the power of a rogue, the most important point. This was because Greater Invisibility would not reveal itself when launching an attack. Soren could fight with the enemy in the state of invisibility. He had been waiting for this spell for a long time. The sky gradually darkened. Soren stood up and listened to the movement outside. He could vaguely hear the screams of men. This group of Amazon women took over more than half of the prostitutes in Port Tylon. Although they were also women, when they really stepped into the gray area, they would not be soft-hearted at all. And they also secretly controlled some of the more taboo areas, such as fair-skinned and beautiful men, strong men, and so on. These gray channels could even extend to other cities near the south coast. Many aristocratic women, who were either old or lonely, would definitely need some interesting activities. There were even some aristocratic widows in the South Coast who directly raised male slaves. In the slave black market, they selected men as if they were livestock, including the objects below. These slaves were domesticated by cruel means, and it may also involve spiritual suggestion and so on. In the end, the slaves that were cultivated were very docile. This custom was a bit like the ancient Roman period, so the reputation of the aristocrats on the South Coast was not very good. The torture was still going on. Soren's hearing was much better than before, so from time to time, he could hear faint screams from the basement. The Amazons seemed to have some fights with the locals. Recently, it seemed that many people had been caught and tortured. The bodies were dealt with through special channels, so the hotel looked very calm on the surface. Soren was a little worried about being involved in the conflict between them and the local gangs, so he was thinking about whether to move to the Sea Temple. It was undoubtedly very easy for the Naga Siren priest to settle him and Vivian. The Sea Temple's secular power was very strong. The screams stopped for a moment. Soren vaguely heard the woman's voice. It seemed that the target had died because of excessive punishment. Then there was the sound of the basement door opening, followed by 3 footsteps. One of the women's footsteps was very heavy. She should be wearing heavy armor. The standard configuration of female Amazons were all heavy infantry. This group of women dared to fight with heavy cavalry on the battlefield. Soren was still impressed by them. He was not interested in other things. When he closed the window, he looked at some sneaky stairs nearby and then began to study his own spells. A row of data appeared. The wizard profession has leveled up to level 7. Received 25, INT 20 plus, INT 20 to 10, *0. 5, skill points, HP increased by 10, profession HP 4 plus, con 21 to 10, *0. 5. Without a doubt, Soren put his skill points into literacy. His highest basic skill at the moment was literacy, which had already reached 185 points. Most of it was from skill points, and a small part of it was from reading books. Soren already had a good understanding of the language, customs, geography, and religion of human society. Although he wasn't as knowledgeable as a scholar, it would be easy for him to become a teacher in a noble family. Currently, secular knowledge could only raise one's lore to about 250 points. Any further would require mysticism knowledge, magic knowledge, supernatural knowledge, and planar knowledge to level up. Among them, if one wanted to reach 350 points in literacy, they would have to have a considerable amount of knowledge about the planes. In other words, he needed to travel across planes. Therefore, many wizards liked to travel to other planes, the most famous of which was the astral traveler. They were the top masters of knowledge, and their footprints were all over the planes. This was not a profession. Astral traveler was a special background ability. It was a bit like a title. Soren settled his thoughts, then took out a thick stack of white paper and began to analyze the spell model of greater invisibility. He had already gotten this spell from the Sea Temple. The priest thought that he needed to use the spell scroll to fight, but she probably didn't think that Soren would use it to memorize. Soren didn't trust the Naga Siren priest very much, so he still had a lot of cards up his sleeve. The priest didn't even know that he had a high wizard level. The priest even thought that Soren was a quasi-legendary assassin because he liked to fight with poison. This was the assassin's favorite way to fight. Part-time jobs were the easiest to disguise. There were wizards who disguised as warriors, or warriors who disguised as wizards. P.S. For example, Gandalf, a standard berserker who was a grey-robed wizard. In Soren's memory, there was a non-native character. That guy always made people think that he was a wizard, but when he pulled out his sword, others found out that he was actually a sword saint. He was a very powerful and dangerous guy. With the super explosive power of a sword saint, coupled with the wizard's stoneskin defense, and the support of comprehensive spells, his combat power was even more terrifying than Soren's current transformation. Unfortunately, he died a little too early. This guy single-handedly fought more than 10 enemies of the same level, and in the end, he was killed by a dimensional anchor. He fought against 12 enemies and killed more than half of them. It was a brilliant record. Soren knew that he might not be able to do it now. Those who could become sword saints were very powerful, but they all died too early. In Soren's memory, there didn't seem to be many sword saints who had lived for a long time. Even the legendary sword saint who was worshipped by many in the Battle of the Golems was beaten to death in the end. Perhaps the legendary wizards couldn't tolerate these people who could break through their greater defensive force field with a single strike. If Soren's enemy had a sword saint, he would probably kill them first. The existence of a sword saint was a threat. Soren buried himself in analyzing the spell model. The sheets of white paper were filled with densely packed symbols. Level 4 spells were more difficult than any spell he had learned before. If he didn't learn invisibility at the beginning, he probably wouldn't even have a clue. Greater Invisibility was a multi-layered spell model. The biggest difference between it and invisibility was that invisibility would be revealed after an attack, which meant that the spell effect would disappear. However, Greater Invisibility was still effective after an attack, and the user would still be invisible. This meant that it was quite difficult to learn. It was much more difficult than other level 4 spells of the same level. Soren could only slowly break it down and calculate the individual spell models for analysis. After the initial analysis of the spell model, Soren's progress began to speed up gradually because the model of Greater Invisibility was developed from invisibility. However, invisibility was a single spell model, while Greater Invisibility was an overlapping composite type, which was equivalent to automatically activating the effect of invisibility after an attack. This was a very high-end spell circuit system. This was the dividing line for difficult spells. Starting from level 4 spells, the difficulty of learning would increase exponentially. In the end, it would even extend to the fields of astrology, planes, space, and so on. The night passed quickly. Soren rubbed his forehead and stood up. It was almost dawn outside. He picked up a thick stack of white paper and flipped through it. Then he destroyed some of them. His progress in analyzing the spell model was only about 10%. Although it would definitely speed up as his research deepened, he didn't have much time left. Soren looked at Vivian next to him, raised his hand and stroked her cheek. Then he got up and walked downstairs. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Soren noticed that the Amazon guard at the door had an extra wound on her arm. It wasn't there last night. There was a battle. Because he was focused on studying the spell model, Soren lowered his perception of the surroundings. It seemed that these women had fought with some forces last night. The erotic industry was always a gray area. The Amazons took such a big piece of cake, so it was normal for someone to trouble them from time to time. Soren simply took something to eat and then returned to the room. He wasn't interested in poking his nose into other people's business. Soren ate a little, then carefully fed Vivian some water and began to study the spell model again. The little girl basically didn't need to eat. At first, Soren tried to feed her. Unfortunately, she didn't seem to need anything except for drinking water occasionally. Her little face was still very rosy, and she didn't feel hungry at all. In this regard, Vivian seemed to be stronger than he was now. Being able to completely sustain her own consumption with energy was already a sign of the legendary realm. Time passed little by little. Soren was busy studying Greater Invisibility. Occasionally, the Naga Siren priest would send him messages, and he went out several times during this period. The Amazons seemed to be fighting with a local force. There were sounds of killing and fighting in the streets at night. Soren's move to destroy the Rosad Chamber of Commerce seemed to have caused a new round of shuffling in Port Tylon. The Amazons had a larger territory. They killed a lot of people and got a bigger cake. It seemed that some people foresaw that the Rosad Chamber of Commerce would never recover from this setback, so many forces were eager to swallow up their trade shares in various fields. Even the forces that belonged to the Church of Storms did not have the slightest pity at this time because they didn't necessarily look up to those who had betrayed their faith. This kind of betrayal for greater interests would make people feel repulsed. Soren killed a lot of people that night. But because of his killing, Port Tylon had more than 10 times the number of casualties in the next week. There were even small-scale naval battles occurring in the coastal areas. Chaos arose. The guards finally couldn't stand it anymore and began to intervene in the competition for the interests of the major forces, allowing them to maintain the superficial order. So the killing began to spread at night. As for how many people died, it had nothing to do with Soren. He was happy that he had learned greater invisibility in a week. At the same time, he received news that the Rosad Chamber of Commerce's fleet had begun to return the next day. It was time for the ghost ship to set off. Soren would intercept them when they returned and bury them all in the sea. The atmosphere in Port Tylon was a little tense. Soren's arrival broke the original order here, making the killing and chaos more frequent. There was no need to say much about what happened in Port Tylon during this time. It could be seen from the changes in the sea around Port Tylon. The corpses thrown into the sea, and even sharks were attracted to the shallow sea area. One could imagine how many people died in Port Tylon during this time. The destruction of a force meant that there would be more benefits to be distributed. More benefits would attract more people to compete for them, and then there would be more killings, causing more forces to be destroyed. Then some forces would become stronger and stronger, swallowing up most of the benefits in Port Tylon. There was obviously someone behind this. The guards were obviously pressured, so the chaos and killing continued to escalate, and many nearby forces were destroyed in the turmoil. As for the final winner, there was no need to think about it. The first must be the Sea Temple, the second must be the Storm Temple, and the third must be the Amazons. A lot of things happened during this time. The Storm Temple seemed to have compromised with the Sea Temple. The Rosad Chamber of Commerce was completely abandoned. The believers of the Storm Temple got the territories of other forces as compensation. The Sea Temple controlled almost half of Port Tylon. The Amazons relied on their strong fighting power to rise in the two churches. Half of the street where Soren now lived was their territory. The original owner had disappeared, and the Amazons were going to open up the street and make it into a large trade transit station. Right. A Storm Lord had appeared. Without her appearance, the Amazons would not be able to eat such a large piece of cake. The Sea Temple. Soren's figure appeared in the hall. The Naga Siren priest seemed to have been waiting for his arrival. The other party's expression seemed a little excited. After seeing Soren's figure appear, she immediately said in a deep voice, "There's a change in the plan. The group of betrayers has made a new move. Your task now is to find a way to rob their cargo ship." Soren couldn't help but frown. The sudden change in the mission after the target appeared made him unhappy, but he still said in a deep voice, "What happened? Why did you suddenly change the plan?" A cruel smile appeared on the Naga Siren priest's face as she slowly said, "This group of betrayers went to the Soros Islands to trade in the name of the Church of Storms." However, he didn't expect them to be traitors who would do anything for the sake of benefits. These guys used conspiracy and poison to slaughter an indigenous tribe, and then took away the gold mine wealth controlled by the indigenous people. The traitors looted the Aboriginal tribe and shipped all their wealth back to the tribe. There's news that their ships are filled with gold and jewels. The Naga Siren priest handed a scroll to Soren. When Soren opened it, she told him the whole process. It turned out that after this group of traitors changed their faith and joined the Church of Storms, they had indeed opened up a situation in the Soros Islands. The faith of the Storm Lord was spread all over the Soros Islands. With the banner of this faith, they could trade with almost any native town along the coast. Things were supposed to be that simple. These guys would return after making some money from the trade. However, what they didn't expect was that one of the indigenous tribes seemed to trust them too much and even exposed the huge gold mine that the tribe secretly controlled. There were many scattered mines on the Soros Islands, including many gold and silver mines. This tribe was one of the indigenous clans that occupied a relatively rich gold mine. It was said that their chief directly used pure gold to build a throne that weighed nearly half a ton. In order to show their wealth and strength, they also entertained them with a large number of pure gold utensils. However, they didn't expect that this would also lead to disaster. There were believers of the god of plague and disease in the traders' caravan. This fallen one used a secret poison to put into the water source, and with the power of plague and disease, he directly defeated the indigenous tribe. What happened next was needless to say. The traders slaughtered the indigenous tribe, then looted their wealth, and finally burned down their gathering place. How much did they get? The information in Soren's hands didn't make it clear, but it was certainly a huge amount of wealth that was enough to move the Sea Temple. The gold that these guys looted was calculated in tons, the gold wealth that the indigenous tribes had accumulated for generations, as well as all kinds of gold and silver utensils, jewelry, and treasures, were all loaded by them. They even threw away a large number of Soros Island's copper coins, because the weight of the ship simply couldn't hold these cheap copper coins. Soren couldn't estimate how much money they got. He could only roughly guess that the wealth they looted was more than 500,000 Kindler, a rich indigenous tribe that owned a gold mine. The gold and silver they looted from the tribe alone could reach more than 10 tons. These guys made a fortune. The wealth they looted even moved the sea temple. For some reason, the news was leaked. Now, not only the sea temple knew that they had plundered a lot of wealth, but even the pirates near the Soros Islands and Shipwreck Bay all knew this amazing news. The fleet of the traders had changed their course, but the pirates in all directions seemed to have spread out a big net and surrounded them from almost all the routes to the Soros Islands. Not only did the sea temple move, but even the Amazon pirates were also very tempted. The 3 pirate kings near the Soros Islands were almost all out, looking for their traces. This wealth was too amazing. Soren was surprised when he estimated the approximate amount. If he could get this wealth, he could go to the Wizard City and get a set of legendary equipment. The temple also needed money. No matter which god's temple it was, it needed a lot of wealth to maintain its operation. The sea temple in front of him had at least a few hundred years of history. It was all accumulated bit by bit with money. The magic blessing and divine blessing inside all needed money to arrange the magic circle. One of the most important tasks of the priests was to make money and then develop faith. The gods' temples rarely hoarded wealth, but they also needed wealth because wealth was very important in the secular world. Wealth could be used to strengthen the church's influence, and wealth could directly cultivate a large number of believers. Wasn't the great influence of the God of Light because he would help the poor every year? Where did the money come from? Wealth may not be the most crucial part of faith, but it was definitely an indispensable part. One was a magnificent, solemn, and dignified temple, and the other was a dilapidated temple with broken bricks and tiles. It was obvious which one would attract more believers without much thought. Believing in this God could get alms every month, but believing in the God would give you nothing every month. For the lowest level of civilians, there was almost no choice. They were just ordinary people, and they could only see what was in front of them. Even if it was the evil God's temple, it could easily expand its influence with huge wealth. Whether it was recruiting people to suppress other churches, or secretly cultivating their own forces, these things could not be separated from the support of wealth. However, the church also had its own rules. Many times, it could not interfere too much with the secular world. The church needed wealth, but it could not act recklessly. After all, the gods needed faith, and wealth was only a tool to maintain faith. The Naga Siren priest wanted this wealth. This money was enough for the sea temple to expand into a great temple. Whether it was the influence in the coastal areas, the reward of the sea goddess, or the divine power gathered by the temple, they were all things that she could not refuse. After the sea temple expanded, she could completely suppress the storm temple. Even if she had the support of the great temple in the future, she would not be afraid of any storm lord. The temple was a bit like a wizard tower. It was just that it was not as powerful as a wizard tower, because the temple still operated divine power. This was why Amber City was destroyed, but the temple area was intact. Soren was silent for a long time before he said in a deep voice, "We don't have enough manpower. If the news has spread among the pirates, just relying on a ghost ship to fight for it is simply suicide. Those betrayers have not been found until now. There must be someone behind them. This money is probably worth the Duchess' personal trip. Moreover, the 3 pirate kings of the Soros Islands are not easy to deal with, and almost all of them are not ordinary people. I am worried that the big octopus will also appear. Your Excellency should know who I am talking about, right? That monster was the enemy of the sea temple, and it was the incarnation of the sea goddess who personally came to banish it. It seems to have a hobby of collecting wealth. There are admirers among the pirates. The possibility of it appearing is too high." Soren pulled out a nautical chart. After thinking for a moment, he raised his finger and pointed to a place, which seemed to be the location of an island, and said in a deep voice, "According to the information I have heard, there seems to be a black dragon in this position. It has been secretly maintaining contact with Shipwreck Bay in human form. If it knows that there are 5 big ships full of gold and silver sailing on the sea, It is hard to believe that it will not be tempted. The Naga siren priest was silent. She looked up at Soren in surprise and seemed to be thinking about something. Then she said in an unquestionable tone, I will send more people to help you. If the enemy is very strong, I will summon the nearby Naga sirens. If necessary, I will also do it myself. The sea goddess is watching us. We don't have to fear anyone on the sea. This wealth cannot fall into the hands of others. In the evening, Soren slowly walked out of the sea temple. He frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. He murmured in a voice that only he could hear, Totem spirit. How did those guys defeat the totem spirit? Why didn't the Naga siren priest mention it? Does she think that I don't know that the indigenous tribes worship spirits? In the evening, Soren left the hotel with little Vivian in his arms. Because of the last show of force, the group of Amazons had unintentionally respected him a lot. The assassin also put away his excessive curiosity. From the beginning to the end, he didn't ask why Vivian was in a deep slumber. Assassins were people who were full of secrets. One shouldn't know too many secrets. The more one knew, the easier it would be for them to be killed. It was like the Naga siren priest had known for a long time that Soren had a sleeping little girl with him, but she had never asked about it. Secrets may not necessarily bring benefits, but they could easily lead to danger. Especially an assassin's secret, since he decided to go to sea, Soren naturally couldn't leave Vivian in the hotel. He was also worried about the group of Amazons. So he was going to transfer Vivian to the sea temple. The sea temple controlled nearly half of the temple area. It was very easy to find a place to settle Vivian. He didn't know how long the little girl would be asleep. Soren felt that Vivian's awakening should be directly related to his integration with the divinity of fear. The last time she woke up was almost after Soren had finished devouring the divinity. In an old house outside the sea temple. Soren gently put Vivian on the bed, then reached out his palm to hold her little hand, and said in a low voice, control your divine power as much as possible. Don't easily expose the identity of the child of fear. I'll be back soon. It won't take long for you to wake up. I promise. Although Vivian showed no signs of waking up from beginning to end, Soren could feel that she still had a perception of the outside world. That was to say, Vivian could hear him. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why the little girl automatically opened a divine protection as soon as he left. After Soren came back, she quickly withdrew the energy protection field. Her power was still in her body, but her consciousness seemed to have entered a deep sleep for some reason, and there had been no signs of waking up. Soren covered Vivian with a soft blanket and lay down beside her. He would be going out to sea tomorrow, so he needed a good rest. Sea Temple. The figure of the Naga siren priest stood in front of a blue sea. The bottom of the sea temple was connected to the underground sea and could directly enter the sea from here. The sea in front of her rippled slightly, and then a long and narrow creature that looked like a giant sea snake appeared. It swam to the front of the Naga siren priest little by little, then slowly stood up and came to the high platform under the sea temple. At this time, its appearance became clear. It was a strong and ferocious male Naga guard. Its tail was longer than the Naga siren priest's, and its stout arm held a trident. There were few traces of humanoid features on its face, unlike the female Naga siren who had more or less feminine facial contours. The Naga guard was about 6 or 7 meters long. When it stood up, it was nearly 4 meters tall. Its muscles were very developed, and it looked very oppressive. It bowed slightly and said, Your Excellency. The Naga siren tribe in the nearby sea has been summoned, and they will soon send warriors to respond. The Naga siren priest nodded slightly, and there was a satisfied smile on her face. She said in a deep voice, Very good. Didanas. You will command the summoned warriors. We must get those treasures this time. The storm temple also seems to be moving. This wealth cannot fall into their hands. It will only strengthen our enemies. The Storm Lord has always been coveting the great sea goddess and wants to get his hands on the sea. The male Naga siren nodded and said in a deep voice, Your Excellency. I don't understand why you want to give the command of the dead man's voice to that human. Although he is a powerful guy, he is only one person after all. Besides, his origin is unknown, and we can't fully trust him. The Naga siren priest frowned and looked at him. Her expression became a little strange, and there seemed to be a cruel smile on her face. She said coldly, "Are you questioning my decision?" Didana's. "Don't try to guess my decision with your stupid head. That human is an assassin close to the legendary realm. Such a person is not much weaker than a legendary profession in battle. He is worthy of our use. Besides, after I removed the energy absorption technique from him, I felt the breath of the legendary realm on him. He should have mastered some legendary level abilities. I think he is not far from becoming a legendary assassin. In the past 200 or 300 years, there have been very few legendary assassins. If he can be loyal to the Sea Temple, our enemies will wake up from their nightmares." Legendary assassin. If used to assassinate a member of a hostile force, it would definitely be a complete nightmare. The Naga siren priest seemed to see Soren turning into a sharp blade to sweep away her dissidents. She could not help but smile and said slowly, "As for loyalty? There is no absolute loyalty in this world. As long as we can give him the benefits he wants, he will be able to serve us. This person has a lot of secrets, and he definitely needs our help. Moreover, he seems to have a little girl who is sleeping. Although I did not test his secrets, I can see that he cares about this little girl very much. The relationship between the two is very close. He is under the energy absorption technique, and the little girl is probably under some strange spell. If necessary, the little girl can also be our tool. I don't think he wants anything to happen to the little girl, right? As long as he has a weakness, we can control him." The Naga siren priest showed a cruel smile, looked at the male Naga siren guard in front of her, and said, "There are some things that you don't need to ask. Now, send out the Sharkman scouts to find the traces of the group of betrayers. We must find those guys first, otherwise, this wealth may attract more competitors." The male Naga siren guard bent down gently, and then his whole body dived into the sea. The Naga siren priest returned to the back of the Sea Temple. She swam to a pool and gently chanted a spell. The water in front of her rippled like waves, and the figure of Soren gradually appeared. Next to him was Vivian, who was still sleeping. A strange light appeared in the eyes of the Naga siren priest, and she murmured, "Who are they? That little girl seems to be a natural sorcerer? Recently, a lot of powerful guys have appeared. It seems that a group of adventurers have returned from the abyss. The sea goddess has not responded to my prayers recently. Is something big going to happen? It seems that I have to speed up the preparation." The Naga siren priest slowly closed her eyes, and then her whole body sank into the sea. Although the priests of the sea goddess had great power, they could not directly mobilize the sea races. This was because the secular and theocracy maintained a relative boundary. The kingdom of the sea creatures was a bit similar to the kingdom of humans. Few temples would directly intervene in the internal affairs of the kingdom. This was because the kingdom was a very short thing, but the gods had eternal life. They did not want to be affected by the kingdom that rose and fell in hundreds of years. The fact that the Naga siren priest could mobilize the Naga sirens in the nearby sea meant that her status in the secular world was not low. It was possible that she was the royal family of the Naga sirens. If the members of the royal family did not have the right of inheritance, they would often become priests of the sea goddess. The sea was surrounded by a fog. Soren's figure appeared 300 meters below the sea. He stood on the deck of the Dead Man's Voice and looked at the underwater world in front of him. The sea drowned him, but it did not affect him at all. This was because he wore a badge on his chest that allowed him to breathe easily at the bottom of the sea. The deck of the Dead Man's Voice was full of sailors. The Naga sirens wandered in the hull, and the undead sharks were responsible for patrolling. There were a large number of bound spirits on this ghost ship. They were the souls that died directly or indirectly near the ghost ship. They could not participate in the battle. They were just forcibly sucked into the mast and sails of the ship. The power source of the ghost ship was these bound spirits. There were more than 800 or 900 of them. The real combat power was the undead drowned, the Naga sirens, the wraiths, and the undead sharks. Soren silently calculated the distance of the sea and the distance they sailed. The ghost ship was not suitable to be exposed to the eyes of ordinary people, so the ghost ship left the shallow sea area from the bottom of the sea. "Rise." Soren frowned and looked at the fish around him. Because of the death breath on the dead man's voice, the fish scattered directly after encountering them and fled in all directions in embarrassment. With Soren's order, the sailors began to control the ghost ship to rise. A little light appeared in front of their eyes as they slowly rose. Then the blue sea appeared above their heads. With a loud rumbling sound, the ghost ship rushed out from the bottom of the sea. Soren looked around and said in a deep voice, "Summon the fog. Don't let others see us." Wisps of gray mist filled the air. With the ghost ship as the center, everything within a few hundred meters was shrouded in fog. This was the ghost ship's innate ability. The sea area where they appeared was often shrouded in fog. The fog on the sea today was not small. As the ghost ship's fog spread, everything nearby became hazy. The ship sailed silently on the sea. The ghosts did not like to be directly exposed to the sun. These undead sailors were indeed very powerful, but their weakness was too obvious. "Captain." A half-real Naga siren came to Soren and said in a sharp voice, "I found the breath of a living person nearby." It was the Naga siren that he first saw. It was an independent undead creature, not bound to the ghost ship. Living person? They met other people so soon? Soren frowned and came to the helmsman's position. He then took out his binoculars to observe. He could vaguely see a large ship near an island. From afar, he could see the symbol on the flagpole. It was a hollow skull with a sword and a sword under it. This was the most commonly used pirate symbol. If one did not join a special force among pirates, ordinary pirates would use such a symbol. To use a special pirate flag, one must use their own name. Otherwise, they might be attacked by other pirates because of the wrong flag. This was an unspoken rule. It may seem insignificant, but it was indeed related to life. In the Central Plains, there was a custom of dragon boat racing. Generally, a flag would be hung on the dragon boat. This flag could not be hung randomly. If it was hung randomly, it might attract others to come and pull it out. In many places, the black flag was a taboo. There were once serious casualties caused by hanging a black flag on a dragon boat. In the end, the dragon boat racing was banned for many years. When the dragon boat was driven again, the same flag would be issued. If anyone dared to hang a black flag, the armed police would personally send people to pull it out. They were afraid that in the end, people would be beaten to death. Naturally, such things did not exist in this world. However, there were many rules about flags on the sea. Whether it was pirates, chamber of commerce, gangs, etc., hanging a flag was a very serious matter. The rules here were piled up by human lives. In Soren's memory, there was someone who hung a flag indiscriminately. In the end, the entire guild was wiped out by pirates. Even their base on land was kicked down overnight. There were almost no survivors. That guy was also looking for trouble. He actually hung a flag similar to the Pirate King. From this point of view, the dangerous people in this world who made a living on land, sea, and rivers were really a bit like bandits in the jungle. Some rules could not be violated. Hanging a flag among pirates was like messing with the emblem of the temple. If you did not know, you were lucky. If you knew, it was normal for you to be skinned alive. Looks like an ordinary pirate? Soren frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he shouted, "Prepare for battle." The pirate ship in front of them should be ordinary pirates who made a living on the sea. Those who made a name for themselves had their own flag. Generally, few people would disguise themselves on it. If they were really pirates with a name, they would definitely hang it as much as possible because it could avoid a lot of trouble. Some special flags were even extraordinary items. After hanging it, even sea monsters would not easily attack it. Soren once took on a mission to sacrifice a flag. However, the place was not the south coast. The target of the flag sacrifice was a legendary sea monster. Sacrificial spirit war flag, Captain? The Naga siren came in front of Soren and said in a harsh voice, "They don't seem to be our target. Are we going to attack them?" Soren frowned and looked at her, then nodded and said, "Yes. We need to conduct a battle test." "Forget it. You guys get ready for battle. I will deal with them myself. You guys are responsible for covering me. Be ready to board the ship and fight at any time." Soren wanted to use them to practice because he had not experienced a sea battle for a long time. Fighting was not just about casually slashing people with swords. Different environments required different ways of fighting. These were all things that needed to be known in one's heart. Fighting on the surface of the sea or on a ship was completely different from fighting on land. Not to mention underwater battles, just fighting on a ship was not simple. This was because the ship's hull would sway, and the fighting environment was much narrower. If you were not careful, you could capsize in a ditch. There were many people who died because of carelessness in the past. Soren was a very cautious person. He did not want to die unknowingly because the ship was not suitable for fighting. Moreover, he also needed to test his fighting skills. In the past, he could run on the water when he was fighting on the sea. He was almost at the legendary level. Now, he did not have so many abilities to support him. His fighting style had also changed a lot. Clang, Soren looked at the undead around him and frowned slightly. Then he ordered in a deep voice, "Get the ship close. Don't get too close. Come back when you get my signal." Splash, Soren jumped directly into the water, leaving the Naga siren who was a little stunned in place. Fly. Greater invisibility. After enough distance, Soren's eyes lit up, and then he began to cast continuously to test his fighting power on the sea. He began to calculate the time. Soren's brain began to operate like a sophisticated instrument. Under the cover of the fog, his figure directly flew out of the sea. Greater invisibility was blessed on him. Soren directly disappeared in the air, leaving no trace in place. With a simple trick, Soren's wet clothes dried, and then he began to approach the pirate ship. Soren flew about 100 meters in the air. His flying speed was not very fast. With the blessing of greater invisibility, he could not see any trace at all. Because he was now flying in stealth mode, because he did not have enough abilities, Soren could not cast spells to fight in the flying state because his main energy was maintaining fly. There was not much time. Whether it was fly or greater invisibility, the duration was calculated in terms of minutes. Soren had to pursue the greatest result in the duration of the spell. The distance was getting closer little by little. Everything on the pirate ship came into Soren's vision. He saw 20 or 30 pirate sailors on the deck, the lookout on the mast, the helmsman in charge of steering the ship, and so on. These pirates were not very weak. They were stronger than many city guards. They belonged to the second-grade professions, but most of them had the ability of warriors. Because of their pirate career, they were inclined to the fighting style of a wandering swordsman. Among all the enemies of bandits, the pirates' fighting power was the strongest. They were completely superior to the bandits. Only the desert bandits could be compared to them. A minute passed. Soren's figure began to descend. He entered the state of stealth, but it was still greater invisibility that maintained his invisibility. The distance gradually decreased. Soren stopped about 10 meters above the pirate ship. The light passed through his body. Unless one stared at his position carefully, they would not be able to see anything different. The enemies in front of him were very clear. The strong pirates were bored on the deck. The ship's anchor seemed to have been thrown down. These people seemed to be waiting for something. Soren continued to descend. Then, he gently landed in a corner of the ship where there was no one. 5 meters in front of him was a pirate who was drinking. Unfortunately, the pirate did not notice him at all. Kill the important targets first. Soren glanced at the enemies in front of him. Finally, he locked onto a one-eyed pirate who seemed to be the vice captain. He quietly snuck over, and then suddenly stabbed the pirate's back with his curved sword. Poochie, blood splattered. The one-eyed pirate who was yelling at his subordinates looked at his chest in disbelief. His heart had been pierced. This third-grade pirate died on the spot. Enemy. A large group of pirates panicked. Then, there was the sound of swords being pulled out. They could not see anything in front of them. They could only see a curved sword emerging from the chest of the one-eyed pirate. Then, the curved sword was pulled out. Then, everything in front of them was still empty. Soren shook off the blood on the blade. At the moment of the attack, he revealed a trace of himself. Then, he disappeared into the air again. This was greater invisibility. When he was in the state of greater invisibility, he would not be dispelled when attacking the enemy. Poochie, a head was cut off by Soren. A pirate with a beard heard the whistling sound of the sword, but he could not see the trace of the sword. He clearly heard the sound of the wind and felt the slight outline of the enemy in front of him. However, he could not see the direction of the sword. He could only block randomly. Then, in the next moment, his head was cut off. 3 throwing knives were shot out. The moment the throwing knives left Soren's palm, they revealed a trace. Unfortunately, the enemy had no time to dodge. Thump, thump, thump. Streaks of blood appeared. Soren came and went as if there was no one around. In the blink of an eye, 5 people were killed by him. The enemy could not even determine the position of his attack. They could only feel a vague and hazy trajectory moving around them at high speed. This fear made their morale extremely low. Some people were completely stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Some people even threw their weapons. Clang! Clang! Soren waved his sword to block the weapons that were thrown at him. At the same time, he revealed his approximate position. He suddenly jumped, directly jumping to a height of 5 or 6 meters. The sturdy cable connected to the mast suddenly sank a lot. The outline of a hand holding the cable could be seen, but the figure of a person could not be seen. Soren flew down from the air. With a curved sword in each hand, he slashed horizontally. In a large amount of blood, 5 people were killed in a row. Large amounts of blood gushed out. At this time, bloody footprints could be seen on the ground. Soren's figure was still very hazy. The blood on his body was also covered by the greater invisibility spell. However, the enemy could vaguely see that he was moving. Unfortunately, they discovered it too late. 3 minutes later, Soren's figure stood in a pool of blood. There were more than 20 corpses around him. There were a series of footprints on the ground, but he was still invisible. The greater invisibility spell lasted for about 6 minutes. Soren shook off the blood on his sword, then glanced at the cabin expressionlessly. He suddenly grabbed a corpse and smashed it into the cabin. Then the 2 swords flashed with a cold light and cut the 2 enemies guarding the back of the cabin in half. Blood covered his clothes. The effect of the greater invisibility spell seemed to have weakened. Soren's figure gradually became hazy and translucent. The effect of the spell seemed to have weakened a little. However, this was no longer important to Soren, because he found that he seemed to have the ability to kill all the pirates on this ship. Plop. 2 streaks of blood appeared, followed by 2 corpses clutching at their throats. Soren was getting more and more familiar with the throat slit technique, and his success rate of triggering the judgment of death was getting higher and higher. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have enough strength to support it, Soren might even be able to execute decapitation. In order to trigger decapitation, one had to have more than 18 strength, and it had to be combined with ready strength. Soren's full strength attack could only cut an inch into the neck bone, and he couldn't cut it off. His figure was still very blurry, but he could already determine his location through the airflow, movement, and sound. Greater Invisibility, Level 4 spell. This spell's effect is similar to invisibility, but it won't reveal itself after attacking. After casting the spell, the caster will enter a state of complete invisibility. After launching an attack, there is a chance that the caster's position will be exposed due to airflow, silhouette, and sound. The effect of greater invisibility will gradually weaken as the battle progresses, but it can still maintain the blurry effect of invisibility. Even if the caster's position is detected by the enemy, the caster will still gain 4 points of blurry effect, and the enemy's hit rate will be reduced by 4 points. The effect lasts for 1 minute for every point of spell power. Greater Invisibility was undoubtedly a very powerful spell. The only downside was that it couldn't last for long. Soren could only maintain it for about 10 minutes. Even a legendary wizard could only maintain Greater Invisibility for about half an hour. However, Soren had the metamagic ability, Empower Spell. In the future, when he leveled up and obtained a level 5 spell slot, Soren could use it to memorize Greater Invisibility. At that time, the duration of Greater Invisibility would be increased by 50%. Don't underestimate this 50% increase, it would increase the duration of invisibility by 5 or 6 minutes. Empower Spell was obviously more useful than other metamagic abilities in the early stages, or else he wouldn't have given up on them. Plop. 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 Soren entered and exited the battlefield as if there was no one there. Along with the faint flashes of his sword, the enemies couldn't see the trajectory of his attacks at all. Naturally, their chances of blocking were greatly reduced, and they could only rely on their own senses to avoid the attacks. At this time, the enemies with high basic stats could tell that those who could dodge Soren's attacks had decent stats and abilities. Unfortunately, they still couldn't turn the situation around because Soren's dexterity was too much. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Although the battle had only lasted for 5 minutes, the enemies had finally recovered from their dazed state. They had found a way, that was to directly throw weapons and use crossbows to shoot. Although there was a possibility of accidentally injuring their own people, at least they wouldn't be so passive that they couldn't even figure out the enemy's exact location after fighting for so long. The weapons were easily blocked by Soren, but he did not have such a high blocking ability for the crossbow bolts. Bang! Soren was hit by 3 crossbow bolts. He took a step back, but he didn't suffer much damage because he had cast stone skin on the surface of his body. The effect of stone skin was much stronger. Although the crossbow bolts hit Soren, the damage was only in the single digits. They didn't penetrate his body and hurt his internal organs. The enemies in front of him were still reloading their crossbows, and some of them were waving their weapons around to prevent Soren from getting closer. Sure enough, battles need to be tested. Soren's expression was not very good. He raised his hand to remove the crossbow bolts from his body and murmured, "They actually forced me to activate my legendary equipment. If it wasn't for stone skin, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured." It seems that greater invisibility is very powerful, but it can't be used to crush the enemies. Evade sight. Soren activated the ability of Shadow Dancer and directly entered stealth. His figure that had already been revealed completely disappeared once again. Greater invisibility could be stacked with stealth, so evade sight was still useful. People? Where are they? The eyes of the surviving pirates were full of panic. Some of them even screamed hysterically and attacked their surroundings. The deck above Soren's head suddenly shook, and then a footprint appeared on the side of the wall. The next moment, there was a splash of blood. It wasn't until the chest was cut open that Soren's trace was revealed, along with a faint light of his sword. Soren had already rushed into the enemy's crowd. He waved his 2 swords and used the familiar ground swordsmanship. 7 or 8 pirates in front of him screamed in pain. Their legs were either cut by the curved swords or directly cut off. In the narrow cabin, broken limbs and flesh were flying everywhere. The crazy pirates attacked randomly. Occasionally, someone was lucky enough to cut Soren, but the attack was blocked by stone skin. More often than not, they cut their own companions. Demon! Demon! Ghost! Run! Finally, someone had a mental breakdown. Perhaps they weren't afraid of facing a powerful enemy head-on, but now they didn't even know where the enemy was. After blood splashed everywhere and their companions fell one by one, some of these pirates finally began to have a mental breakdown. Some of them wanted to escape, but unfortunately, they couldn't escape the faint light of the swords behind them. Soren's expression was very cold. He didn't have the slightest sympathy for these pirates. He waved his 2 swords and left almost no survivors. 39. Soren shook his curved swords to get rid of the bloodstains on them. He murmured in a cold voice, "The spell lasts for 3 minutes. It seems that with the buff of greater invisibility, I have the ability to face a large group of enemies head-on. But this is also because there are no spellcasters among the pirates. Otherwise, a detection spell would be able to break my spell. If there's a chance in the future, I should go to the desert. If I'm not mistaken, the magic detection cloak should still be there, right? The anti-detection cloak. One of the legendary equipment that rogues coveted the most. Its effect was almost equivalent to a divine artifact in their hands. This legendary equipment had almost no other additional abilities. The only effect was that most detection spells wouldn't have any effect on the person wearing this legendary cloak. This was the only legendary equipment in the world. Soren had also participated in the battle for it. It could be said that it was more bloody and cruel than fighting for the divine artifact. Even at that time, Soren had the combat power close to the legendary level. In the end, he still couldn't snatch this legendary equipment. In the end, it fell into the hands of an assassin. In order to fight for it, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Soren almost died under the joint attack of two assassins. In the past, there weren't so many casualties when fighting for the divine artifact, but for a legendary cloak, thousands of high-grade professions died. If no one found it, this legendary equipment should still be in an underground ruin in the desert. It was a more dangerous place. Soren might not be able to get through it now because some powerful demons were sealed there. The number of enemies was getting smaller and smaller. However, Soren couldn't help but frown because he hadn't seen any trace of the captain so far. Was the pirate captain not here at all? Just as Soren was about to turn the corner of the goods, suddenly a sword appeared from the side. Then a fiery red figure appeared and slashed at Soren's head with a sword. Clang! Soren's conditioned reflex took effect in an instant. He almost subconsciously raised Icing Death to block the enemy's attack. Clang! Another parry sound was heard. The enemy was also a master of dual wielding. After Soren blocked the attack, another cold light stabbed at his waist. At the same time, he also waved his sword to block the enemy's sneak attack. In front of him was a tall woman with a gorgeous face. She was wearing gorgeous clothes and a captain's hat on her head. The opponent had been waiting for an opportunity to send her men to their deaths. Then, she was looking for Soren's position, trying to kill him with a sneak attack. A woman. Soren wasn't too surprised that the leader of the pirate ship was a woman because there were many women with Amazon blood here. His figure disappeared into the air again, and at the same time, he was looking for an opportunity to kill the opponent with one blow. It wasn't easy to train in dual wielding. The woman in front of him was probably a fourth-grade profession. Whether it was her patience or her strategy, Soren felt that the opponent was a very dangerous enemy. Damn it! He disappeared again. The flame-haired gorgeous female pirate cursed in a low voice, and then waved her two swords to protect her left and right. Soren activated Evade Sight and entered stealth. With the help of advanced invisibility, there was no trace of him at all. The enemy in front of him was very alert. The two weapons almost covered all the blind spots around her body. For a moment, Soren couldn't find a chance to attack. Just as he was about to go around to the side and attack, the woman in front of him did something unexpected. The woman closed her eyes, yes. She closed her eyes, then crossed her swords in front of her, and then took a deep breath. Her ears obviously trembled. Not good. In an instant, Soren had goosebumps all over his body. He didn't even think about it and rolled back to dodge. Two swords flashed violently at the place where he stopped at, and the half-meter-tall cargo box was completely cut open, leaving a 3-inch mark on the ground. The gorgeous female pirate actually found his position and launched a fierce attack. She was still moving with her eyes closed, but the swords were continuously slashing at Soren's figure. The fierce swords raged out and stuck to his clothes like maggots. It was as if invisibility had completely lost its effect at this moment. Blind battle. What a powerful woman! The opponent actually mastered the special ability, blind battle. Clang! 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 Soren finally had no way to retreat. All his retreat routes were completely blocked by the enemy, and he could only wield his sword to block the enemy's continuous attacks. Blind warfare was a very powerful ability, and it was very useful in certain situations. For example, against invisible enemies, or in the face of darkness, blindness, and gloom, this ability could play an unexpected role. Soren had spent a lot of time mastering blind warfare because without this ability in the Underdark, his combat effectiveness would be reduced by 30%. This ability required a certain amount of perception, and it was very difficult for people with low perception to master it. Soren was now locked on by the enemy's perception. The enemy relied on blind warfare to completely lock on to his retreating footsteps, the sound of moving wind, the slight flow of air, and so on. In the eyes of a grade 4 profession, these slight traces were clearly captured. Even with the eyes closed, the perception of the outside world became more obvious. As Soren had to wield his sword to block the enemy's attack, his figure also came out of stealth, and then a hazy shadow appeared. The female pirate with long red hair suddenly opened her eyes, and then there was a flash of light in her eyes, sword form, spinning strike. Powerful slam. The two swords in the opponent's hands flashed a cold light, and her whole body actually spun at a high speed. She stomped on the wooden barrel with her toes, and then her figure swooped up and spun in a circle in midair. The two swords completely cut the surrounding planks, and at the same time, she slashed towards Soren's waist. This was a fighting skill of the rogue swordsman, but as it evolved, it was gradually mastered by other melee professions. Sword form, spinning strike, was a killing move of dual-wielding professions, which could release a continuous fierce combo in an instant. Clang, Soren only succeeded in parrying once, and at the same time, his chest was hit by a sword. Dual-wielding professions would reduce the power outburst, and the opponent only slashed his chest with her left hand. After breaking through stone skin, the sword slightly cut into the muscle layer. A stream of blood splashed out. Soren had almost no time to fight back, and suddenly retreated from the cabin. It was very disadvantageous to fight against a dual-wielding professions in such a narrow space. Moreover, the opponent was the real master of dual-wielding. Soren did not even get the hint of dual-wielding ability. Want to run? The female pirate with fiery red hair scolded and slashed with her two swords, almost not giving Soren any time to react. This was the advantage of dual-wielding. Because of the speed of continuous attacks was too fast, if there was no obvious ability to suppress the opponent's attacks, he would not have a chance to fight back, and he could only wait until the opponent's out. The female pirate seemed to realize that Soren's reflexes were amazing. She suddenly put the two swords together. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a heavy curved sword with a click. At the same time, she changed from holding the sword with one hand to holding the sword with both hands and directly slashed at his throat. Mandarin duck swords? Soren's pupils shrank slightly, and he suddenly bent his body to avoid the swords. At the same time, he stomped on the deck, and a crack appeared on the solid deck. Then, Soren crashed into the opponent's arms. There was no space to attack in this kind of explosion, but Soren's head rushed into the opponent's arms like a cannonball, and directly knocked the female pirate in front of him upside down. Her body slammed into the cabin door, and the wooden board behind her cracked. Crack. It was a clear sound of bones breaking. Soren's headbutt broke 4 or 5 of the opponent's ribs. The female pirate in front of him did not expect the enemy to use this kind of attack. Before she could react, the enemy suddenly gave up on using his swords and hit her chest with his head. The huge impact made her lose her balance, and her back hit the wooden board. Because of the broken ribs in her chest, her lungs were injured, and this made it difficult for her to breathe. Swoosh! The sword slashed at Soren's back from behind. Kidney strike. Vampiric touch. The swords in Soren's hand suddenly disappeared, and then he moved his legs half a step, got into a simple horse stance, and then punched the opponent near her kidney. The next moment, the female pirate with fiery red hair curled up like a shrimp. Her face turned red, and her eyes rolled up slightly. She looked like a dead fish with its eyes rolled up. Her whole body went limp. This heavy punch was only made by Soren. If it was the 1-inch punch of a monk, the opponent would have died in an instant. Continuous counterattack. The wound on Soren's chest gradually stopped bleeding. Although he did not have a weapon in his hand, he suddenly hit the opponent's abdomen with his elbow, and then twisted the opponent's hand with his backhand. With a crack, he twisted the opponent's arm without any mercy. He once again attacked with his elbow, interrupting the enemy's breathing. She did not even have time to breathe, and then he grabbed the other arm, twisted the joint, and directly dislocated the arm. Plop! The female pirate with fiery red hair in front of him fell to the ground. Her eyes were obviously a little white, and she had completely fainted. It seems that there's no harm in learning how to fight with bare hands. Soren directly picked up the female pirate in front of him with one hand, pinched her chin with his palm, and looked at her, and murmured, "The close combat skills of a pugilist are really useful. It can actually force the enemy to have no time to attack. It seems that if I fight with a monk in the future, I should use a dagger to fight when the distance is too close. An inch shorter, an inch more dangerous, and an inch longer, an inch more powerful. If a pugilist closed the distance to the elbow, which meant that after a close combat, a long weapon would be completely useless. This was because the first part of the weapon was still the elbow. In the face of a pugilist's joint strike skills and 1-inch punch skills, the longer the weapon, the less opportunity to attack. It was better to use some short daggers and short swords. Soren just used the combat skills of a pugilist. He once took Vivian to meet a pugilist who was close to legendary. At that time, he gave Vivian a book of pugilist, but the little girl basically did not read it. Only Soren read a lot of it. The pugilist in this world was a profession that was as dangerous as the blade master, it was just that they were not very aggressive. Clang! Soren picked up the two swords on the ground with his feet. After picking them up and looking at them, he murmured, "It really is the Mandarin duck sword. It seems that people who use this kind of weapon are rare, right? Her identity seems to be not that simple?" Mandarin duck sword. This was what Soren called it. In fact, the original name of this weapon was ring buckle sword. It was a relatively rare weapon that was more common outside of the eastern desert. This weapon had a special ring buckle on the hilt. The inner hilt of the two swords was specially made, and it was a relatively fierce weapon used in infantry battles. This weapon was separated into two long swords, and when combined, it was a heavy battle sword. It was a bit like the two-handed fighting style of the padao. In this world, there were two types of weapons. One was the straight blade, and the other was the curved blade. Therefore, many of the weapons had local names, and not many people deliberately named them. Therefore, the weapon she used was also a curved blade, which leaned towards a different kind of weapon. She doesn't look like a desert person. Soren looked at the female pirate in front of him and pulled open her clothes to see if there were any tattoos. The Eastern pirates had a special symbol, and their combat style was completely different from the pirates of the West Coast. Along the desert all the way to the east, the closer they were to the east, the more sophisticated their combat skills were. It was the birthplace of the monks, and it belonged to a vast desert area. It seemed that there used to be a civilization, but it was destroyed in the hands of ancient evil creatures. The Eastern pirates were good at using curved blades, and many of them were experts in greater dual wielding. Among them, there were even monks who used a single sickle to fight. Forget it. Soren frowned and took a look. Then he cut down a section of the rope and tied the female pirate in front of him up like a fried dough twist. It was almost all over her body, and there was almost no empty space. He did not study much about the art of binding, but he was worried that the other party would escape, so he could only use the simplest and most violent method. This female pirate might be useful because Soren had a lot of plans in mind. The fog gradually became thicker. A figure of a vengeful spirit appeared, and then a ghost ship appeared nearby. At this time only 10 minutes had passed, and there were no living people on the pirate ship in front of her. The Naga siren's eyes were full of disbelief. It seemed that it was difficult for her to believe that Soren had killed a ship of pirates in such a short time. Animated rope. A rope flew out from the ghost ship, then wrapped around the red-haired female pirate and hung her on the mast of the ghost ship. These ropes were quite powerful. It required more than 18 points of strength to break free, so if there were no weapons to cut the ropes, ordinary pirates could directly be strangled and hung on these ropes. These ropes were part of the animated ghost ship. They were like tentacles, and their flexibility and strength were quite amazing. They were a trump card against low-level enemies. I got more than 10,000 slaughter EXP. Soren looked at his data page, and a smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, killing people is the fastest way to accumulate slaughter EXP. In less than 20 minutes, I have earned more than 10,000 slaughter EXP. If I encounter some more pirate ships on the way, maybe I can increase my wizard level again. There were many humanoid creatures. There were nearly 30 or 40 pirates on this ship, and each of them gave at least 200 or 300 slaughter EXP. Soren easily got more than 12,000 slaughter EXP. This deal was worth it. Soren began to clean up the spoils of war. There were not many valuable things on these pirates because rare-grade equipment was too rare, and there seemed to be no spoils of war. However, there were a lot of barrels and goods on the pirate ship. If these goods could be sold, they should be worth thousands of Kindler coins. But Soren had no time to sell the goods now. He just collected a little Kindler and silver dirhams and found a box of jewelry in the captain's room. It seemed that these pirates had not done any big business recently, or they had hidden their wealth somewhere. Pirates liked to hide things. If they did a big business, pirates liked to fill the box with treasure and find an island to dig a hole to bury it. Gold was an extremely stable metal. It could be buried for hundreds of years or even thousands of years. If he did not tell others, or if he accidentally died and did not have time to tell others, the wealth would be left in place for others to find. In the past, many people accidentally found the treasure buried by pirates, but it seemed that no one found any great wealth. The harvest looks ordinary. Soren looked at the pirate ship in front of him. He was not in the mood to take it back now. The ship was actually very valuable. It was impossible to take it away, and he did not know if it would benefit others. It would be a pity to sink it. Soren did not know what to do with it for a while. He could only put away the anchor and let the ghost drag it to a position close to the shallow sea, and then stranded it on the beach of the island. Now he could only leave it here first. When he needed it in the future, he would come back to see if it had been taken away. According to the market value of this pirate ship, it was worth at least 5,000 or 6,000 Kindler coins. On the ghost ship, Soren treated the wound on his chest. If there was no stone skin, it would have been a bit fatal. Vampiric touch almost healed his injuries, but he still needed to bandage them. Soren looked up at the sky and then ordered the ghost ship to move forward. The Naga Siren priest gave him the agreed location, about a day's sailing route, where the Naga Siren tribe would meet him. He was sure that the fleet of the Betrayer's Chamber of Commerce was near that sea. Put her down. Soren walked to the mast and lowered the rope, placing the red-haired pirate on the deck. The ship was alive, although it couldn't speak, it could understand simple orders, just like some low-level undead. Soren reached out and lifted the female pirate in front of him. Her face was very pale, but her appearance was quite beautiful and full of a wild aura. It seemed like she was a person who often gave orders. Although Soren's attacks were fierce, they were not fatal. Most of the woman's body was covered with bruises. High-grade professionals had strong vitality, so they would not die so easily. He had no interest in healing the man, so he picked him up and threw him into the sea. Plop, the red-haired pirate fell into the sea, but the rope was still on her, and she was dragged forward in the sea. Cough, cough, cough. After a series of violent coughs, the unconscious female pirate finally woke up. Soren nodded with satisfaction. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The rope pulled her up again and hung her on the mast. There was a trace of blood on her chest, and the broken ribs made her injury even more serious. She looked very weak, as if she could die at any time. However, after she woke up, her eyes were very fierce. She stared at Soren and said, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. You lackey of the sea wolf. I won't tell you my father's secret." Sure enough. Soren's mouth showed a smile, and he seemed to be satisfied with his judgment. A female pirate captain with such eye-catching fiery red hair, using a special weapon, and seemed to have the strength of grade 4. Such a woman must have secrets. If her identity was not enough, even if she had the strength of grade 4, it would be difficult to suppress so many pirates. Pirates were notorious for being unruly and unruly. They were wretched bones that yielded to force but not persuasion. To make them listen to orders, one needed to have a solid foundation. It seemed that her father was a pirate, and he was a pirate with a little bit of skill. Actually, I wanted to kill you at first. Soren shrugged calmly, then snapped his fingers and put her down. He said playfully, "But it's a pity to kill you like this. Maybe a woman like you is useful to me. I think you should look around now, and then think about whether I have anything to do with the sea wolf." Around, the female pirate with fiery red hair looked up and glanced around. Suddenly, her whole body trembled because she was surrounded by floating wraiths, and the ugly undead covered in seaweed. The broken hull, the black sails, and the ferocious undead. Everything in front of her made her feel a trace of fear. She said in a trembling voice, "Ghost. Ghost ship." Yes. Ghost ship. It was also a taboo among pirates. Because it was a curse of death, the undead belonged to supernatural life, and it was not something that could be seen everywhere. There were not many people on the south coast who had encountered the ghost ship, but its terrible legend had been spread among the pirates for a long time. If there was something that made them afraid, it was undoubtedly one of them. Because in the legend of the pirates, the ghost ship was full of imprisoned undead. They were bound to the ghost ship, and their souls could never be free. In the end, they could only die with the ghost ship. This was not a joke. There were so many bound spirits on the ghost ship, and many of them were pirates who died on it. Soren's face showed a satisfied smile. He reached out and lifted the female pirate in front of him, showing his white teeth, and smiled, but in the eyes of the other party, he looked like a devil. He said in a low voice, "I don't know who the sea-wolf you're talking about is. But with such a name, and a character I've never heard of, he should be an ordinary pirate leader, right? Your father's secret may not be of much value to me. What I'm interested in now is whether you're valuable to me. If you're valuable, I'll let you go. If you're not, I'll kill you. This ship just happens to lack an undead vice captain." The female pirate shuddered, and her teeth trembled slightly. She looked at the ugly undead around her and murmured, "No. I don't want to become something like that." "What do you want?" Soren nodded with satisfaction. He snapped his fingers and loosened the rope. He smiled and said, "Very good. It seems that you're going to talk to me about your value? If your value alive is higher than your value dead, then congratulations. I won't kill you." Soren waved his hand to make the undead around him retreat, and then carried the female pirate to the captain's room. As he walked, he took out a bottle of healing potion and violently poured it into her mouth. Bang! Soren kicked open the door of the captain's room, and then threw her on the ship, which was full of disgusting seaweed. He looked at her indifferently, and seemed to notice the undead outside. He then said, "Tell me about you. You can try to lie, but if you let me feel that you're lying, I'll cut off one of your fingers. I'm a very principled person. As long as you lie to me, then you're not lying. But if you can't lie to me, sorry. I'll give you a little punishment." Having said that, Soren pulled out a dagger and made a cut on her finger. The red-haired female pirate swallowed hard. The man in front of her gave her a lot of pressure. She didn't even know if the other party was still alive. Although the other party's smile was natural, it was because it was natural that made people feel scared. This was a terrible existence who was used to killing. His breath made her feel familiar. Only those pirates who really walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood could give her such a big pressure. Even her father didn't have such a strong murderous aura. The man in front of her had probably killed hundreds of people. Fear. She couldn't help but tremble. She looked at the captain's room that was full of the smell of blood and corruption, and said with difficulty, "My name is Adele Isabel, the daughter of the pirate leader of Shipwreck Bay, Killer Whale." "Wait a minute." Soren suddenly interrupted the other party. He reached out and lifted the other party's chin, looked at the pupils of the woman in front of him, then frowned slightly and said, "Isabel? This seems to be the surname of the nobles in the Western Kingdom. Do you have royal blood? Is this your father's surname? Or your mother's surname?" The Western Kingdom. It was a more chaotic country. It was a place where taboos, chaos, relationships, heresy, depraved emotions, and desires were common. Because this land was ruled by a family of sorcerers for generations, in order to maintain the purity of the bloodline, the marriage of the nobles in the kingdom was relatively chaotic. Isabel was the queen's surname, which had been passed down for hundreds of years. After the division of the unified Western Kingdom, this surname was inherited by the nobles. Generally, only the direct bloodline was allowed to use this surname. Mothers. The red-haired female pirate looked down at the deck of the ship and said in a low voice, "My mother was a noble lady of a duchy on the west coast. She married a viscount, but she met my father when she was out at sea. He killed her husband and all her attendants, and then took her as his wife. I inherited my mother's surname, which was also what my father wanted. He didn't want me to continue to be a pirate." Soren showed a playful expression at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to think of something, smiled and shook his head, and said, "Then your father was killed by that sea wolf? Then you became a pirate captain? For revenge? Or are you not satisfied with a dull life?" The woman in front of him was silent. "You guys are awesome. You can find the model of the female pirate as soon as you finished writing. Except for the wrong hair color, it's really similar to my idea. She has a wild feeling with a bit of Amazon blood, and her breasts are also very big." Stupefied Buddha. The story was actually not that complicated. Adele's mother traveled with her husband shortly after her marriage, but they didn't expect to meet the pirate leader at that time, the Killer Whale. The pirates robbed their ship and killed the other people on the ship. Only her mother was left behind by the pirate leader because of her beauty, and then she was taken back to do some discordant things. This semi-imprisonment lasted until Adele was born, and for some reason, her mother died later. When she wasn't very old, she was still very young. What happened next was very simple. She was raised by the pirate leader Killer Whale. Because he had a daughter, the notorious pirate leader had the idea of retiring. Originally, he planned to leave a large inheritance to his daughter and then find a place far away from the sea to live in seclusion, but he did not expect to be plotted against by his peers at this time. Adele was not a weak woman without the strength to truss a chicken. On the contrary, she inherited a quarter of the Amazon blood from her father. So she planned to take revenge. This woman recruited a lot of men and used her father's reputation to win over a group of people. However, after all, a woman's strength and reputation were not enough. Although she had a ship and a group of men, she still could not beat the sea wolf who plotted against her father. Just at this time, she heard the news about a merchant ship full of gold, silver, and jewelry, so she made a very bold decision to try to rob the wealth. Although she knew it was dangerous, as long as she grabbed a ship, or even a little benefit, she could have enough wealth to recruit people. Because the wealth was too huge, but it seemed that her plan failed, because before she started, her men were killed by Soren, and she became Soren's captive. These trash want to rob the Chamber of Commerce of the betrayal. The corners of Soren's mouth curled up slightly, and he said with a hint of mockery, I really don't know if you're smart or stupid, or if you're just like in the stories. Adele's pale face flushed red, revealing a trace of anger. It was as if Soren's words had stimulated her soul, making her feel that her decision was so stupid. At the same time, she also found that the clothes in front of her chest had been torn a little. Because of the rope tied to her body, the bulge in front of her chest became even more obvious. It was a curve that made her feel ashamed. However, the way Soren tied her up was simple and rough. Even if she wanted to move, she couldn't. Looks like it's not worth keeping you alive. Soren narrowed his eyes slightly. The dagger in his hand turned into a blur. Omnipotent hands had greatly increased the agility of his fingers. His opponent couldn't even see the outline of the dagger clearly. He squatted in front of the female pirate, looked into her eyes, and said in a low voice, apart from the wealth left behind by your dead father, it seems like you don't have anything valuable on you. You saw it too. My goal is also the group of betrayers' caravans. If I get the wealth of those betrayers, the things left behind by your father are nothing. Do you think I should let you live? After all, I don't like to let an enemy go. Maybe I should turn you into an undead. That way, you'll be of some use. Adele's face was obviously much paler. She struggled for a while, and said with a look of despair, I can be loyal to you. I can also serve you. My father left behind a lot of things, and among them is a secret treasure map. It's said that it can lead to a mysterious place. Treasure map? Soren showed a look of interest. He looked at her and said, I don't believe in loyalty. Your loyalty is cheap to me. Maybe you're a good pirate on the south coast, but in the whole world, you're just an ant. As for serving me, I have to admit that your body is very attractive, but I learned a lesson in the Underdark. The more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is, especially if she may be your enemy. But just as Adele's mood was getting lower and lower, and her expression became more and more desperate, Soren suddenly waved his dagger. His target was not her throat, but the rope on her body. Soren cut the rope on her body, looked into her eyes and said, I feel that you're somewhat useful to me, and I just happen to need a helper like you. I don't care if you betray me, but you have to think about the price of betraying me. I don't want to skin such a beautiful woman with my own hands. I'll give you the respect you deserve, but I hope you're worthy of my respect. Soren took a step back and watched her reaction. The female pirate's gorgeous face was obviously startled, but there was no excessive reaction. Instead, she said with a complicated expression, What do you want? There's a lot I want. Soren's heart also relaxed a little, but he was ready to fight at any time. He said in a deep voice, Your existence is useful to me, but your value is still too small. I'll help you take revenge, help you kill Seawolf, and become the biggest pirate leader in Shipwreck Bay. When you have enough value, I'll tell you what I want. Don't try to do something stupid. You should know that I didn't do my best at the beginning. I don't want to regret my decision to let you go. Soren lifted his foot and kicked a chair over. At the same time, he leaned against the door, thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "Since you've inherited your mother's name, you should know where your mother and her husband's territory is, right? Don't tell me you don't know this. I don't believe that your father didn't have the idea of inheriting the territory. Your father killed a noble, but he lived for so long. Presumably, he did a good job at that time, right? All the related people were killed. Am I right?" Adele's expression was very complicated. It seemed that she couldn't keep up with Soren's thoughts, but she still hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes. My mother and her husband's territory is in the western county, near the Grizzly Hills. My father did have the intention of letting me inherit the territory. After all, my blood may be able to hide from a priest's spell detection. But that territory has been inherited by another person. He should be my cousin. My father had the idea of letting me replace him to inherit the territory, but he encountered an accident before he could do anything." Soren nodded and said, "Very good. I see the brilliance of a pirate in you. I like to deal with people like you because you're not pedantic at all. Congratulations. Your value to me has increased a lot. Maybe I can help you get what you want. A woman doesn't need to be a pirate to take revenge. If she has enough money, I believe that there are many ways to try to assassinate the target. You also desire an extraordinary life in your heart, right?" Soren approached her, and his breath was close. He looked into her eyes and said slowly, "This is the nature of an Amazon woman. You have the natural wildness of an Amazon woman." She was not willing to be under a man. Amazon women were so troublesome. They liked to compete with men. Although the woman in front of him was very beautiful and had the characteristics of a Western aristocrat, such as snow-white skin and a tall nose, she also had the obvious characteristics of an Amazon woman, especially her pupils. That kind of hidden wildness. Such a woman would definitely not desire to live a life of being a housewife. Even the life of a noblewoman could not satisfy her. The natural courage of Amazon women meant that this group of women was destined to have a warlike gene in their bones. The fact that she could reach the 4th grade of strength was probably related to the bloodline of an Amazon woman. The combative nature of the Amazon women made it easier for them to become professionals. The probability of this was higher than that of men in other places. Although the population of the Amazon race was not large, the number of low-grade professionals accounted for a considerable proportion. These women could become qualified warriors with a little training, and sometimes they could even do better than that. Soren seemed to be thinking. After thinking for a moment, he looked at her and said, "I will put you down on the island near the strait and leave you enough food. This battle caused by the wealth of the betrayer is not something you can go to with your strength. If you go there, you will just be one more person who will die. You can heal there, and I will pick you up when I come back. Of course. You can also try to escape. For me, this is just one less chess piece, but for you, you will lose an important opportunity. During this period of time, you can also think about how far you can go without my help. I don't like to force women." Soren turned and walked out of the captain's room, leaving the female pirate with a complicated expression on her face. Yes. Soren did not care very much. Not killing her would only cost him a few thousand slaughter exp. If he let her go, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. But if she could really be his helper, then Soren's future plans would undoubtedly be much easier. There were still many things he wanted. It was not enough to deal with the Avatar crisis by himself, even if he could enter the realm of legends. The woman in front of him was still very valuable. He hoped that his decision could get the results he wanted. If he failed, that would not be too much of a problem because the core of everything was still in the outer islands. Amidst the sea breeze, Soren looked at the female pirate who gradually swam to the shore, and then ordered the ghost ship to leave. As for whether the target would wait for him here, Soren was actually only 50% sure. In the beginning of the conversation, he had already added psychological hints to match the fear gaze and deliberately created an oppressive atmosphere. If this did not achieve the desired effect, it could only be said that he was not capable enough in this aspect. After all, he was not very good at everything. The ghost ship began to speed up, and the fog moved with the broken hull. Soren gradually approached the area of the deep sea. When the sea and sky in front of him became more and more open, and the sea gradually turned from blue to dark blue, he already knew that he had arrived at the territory of the Nagas. The Nagas were not the rulers of the sea. There were many dangerous creatures in the sea of this world. Even the Sharkman and the Naga sirens could only occupy a part of the territory. There were many sea monsters, especially in the abyss area, near the sunken continental shelf, where the Naga sirens did not dare to easily set foot. Because there was very strong energy radiation there, this was a disaster left over from the Arcane Empire. Even after thousands of years, it had not changed. The central area of the sea was a dangerous area. The octopus there could grow to the size of the Squid King, which could reach a length of about 14 meters. It was possible to overturn a ship directly. Occasionally, there were giant monsters that could prey on whales. Therefore, the transoceanic continent trade had always been in a cold storage period. Although some people had explored the continental shelf in the transoceanic area, it was only limited to the communication between spellcasters. Ordinary people could not pass through, and they could not bypass that dangerous area. The continental shelf plate would move slightly. The Soros Islands were also part of the continental shelf. Soren was now in the area of the deep-sea canyon. Below was an abyss tens of thousands of meters deep. He did not know what was in it. Anyway, the Naga sirens lived near this sea area. Rumble. There was a slight vibration at the bottom of the sea, and then a strange warship that looked like an elven ship emerged. It was a long and narrow boat. Its front end was very sharp, and there was a sculpture of a Naga siren at the back. There were many Naga sirens on the boat, and one of them was someone Soren had seen before. The figure of the Naga siren priest was also among them. Unlike the past, she was wearing blue armor, and her 4 arms were holding a long sword, a mace, a staff, and a shield at the same time. Although she didn't have the casting ability of a legendary priest, her own creature level and priest level were definitely at the legendary level. Her priest level should be around 18. She was equipped with heavy armor and a shield. If Soren didn't know her identity, he would have mistaken her for a warrior. Priests in this world were difficult to deal with. They did not have as many restrictions as wizards. Wearing full body armor would not affect the casting of divine spells. High-grade priests could wear heavy warrior equipment and cast spells as they fought. From time to time, they could even cast a divine blessing on themselves. After entering the legendary realm, they could even summon an oracle from another world. Sometimes, you would feel helpless against such an existence. Fortunately, divine spells were the weakened version of spells. Priests were strong in overall ability, but they were not particularly outstanding. Moreover, it was almost impossible for priests to have the opportunity to become a god. At most, they could reach the level of the chosen saint. Follow. Soren ordered the ghost ship to follow. The Naga sirens seemed to be using alchemy warships. Although alchemy was listed as a taboo in many places, the Naga sirens did not have so many concerns. Warships were the main tool of the Naga sirens. They could not domesticate sharks, whales, and other sea creatures like the Sharkmen, so using a warship was definitely faster than swimming. A day passed quickly. The next day, when Soren finished memorizing the spells, they met another helper. It was the Sharkmen riding huge tiger sharks. They were the most loyal servants of the sea goddess. Unfortunately, these guys had low intelligence, and there were very few priests and spellcasters. Under the blue sky, a wave appeared on the sea, and then more than 10 tiger sharks appeared in front of them. In front of Soren were the Sharkmen wearing armors that looked like woven seaweed. They almost only had the outline of a humanoid creature. Their thick arms held tridents. After approaching the warship, they roared loudly, and then the tiger sharks began to surround them. At the same time, a Sharkman drove the tiger shark close to the Naga siren priest. The Sharkman said something in a language that Soren could not understand at all. Damn the language of the sea. Sure enough, no matter how much one learned, one would never complain about learning too many languages. The Naga siren priest's expression became serious. After listening to the Sharkman's words, she immediately ordered, "Full speed ahead. Our prey has appeared. There are other hunters. The ghost ship began to speed up. Soren did not know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see the sea shake. No, 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 it should not be said that it was the sea. It should be said that the whole sea seemed to shake. It was as if an invisible vibration spread on the bottom of the sea, and then caused a ripple to spread on the surface of the sea. The Naga siren priest also seemed to feel something. Her expression quickly became serious. She picked up a conch-like object and prayed in a low voice in a strange language. This voice was like a wave, spreading towards the sea with a strange sound wave, and then transmitted to a distant place. Gosaru! 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 There were Naga siren warriors roaring in front of them, as if they were shouting the name of some creature. Unfortunately, Soren could not understand at all. However, he now had a very clear feeling that this battle was not going to be simple. Basically, he was sure that it was above legendary. Time passed little by little. Wooden barrels and broken pieces of wood could gradually be seen on the sea. At the same time, there were traces of fire. It seemed that there had been a battle here before. The smell of blood attracted sharks and other marine carnivores. The sharkman drove the tiger sharks to howl excitedly, and then with some casting movements, some of the sharks began to move with them. This was charm sea creatures, a spell similar to charm animals, which belonged to the sharkman's natural spell-like ability. Corpses began to appear in front of him. Soren saw a white bone flag floating on the sea, which made his expression a little ugly. He murmured, "The flag of the pirate king?" This was a war flag. Or a war flag that had undergone a blood sacrifice. There had been a battle in the nearby sea area. They were still a lot late, but they did not know if the betrayer's fleet had been taken down. Soren did not care much about the wealth, because he could not get much even if he robbed them. But he had to come, otherwise he might be cursed by the sea goddess. Although the gods had fallen into a deep sleep and lost contact, they were not completely unconscious. For such an important thing, the sea goddess would definitely pay attention to it. Buzz, the vibration of the bottom of the sea seemed to appear again. The fish around seemed to be frightened and fled desperately into the distance. Even the sharks began to become uneasy. An isolated island appeared in the distance. It looked like a cliff that suddenly protruded from the bottom of the sea. It looked very strange from this position, and it made people feel inexplicably uneasy. In front of them was the outermost part of the Soros Islands. There were many strange islands scattered in this sea area. These islands were the products of the War of the Arcane Empire. They were a bit like mountains that had been destroyed. Roar, a dull roar suddenly came from afar. Then a huge black shadow rose into the air. It elegantly spread its dragon wings, circled from the sea, and rushed directly to a height of hundreds of meters. Then, the black figure swooped down from the sky. There was a dull sound of gunfire behind the island in front of them, and then a dragon's breath swept down from the sky, turning into a flame pillar that was 20 or 30 meters long and covering the sea. Black dragon! Soren silently clenched his curved sword and turned to look at the Naga siren priest. He guessed right, the dragon could not resist the temptation of this amazing wealth. Rumble, a huge sound came from the front. Soren vaguely seemed to see a woman in a white dress. Maybe it was not a white dress, but it looked a bit like a wedding dress. The reason why it was so eye-catching was because of a pair of huge dark red dragon wings behind the woman, so it was very visual. What was even more incredible was that she was actually fighting the black dragon head-on. And it was a hand-to-hand fight. What spellcaster in this world could fight a dragon head-on? There was no doubt. There was only one kind of existence that could do this, and that was the dragon disciple. In front of him was a legendary dragon disciple. She had completed the transformation of a half-dragon, so a pair of dragon wings could be formed on her back. A legendary spellcaster with the power of a half-dragon, the woman in front of him should be the legendary duchess. He did not expect her to have the blood of a red dragon. The bottom of the sea seemed to shake again. Forward. Sink. Soren and the Naga siren priest gave two completely different orders. The Naga siren warship began to accelerate suddenly. The Naga siren priest's hands quickly cast spells. As she chanted, an elemental ripple appeared on the sea, and then a quasi-legendary giant water elemental appeared. The elemental creature stood on the sea and began to move with the warship in front of it. However, the ghost ship under Soren's control began to descend. In the sea water that came from all directions, the undead on the ghost ship were also ready to fight. It seemed that they were not early nor late. The ghost ship gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. Soren activated the special emblem on his body and solidified his ability to breathe underwater. The drowned stood on the deck with his weapon, surrounded by wraiths. The ghost ship slowly approached from the bottom of the sea. The Naga warships in front had begun to join the battle. Many of the Naga warriors jumped into the water and swam toward the warships in front of them. There were many ships in the battle. In addition to the warships of the Betrayer's Chamber of Commerce, there seemed to be other pirate forces. Summon thunder. There seemed to be a dull sound of thunder on the sea, and then dark clouds gradually covered the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was dark all around. Bolts of lightning danced like electric snakes. Even Soren, who was sneaking under the sea, could feel the violent thunder and lightning. This was not a simple spell, but the thunder and lightning summoned by the Storm Lord's priest. This was a spell that was close to the 9th tier. It covered an area of more than 10 kilometers and almost covered the entire sea. Is this the Storm Lord? Or the Storm Priest? Soren felt a small current on the bottom of the sea. It was a bit like an electrostatic field, but the range was larger than what he had seen before. There should be a strong person above the legendary level. Heavy rain soon fell from the sky, and a terrible storm seemed to be brewing. The spellcaster forcibly changed the nearby climate and turned this place into the eye of the storm. Huge waves were set off on the sea, and the hovering black dragon seemed to be a little unstable. Soren was a little better at the bottom of the sea, but he could see that the hull on the sea was shaking violently. Storm lightning, crackling lightning bolts fell one after another, and then some charred corpses could be seen falling into the sea. Among them were the Naga guards who were killed by lightning, and the sharkmen who rode on the tiger sharks. Soren could not help but feel lucky that he had just made the decision. If he rushed up recklessly, he might have been struck by lightning. The situation on the battlefield seemed a bit strange. No one on the warship that summoned the storm seemed to attack the Betrayer's Chamber of Commerce. It seemed that they had reached some kind of agreement. These people who looked like pirates and storm priests actually helped them resist the attacks of the Black Dragon and others. Could it be that the Chamber of Commerce has promised some benefits? Soren's expression did not look good. He ordered the Spectre ship to approach from the bottom of the sea. His life was the most important thing in this battle, and he did not want to die in a place like this. There seemed to be several figures flying across the surface of the sea. They were female Amazonian warriors wearing leather armor and holding spears. They were the main force of the Amazons. These women could be seen running on the surface of the sea under the blessing of some storm-like spells. At the same time, they held their spears and rushed towards the enemies in front of them. What a powerful battle strength! Soren closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. He murmured, "There are at least 30 or more advanced professionals, and more than 5 legendaries. Let them fight for a while." Looking at the battle on the surface of the sea from the bottom of the sea was very awkward. Even if Soren had dark vision, what he saw was completely distorted. The black dragon in the sky seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. It could not help but roar angrily. It opened its mouth and spat out a dragon's breath. The HP of an adult dragon could reach more than 500 points. Many times, it seemed that they were seriously injured, but in fact, it was just a minor injury. The regeneration ability of the dragon was not just for show. Dragon Wing Strike. The move that Soren was most afraid of seemed to be used by the black dragon. For a moment, the wind on the surface of the sea was fierce and angry. Under the terrible power, 3 warships were directly overturned. On the spot, they were upside down. Many figures could be seen falling into the sea. This made Soren's eyes light up. As if he had thought of something, he ordered, "Those who are not drowning, go up. Sink all those warships for me. Mother *****. I can't beat you on the surface, so I'll get you all down for me." Soren did not believe that those professionals who fell into the sea would be much stronger than him. After all, he had the underwater breathing emblem. The figure of the undead began to move. The ghost ship gradually rose a little. There were many pirates and guards on the surface of the water. Just now, the black dragon was furious and overturned several warships. Dozens of enemies fell into the sea at once. Soren already had a plan in mind. He immediately let the ghost ship rise. At the same time, he pulled out his curved sword and said in a deep voice, "Activate the ropes." Swoosh! The ropes on the ghost ship flew out. Don't underestimate this ghost ship. It was also a quasi-legendary level living creature. The ropes on the ghost ship were very long. After Soren gave the order, they immediately flew out. These ropes could fly out dozens of meters or even hundreds of meters. They looked like living tentacles. Under Soren's order, the ropes quickly wrapped around some of the enemies that fell into the sea. Then, they tightly wrapped around them and slowly dragged them into the sea. Then, 5 or 6 pirates were slowly dragged over. Even if someone used a sword to cut them, they could not break these tough ropes in a short time. Is this considered catching people's heads? Soren was unexpectedly in a good mood. He pulled out his curved sword and walked over. After the ropes dragged the enemies over, he directly killed those who were entangled with the ropes. Many of the pirates were close to the 3rd grade. Although they were around level 10, they could not fight at all in the sea because of the ropes. Soren was now like collecting heads. He quickly killed more than 10 enemies and received nearly 10,000 slaughter EXP. More and more people fell into the sea. It seemed that the pirate kings near the Soros Islands had also joined the battle. The battle on the surface of the water was already very intense. The rumbling of thunder, the roars of black dragons, the crackling of lightning spears, countless high-level spells, and many elementals were summoned. Soren could not see clearly what was happening on the surface of the water, but his business underwater was not bad. So many pirates fell into the sea, and he easily killed a large number of them. With the quasi-legendary level ghost ship as his backup, he was quite relaxed under the sea. Blood gradually spread. Faintly, the sea seemed to shake again. This time, Soren felt it very clearly because he was in the sea. He could be sure that some kind of power was spreading out. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in front of Soren's eyes. No, it was not the golden light, but the golden sand that fell from the sky into the sea. The battle on the surface of the sea was extremely intense. The others could no longer completely protect the 5 cargo ships that were filled with gold, silver, and jewels. One of the ships was hit and exploded. Broken pieces of wood flew in all directions, and gold and jewels were scattered all over the sky. One of the heavy and huge boxes was blown away. In the overwhelming wind, more than 300 kilograms of golden sand was swept away. Lightning flashed across the sky, and the golden sand emitted a dazzling light. Then, like a golden curtain falling from the sky, it all fell into the sea. Pieces of golden sand scattered in the sea. Under various strange lights, and gradually spreading in the blood, it emitted a dazzling and demonic light. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! A series of curses were heard. The black dragon's pupils suddenly became much redder. It roared and spat out a dragon's breath again. More than half a ton of gold had been scattered in the battle just now. Many tiny grains of gold and small pieces of gold had all fallen into the sea. There was a turbulent undercurrent in the sea, and in the blink of an eye, a lot of gold had been washed away. Those grains of gold had fallen into the sea, and in the end, it would be very difficult for anyone to obtain them. Gurgle, one after another, other gold, silver, and jewelry fell into the sea. In the middle of the sunken cargo ship, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. It was a throne that weighed more than half a ton and was completely made of gold. This heavy throne was inlaid with all kinds of jewelry. Just a glance at it was enough to show how amazing its value was. It seemed that a guy who valued money more than life desperately grabbed it, but the huge weight dragged him directly to the bottom of the sea. The heavy golden throne made Soren's eyes blur for a moment, but he soon woke up and quickly ordered the ghost ship to move elsewhere. Sure enough, a huge black shadow suddenly swooped down from the sky. The black dragon gave up the enemy in front of it and rushed down from the sky. It stretched out its dragon claws and grabbed the golden throne. The weight of half a ton was still bearable for the dragon. It flapped its wings and flew up again. It's mine. The black dragon opened its mouth and let out a dull roar. Osaks can give up the other treasures, but this treasure must be mine. Osakos will not return empty-handed. Give it to me, and Osakos will give up the other treasures. It seemed that it was also injured. Otherwise, with the black dragon's greed, it would not be satisfied with just one treasure. Because of its words, the others obviously slowed down their attacks a little. It seemed that some people hoped that it would leave after taking such a treasure. After all, this was only one of the ships. In the center of everyone's fight, there were 4 such cargo ships, almost each of which was filled with more than several tons of gold, silver, and jewelry. The golden sand that had just been scattered had already made many people jealous. If they didn't have any scruples in the end, who knew how many treasures would have sunk into the sea? Those large treasures were still fine, but the rest would be washed away by the seawater to who knew where. Gold and silver jewelry, gold and silver utensils, gold sculptures, jewelry, and jadeite. A large tribe, from the leader of the nobles to the civilian merchants, had all been massacred by the treacherous Chamber of Commerce. This amazing wealth was only the tip of the iceberg. The black dragon seemed to really only intend to take this one, but reality ruthlessly dragged it into the sea. A huge tentacle suddenly stretched out from the dark bottom of the sea, and then wrapped around the black dragon's body and dragged it directly into the depths of the sea. It's all mine, a strange and dull voice sounded, mixed with a little bit of demon language syllables. There were very few people present who could recognize these syllables, and even Soren only felt that the pronunciation was a little strange. The huge tentacle had an incredible and terrifying power. Even an adult black dragon could not break free from its shackles. Just like that, it was directly dragged into the sea with the golden throne, and gradually sank at a very fast speed. The battlefield was dead silent. It seemed that this power had shocked many people, and even the legends present temporarily stopped attacking. Tentacles with suction cups suddenly stretched out from the darkest depths of the sea. Vaguely, one could see an incomparably huge shadow appearing near the battlefield. It was a very terrifying oppressive force. The powerful professionals present who could resist the dragon's aura felt incomparable fear under this oppressive force. Soren seemed to have thought of something. His face was slightly pale, and he almost squeezed out a bitter smile with difficulty, murmuring, "What a crow's mouth. It's really happening. This monster has really appeared. Ghost ship, turn around. Quickly turn around. Leave here. Leave here quickly." A terrifying shadow appeared. It approached them from the deepest bottom of the sea, and hundreds of tentacles covered the battlefield. It finally appeared. Some old memories appeared in Soren's mind, not only about the deep-sea monster in front of him, but also some memories about the bottomless abyss. Dagon, the king of the deep sea. The demon of the abyss. The ancient demon lord, the lord of the 89th floor of the abyss, Shadow Deep Sea, one of the few ancient demon lords in the entire multiverse. It was the lord of the ocean's shadow, the sea, and sea monsters. As one of the most powerful demon lords, Dagon lived in a trench called Ishur in the Sea of the Abyss. It looked like a hybrid of fish, mollusks, and eels. It had a large number of very powerful tentacles on its body. Its emblem was a big mouth full of sharp teeth wrapped by 6 spiral-shaped tentacles. For a long time, the children of Dagon were like the sinister devil fish and the terrifying deep ones. They often dived into the sea of the main material world under its instructions to be its priests. In the mortal world, Dagon's cult was popular in the coastal areas. Its human followers or swamp giants, tidal giants, etc., mated with half-fish creatures, and at the cost of tainting their bloodline, the demon lord gave them great power, rich fishing, and strange treasures. The black shadow in front of him was the son of Dagon. Son of Dagon, greater demon, demon god's heir, giant. Otherworld creature, basic health, 25, race, deep sea demon attributes, strength 35, dexterity 12, constitution 32, intelligence 18, wisdom 20, charm 12 alignment, chaotic evil level, deep sea demon level 20, demon god's priest level 10, demon god's heir, HP, 600 plus ability, unknown divinity, none divinity, lesser divinity others? A series of data appeared in Soren's mind. In the past, this monster was notorious in the ocean. It had been sealed by the incarnation of the goddess of the ocean several times, but it still managed to escape successfully. It wreaked havoc on the west coast and the south coast for a long time, and almost no one could kill it. It was not until the Avatar crisis that its traces gradually disappeared. Some said that it had died in the hands of the goddess of the ocean, some said that it had died in the hands of the storm lord, and some said that it had returned to the abyss. Anyway, no one was sure of the final result. Soren began to retreat with all his might. The son of Dagon in front of him was a demigod species. It was much stronger than the demigod vampire. Even if the demigod vampire had the form of a god, it would still be defeated in the sea. Soren would be affected by the deep-sea domain even if he were to get close to it, let alone exchange blows with it. He did not even have the ability to make a move. It could be said that everyone present was no match for the son of Dagon. At most, they could only fight with its tentacles, however, these tentacles were only a part of its huge body. Its true killing move was not these tentacles. Roar! A painful howl came from the bottom of the sea, and then a black shadow rushed out. The black dragon was not dragged into the mouth of the son of Dagon, but escaped at some cost. Anyway, when it rushed out of the sea, it was very embarrassed. Its whole body was covered in blood, and there were very obvious traces of corrosion on its solid dragon scales. The blood of the son of Dagon was very toxic and corrosive. As long as an ordinary weapon was cut on its body and stained with its blood, it would immediately corrode quickly. The black dragon almost did not dare to look back. It did not look like a legendary dragon at all. It looked more like a stray dog. The other legendary professions present looked terrible. The Naga Siren priest, who was fully armored, also looked terrible. Because it had been sealed by the incarnation of the goddess of the ocean, it was obvious that some of its tentacles had begun to attack them, and the other tentacles had wrapped around the central cargo ship. Between the amazing wealth and the threat of life, the other legendary professions gave up fighting. They did not choose to deal with this monster together, but seized the time to grab as much as possible. Although the son of Dagon was very powerful, but they did not even have the ability to escape. The Duchess flapped the huge red dragon wings behind her and rushed into one of the cargo ships, ready to take away as much treasure as possible. She was only a legendary sorcerer, not a legendary wizard. Only high-grade wizards, profession level 25 and above, could have a half-plane, which was almost equivalent to the divine kingdom of a weak god. The effect of the spatial storage in this world was limited. At most, she could only take away a part of the wealth. Legendary professions naturally had higher-level storage items. Compared to Soren's poor 3-foot multidimensional bag, they could undoubtedly take away a lot of wealth. In almost a moment. The legendary professions who stopped fighting nearby took away wealth worth tens of thousands of Kindler coins. Even so, the remaining 4 cargo ships still had a huge amount of gold, silver, and jewelry. This time, the wealth brought back was more than 500,000 Kindler coins. Soren estimated that it was more than that. If the silverware, silver Kindler, and silver sculptures were included, these 5 cargo ships were filled with at least 700,000 to 800,000 or even a million Kindler coins. Even if these legendary professions tried their best, they could only take away about 300,000 to 400,000 Kindler coins. These riches all had weight. In this world, it was impossible to have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Kindler coins. 20 to 30,000 Kindler coins weighed nearly half a ton. The carrying capacity of the legendary professions was not that high, and the effect of the spatial storage items was limited. Even if all the wealth was smelted into gold and silver bars, it would still be a large volume, not to mention that most of them were all kinds of gold and silver. Creak, rumble, the nearby ships were dragged to the bottom of the sea, and the huge tentacles destroyed many warships. Soren could see a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry scattered. Among them, a box full of Kindler coins was scattered. Thousands of Kindler coins floated in the sea and sank. There were also all kinds of jewelry, necklaces, and emerald jewelry. Gems the size of pebbles sank to the bottom of the sea, and even some gold and silver objects floated to where he was. These treasures would stay at the bottom of the sea nearby. If there were no accidents, the son of Dagon would stay here for a long time until all the treasures were transported back to its nest. Some people on the sea had begun to retreat. Although the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, who was wearing a snow-white dress, took away more than 100,000 Kindler coins, she still looked at the bottom of the sea with hatred. She was the one who lost the most among all. The female Amazons leaped to the rear. Their results were slightly less, but they probably also got more than 100,000 Kindler coins. They had already prepared the most valuable and easiest to take away, and the rest were more of the large gold and silver objects that took up space. No one could take away the wealth of 5 large cargo ships in one breath. Even if they had the strength of a legendary level, they could only salvage a little of the loss. The situation of the Naga siren priest on the sea was a bit worrying. At this time, no one would help her. The son of Dagon obviously hated the followers of the sea goddess more. But suddenly, there seemed to be a low roar in the distance, followed by continuous low roars. The sound became more and more intense. Soren could see another huge shadow on the bottom of the sea, approaching this side at an amazing speed. Gosaru! 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 Gu! Sa! Lu! The surviving Naga warriors and shark men on the surface of the sea suddenly became excited. They roared as if they were calling a name. The Naga siren priest's face was excited. She picked up a conch-like horn and blew it. Woo woo woo. The desolate sound of a horn reverberated on the surface of the sea. Then, a huge shadow emerged from the bottom of the sea. A huge head that looked like a dragon emerged, followed by a second huge head, then a third, a fourth, and a fifth head, on the sea in the distance. A behemoth like a small island appeared. There were 7 heads on the surface of the sea, almost each of which was the size of a locomotive. There seemed to be 2 heads hidden in the sea. The huge body moved at high speed in the sea, and the surrounding sea water seemed to be pushing it forward. This was not the original ability of the creature, but more like a spell given to it by the gods. Around it were white waves, and huge sharks leaped out of the sea. The strong sharkmen held tridents and roared, following the island-like monster. Fight back! The Naga siren priest showed a grim smile, raised the scepter representing the sea priest, and roared, "Keep them! There are sacrifices for the sea goddess!" Rumble, the nearby sea water suddenly broke open, and then the ghost ship rushed out from the bottom of the sea. Soren, who had planned to run as far as he could, stood in front of the rudder. The expression on his face was very brave, and he shouted, "Fire! Hurry up and fire! Sink those guys' warships!" At an unknown moment, Soren raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and then murmured, "Damn it! You should have said earlier that you have help. I knew you could summon this horrible thing. Do I still need to run so desperately? You scared me." Soren was not afraid of death, but he would never throw his life away. If he had no confidence in winning the battle, he would only run as far as he could. If it was only a legendary opponent, he could still fight back after transforming into a slaughterer. But the son of Dagon in front of him was the descendant of the demon god. It belonged to the demigod level, and it was in the opponent's territory. In the home field of the ocean, a quasi-legendary level deep-sea behemoth could be treated as a legendary monster. Even the incarnation of the sea goddess couldn't kill it. Soren didn't believe that these people were stronger than the incarnation of the sea goddess. But what he didn't expect was that the sea priest could even summon a pure-blooded hydra. That thing was something incredible. The legend of the hydra was spread across the multiverse. It was a species that covered all planes. In the material plane, the abyss, the elemental realm, the Bautor Inferno, and so on, the figures of these species and their descendants could be seen. Even in the legends of the Middle-earth, there were legends about the Hydra as early as the ancient times. But at that time, its name was Xianxia. Xianxia, a snake with 9 heads. It ate countless people. Wherever it went, it turned into a swamp. Xianxia's breath was poisonous. If one touched it, one would die. If one ate it, there was no cure. Xianxia's blood was highly poisonous. Not only did it poison all living things to death, but once it touched the ground, it would pollute everything. In the end, Xianxia was killed by Yu the Great. According to the legends, Yu the Great built a high platform to suppress it. The polluted ground was split into 3 pools. The Hydra in the Western legends was no longer an example. The above words could actually be applied to the monster in front of him. The Hydra in this world was extremely poisonous. Their breath was a dragon's breath, and their blood was highly poisonous. If the 9 heads didn't die, they could grow back again. Wherever the Hydra wreaked havoc, it was easy to change the terrain into a swamp. At the same time, their blood would pollute the earth, making the land barren for a long time. A pure-blooded hydra was even more difficult to deal with than a giant dragon. There were three major branches of the sea monsters. The first branch was the tentacle, sea behemoth, which was the ancient demon Dagon of the abyss. It was the king of the sea monsters. The second branch was the multi-headed sea beasts. Their ruler was the mother of the hydra and the mother of the deep sea beasts, Hydra. The mother of hydras was a special demigod. Although it didn't have a clear clergy, it was a servant of the goddess of ocean. However, its main body wasn't in the material plane, but in the goddess of ocean's divine kingdom. As for the third major branch, Soren still liked to call them the dinosaur series. This series of sea monsters was the most dangerous and also the most powerful. Among them, the most representative was Godzilla. However, the natives of this world did not call it that. Godzilla was just a name that was spread among the players. The natives called this terrifying monster the Abomination. That was right. It was a living abomination. In a remote area outside the mainland, there was a god called the Father of Dinosaurs. He was a god with great divine power. He once had a conflict with the Storm Lord. He tried to create his own son of God. It was not a mortal bloodline like the son of Fear, but a son of God that was born from the combination of two gods. This kind of existence was born as a god. However, due to the restrictions of a certain law, it was very likely to die when it was born. If it died, then it would be the Abomination. This was the origin of the dinosaur series, Deep Sea Beasts. Although Soren joined the battle head-on, he had no intention of getting close to the son of Dagon. He would never enter the battlefield of the demigod sea monster. In order to ensure that there was enough distance between them, Soren deliberately let the pirates in front of him escape a little further, and then began to attack. The arrival of the Hydra undoubtedly attracted the absolute attention of the son of Dagon. In the face of the same level of the deep sea beasts, it gradually retracted all of its tentacles. The sharkmen scattered to both sides, and the tiger shark swarmed over in a circle. The Naga siren priest did not seem to want to stay in the center of the battlefield between the two sea beasts. Her original warship had been destroyed, and now she could only approach the ghost ship. Then she jumped onto the deck of the ship. Gosara will deal with the son of Dagon. The Naga siren priest took a deep look at Soren, and then said in a deep voice, "We must leave the others here. There is an important sacrifice for the sea goddess." If Soren had not mentioned this monster, she might not have summoned the Hydra. However, it seemed that Soren was right. The Sharkmen were still very powerful in naval battles, but it was difficult for them to sink those warships. The undead on the ghost ship began to move, and the dark sail swelled. Soren had activated the ghost sails on the ship. The ghost ship began to accelerate, shooting out like a sharp arrow, and soon caught up with the storm pirates who wanted to retreat. On the other side, the deep-sea Hydra had already fought with the son of Dagon. Its 9 heads took turns to bite off the hundreds of tentacles that wrapped around it. The blood that was extremely poisonous to others seemed to be a delicacy to the deep-sea Hydra. Its 6 heads dealt with the tentacles on the surface of the sea, and the other 3 heads dove into the water to attack. Waves of huge waves began to spread. The battle between the two supergiant deep-sea monsters set off huge waves that were dozens of meters high. It was like a city wall that slammed in all directions. Soren's move to retreat was undoubtedly correct. Some of the sharkmen were swept up by the huge waves, and even the tiger sharks flew hundreds of meters into the air. Don't think that you'll be fine after falling into the water. When these sharkmen fell into the sea, they had to endure a very difficult constitution test. Otherwise, they would have fainted when they hit the sea. A huge black shadow collided head-on. Both deep-sea monsters entered the bottom of the sea, and a wave of blood spread out. There was the blood of the son of Dagon and the deep-sea Hydra. Pieces of torn flesh spread in the sea, and huge waves surged in all directions. There were sharkmen and tiger sharks that were too close. Before they could escape, their bodies began to rot and be poisoned because of contact with the blood of the two deep-sea monsters. Soon, there were a few unlucky guys who died in the spreading blood. If one's strength was not at a certain level, even getting close to their fighting range was suicide, and sometimes they would die without knowing why. Test of death by poison. Stop it. The Naga siren priest seemed to be feeling something with her eyes closed. Then she suddenly opened her eyes and said in a sharp voice, "There. Fire." Sink it. Great whirlpool. Divine blessing, a burst of strange sea language sounded, and the Naga siren priest quickly chanted a spell. Then the sea in front of her suddenly began to rotate, forming a rather huge whirlpool that shrouded the nearby ships. The suction of the whirlpool made the ships unable to leave. Obviously, several high-grade figures flew out of it, abandoned the ship that was gradually being sucked into the whirlpool, and retreated to another position. This whirlpool had a very strong suction force. Even the dead man's voice was sucked into it, and little by little, it approached the center of the whirlpool. Fire! Fire! Soren did not have much fear in his eyes. He just lowered his voice and attacked. This was obviously a special magic of the sea goddess. It was useless for other ships to sink to the bottom of the sea, but for the ghost ship it could come up again. Boom! The cannons of the dead man's voice began to attack. The boomerang on the side of the hull broke the mast of the other ship, and the other shot made a big hole in the cabin. Then many pirates could be seen jumping off the ship. Because the hull gradually cracked, the speed of decomposition under the suction of the whirlpool was getting faster and faster. The chances of them dying on the ship were higher. Plop! The Naga siren priest actually jumped into the bottom of the sea, as if there was something very important on the ship. Although Soren wanted to harvest the heads of the pirates, he was more curious about what the Naga siren priest cared so much about. So he also quietly jumped into the sea. Anyway, the battle was almost over. Those who had the ability to escape, such as the Storm Priest and the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, had already left. The spellcasters had already run away when the Son of Dagon appeared. Now, only some of the more bitter close combat professions were left. The battle to determine the ownership of the wealth was between the Son of Dagon and the Deep-Sea Hydra. They were now just bystanders. Soren was very calm. Since he came to this world, this was not the first time he had been a bystander. If his strength had not improved fast enough, he would not even be qualified to be a bystander. It was strange, the suction of the whirlpool on the surface of the sea was very strong, but the bottom of the sea was much calmer. It was just rotating at a relatively slow speed. Maybe it was because this was not a natural whirlpool, but a divine spell given by the sea goddess. Soren saw the figure of the Naga siren priest swimming towards the wreckage of the ship. He seemed to feel something and swam in that direction, but he was tens of meters to the south. There was a force attracting him, as if it made him feel a thirst like hunger. Found it, Soren opened a box that was thrown far away by the whirlpool. There was a golden light in it. It was a golden sculpture as thick as a thigh. It seemed to be the bone of some kind of creature. No. No. This is not a golden sculpture, this is a bone. Soren looked at the strange golden bone in front of him. It looked like a toe bone, but what kind of creature could have a toe bone as thick as a thigh? When he reached out and touched the golden bone, a row of data suddenly appeared. Unknown divinity residue found. Activate divinity devouring ability. Divinity transfer. You have gained 1 divinity point. You have gained 1 divinity point. You have gained 1 divinity point. What is this thing? The data in front of Soren's eyes jumped 3 times in a row, and he got 3 divinity points in one breath. As the data in front of him jumped, the light on the golden bone dimmed a little, and in the end, it was basically no different from ordinary gold. Soren didn't recognize this thing at all. He had never even seen it before, but it must be something related to the gods since it could give him divinity points. It could give him 3 divinity points at once, which was almost equivalent to a son of fear. This thing was definitely not small. Is it the corpse of a god from the astral world? Soren reached out and touched it, murmuring, "It seems that the corpse of a god from the astral world is not like this. A toe bone can give 3 divinity points. How many divinity points would this thing have if it was a complete human skeleton?" Greed. A trace of greed inexplicably appeared in Soren's heart. Although the divinity on it had been absorbed by him, he could still feel that there was another power on the golden bone, which was a power that he could not understand or absorb now. However, Soren was sure that this power was very powerful, and it almost involved the field of rules. This was definitely a terrible power that belonged to the gods. Soren tried to put it into the multidimensional bag. But something unexpected happened. The golden bone in front of him could not be put in at all. the multidimensional bag could not accommodate this kind of material. This situation was very rare because the multidimensional space could almost accommodate most things. The objects that could not be accommodated by the multidimensional space seemed to be some very special existence. The golden bone in front of him should be one of those special substances. Soren tried 3 times in a row, but neither the multidimensional bag nor the Battlemaster gloves could accommodate this golden bone. It seemed that the multidimensional space was isolated by this golden bone, and it could not be put into the multidimensional space at all. Gulp, there was a slight noise around, and then the cold face of the Naga siren priest appeared nearby. She clenched her spear and scepter in her hand, looked at Soren with cold eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Human. Give it to me. This is a sacrifice to the sea goddess." The other party's attitude was very cold. It seemed that if Soren did not give it to her, she would directly attack him. A hint of hesitation appeared on Soren's face. Then, he slowly withdrew his finger, stepped back a little, and said, "I was just about to give it to His Excellency High Priest." The Naga siren priest smiled with satisfaction, then quickly came to the golden bone. She couldn't help but reach out and touch the golden bone. Then her face became livid, and she said, "Those damn storm followers. They had actually stolen a portion of the power from above. But fortunately, the sacrifices needed by the goddess of ocean were still above. These damn guys must pay the price." The other party was very powerful. As a high-ranking priestess of the goddess of ocean, she naturally had the power to perceive divinity. There were also many priests with divinity, mainly concentrated on the chosen and saints. Some of the chosen and favored who were in preparation could also be bestowed with 1 or 2 points of divinity by the gods. The Naga siren priest in front of him probably had a little bit of divinity on her, so she could summon the whirlpool. When she touched it, she found that the divinity on it had disappeared, leaving only another special power. The Naga siren priest did not expect that it was absorbed by Soren, so she thought that the followers of the Storm Lord had taken some of the power from above. It seemed that someone was the scapegoat. Soren's heart was inexplicably relieved. No one would have thought that he could absorb divinity so quickly. The Naga siren priest seemed to want to put the golden bone into the dimensional space, but she soon found that it was impossible, so she could only hold the golden bone upstream. The two soon returned to the ghost ship. The whirlpool on the sea had disappeared. In fact, it did not last long. There were many dead and unconscious pirates nearby. The powerful professions were still alive in such a shipwreck. Soren did not have the slightest mercy. He directly controlled the rope and began to harvest the heads and corpses. There was not only kindler on the corpses, but also 1 or 2 rare items. There was no doubt that rare items were naturally rare, and Soren did not have many rare items on him. However, Soren actually found 3 to 5 rare items from the corpses of these pirates. Most of them were found from enemies above grade 3, and pirates with a profession level of 10 or below did not seem to have anything good. Unfortunately, the level of these rare items was not high. All of them were rare grade 1 weapons, including rapiers, curved swords, and strange daggers. The best rare item was the Ring of Haste. Item type, Ring of Haste. Item grade, rare, grade 3. Item description, this is a rare ring enhanced by alchemy. It is enchanted with special materials and contains the power of the wind element. After activating the power of this ring, the user can obtain the effect of the level 3 spell, Haste, which increases the speed of movement and attack for 10 minutes. Requirements, none. Effect, Haste, once a day. This equipment was not very powerful. However, it also had an advantage. It did not need to be recharged, and it would automatically restore the effect of the spell once a day. If it could only provide a single spell and the casting time was too short, this equipment should have reached the legendary level. There should be a lot of equipment under the sea, but it was very difficult to salvage them. At the beginning, the huge waves had washed away many corpses. The real top professions had basically escaped successfully, and most of the ones who died were the weaker ones. Set sail. After the Naga siren priest returned to the ghost ship, she immediately said in a deep voice, "Return to the sea temple." This order made Soren stunned. The deep-sea hydra over there seemed to be still fighting with the son of Dagon. The recovery ability of the 2 deep-sea monsters was amazing, and it was possible to fight for a day and a night. but now that they had left, it seemed a little strange. Could it be that in the eyes of the Naga Siren priest, this golden bone was more important than hundreds of thousands of kindler? Sure enough, she did not tell him the truth at the beginning. It was not only the wealth that attracted her to fight for it. As if noticing Soren's expression, the Naga Siren priest glanced at him and slowly said, "The son of Dagon will not be defeated so quickly. The sacrifice to the sea goddess cannot have any accidents. Human. Your performance today is very good, and the sea goddess will give you the reward you deserve. Now our most important thing is to escort the sacrifice back." After that, she used some kind of spell and directly took over the command of the ghost ship. Then the Naga Siren priest issued some kind of summons, and the nearby sharkmen began to escort the ghost ship. They moved towards the location of the sea temple. The battle in the distance was still going on. The polluted sea water poisoned a large number of marine creatures, and even the seaweed gradually withered. The deep-sea hydra was also a disaster in the sea. Soren was silent. He did not ask much. Anyway, the purpose of his trip was to repay the sea temple for the greater restoration. It was also a good thing that he did not have to continue to fight. But he faintly felt that he seemed to be involved in something, and the sea goddess seemed to be planning something. Looking at their big battle today, it was impossible to not have the support of the gods behind them. Even a high-grade sea priest could not easily mobilize the deep-sea hydra. Only the gods could control such a terrible monster. Only the sea goddess could enslave such a terrible deep-sea monster. Soren began to calculate the slaughter EXP he had received. Along the way, he picked up a lot of heads, and added up to more than 30,000 slaughter EXP. This was still before he cut into the battlefield. If he could kill a quasi-legendary profession, he would get more slaughter EXP. Of course, the possibility of death would be higher. At the very least, when they returned, the Naga guards were almost completely annihilated, and a large number of sharkmen had also died. Almost 80% of the sharkmen above the high level had died, which meant that many sharkmen who came later had survived. The ghost ship gradually moved away from the battlefield. The Naga Siren priest seemed to be a little wary of Soren. She said something to the nearby sharkmen in the sea language, and then the sharkmen began to return. At the same time, some of them went to the Naga Siren kingdom. It seemed that they did not intend to give up those treasures. Soren's expression was very calm. He also picked up some golden gems. In his heart, he did not expect to be able to swallow such a big treasure. Because only those with strength were qualified to compete for these things. A day passed quickly. Soren stood up when an island appeared in front of him. He glanced at the Naga Siren priest next to him, bowed slightly and said, "Can you stop here? I need to pick up someone." The Naga Siren priest frowned and said in a deep voice, "Pick up who?" Sauron hesitated for a moment before replying, "I'm here to pick up a woman, my spoils of war." The priest's face suddenly became a little playful. She looked up and down at Soren, and also looked at his lower body. After frowning for a moment, she said, "Okay. Come back quickly. I won't wait for you here for too long." Soren nodded. It was not until Soren's figure left that the Naga Siren priest showed an inexplicable smile and murmured, "A woman?" Sure enough, human males like to mate the most. Maybe I can try to win him over from other places. A near-legendary rogue has a lot of uses. Soren's figure gradually approached the coast. He glanced at the empty beach and could not help but show a trace of disappointment on his face. The female pirate was not waiting for him here. But when he was about to leave, there was suddenly some noise in front of him. Then Adele with long red hair appeared in front of Soren. There was a stubborn expression on her face as she walked towards him step by step. Soren finally showed a smile. Outside the sea temple. Soren stood in front of the temple and waited silently. He arranged for Adele Isabel to go to the tavern. The next plan needed some help. Otherwise, the two of them couldn't even sail the ship. After the Naga Siren priest came back, she entered the temple. Even the temple guards were ordered to stay outside. No one knew what she was doing on the ground. Soren was naturally not qualified to go in. He didn't want to know too much about the secrets of the sea goddess. The more he knew, the deeper he would be involved. That was how the silencing happened. As time went by, the divine power gathered around the sea temple suddenly vibrated. It was a very obvious feeling of vibration. The divine power around the temple surged like a tide. In this world, the believers provided the gods with the power of faith, and then the gods transformed the power of faith into divine power. This divine power was not all controlled by the gods. It also needed to be fed back to the believers. Most of it would stay in the temple. Therefore, any temple with a priest would have a divine aura. Otherwise, it would be an abandoned temple. The divine power would gradually decrease and dissipate. If the presiding priest was replaced, or the strength of the priest was very low, or the number of believers decreased, the divine power above would decrease little by little. Finally, the divine aura above the temple would be reduced by 1 or 2 levels. Upgrading the level of the temple not only required a large enough scale, but also a corresponding number of believers and influence in the surrounding area. There were a large number of temples scattered in this world, but more than 90% of them were at the level of temples. There were not many that could reach the level of a temple. Most of them were inside the city. The number of big temples was even fewer. Such a big temple was equivalent to half a wizard tower. After activating the divine power protection, there was no way to destroy it. Amber City was a typical example. If it weren't for the strong deterrence of the temple, the struggle between the gods would be even more intense. This was because many evil gods couldn't wait to kill the believers of the enemy gods at any time. If the temple in front of them was attacked head-on, it would be impossible to take it down without a regular legion. Even if it was taken down, the casualties would be more than 50%. The divine power began to gradually converge. It seemed that some unpredictable changes had occurred in the sea temple. Soren couldn't understand this change because he knew very little about divine power and magic. He didn't have enough knowledge to judge it. But he could feel the change, and he even noticed that the change was spreading towards the underground seawater below the sea temple. It was as if an invisible energy wave had enveloped the entire Port Tylon. Soren wasn't the only one who felt this change. All the guards in front of the shrine knelt on the ground and started praying. The other believers in Port Tylon also began to pray. The invisible wave of prayers turned into a powerful force of faith, causing the sea temple to emit an invisible but dazzling brilliance. This process lasted for quite some time. It also attracted the attention of many forces. The temple's power seemed to be gathering, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. If the sea temple became a great temple, the sea goddess avatar would appear. This was a process of God's blessing. Every temple would appear when it was upgraded. At the beginning, the temple would be blessed with God's consciousness. Then, the upgraded temple would be blessed with God's power. The most iconic of these temples was the statue of God. The statue of God would have the God's consciousness imprinted on it. When the believers prayed, the God would be able to sense them. There should be no avatar now. The gods were all busy resisting the energy storm. But the sea temple in front of them had indeed been upgraded. It was estimated that it had become one of the few great temples in the coastal area. Many believers of the sea goddess began to gather here. The figure of the Naga siren priest slowly walked out. Soren didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the Naga siren priest in front of him had a divine aura. This aura was a bit like the chosen of the sea goddess, but there was still a big gap. It seemed that after she offered the sacrifice, she was rewarded by the gods. The gifts of the gods to the believers were a very important part of the consolidation of faith. The priest stood on the high platform in front of the temple, looking at the believers gathered in front of her. Then she turned her eyes to Soren and said slowly, "Human. Come in with me." Soren bowed slightly and walked into the temple. "You have done well." The Naga siren priest stood in front of the statue, holding the scepter representing the sea priest in her hand. She said in a strange and solemn tone, "You have punished those who have betrayed their faith. You have used blood and death to tell them the price of disobeying the goddess. You have also proved your loyalty. You have offered the sacrifice that the goddess wants. You should be rewarded." The Naga siren priest slowly walked in front of Soren, then raised her palm and said, "Kneel." Soren's expression did not show any hesitation. He just hesitated in his heart, and then he knelt on one knee in front of the statue of the sea goddess. He had actually experienced this step several times because this was the real blessing ceremony of the gods. To get the blessing of the gods, you must first express your humility and respect, and prove your value. Then you can get the blessing of the gods. The gods were not noble almsgivers. The blessing of the misfortune goddess was an accident. The mysterious woman looked as unpredictable as the misfortune goddess. The priests of the goddess of misfortune and the goddess of good fortune were both capricious and capricious. Very good. The Naga siren priest reached out and pressed on Soren's forehead. She said in a low voice, "Human. You have proven your value. You have used your strength and credibility to maintain the dignity and interests of the sea goddess. This is an admirable act, so you are qualified to get the blessing of the sea goddess." The scepter was gently placed on Soren's shoulder. Then the Naga siren priest leaned over and kissed Soren's forehead. She said in a strange sea language, "I bless you on behalf of the sea goddess. You will not be attacked by the sea monsters in the sea. You will be blessed by the sea goddess. The sea is your home. The waves and storms will stay away from you and your servants. You will become the sea goddess's favorite. You can use the power of the goddess to control the creatures in the sea." Divine power began to gather. The light of blessing appeared, and Soren's body seemed to be shrouded in a blue light. Vaguely, the statue of the sea goddess seemed to open her eyes. A line of sight fell on Soren's body, and then gradually disappeared. This was the power of the gods. From now on, Soren would become the sea goddess's favorite and the blessed one. As long as he did not actively attack the sea creatures, most of the sea creatures, including the Naga sirens, the shark men, the pirates, and so on, would not take the initiative to attack Soren and his companions. And he could also communicate and trade with these sea creatures because the sea goddess had blessed him. His identity was equivalent to the priest of the sea temple. This was a reward that was difficult to refuse, especially when Soren was preparing to develop in the outer islands. The light of the divine power gradually dissipated. A row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes, and he had an additional background ability, Gift of the Sea Goddess, Special Ability, you have received the gift of the Sea Goddess through your own actions. From now on, you will greatly reduce your chances of encountering danger in the sea. Whether it is storms, waves, whirlpools, or all kinds of fierce and dangerous sea creatures, they will not easily take the initiative to attack you because of the blessing of the Sea Goddess. You or your fleet will be blessed by the Sea Goddess when sailing in the sea. You will have the opportunity to communicate and trade with other creatures that believe in the Sea Goddess. From now on, most of the sea creatures, including the sea monsters, will see you as neutral. And you have received a spell-like ability under the blessing of the Sea Goddess, which can be used to control other creatures in the sea. This was the most basic blessing. The blessing of the Sea Goddess did not increase the attributes by much, but it was equivalent to having an extra amulet in the sea. Moreover, it could also reward an additional spell-like ability. Dominate sea creatures, spell-like ability, you have the blessing of the goddess of the sea. You are the one who is favored by her, which allows you to mobilize a special power. You will be able to control most marine creatures. The effect of this type of spell is similar to seduction of marine creatures. The level of controlling normal marine creatures cannot exceed your profession level, and the level of controlling marine monsters cannot exceed half of your profession level. The difficulty of this spell is related to your charisma. Once per day. This was a special spell-like ability. It was equivalent to the unorthodox charm sea creatures, but the effect of the spell was stronger than the sharkman's charm. It had a difficulty test, which was determined by charm. The level of ordinary sea creatures you can control cannot exceed Soren's level, and the level of special sea monsters you can control cannot exceed half of Soren's level. This was the power of the Sea Goddess. This was because charmed sea creatures could not control sea monsters. At most, it could control the level of sharks, whales, and giant octopuses. The blessing ceremony was completed. The Naga siren priest looked at Soren meaningfully and said slowly, "Human. Keep the awe of the Sea Goddess in your heart. She will not be stingy with the rewards she gives you. When you decide to give your faith to the Sea Goddess, she will give you more gifts." This was a blatant attempt to rope in. The main believers of the Sea Goddess were concentrated in sea creatures and coastal areas. The value of a quasi-legendary rogue was still amazing. After all, rogues were proficient in more means than other professions. Soren leaned over slightly and kissed the back of the priest's hand to express his humility. Because she represented the sea goddess at this moment, he said, I revere the power of the sea goddess and thank her for her generosity. When the sea goddess needs me, I am willing to give my strength to her. This was not the language of delivering faith. It was a bit like a guest. It was more like a relationship of employment and employment. Many temples had such members. There was a slight dissatisfaction on the priest's face, and then it turned into a smile. She slowly said, very good. I hope you remember today's vow. When the sea goddess needs you, you will give your strength to the sea goddess. Otherwise, the sea goddess will take back her gift. The blessings of the gods were not so easy to get. Soren had known this for a long time. Otherwise, he would not have lost the blessing of the Queen of Spiders. However, since he could get it now, he naturally had to make good use of it. No one knew what would happen in the future. If something really happened, at most, he would not admit it. The age of turmoil was coming. He did not believe that the sea goddess would be bored enough to kill him over such a trivial matter. As for ordinary tasks, Soren would not be too resistant. Anyway, if he wanted to develop overseas, he could not do without the help of the church. With the sea temple behind him, even if he had to fight with the storm church, it would not be a problem. After all, the sea goddess was also a great divine power. Soren had her support. It was equivalent to directly entering the inner circle of all sea creatures. He did not even need special reputation recognition tasks. He could coexist peacefully with these sea creatures. When necessary, he could trade with them to make money. The most important thing in this world was still power. If he did not have the strength of a quasi-legendary, the Naga Siren priest would not have spent so much money to win him over. Now, the most important thing was to take advantage of this opportunity to accumulate more strength. When Soren came out of the sea temple, the other people's attitude towards him was completely different. The temple guards who used to ignore him were now bowing slightly to him to show respect. These were warriors who served the gods. Their task was to guard the sea temple. Unless there was any special situation, only the Naga Siren priest could mobilize them. These were the formal armed forces of the temple. Sometimes they would replace local laws and act according to the rules of the temple. Soren was now labeled as a member of the sea temple. Anyone who wanted to deal with him had to consider the power of the sea goddess, but power also meant obligation. When necessary, Soren needed to serve the sea temple again. The sea goddess would not give him such a big gift for no reason. Soren did not have so many concerns. The sea goddess was different from other gods. She did not have so many enemies. In the sea, she was close to being the dominant one. Only the Storm Lord had some friction with her. As for other gods, unless they were involved in the sea, they would have an obvious hostile relationship with her. Otherwise, most of them were neutral. The sea goddess' biggest enemy was in the abyss, unlike other gods who had many enemies in the material plane. This was also one of the reasons why Soren accepted it after consideration. At least he would not have a bunch of enemies just because he accepted the blessing of this god. One must know that the favored ones were very popular with hostile believers. They were happy to kill the favored ones of the hostile gods. This could be exchanged for a high-level sacrificial ceremony. Soren went to see Vivian. The little girl was still asleep, but when she felt Soren's arrival, she relaxed a lot. Her consciousness could perceive the outside world, but she could not wake up for the time being. Soren sat by the bed and stroked Vivian's hair. He leaned over and kissed her forehead. Then he began to prepare a lot of things. Now that he got the blessing of the sea goddess, he could speed up the pace of his plan. But the most important things now were two. The first was to absorb divinity to strengthen his own power and get a little more divinity as soon as possible to improve his attributes. The second point was to support Adele to become the leader of the pirates near Shipwreck Bay, and use her power to build a fleet and get the background ability, Slaughterer. At this time, he had the ability to try to devour the divinity of fear, and Vivian might be able to wake up. Night fell. Soren put away the complicated magic scroll and stretched his neck. Then, he took off his clothes and pulled Vivian into his arms. The little girl's breathing seemed to be more relaxed. Soren smiled and kissed her lovely cheek, murmuring, "You'll be able to wake up soon. It won't take long. When we have our own forces, we can invade the outer islands." At that time, you can also rely on the power of the elemental spirit to strengthen your divinity. This way, no matter how much divine power of fear there is, you won't be affected by the will of the Dread Lord. Outer Islands. Population, wealth, power. Here, he and Vivian could get a source of divinity, and it was even possible to cultivate the first batch of believers. If Soren's plan was successful, he could provide Vivian with a better foundation. At that time, even if she had to fight against the demigod vampire, Vivian would have no problem. Whether it was the Son of Fear or the Abyss Lord, no one could stop the rise of Vivian, the path of the gods. Vivian was undoubtedly more talented than him. She had more room to grow than Soren. After all, Soren needed to climb up step by step from immortal. The sky had just brightened. Soren's figure appeared near the port. In front of him was the serious-looking Adele Isabel, and the sailors and pirates she recruited last night. As the daughter of the former pirate leader, she naturally had her own channels. It was undoubtedly easy to recruit some people. After all, she was familiar with the channels since she was a child. Port Tylon also had a sufficient source of manpower. However, the people she recruited could only serve as sailors in Soren's view, because most of them were ordinary people. Or rather, strong ordinary people. Some of them were missing arms and legs. Soren did not have any expectations for the people he recruited overnight. He just looked at them coldly and then said, "Let's go. We don't have much time." If he wanted to rise in a short period of time, he naturally needed to rely on the power of the Sea Temple. Although Soren could not continue to control the dead man's voice, he borrowed a warship from the Sea Temple. His first step was to get the ship back, and then directly attack the other pirates in Shipwreck Bay, using the simplest and most violent way to quickly improve his strength. These sailors in front of him would soon be eliminated. Soren was very clear about what kind of things pirates were. These guys were all wretched bones. They were the typical type of people who could be bullied but not bullied. As long as your fist was big enough, they would know what was called reverence and humility. As for those who were disobedient, Soren would never be soft-hearted when harvesting their heads. Half a day passed quickly. The people recruited by Adele immediately came into use. Seeing another pirate ship undoubtedly made these guys, who were muddling along at the bottom, a little excited. Some familiar people even whispered to each other. One night, Adele had no way to establish authority in the eyes of these people. Captain. A fierce-looking pirate who was missing 3 fingers glanced at Adele's full breasts with a rather obscene gaze, and then laughed mischievously. Now we have 2 ships. What should we do next? Should we rob some fat sheep that are easy to deal with? This was an old pirate. He had been around for a long time, so he had established a little prestige. It seemed that there were still his helpers here. When he spoke, many others began to respond, as if he was the captain. This guy was obviously a little proud, and he looked at Soren provocatively. It seemed that Adele didn't say much when she recruited them. This made Soren more satisfied. He didn't need these trash pirates to know who he was, as long as they respected him. Adele's face was a little ugly, and her gorgeous face showed a trace of anger. She pressed her hand on the hilt of her sword and said in a deep voice, "We're going to Snake Island." The captain had the dignity of a captain. This dignity didn't necessarily require mercy, but it certainly required awe. She hadn't been able to make the pirates in front of her understand awe. What? The fierce-looking pirate's face changed dramatically, and he said in an incredulous tone, "Are you crazy? That's Narwhal's territory. We'll be eaten up in the blink of an eye. Hee hee. Maybe you'll be caught by them. TSK TSK. Captain, I know you want to restore the glory of the Tigeshark. But you'd better consider your own strength. When we have enough wealth and manpower, we'll consider annexing other pirates." The other party's tone became unfriendly, and there didn't seem to be much respect. The other sailors and pirates on the ship also seemed to have ugly expressions. As old foxes, they naturally knew what kind of place Snake Island was. With their mediocre strength, going there was simply suicide. Soon, there were people who began to make noise. More than 70% of the pirates were questioning Adele's orders, and only a few people looked on coldly. Among them, a young man who seemed to be half-elven looked deeply at Soren, and seemed to find that Soren's strength was the most powerful. He was the real leader. Adele's expression became cold, and she pulled out her weapon, as if she was ready to use blood to maintain her prestige as a captain. However, Soren was faster than her. Soren gently raised his finger, and several arcane missiles appeared at his fingertips. Then, he saw the fierce pirate in front of him fly out, and there was a bloody hole in his chest. To deal with this kind of trash, he could kill him with one arcane missile. Wizard. Wizard. On the pirate ship, there were sounds of cold air being sucked in, and the deterrence of a spellcaster was revealed in an instant. Even Adele's beautiful face was full of shock, because when Soren subdued her, he didn't use any spells. Only now did she know that Soren was actually a wizard. She had always thought that Soren's invisibility was due to the use of a magic scroll or some special tool. She never thought that he was also a wizard, and it seemed that his profession level wasn't low either. Thud thud thud, Soren was wearing a dark red cloak, and the others couldn't see his appearance clearly. However, this didn't affect his deterrence at all, and there was also an unknown fear in their hearts. He swept his gaze over the people in front of him, and there seemed to be great fear in his eyes. It actually made many people tremble slightly, and some even took a step back in fright. His expression was cold and dignified, and he directly walked in front of the fierce pirate who was still breathing, and then stomped on his head. Red and white splattered everywhere, and the strength of this stomp shook the deck, and traces of cracks appeared on it. Soren stopped. He frowned as he looked at the blood and brain matter on his shoes. Then, he coldly glanced at the others. Finally, his eyes fell on the silent young half-elf. He slowly said, "From now on, you are the first mate of this ship." There wasn't too much nonsense. Soren frowned and looked at the group of trash in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "I will cut off the head of the narwhal and plunder the wealth of Snake Island. Those who follow me will be rewarded, and the others can go to hell. Set sail. Set sail. Anyone who doesn't listen to orders will end up like him." Soren wasn't in the mood to waste too much time and energy on these trash, and if they didn't listen to orders, he would just kill them all. After all, their role was just to set sail. Recover energy, update at the end of the month, looking for recommendation tickets. Soren returned to the cabin. He was not interested in wasting too much time on these pirates, because they were only part of the plan. The real backbone of Soren's strength could not be these pirates who had become old foxes. Just as good soldiers could not become veterans, these guys had long been used to sailing according to the wind, and were basically unreliable at critical moments. Soren frowned and picked up a cloth to wipe off the blood and brains on his boots, then turned to look at Adele, who was his assistant in controlling these pirates. If she couldn't do this well, he was afraid that he would have to change her in the future. A row of data appeared in front of him. See Battle of the Betrayers, Civil Rumor. In the middle of November 1675 of the New Moon era, the Betrayer Chamber of Commerce plundered a large amount of gold from the indigenous people, so it attracted the competition of various forces. You helped the Sea Temple to take away important sacrifices. In this battle, you encountered the Son of Dagon, the Deep Sea Hydra, the Storm Lord and other legendary creatures. The legend of the ghost ship. As a small number of survivors began to spread in the coastal area, the legend of the throat cutter also seemed to be connected to you. Legend level +3, legend level actually appeared only now. Was it because the survivors of the legendary sea battle only now spread the news, or because the Son of Dagon and the Deep Sea Hydra had been fighting until now? Soren felt that it could be both. But since there was a rumor, the sea battle should be over. It seemed that the Sea Temple did get a lot of benefits, but he didn't know if they killed the Son of Dagon. Soren felt that this possibility was not high, because it was too difficult to kill a giant sea creature. Some things were completely out of his ability. Soren was not interested in interfering too much. His main energy was now focused on dealing with the pirates. Famous pirates had accumulated a lot of wealth, and they basically had warships. There was a saying in the past that it was enough to kill a group of pirates to trade with the sea. This sentence had been spread in the tavern for a long time. Soren's first fortune would naturally come from these pirates. Basically, any pirate with a reputation would have a large ship that could cross the sea. Snake Island was an island surrounded by a group of snakes. It was originally a barren island, but it gradually developed due to the occupation of pirates. The pirates had built a stronghold here, and at the same time, it was their base camp and transit station. They were also involved in the smuggling trade. There had been many different owners here. The current pirate leader was Narwhal, a fierce and powerful guy. This guy had hundreds of people under his command, and he owned a warship as well as several fast boats. He was one of the fat sheep in this area. Kill him, Soren had the capital to build a fleet, and at the same time, he had the financial resources to conduct trade. The two pirate ships gradually moved towards Snake Island. Because there were no flags, they looked similar to merchant ships. Soren was resting in the cabin. After about half a day, he suddenly felt the hull of the ship shake, and then heard a loud roar from outside. Pirates! Enemy! Prepare for battle! You bunch of trash! Get ready for battle! Soren suddenly opened his eyes, and then came to the deck at an amazing speed. Adele was already standing at the bow of the ship, and next to her was the young half-elf who had just been promoted. The one who roared was also this young man, and it seemed that he had quickly adapted to his new identity. The pirates on the deck were a little flustered. These guys were all incompetent sailors, and the real experts had long been recruited by others. Including the guy that Soren had killed at the beginning, he was only about the strength of the second grade. It's Narwhal! A middle-aged pirate with only one ear shouted, and his voice was a little frightened. It's Narwhal's warship. He knew that we were going to deal with him, so he came to deal with us in advance. Soren heard this and frowned. He glanced at Adele next to him, and after noticing the other's shocked expression, he said coldly, "Shut up. They just happened to come and rob us." This was Narwhal's territory. His pirate ship owner was active nearby, robbing fleets on long voyages, and sometimes he would collect tolls. It seemed that they just happened to meet each other. They actually came to us. Soren narrowed his eyes slightly, jumped lightly, and landed on the mast, and then looked at the pirate ship that was gradually approaching in the distance. There was a unicorn symbol on it. Only one warship appeared, and the others were fast ships that could only sail near shallow waters. There were a lot of people, dozens of people on the warship, and 40 or 50 people below, holding hooks and ropes in their hands. These were all prepared for battle. The pirates shouted excitedly, and seemed to have regarded Soren in front of them as a fat sheep. Whale! Whale! Someone shouted, and then the others were quiet for a moment. Then they heard the sound of someone even throwing away their weapons, and said with a crying voice, "It's Narwhal. He came in person. We give up resistance. Maybe he will let us go. Or everyone will be nailed to death by him." Bang! Soren frowned and glanced at the frightened guy, raised his hand and gently pointed, and sent out an arcane missile. A corpse fell to the ground just like that. There was a huge shadow under the sea, and it looked like it was close to 20 meters long. It was a kind of whale that Soren could not recognize. It looked a bit like a killer whale, but its breath was much fiercer, but it was not a sea monster. There was a huge sea creature in front of him, and it may have grown to its current size for some reason. Fly! Soren directly cast a spell, then glanced at Adele next to him and said in a deep voice, "Shut them up and get ready to fight." These guys were definitely unreliable. But at least they could not let the enemy take the warship directly. This group of trash had to resist and buy enough time for Soren. Adele nodded slightly and said, "Pick up your weapons. You bunch of trash. Get ready to fight. Cowards and softies. Hurry up and pick up your weapons. Or I'll cut off your heads." This woman had a fiery temper. Although Soren had subdued her, in the eyes of others, she had a fiery temper. Because she was also an Amazon woman. Soren's figure rose into the air, and at the same time, he cast invisibility on himself. For the time being, he could not use greater invisibility because the real battle had not yet begun. His figure flew directly, and then gradually approached the huge shadow under the sea. As the distance closed little by little, Soren's expression gradually became serious. When he could clearly see the huge whale in front of him, a strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Dominate sea creature. For a moment, he felt dizzy. Soren seemed to feel a kind of resistance, but this resistance was nothing at all. He controlled the consciousness of the creature in front of him. Domination was successful. Soren's mouth showed a cruel smile. His figure appeared because of the spell-like ability. Many pirates were shocked and afraid of him in the air. In the distance, there was the sound of the wizard inhaling. But what made them even more afraid was that the huge shadow in the sea began to rise, and then directly emerged on the surface of the water. Soren fell from the air, and then stood on the head of the whale. How is this possible? A large group of pirates widened their eyes, and they were almost dumbfounded. On the deck of the warship, a pirate with a fierce face was also full of disbelief. He murmured, "How is it possible? How can he control my pet?" Soren glanced at the enemy in the distance. Then he gently snapped his fingers, and the huge whale under his feet began to turn around, and then turned around and rushed to Narwhal's clipper ship. "I like this feeling." Soren had a smile on his face, and his hair that had not been cut for a long time was dancing in the wind. The huge whale began to accelerate, and directly hit the clipper ships that were more than 10 meters long. The huge whale approached like a shadow, and in an instant, the nearest clipper ship was overturned, and then there was the sound of splashing water, and some pirates died directly. "Run! Jump off the ship!" No one knew who shouted, but the fastest pirates all jumped into the sea. Unfortunately, this was just the beginning of the nightmare. Soren's figure disappeared again, and at the same time, he flew directly. The huge killer whale crushed all the way, and then dived into the sea. After overturning a large number of clipper ships in succession, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the unlucky pirates who jumped into the sea one by one. This was the sea. It was simply a dream to kill the killer whale in the sea with their strength. Charge! Kill them all! Kill Narwhal! On the distant warship, there was a burst of excited howls. This group of trash was absolutely not capable of fighting a head-on battle, but if they were allowed to beat a drowning dog, these guys would definitely be more energetic than the other. After Soren dominated the killer whale, he directly reversed the situation. Even an idiot could see that the wizard's strength was unfathomable. "Get ready to fight." Adele raised her long sword, and her fiery red long hair fluttered in the wind. She looked gorgeous and full of heroism. She shouted, "All the spoils of war on the enemy are yours. Whoever dares to take half a step back, I will kill him." Another wave of howls rang out. It seemed that she also knew what could inspire the fighting spirit of this group of old foxes. Killer whales were the overlords of the sea creatures. Their food even included great white sharks. Except for those mutated sea monsters, there were not many sea creatures that could threaten their existence. In the sea, even sharkmen and nagas would not easily provoke killer whales. Although they were only grade 2 creatures, their adult size could reach about 10 meters. A small group of killer whales would even prey on sharks and kowtow fishmen. They had high animal intelligence. A small group of killer whales dared to fight against a giant octopus, and the one in front of him had no problem fighting a sea monster alone. Soren's figure stopped in the air. The huge killer whale directly overturned most of the clippers, and even the warships were shaken by it. The pirates on the deck attacked it, but the arrows and throwing weapons could only pass through its skin and get stuck in its fat. Large sea creatures were born with a basic HP of 12. Even if all the characteristics were deducted, it still had the HP of a grade 3 barbarian. Soren might have felt that the killer whale in front of him was still useful, so he did not let it directly die in the opponent's attack. The killer whale gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. The seawater reduced the power of the arrows and throwing weapons, and it began to hunt those unlucky people who fell into the sea. There was panic on the deck. However, under the command of Narwhal, the gunners began to get into position. Most of the pirates were involved in alchemy weapons, but the level was only equivalent to around the 19th century. High-end alchemy skills were rarely popular, and the various forces would not allow pirates to have such dangerous weapons, because they could be used to attack cities. Soren's target was Narwhal in front of him. This was a strong warrior, but he seemed to have some special bloodline, and his skin was a bit wrinkled like a fishman. A hybrid human. Pirates were a group of people who liked to try taboos, and Narwhal in front of him had a small amount of marine intelligence. The opponent was quite alert. After Soren's figure disappeared, he looked around vigilantly, and at the same time, he held his weapon tightly. This was a high-grade profession, with a profession level of about 16. Although he had not entered the legendary realm, he was still a very difficult enemy. He had rich combat experience, and always looked around, as if he had the experience of dealing with invisible enemies before. Knowledge, creature Ko Tao Fishman can see through invisibility. The legendary professionals were relatively scattered. Among the pirates, the only ones who had reached the legendary realm were the pirate kings of the major seas. So as long as Soren could kill the narwhal in front of him, these enemies would be defeated. Patter. There was a very slight noise. The sound of Soren landing on the deck was quickly covered by the sound of the pirate's panic. He paid a little attention to the surroundings, and then controlled the killer whale to collide with the pirate ship from the bottom of the sea. The hull immediately shook a little. Then, Soren took advantage of this opportunity to move at high speed and went directly behind the enemy. His scimitar drew a cold light that was invisible to the naked eye and instantly pierced Narwhal's heart. Clang, Soren's figure was slightly exposed. He was wearing ordinary clothes on the outside, but he was wearing thin tungsten steel armor on the inside. Pirates rarely wore heavy armor due to the special battlefield. This was mainly because they needed the ability to jump when fighting on a ship. At the same time, it was very difficult to swim while wearing armor when falling into the sea. This tungsten steel armor seemed to be a rare grade equipment. It belonged to the half-body type of armor, and its defensive ability was almost comparable to a full-body armor. As the pirate leader of Snake Island, Narwhal's equipment seemed to be pretty good. Go to hell. When Soren's figure was slightly exposed, Narwhal roared and found his position in an instant. At the same time, he waved his long sword and slashed horizontally. The sword was like a half-moon. The other party's attack power was fierce. After slightly locking Soren's position, he continued to slash. He did not give him any chance at all. Even if there were other pirates in front of him, Narwhal did not even blink his eyes and directly slashed at them with his sword. The pirates who were blocking the way died with their eyes wide open. They were cut in half by Narwhal on the spot. Blood and intestines gushed out, and at the same time, a little shallow footprints were revealed. Haha. You can't escape. Narwhal did not know why a wizard wanted to fight with him in close combat, but he knew that the opportunity to kill him had come. He actually let out a wild roar, and suddenly began to spin. Slam. Slash. The target of Narwhal's attack was not only limited to Soren, but also the nearby subordinates were beheaded by him. More and more blood splashed on the deck, and Soren's footprints became more and more obvious as he moved at high speed. Although the effect of his greater invisibility was still there, the blood had exposed his position. It was impossible for him to step on the blood without leaving a trace. Sword form, tidal slash. The continuous attacks forced Soren to have nowhere to hide, and at the same time, it scared the other pirates away. It seemed that they were afraid of dying under their leader's sword. Narwhal seemed to have launched a certain kind of spell ability. He may have taken on a lower profession, or it may be because of the spell-like attack brought by his bloodline. As he slashed with his sword, there was a tide-like surge of energy, which seemed to be the special ability of the Quatones. Dang. Dang, Soren finally had no way to retreat. He suddenly raised his sword to block the enemy's attack. At the same time, a trace of his figure was revealed. Soren silently looked at the enemy in front of him. It seemed that he did not expect that the enemy would use this method to force him to reveal himself. This was really a difficult character to deal with. The huge force from the sword made Soren slide back on the deck. As he stepped on the cabin door panel, his figure gradually became translucent. The effect of greater invisibility had weakened. A wave of crossbow bolts shot over. Soren's skin was covered with a layer of stone skin at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then he suddenly shouted, bent his waist and bounced his legs to fly 10 meters high. The enemy had surrounded him, the rhythm of the battle seemed to be a little out of control. Soren found that in the case of fighting against dozens of enemies alone, there was still a possibility of accidents. Sure enough, it was still dangerous to fight a group of people alone, however. Accidents were still under his control. Soren took a deep breath in midair, and when he opened his eyes, his pupils had turned into a blood-red color. The bones of his whole body made a crackling sound, and almost his whole body expanded. His strong muscles were like marble sculptures. He could still twist his body and swing his sword at a nearby enemy while in the air. Plop, a corpse was cut diagonally from the shoulder to the waist. When the legendary curved sword icing death was retracted, there was a slight frost on the corpse. Slaughter form. Just at the moment when Soren transformed into Slaughter, Vivian in the distance suddenly floated up. She was still sleeping, but a strange tattoo appeared on the side of her face. Her beautiful long hair fluttered in the wind. She was surrounded by a powerful force field. Everything in the whole room was strangely suspended. Her petite body stayed in the air like this, and a corner of her mouth showed a strange smile. Whirlwind slash. In Slaughter form, Soren's strength was enhanced to 20 points, and dexterity was enhanced to 25 points. At this moment, he was simply a killing machine. Only a cold light could be seen from his curved sword. His translucent figure was covered by a hazy shadow, and he moved at high speed like a shadow. This was an ability that only legendary rogues could have. 25 points of extraordinary dexterity was the legendary dexterity. The Slaughter form provided him with a total of 10 points of attribute bonus, which was equivalent to 20 profession levels of free attribute. 15 seconds, when Soren swung his sword at Narwhal in front of him, there were already 6 corpses behind him. Half of them were beheaded, and the other half were cut in half at the waist. This kind of sword attack really needed to be supported by strength. Dang dang dang, Narwhal, who initially forced Soren to retreat, was full of fear. In front of his eyes were all weak sword lights that were difficult to catch with the naked eye. The opponent's strength was not much different from his, but his dexterity completely suppressed him. If it weren't for the extraordinary tungsten steel armor, Narwhal's stomach would have been cut open in the first round of attacks. But now the injuries on his body were increasing rapidly. There were still many places that the armor could not protect. He had already left 5 scars in a row while blocking. A series of data appeared crazily. Launched beheading attack. Beheading successful. Target dead. You have learned something in the battle. You have gained some information about sword form, beheading. Launched waist slash attack. Waist slash successful. Target dead. You have learned something in the battle. You have gained some information about sword form, waist slash. Block successful. You have learned something in the battle. You have gained some information about the ability, dual-wielding defense. Battle experience. With the repeated battles and killings, you have gradually mastered some of the skills of dual-wielding. When the skills have accumulated to a certain extent, you will understand a new ability. Dang dang dang. Soren in the Slaughter form was simply unstoppable. While he was attacking Narwhal at high speed, he was also harvesting the lives of the nearby pirates. In just a moment, there were more than a dozen corpses around him. Narwhal in front of him was covered in blood. Although it was not a fatal wound because of the armor protection, it still made him accumulate to a state of serious injury. Narwhal gasped violently. His eyes were full of despair and fear because he found that the enemy was a profession close to the legendary realm. He had no hope of winning against such an existence. Sword form, spinning strike. Soren's figure suddenly rushed out and spun around at an amazing speed. It was the move that Adele Isabel used. With the cold light of the curved sword, Narwhal's head flew directly and then fell to the ground with a bang. Soren's eyes were full of killing intent. He kicked the headless body in front of him, then showed a bloodthirsty smile and turned to look at the other pirates. Plop, no one knew who knelt down first, but then the pirates threw away their weapons. Their eyes were full of horror and fear. They trembled under Soren's gaze. One by one, they knelt on the deck and buried their heads deep in the ground. They were afraid. They were afraid. Fear was that simple. Everyone had the desire to survive. If there was no possibility of defeating the enemy, and they lost the hope of escaping, their will would be destroyed by fear in just a few minutes. Even soldiers with strong beliefs would surrender in a hopeless war. Soren's strength had already made them fearful. In just a few minutes, he had killed 20 or 30 people, even their leader, Narwhal, had been killed. Under the pirate ship were wandering killer whales. They jumped into the sea to escape, but in the end, they were just feeding the whales. Fear did not only come from killing, but also from the fear of the unknown. These pirates did not know how strong Soren was, how many tricks he had, and who he was. They knew almost nothing about the existence in front of him. They only knew that when he slaughtered them, they were like ants. The other party was a terrible existence who was used to killing. This kind of person would not even blink when taking lives. If he wanted to, he could even kill everyone on this ship with a smile on his face, as easy as wiping away dust. Charge. Kill them all. Narwhal is already dead. The warships behind gradually approached, and there were also thugs who had been motivated by the reward. Unfortunately, by the time they got close, the battle was basically over. Soren's thin figure stood at the bow of the ship, his whole body shrouded in a dark red cloak. He was gently wiping the blood on his curved sword. In front of him was a large group of enemies who had dropped their weapons and knelt down. This scene shocked the others. Even Adele was in disbelief because it had only taken 10 minutes from the beginning to now. She encouraged the morale of the group of bastards, and then gradually sailed the ship closer, and then the battle here was over. Pick up those guys in the sea. There were still pirates in the sea begging for mercy. Soren did not let the killer whales kill them. Adele began to order the others to throw down the ropes, and she looked at Soren in amazement. This man was stronger than she had imagined. The others came to the ship one after another, and it seemed that one of them was not very clean. Because there were people in front of him, he secretly squatted down and searched the bodies. Then he took out a money bag and was ready to put it in his pocket when no one noticed. Solen's face was a little gloomy, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Get out of my way!" he suddenly shouted, scaring the others around him. Even Adele couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Soren picked up a short spear and threw it at the sneaky guy. Bang, blood splattered everywhere. That guy was nailed to the deck by the short spear, but because it only pierced through his abdomen, he didn't die immediately. Soren walked over with a cold expression, and then took out a money pouch from the man's pocket. He looked at the others with a murderous gaze, causing them to tremble slightly and take a few steps back. Soren then said in a low voice, "All the spoils of war must be collected together, and then after the battle, I will give you the rewards you deserve." There is only one outcome for such sneaky behavior. Soren didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. He didn't even listen to the guy's pleas and cut off his head. Blood spurted out. The decapitated head rolled out, scaring the others into taking a few steps back. Soren then looked down at everyone in front of him and roared, "I don't care who you are. I also don't care what the rules were before. Now that you are my subordinates, you must act according to my rules. I won't be stingy with the rewards you deserve, but if anyone dares to disobey my orders, I will give them an unimaginable punishment." Soren casually threw the money pouch to the half-elf vice captain, and at the same time said in a low voice, "Let them clean up the battlefield, and give them 50% of the spoils of war. In a while, we will attack Snake Island, kill anyone who doesn't dare to fight and feed them to the fish." The half-elf vice captain's eyes seemed to have a trace of excitement. He silently nodded, and then began to assign people to clean up the spoils of war. This was a big shot that could truly rise among the pirates of the South Coast, although he admitted that Adele's strength wasn't weak. Her style of doing things wasn't as cold and domineering as the sire in front of him. He could even feel that this sire in front of him didn't just want these little things. He might become an existence like a pirate king, or even surpass the 3 legendary pirate kings. "Submit to me. Be loyal to me." Soren walked in front of a bearded pirate kneeling on the deck, and said in a cold voice, "Serve me, and I will give you the rewards you deserve." Hesitation, silence, and fear. The bearded pirate kneeling in front of Soren seemed to hesitate for a moment. Although he had surrendered and given up resistance, he didn't think that he would surrender to the enemy so soon. Pirates also had their own rules. Just a moment ago, he had drawn his sword, and now he was going to surrender to the enemy. He was obviously hesitant. Unfortunately, Soren wasn't interested in waiting for him to understand. A cold light flashed, and then a head fell to the ground. A large amount of blood gushed out and spilled on the deck. He didn't even look at the corpse, and then walked in front of the second person, and said in a deep voice, "Submit to me, be loyal to me." He didn't even bother to say the rest. That guy seemed to be scared silly. A bloody head fell to the ground, and a lot of blood sprayed on his body. It seemed that he couldn't react in time. Plop, Soren's patience seemed to be limited at this moment. Another light flashed in his hand, and then the second head fell to the ground. The headless corpse fell to the deck, and the smell of blood was very strong. "Submit to me." Soren's words became fewer and fewer, and the expression on his face became colder and colder. It was as if he was a terrible demon, and could kill everyone on this ship at any time. I am willing to be loyal to you." The third pirate finally became smarter. He almost stuttered as he shouted, and then his whole body was covered in cold sweat. It had only been 10 seconds, and the first one was beheaded because he hesitated. The second one was beheaded because he was half a beat slower. He didn't dare to think too much, and chose to be loyal without hesitation. He was even sure that if he answered a few seconds later, his head would have been chopped off. "Very good." A smile finally appeared at the corner of Soren's mouth, and he walked directly to the fourth person. The next step was much easier. Soren only gave each person 3 seconds to answer, and if he didn't get the answer he wanted, he would mercilessly slash. He used a total of 3 minutes to turn all the captives into his subordinates, and the rest were thrown into the sea as corpses. Perhaps these people didn't have much loyalty, but Soren didn't care too much. He didn't need their loyalty, as long as they knew what fear and respect was. "The original people will be handed over to the vice-captain, and these guys will be led by you." Soren looked at Adele in front of him. Her eyes were slightly shining, and her gaze seemed to be a little fanatical. There seemed to be an indescribable emotion in her eyes. This group of pirates who surrendered were stronger, and Adele had to be personally subdued. Soren didn't plan to waste too much time on these pirates. He just wanted to let these pirates know that he was standing behind Adele, and that they would feel fear when they thought of his existence. This was the simplest and most effective way to manage them in a short period of time. "Give them weapons." Soren looked at the others indifferently, and said in a deep voice, "The other half of the spoils will be given to them as well, and we will go directly to Snake Island." After saying that, he came in front of the half-elf first mate, looked at him and said, "What is your name?" The half-elf first mate looked a little excited, with fear and fanaticism, and said in a low voice, "Sir, my name is Casa." "Very good." Soren nodded lightly and said, "Casa. From now on, this ship will be under your command. Let's go to Snake Island." The pirates on the ship moved in a panic, and the collected spoils were directly distributed. Soren didn't give them much time to think. Adele turned over Narwhal's body, then took the tungsten steel armor and other things from his body. She handed them to Soren with a respectful expression and said, "Sir, these are the things from Narwhal, and some of them are very useful." Soren glanced at them slightly. The things on Narwhal's body were good, but the most valuable thing was the tungsten steel armor. This half-body armor could almost be exchanged for a manner. Unfortunately, Soren couldn't wear armor. In order to maintain flexibility, rogues could only wear leather armor at most. Wearing this tungsten steel armor would only affect his fighting and spellcasting. Since he had stone skin, he didn't even wear leather armor much. He glanced at Adele in front of him, reached out and took the multidimensional bag, and then said in a deep voice, "You wear this armor, and count the other things. See if there are any goods in the cabin." "Yes." Adele bowed and nodded. This series of thunderous means not only shocked the pirates, but also made the original crew and Adele gradually understand the awe and obedience. Soren glanced at the others, then gently jumped and landed on the huge killer whale. He reached out and stroked the behemoth, then poured a bottle of healing potion into its mouth. This sea creature seemed to have a certain amount of intelligence. It was hit by a crossbow and javelin in the battle, so it needed to be treated. Soren didn't want to see it bleed to death like this. Maybe it would be useful in the future. Soren's time was still very tight. His plan was to help Adele rise on the south coast in 7 days, so he had to speed up his pace. The next target was Snake Island. Snake Island was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and there was a natural harbor in the lee side. This harbor had been artificially developed and could dock 3 to 5 warships. It had been contested by many pirate forces for a long time. Narwhal had only taken over this place in recent years. He was originally an inconspicuous pirate. Because he betrayed his former leader, he rose to power. In just a few years, he had suppressed and divided other pirate forces. At the same time, he robbed his fellow pirates to strengthen his own financial resources. The most important thing for pirates was profit. Whoever could lead them to eat and drink would be able to get their support. Narwhal was able to take over Snake Island because he had swallowed a lot of small pirates and gradually became a famous pirate leader. This was a bit similar to the bandits in the desert. A small group of bandits gradually grew into a large group and finally became one of the top forces in the desert. The harbor of Snake Island was relatively simple. There were pirates who stayed behind nearby. Basically, pirates took turns to go out to sea. The nest definitely needed someone to stay behind. Otherwise, if the enemy sneaked in and set fire to it, the mountain stronghold that they had painstakingly built would be burned down. There were also 2 pirate leaders under Narwhal. They were small forces that he had subdued. They belonged to the second-in-command and the third-in-command level. When the pirates who stayed behind saw the ships in the distance, they immediately sent out a signal. Then someone was ready to let them dock at the harbor. These pirates naturally did not know that Narwhal had been slaughtered by Soren. Carlos. Where's the boss? A fierce pirate who was missing half of his little finger looked at the bow of the ship and shouted, "Why are you back so soon today?" A young man stepped out from the pirate ship. He had a quick-witted look. He walked to the bow of the ship and shouted, "The boss is on the ship at the back. We were lucky today. We met a group of fat sheep as soon as we went out to sea. The boss took their cargo ship, but it was full of goods. They can't run as fast as us on the sea." The pirate who was missing his little finger took a look and found that there was another ship approaching from behind. "TSK TSK. He looked at the bow of the ship and shouted, "It looks like you got a lot of benefits this time? You must treat me to a drink later." The young man smiled and said, "No problem. Very soon." The pirate ship docked at the port, then a group of people came down. All of them were Narwhal's subordinates. The pirates stationed at the port also came over. The pirate with the missing pinky laughed as he walked towards the young man and patted him on the shoulder. "What do you think? How were the casualties? It looks like none of you are injured? Did he get a lot of benefits? Did you catch any beautiful women?" Hee hee. None of the pirates who came down were injured. Soren could kill most of these people with a single slash. His strength was close to that of a half-legend, and he was qualified to be the leader of a force. Hee hee. The young man smiled and gently moved his hand back. 2 people beside him leaned over. He smiled and said, "Women. However, there was a very beautiful one. However." Plop, a dagger pierced into the opponent's waist and directly hit the opponent's kidney. Then 2 other people rushed over and stuck the target's body in an instant, followed by a flurry of stabs. The young pirate named Carlos had a grim smile on his face. The dagger mercilessly cut the opponent's throat, and then he said in a deep voice, "But you are not qualified to have any ideas. Narwhal is dead. We are loyal to an even more powerful adept. Maybe he will be a new pirate king." The pirate king was only in the legendary realm. These people who surrendered could more or less feel that Soren was close to the legendary level. There was a flash of swords. The pirates who had just gotten off the ship turned on him instantly. Under a sneak attack, they killed the enemies who stayed at the port in a short time. They did not expect that their companions, who had just gone out to sea, would now draw their swords against them. They were shocked by the news of Narwhal's death. They were completely caught off guard and died cleanly on one side. Very good. Soren's figure came down from the deck. He looked at the young man named Carlos and said in a deep voice, "From now on, you are the first mate of this ship. These people will be led by you. Next, prepare to take down Snake Island. Those who are willing to surrender can stay. Those who are not, kill them all." The young man's face showed a hint of joy. He humbly bowed his head and said, "I will not let your excellency down." He made the right bet. Soren's ruthless means from the beginning to the end shocked them. The young man also sensitively perceived an opportunity. That was, except for the red-haired female pirate, this powerful wizard did not have many useful people. If he could prove his value, then he could be put in an important position. The move just now was proposed by him. Soren undoubtedly thought highly of him and directly appointed him as the first mate of the pirate ship. For these pirates, you don't have to overestimate their bottom line. Another warship began to dock. Adele's fiery red hair fluttered in the wind as she jumped directly from the bow. There were also some pirates with good skills. Basically, the main force was close to the second grade, which was equivalent to the strength of the city guards. Adele was wearing a tungsten steel armor. Because her breasts were obviously fuller than ordinary women, with a little bit of the fullness of an Amazon woman, she had to wrap her plump breasts with cloth strips. Otherwise, she would not be able to wear this armor at all. Women's armor was specially made. There would be a naked space in front of the chest. This armor was prepared for men. But even so, Adele was still a little awkward after wearing it. It made people look indescribably strange, but she did not care so much. In a battle, life and death were instantaneous. Who would care so much about whether the armor looked good or not? As long as it could save her life, it was enough. For a woman like her who had a voluptuous upper body and a tall figure, ordinary armor would be awkward to wear. Unless it was custom-made like the Amazon Storm Lord's armor, it wouldn't affect her too much. Soren slowly pulled out his scimitar. A group of pirates who were intimidated by the thunder also pulled out their weapons. Many of them still had hesitation in their eyes, but after noticing Soren's cold gaze, their expressions gradually became firm. This firm determination was not because of anything else, but because they were afraid. They were very sure that if they disobeyed the order, they would be mercilessly beheaded by this sir in front of them. Outside the port, the killer whale was still swimming. They could not escape. They had seen too much death, but they had never seen such a person who killed without batting an eyelid. The heads on the ground had already frightened them. Attack! Soren gave the order in a deep voice, and then the pirates began to move forward. Adele seemed to want to prove her worth, and actually rushed to the front. It seemed that Soren's actions of promoting 2 people in a row today made her feel pressured. Although she was the strongest person besides Soren, she was only around the 4th grade. There were also some 3rd grade leaders among these pirates. If she could not prove her worth, Adele felt that she might be replaced by Soren. The group of pirates began to move forward quickly. There was a camp on Snake Island. It was the old nest built by the narwhal, and there were still hundreds of people left here. Clang, Soren pulled out his scimitar. His figure disappeared into the air, and then he approached the gate of the camp at high speed. In front of him was a wooden wall that was 2 stories high. Soren jumped up lightly, and then mercilessly killed the guard in front of the gate with one slash. Thump, thump, thump. Soren waved his 2 scimitars like a gust of wind. Wherever the scimitars pointed, there were broken limbs. The 6 guards in front of the gate were directly beheaded by him. Adele's vigorous figure also appeared behind him. The pirates shouted and rushed in. Behind them was the half-elf Kassa. He brought a group of people to cover the rear. Whoever dared to take a step back would be shot to death by the archers. A massacre began. Soren's eyes were cold and ruthless. He silently counted the number of heads in his heart. At the same time, his figure leaped between the roof and the wooden wall, killing all the archers one by one. After Narwhal was killed, there were only 2 leaders left here. Many of the remaining pirates were caught off guard. They were either captured or killed directly. Are you crazy? You bastards! Are you rebelling? A very strong guy appeared with a heavy axe in his hand. He rushed over with a roar and roared, "Where is Narwhal? Have all of his subordinates gone mad? Why are they attacking their own people? Evade sight. Shadow jump." The answer was a cold light. Soren's figure appeared in the twisted shadow, and then he ended the grade 3 part-time barbarian with one slash. Killed in one blow, Soren silently pulled the scimitar out of the other's heart, then looked around and slowly said, "Surrender and you will not die. Surrender and you will not die. Surrender and you will not die." Seeing Soren kill the former second-in-command, the group of pirates became more determined to turn against their former companions. They completely realized that Snake Island was going to change its leader. Now, whoever could prove themselves first would be able to sit in a higher position. Carlos' promotion had just aroused their greed. The battle was still going on. Soren silently harvested heads, but they were not the ones on the battlefield, but those who wanted to escape. Soon, more and more enemies began to collapse. Some threw away their weapons directly, and some were still fighting desperately, but their death was only a matter of time. The 3rd in command of Snake Island did not seem to be here, and the people below did not know where he went. These were all small things. After Soren subdued all the pirates, he immediately ordered the warehouse and Narwhal's bedroom to be blocked. Not surprisingly, the most valuable things in the whole Snake Island were here. From now on, the whole Snake Island belonged to his territory, and these pirates would become his claws. They were the first card in his hand to rise overseas. P.S. The leader will update at the end of the month. Fu Tu is recovering his energy. The ice-cold sea breeze blew in his face. Soren stood on the roof of the stronghold, gazing at the sea in the distance. His expression didn't change at all, as if he was wearing a mask. Only the most attentive people would notice that Soren's fingers were trembling slightly, and his index finger was gently rubbing the blade. There was a strong smell of blood on him, as well as a strong murderous aura. This murderous aura wasn't just empty words, it was the result of a pile of heads. Soren couldn't control his murderous aura, he had killed too many people recently. From the moment he met Adele, to the time he took down Snake Island, Soren had taken too many heads along the way. The repeated killings had bred the ruthlessness in his heart, and this was a battle of wills. Pist pist pist, the slight sound of moving came from not far away. Soren's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was holding a spotted viper in his hand. This was Snake Island, and there was a large number of vipers. The stronghold was surrounded by a circle of repellent, but for some reason, the vipers behind them could still run in. The vipers here were difficult to completely eliminate, because there was a snake cave behind them. It would take a lot of casualties to clean up these vipers. Soren used 2 fingers to pinch the viper's head, and the viper in his palm wrapped its body around his arm, and then began to tighten little by little. Soren felt a cold touch on his arm, but he still silently gazed into the distance, as if something in the sea was attracting him. Only when he looked away from the sea did a trace of hidden ruthlessness appear in his eyes, and his pupils faintly glowed with a bloody light. The slaughter form had been removed, and he had satisfied the bloodthirst of the slaughter form, but it seemed that even more thirst was born. A sharp glint of the blade appeared. Soren cut open the viper's body with a flip of his hand, and then stretched out his fingers to pinch out the snake's gallbladder. He raised his hand and put the gallbladder into his mouth, gently chewing it. An unbearable bitter taste appeared, and Soren's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't help but frown, but he still chewed slowly until the bitter taste in his mouth faded, and then he slowly swallowed. Patter, he casually tossed away the snake's corpse and continued to stare at the distant sea. Special ability, Desire for Slaughter. After transforming into a slaughterer, you will be affected by the desire to slaughter. You will become extremely sensitive to fresh blood, and your senses towards anything related to slaughter will be strengthened. However, after transforming into a slaughterer, you must kill at least 4 targets to satisfy your desire for slaughter. Otherwise, you will enter a state of madness. This thirst for slaughter will increase with the number of times you transform. This was the special ability of the slaughter transformation. If he remembered correctly, after killing the Son of Fear the first time he transformed into a slaughterer, he only needed 2 heads to satisfy his desire for slaughter. 1, 2, 4. Soren realized that the number of slaughter cravings he needed to satisfy after transforming into a slaughterer was increasing exponentially. Although it was only 4 at the moment, at this rate, the more times he transformed, the higher the number of slaughter cravings he needed to satisfy. In the end, the number of slaughter cravings he needed to satisfy would increase exponentially. This ability could greatly increase his strength, but it also seemed to bring him closer and closer to a true slaughterer. Light footsteps could be heard. Adele Isabella's figure appeared not far away. After the battle, she took off her armor and temporarily freed her full chest. The feeling of being tied up with cloth strips was not good at all. She looked at Soren in the distance, and her whole body trembled. Then her eyes were in a trance, as if she suddenly saw the shadow of her father in him. For a while, her father also liked to stand and look at the sea like this, as if there was too much meaning in the sea. The sea was a fascinating place. Her father lived almost all his life on the sea. He used to be a notorious and ruthless pirate, but since she was his daughter, he gradually became more restrained. It was said that after he killed his enemies, he liked to hang their bodies on the mast or nail them to a wooden frame for the sea eagles to eat. He almost never left anyone alive on the merchant ships he plundered, but since she was sensible, she seemed to have never seen her father do this again. This change became even more obvious after her mother's death. That night, she knew that her father knelt in the temple and repented for the whole night. Her father went to the temple many times because he was a believer of the sea goddess, but in the past, he sacrificed to the gods and prayed for blessings. In Adele's memory, her father seemed to have never repented in the temple. His mother should have hated him. Even at the moment of her death, she still hated him because he killed his mother's husband and then forcibly kidnapped his mother back. But her father should have loved her, because in Adele's memory, he seemed to have never been close to any other woman except her mother. From that time on, her father killed fewer and fewer people, and often did not kill innocent people after robbing merchant ships. Every week, he would go to the temple to repent. No one knew what he was repenting for, but Adele knew that he would always feel guilty for her mother. Maybe things should have passed like this. Unfortunately, reality still gave him a merciless blow. His repentance and kindness were regarded as weakness by other pirates, and more people began to feel dissatisfied with him. Eventually, some people began to rebel against him and conspire to overthrow him. It wasn't until the moment when her father was besieged and killed by hundreds of people that Adele saw his fierceness and bravery. The man called Killer Whale had not become weak. He fought bravely in the crowd like a ferocious tiger. In the end, he forcefully opened up a path for her. Even until the moment of his death, he did not fall. This might be a father's love. After her mother's death, her father, who rarely killed people, really showed his strength when he killed a way out for her. He was still the notorious pirate who killed people like flies. Those who speculated that he had become weak because of old age all recalled his original bravery and cruelty at that moment. Her father died in battle. He died in battle to protect her. Many people died that night. Wherever her father's knife went, heads rolled. He was stronger than before, and even touched the edge of the legendary realm. But Adele still couldn't understand his thoughts. She didn't understand why her father didn't show his strength in advance. As long as he killed a little, he could suppress the rebellious hearts of others. Why was he willing to draw his sword and fight until the last moment? Adele couldn't understand all this. But she still told herself in her heart not to be weak, because weakness would be defeated by cruel reality. She had many memories of her father. But the most memorable was the appearance of her father standing on a high place overlooking the sea. That image overlapped with Soren in front of her, and inexplicably made her feel the similarity between the two people. Perhaps in the heart of the man in front of her, there was also something that he regarded as more precious than his own life. The only difference was, her father put down the knife, and he picked it up. Adele still knew nothing about the man in front of her. All her feelings were just a woman's intuition. The man in front of her seemed to notice her arrival. He withdrew his gaze from the sea in the distance, then turned around and looked at her lightly. He slowly said, "Finished counting?" "Yes." Adele bowed slightly to show her respect and said, "We found 2 boxes of gold and jewelry in the mountain stronghold. Basically, we have searched all the places with hidden compartments. There are a lot of goods in the warehouse, but they need to be transported out. The total value should be about 23,000 gold dirhams, of which about 8,000 gold dirhams can be spent directly. The rest are all valuable items and goods." Soren nodded gently. He looked at the woman in front of him with satisfaction and ordered, "All those who participated in the battle will be rewarded with 15 kindler. Let them eat all the meat in the warehouse, but no one is allowed to drink. You count the goods that are easy to sell, and then take 5,000 kindler. Tomorrow morning, take a group of people to Port Tylon. Sell all the goods, even if the price is low. Then you can recruit people. These funds should be enough for you to recruit a group of desperados. I won't stay here for too long. In 3 days, we will destroy the sea wolves in Shipwreck Bay. As for how to control these guys, I think you should know how to do it. Go on." Soren waved his hand gently. After all, there were only a few people in this world who could read. There were many good fighters among the pirates, but there were not many who could read or learn. The woman in front of him was not bad. She received part of the aristocratic education from her mother. In knowledge, trade, and management, she was better than other pirates. The only thing she lacked at present was strength. As a woman, she needed more strength to suppress these rebellious pirates. Being only grade 4 was not enough. She needed to be at least a quasi-legendary, however, she still had Soren behind her. As long as the pirates knew that there was a mysterious and terrifying existence behind everything, they would not dare to act recklessly because of fear in their hearts. Because Soren's prestige was built on their heads, but the number of heads now was not enough. Soren had to use more heads to build up his prestige, so that the pirates would tremble when they thought of him. This way, Soren would not go to the outer islands and destroy everything carefully arranged here. Adele was only the leader on the surface. Soren had to use thunderous means to intimidate them, kill and reward. This was only the simplest way to control them. P.S. I wrote this chapter all morning. I don't know how it is. I should have done my best. The title of the chapter is a bit poetic, but I really thought about it for a long time. Port Tylon, Shark Tavern. There were many taverns in this coastal transit area, but these taverns were divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Many of them belonged to the gray area, and even the local residents would not enter them. Shark Tavern happened to be one of them. It was opened in a somewhat remote and hidden area. There was a tiger-shark sign hanging at the door. If one was not familiar with the place, one would not notice it at all. This was a very special tavern. Ordinary people would not come here. The people here were pirates and outlaws. After entering the tavern, one would find that the decoration inside was unexpectedly luxurious. It was almost comparable to a high-end restaurant. The maids in charge of serving them were young and beautiful. From time to time, one could hear the screams caused by the pirates taking advantage of them. Then, there was a roar of laughter. There were prostitutes, liquor, intelligence, and underground boxing. Every month, there would be an underground boxing match here at a specific time. There were almost no rules in the process. The match would only end when one side died. Occasionally, there would be armed combat matches. Gambling was one of the sources of income for the tavern. Near the door, there were 2 or 3 pirates sitting next to drinking. One of them had a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks and reached out to touch the barmaids, but when she passed by, the barmaid turned around and glared at him, then curled her lips and said, "3 Kindler. If you can afford it, let's go to the back." So expensive. The pirate with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks suddenly looked embarrassed. He wanted to curse, but he looked at the bar with some fear. Such a bar had a very solid foundation. Pirates like them, who were not qualified, would be destroyed easily. His companions next to him couldn't help but laugh. The pirate with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks was a little angry. One of them waved his hand and said, "Skinny monkey is just a little itchy. But don't touch here." Last time, a guy was bold enough to touch the lady boss's butt. In the end, his hand was chopped off. The beautiful barmaid curled her lips and seemed to say something like, "Poor man, don't touch if you don't have money." Ahem. The pirate with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks coughed. Although he was angry, he did not have the courage to make trouble here. He could not help but change the topic and said, "Right. Have you heard? Narwhal had been killed. Even Snake Island has been taken down." This sentence silenced the people nearby, and then someone said in astonishment, "Narwhal is dead? Who killed him? No one in this area could take down his Snake Island, right? Did he provoke the Pirate King recklessly?" All the pirates had to pay tribute to the Pirate King. The 3 Pirate Kings had all ceded islands to become kings, dividing the sea near the south coast. Everything that belonged to them had to be handed over for worship. Narwhal should not be so reckless as to provoke the Pirate King, and there was no need for the Pirate King to deal with such a small character. But other than the Pirate King, they really couldn't think of anyone who could kill Narwhal. After all, he was also a smooth and slick character. He had some reputation among the pirates. There were not many people who could kill him silently. I heard it was destroyed by a woman. The skinny man saw that everyone was listening attentively, and he could not help but keep them in suspense until the person next to him impatiently ordered him a glass of wine. He then said with a smile, "I heard it was the daughter of Killer Whale. That old ghost was also notorious. I didn't expect that the daughter he gave birth to was not simple. It is said that she is a first-class beauty." Hee hee. No. One of the pirates with a scar on the side of his face slammed the table, and then said in a deep voice, "I have seen Killer Whale's daughter, a woman with fiery red hair. That woman is beautiful, but her skills are about the same level as Narwhal. She doesn't have as many hands as Narwhal, and she doesn't have as many ship cannons as Narwhal. How could she kill Narwhal and take down Snake Island? Moreover, Narwhal also raised a great thing. That thing can overturn the woman's ship in the sea." This was obviously a well-informed guy. The skinny man's face was obviously a little embarrassed. Seeing everyone else nodding, he could not help but say loudly, "Of course, it's not just this woman. There is also a very mysterious sir behind her. That sir is the key to killing Narwhal. It is said that he killed Narwhal and his men alone, and then attacked Snake Island on the same day." Sir, when they heard this title, the others could not help but be shocked. Among the pirates, this title would not be used indiscriminately. At most, they would be called captain. Those who could use sir were basically close to the strength of a legendary profession. Would such an existence have nothing to do with pirates? Was he planning to compete for the throne of the Pirate King? A legendary profession was a big shot everywhere. Hee hee. The skinny man seemed to be very satisfied with the expressions of the others, and whispered, "I heard that Killer Whale's daughter has begun to recruit people. It seems that she intends to unify the nearby waters in one breath. As long as you join, you will have to work for 10 kindlers. Many small pirates in the vicinity have been uneasy. I heard that Ol Sea Dog and Sword Fong Fish have already gone to Snake Island to express their goodwill. They are afraid that the other party will destroy them in one breath. I heard that sir is quite amazing. His means are ruthless and he kills people like scything flax. He tamed all those unruly guys in one day. Narwhal's former men are now honest." There was dead silence in the tavern. Even the landlady in front of the bar could not help but listen quietly. One of the big men seemed to be a little unconvinced. He said in a deep voice, "You've been talking for a long time. Who is that, sir? What is his name? Since he intends to intervene in the nearby waters, it's impossible that he didn't even show his name, right? Is he going to put Killer Whale's daughter on the table? That can't suppress the pirate leaders of all places." The skinny man's eyes moved a little, and his expression seemed a little strange. He lowered his voice and said, "No one knows who that sir is, but he seems to like to be called Throat Cutter." Throat Cutter. There was a sound of gasps in the tavern. Even the landlady who was wiping the table in front of the bar trembled, and then gradually returned to normal. As for the others, they were obviously frightened. Some of them even turned slightly pale. Obviously, they were more familiar with this name. During this period of time, there were countless casualties in Port Tylon. There were all kinds of bloody fights for interests, and the cause of all this was the legendary Throat Cutter. Moreover, his identity was also linked to the Sea Temple and the ghost ship. These 2 points together represented both powerful strength and the fear of death. The skinny man did not seem to expect such a result. He may have gone to sea some time ago and did not come back, so he did not expect that after he said the name, Throat Cutter, the tavern would become so dead silent. But there was still an inexplicable smile on his face, and his fingertips were gently playing with a kindler. Frost Kingdom, Arendelle. In this magnificent palace, Princess Royal sat on the throne like a queen. Her long silver hair was coiled into a graceful and noble bun, and she wore a light blue crystal dress. She silently looked at a woman covered in a cloak under the throne. There were wisps of thin ice around the mysterious woman, which began to spread from her feet, but only stayed in an area of 3 meters around her. Princess Royal shook her head gently, and then slowly said, "I didn't expect Your Excellency to come here. But I have to refuse Your Excellency's proposal, although your proposal is very tempting. But I have to stay and protect Arendelle. I have a premonition that an unprecedented catastrophe is coming. Besides, your proposal is really difficult to achieve. He is the creator of that world. Even if you and I join forces, we can't defeat him." Under the throne. The woman covered in a cloak slowly said, "Does Your Majesty really not want to get out of the current predicament at all? Our enemy is not as powerful as we believe. As long as you and I join forces, we have a chance of winning." Princess Royal still hesitated and said softly, "But after all, he is the creator of that world. That world is his kingdom. Our hope of victory is too small. The mysterious woman could not help but chuckle, and then said, Creator? She gently raised her palm, and there seemed to be strange scales on her skin. As she turned her hand slightly, the water vapor in the nearby air began to gather, and then turned into a pool of clear water floating in the air. Your Majesty, did I create water? Princess Royal was silent, and there seemed to be a trace of doubt in her mind. The mysterious woman moved her fingers again, and the clear water in front of her turned into ice. Soon a huge ice block emerged. Your Majesty, did I create ice? Princess Royal was still silent, but her expression seemed to change slightly. The mysterious woman snapped her fingers, and the ice in front of her changed rapidly. It was reconstructing at an astonishing speed, and it gradually separated and reassembled. Soon, a 5-foot-wide model of a city made of ice appeared. All the buildings and sculptures in it were abnormally lifelike and exquisite. The skill of this spell control was so amazing that even Princess Royal could not help but be surprised. Of course, it was just surprise. She had always thought that only she could control ice and snow to such an extent. Your Majesty, does this count as creating a city? The mysterious woman continued to ask, and Princess Royal was still silent. She raised her hand, and a strange light appeared. Humans actually appeared on the city model made of ice, but they were made of ice. They were very small, and they moved about on the city model made of ice, just like ordinary city residents. Princess Royal's face showed a trace of shock. The other party was very strong. It seemed that they were just a little weaker than her. The mysterious woman seemed to be a little tired. She panted slightly, and then waved her hand gently. The ice city disappeared, and the figures on it disappeared. The ice block turned into a pool of clear water, and the clear water gradually turned into floating elements in the air. She sighed and said, Your Majesty, creation does not mean creation. Creation might not be creating something out of nothing. It might just be changing its appearance. Elements become water, water becomes ice becomes a city, and living beings appear in the city. Everything is still the same, but we have changed the form of energy. The Creator is not as powerful as you think. Moreover, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you want to always be like this? Humans are not humans, gods are not gods, and you can't even control your own power. The mysterious woman bowed slightly to show her respect, and then slowly said, Your Majesty. I hope you can consider my proposal. I will stay in Arendelle for 3 days. If you are willing to cooperate with me, I will be waiting for you at any time. She turned and left slowly. Princess Royal watched her figure disappear until the mysterious woman had completely gone out. Then she gently took off her gloves, raised her hand, and snapped her fingers. A piece of water vapor turned into a pool of clear water, and ice emerged little by little in the clear water. The structure of the ice gradually changed and turned into a model of a city about 10 feet tall, the most striking of which was a magnificent palace. More and more exquisite buildings appeared in the ice. Figures made of ice appeared one after another. Tens of thousands of figures moved about in this small city. On the throne in the palace, there seemed to be a high and mighty queen sitting on the throne. This was Arendelle. It was exactly the same as Arendelle in the real world. Princess Royal could not help but fall into deep thought. She waved her hand gently. The city made entirely of ice in front of her dissipated with the wind, as if it had never existed at all. P.S. I don't know if Princess Royal's strength will scare you. It was getting closer and closer to the new year. However, it seemed that this year was not destined to be too peaceful. Under the continuous disasters, the entire southern region did not feel any festive news. An adult red dragon appeared near Whiterun. Although Soren had long known that there was a dragon there, and it was an ancient red dragon, it was not until now that others had discovered its existence. This dragon caused a lot of chaos and attracted a lot of adventurers who tried to slay the dragon. At the same time, it threatened the surrounding cities and forced them to strengthen their defenses. The red dragon was an evil existence. The bureaucrats and nobles began to increase taxes on the existence of the dragon, using the excuse of guarding against the attack of the red dragon to collect money. They could always find all kinds of excuses to collect extra taxes. There seemed to be a migration of orcs near the mountains in the south. Because of the antagonism between races, the conflict in this area became more intense. It seemed that a war could break out at any time. There was little information about the desert area. However, it seemed that the trade route to the east was cut off by someone. It seemed that the chaos in the desert area was also spreading. No new cities were destroyed, but more turmoil was still fermenting. There seemed to be traces of devil worshippers north of the City of Wealth. The devils had just been cleaned up, and the bewitching devils seemed to have begun to appear. The appearance of the evil god followers was becoming more and more frequent. Almost every city had some unfamiliar faces. The elven court seemed to have also undergone a division. The ancient tree doctrine of the Druids and the gods' doctrine of the ancient tree doctrine had a fierce dispute. It was rumored that some of the high-grade droll who believed in the Tree of Life had left. Even the legendary Earth Walker felt a little dissatisfied with the elven court. The tree shepherds stood on the side of the droll. As the balance and protectors of nature, their beliefs were more inclined to the Tree of Life than the elven gods. Droll had always been the middle power of the elves. Although the elves were also very talented among other spellcasters, no spellcaster profession had more than droll. This matter was still brewing, and the conflict was still escalating. If there was no powerful force to intervene, it was very likely that it would lead to an internal division among the elves. Droll would split from the elves, give up the belief of the elven gods, and turn to the oldest Tree of Life. This doctrine was supported by a large number of droll from the outside world. At the same time, it was also widely spread among the other races. They called it the revival of droll among the humans, half-elves, orcs, half-orcs, and other races. All the nomadic droll who were inspired by nature seemed to be very supportive of restoring the oldest belief in the Tree of Life. This caused the droll order in the entire world to shift. More than 60% of the droll had transferred their faith to the Tree of Life. The elven pantheon's influence in the droll was greatly reduced, and the various droll churches seemed to be plotting something. The power of the elven gods had declined. Before the time of troubles began, their strength had already declined. This seemed to be something that a certain existence was very happy to see. She had been waiting for this opportunity for thousands of years. The Queen of Spiders was weaving a spider web, waiting for the first prey to appear, inside a dark canyon. A tall and handsome figure was moving forward. He was wearing a noble's robe and playing with a flute in his hand. In this very gloomy and terrifying canyon, he moved forward leisurely as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard. A strange sound came, which seemed to be sharp and harsh. He listened carefully, then raised his hand and summoned a light. A dense shadow appeared in front of him. It was a palm-sized vampire bat. There were so many of them that they almost filled the dark canyon. Whoosh, a gust of wind came, and the overwhelming number of vampire bats flew up. They had sharp fangs and dark red wings. There were probably hundreds of thousands of them. After flying up, they almost covered the sky in the canyon. With so many vampire bats, even a legendary profession would be dangerous, but the person in front of him was not worried at all. He gently picked up the flute and blew it. The notes seemed to come from hell. A black mass of vampire bats fell to the ground. Traces of blood flowed out of their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Clap, clap, clap. There was a burst of applause, and the demigod vampire in an exquisite suit appeared. He looked at the man in front of him and smiled. "You are indeed the legendary Helpheimer. You dared to come here alone to find me." Helpheimer. A name that was taboo in many places. The man's face did not seem to be the one in front of him. He glanced at Reinhardt indifferently and said slowly, "The god of vampires? Could it be that you only have these little tricks after becoming a god? It seems that your life is not very good. I seem to have heard that you were chased by a group of people like a stray dog." Reinhardt's mouth twitched, but he still had an elegant smile on his face. He said slowly, "This is only temporary. After becoming a god, I have seen a wider world. An unprecedented opportunity is coming. As long as I seize this opportunity, I can stand on the top of the gods. At that time, no one can stop me from ascending to the throne." The Helpheimer smiled with a playful expression and said, "Is that so? Then you'll have to escape from me first." Reinhardt frowned and looked at him. He said slowly, "Do you really want to fight? Why do you want to stand on their side? What they can give you, I can give you the same thing. I am even willing to share everything with you. The Helpheimer showed a sarcastic smile and said softly, what you have seen is just the tip of the iceberg. Even if you want to cooperate with me, you have to show your value. There are countless weak gods like you in the Pantheon Temple. The figure of the Helpheimer disappeared strangely. It was like an invisible sound wave spread, and the nearby vampire bats fell to the ground and died. Snake Island. Soren stood on the dock overlooking everything. In just 3 days, he had recruited hundreds of pirates. Now his men had reached more than 300. Adele's valiant figure stood at the bow of the ship. Next to her was the first mate promoted by Soren. Now that they had enough strength, it was time to clean up the other enemies. Pirates did not need to be trained, nor did they need to be nurtured. This was a survival of the fittest profession. The strong would survive, and the weak would be eliminated. Let's go. Soren gently landed on the head of the killer whale. Facing the awe-inspiring eyes of the other pirates, there was only a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Because he heard a piece of bad news. It seemed that the influence of the throat cutter was greater than he expected. It even alarmed one of the pirate kings who ruled near the south coast. The pirate king, the swamp king, it was not a human, but a hybrid between a swamp giant and a lizard man. The intelligence of the giant race had always been low, but this pirate king was an exception. The probability of cross-race breeding was very low. It was said that its birth was due to some forbidden spells. The lizard men were amphibious creatures. They could move on land as well as in water. The Swamp King was one of the pirate kings who ruled near the south coast. Its pirates included humans, lizard men, murlocs, hybrids, and so on. If it weren't for the exclusion of racial lineage, its control of the south coast would be more firm. The 3 pirate kings each had their own allegiances. Among them, the Amazon pirate king was backed by the Storm Church. She was a pirate king who believed in the Storm Lord. Another pirate king with half Amazon blood was a non-human creature. He had the support of the Naga Sea tribe and believed in the sea goddess. The last pirate king was the Swamp King. He did not believe in any of the gods above, but gave his faith to the demon god in the abyss. That was the king of the deep sea, the ancient demon, Dagon. There was a religious text that said, in the mortal world, Dagon's cult prevailed in the coastal areas. Its human believers or swamp giants, tidal giants and so on, mated with half-fish creatures. At the cost of tarnishing their bloodline, they gained great power, rich fishing, and strange treasures from the demon lord. Yes. The Swamp King was a monster born for certain reasons. At the cost of tarnishing his own bloodline, he gained power from the Abyss Lord Dagon. However, an accident occurred during the ritual. The person in charge of the ritual did not please the evil Lord of the Abyss, and it did not gain much power. On the contrary, an unexpected offspring born during the blasphemy ritual, which was the current Lord of the Swamp, received power from the Lord of the Abyss, Dagon. So, a monster with a mix of lizard man and swamp giant blood was born. Not only did it have great power, but it also had the wisdom of a demon. Although this wisdom seemed a little crazy, it still became one of the 3 pirate kings on the south coast. This pirate king controlled the south coast near the deep sea. Its lair was said to be in a place called Demon Island, and only the most vicious pirates would seek refuge there. It was also the only pirate king that did not play by the rules. Although the pirate kings had great power and influence, they were still inextricably linked to the church. Almost all of them acted for their own interests and situations. Only the Swamp King liked to mess around. If it was not satisfied with the rise of a powerful pirate on the south coast and attacked Soren, then Soren really did not have much confidence in defeating it. He needed the power of Vivian. Although Soren could ask for help from the Sea Temple, it also meant that he had to pay a price. Not to mention that the news was told to him by the Naga Siren priest. Soren still remembered the meaningful expression on the priest's face when she said this information. Soren didn't know if it was an illusion or not. He always felt that the Naga Siren priest was cheating him. The Swamp King suddenly became interested in his newly risen pirate force. It was impossible that no one was behind this. Moreover, the rumors of the throat cutter spread so quickly. Not only did it increase his reputation, but it also expanded the influence of the Sea Temple that the throat cutter served. Because the throat cutter worked for the Sea Temple, the more widely the throat cutter spread, the more others feared the Sea Temple. In the legendary naval battle, the Naga Siren priest defeated the son of Dagon, and the throat cutter was labeled as the Sea Temple. As a follower of Dagon, it was not surprising that the Swamp King attacked him. Sure enough, the original inhabitants of this world are not simple. Soren looked at the sea in the distance, but his heart was not calm. Whether he won or lost, the Sea Temple would be the winner in the end. First of all, if the Swamp King attacked him, it would force Soren into a very dangerous position. If he couldn't deal with the Swamp King, then he had to ask for help from the Sea Temple. The Naga Siren priest was waiting for this opportunity. If Soren wanted to ask for help, he would naturally have to pay a price. Maybe he would be forced to join the Sea Temple. This was tantamount to an extra force for no reason. To be able to let a quasi-legendary profession serve the Sea Temple, the strength of the Naga Siren priest had undoubtedly improved a lot. Taking a step back. Even if Soren defeated the Swamp King, it didn't matter. The reputation of the throat cutter would further spread, and the influence of the Sea Temple would increase again. As the patron of the sea goddess, the stronger Soren was, the greater the influence of the sea goddess. No matter from which point of view, the Naga Siren priest would not lose. That was why she did not interfere with Soren's idea of establishing a pirate force. She was even willing to lend a warship. If Soren won, her status would also be improved. If Soren couldn't beat her, she would be able to get a strong helper. It was the best result. Naturally, it was Soren who asked for help from the Sea Temple, then joined the forces of the Sea Temple, and finally defeated the Swamp King. In this way, she controlled 2/3 of the power of the South Coast. The Amazon Pirate Queen's area of activity was the Soros Islands. If Soren defeated the Swamp King, almost the entire South Coast would be under the control of the Sea Temple. In this world, legends were relatively scattered. Those in high positions were not willing to risk their lives. It was naturally best to have a sword for their own use. If not for Vivian's help. Soren only had two choices. One was to join the Sea Temple in exchange for help, and then find a way to defeat the Swamp King and control 1/3 of the sea on the south coast. The other option was to give up on these pirate forces and directly form a fleet to go to the outer islands. However, if he did that, he would lose the connection to the mainland. He would only have as much capital as he could take with him. The progress of his future development would be greatly reduced, and it would be difficult to establish a connection with the mainland in a short period of time. The outer islands. That was a real barren land. Fierce beasts ran rampant, monsters wreaked havoc, and there were unreasonable indigenous people. There was a lack of food, medicine, weapons, and even the basic necessities. If he couldn't supply through the sea, Soren was almost starting from scratch. The time of troubles was getting closer and closer. It was difficult for him to reach his goal in just 2 years. If Soren wanted to rise in the sea, he absolutely couldn't do without a link to the mainland. Now I can only destroy the sea wolf first. Soren looked at the sea in front of him and said to himself, if I destroy the sea wolf, I will almost become one of the top pirate forces on the south coast. The number of slayers should also be about the same. If Vivian can successfully wake up, with the strength of the two of us together, it's not impossible to defeat the Swamp King. I don't know if the Sea Temple has made the right move. Soren didn't have so many choices. In the current situation, he could only kill his own way out. Even if the Swamp King wanted to deal with him, it wouldn't be so fast for the time being. Soren still had a little time to prepare. A day passed quickly. Soren led the fleet and quickly entered the sea area of Shipwreck Bay. The Sea Wolf was one of the few pirates here. He had his own territory in Shipwreck Bay, and at the same time, he also divided an island. Since this place was called the Outer Islands, naturally there were many islands scattered in the coastal area. Pirates from all over the world were scattered in these places to sell their stolen goods. Many of them were official chambers of commerce. For example, the Sea Wolf secretly controlled a chamber of commerce. He sold the goods he robbed through the black market. The Sea Wolf's territory was called Lone Wolf Island. Soren didn't care about the original name, it was the Sea Wolf who changed the name later. This time, Soren didn't bother to make any plans. What he wanted was to crush the Sea Wolf fair and square to prove his ability to fight head-on naval battles, and at the same time, deter the entire pirate group on the south coast. The destruction of Narwhal was too sudden. Some people speculated that Soren had used some kind of conspiracy. This time, Soren planned to attack. As long as he took down the sea area, no one would dare to go against him. Shipwreck Bay, Lone Wolf Island. Pirate ships gathered here, the number actually reached dozens, but there were only 9 real warships. The rest were coastal ships that couldn't sail far. A large number of pirates gathered near the port. In addition to the Seawolf's men, there were other pirate groups near Shipwreck Bay. They received an invitation from the Seawolf a day ago to join forces to deal with the rumored throat cutter. The rise of a pirate force would inevitably affect the interests of others, so many people responded to the Seawolf's invitation. At the top of the hall, the Seawolf sat on a chair and looked at the other pirate leaders in front of him. He was a man with a thin face. His eyes looked like a wolf's. There seemed to be a green light in the darkness. He looked around and said, "I don't intend to say much about this matter. You should have heard of this throat cutter. He has the support of the Sea Temple. If he continues to grow, there will be no room for us to move in the nearby sea area. Let's join forces. As long as we kill him, I'm willing to give Narwhal's territory to you." There was a lot of discussion below. One of the big men who looked like a northerner glanced at the Seawolf and said in a deep voice, "It seems that the person supported by the throat cutter is the daughter of the killer whale, right? The killer whale died in your hands. Maybe he just wants to deal with you. That's a legendary figure. We may not be able to defeat him. You only want to divide Narwhal's territory? There are so many people here. How is it enough?" The Seawolf's pupils shrank when he heard the words. His eyes were slightly cold, and then he said in a deep voice, "Then what do you want?" The big man from the north did not have much fear. The pirates under him were all from the north. Being able to establish a foothold here also meant that he was very strong. He laughed and said, "I want to interfere with the share of the black market trade. Especially the slave smuggling. Seawolf, you've been swallowing this land for several years. At this time, you're not going to give it to everyone? We've been fighting on the sea for so long, and it's not enough for you to get a ticket for smuggling in slaves. These 2 places must be given up. Otherwise, the people here would not be willing to fight with a legendary figure for Narwhal's territory. You know, that sea area is still in Port Tylon, which is controlled by the Sea Temple." Many people began to respond to the words of the big man. There was not much morality among pirates. The most common thing they did was to use and betray others. Without real benefits, there were probably not many people here who were willing to work for the Seawolf. The things in Port Tylon were probably not enough to make up for their losses. They came here today mainly because they heard that the throat cutter was going to take over the shipwreck harbor. They had to come and listen to the news. Good. The Seawolf's expression was slightly cold, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. But he still nodded and said, "As long as we can defeat the throat cutter, I'm willing to take out half of my share of the black market for everyone. Kill the throat cutter first, and he could get back these things sooner or later." Port Tylon, Sea Temple. At the bottom of the temple was connected to the sea. The Naga Siren priest was standing in front of a high platform, waiting quietly. Soon there was a slight swimming sound in the sea, followed by a strong Naga Siren guard swimming out of the sea. Then he stood upright and walked to her like a snake. He bowed slightly and said, "Your Excellency priest. The throat cutter has gone to Shipwreck Bay. He doesn't seem to want to ask for help from the temple." The Naga Siren priest narrowed her eyes slightly and said slowly, "Really? It seems that he has the confidence to deal with those in Shipwreck Bay?" The Naga Siren guard hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency priest? Why do we have to spend so much effort on this human? Although his strength is quite good, we also have many warriors who are not weaker than him. Besides, we also support a pirate king. Do we still need to invest so many resources in him?" The Naga Siren priest had a strange smile on her face. She looked at him playfully and suddenly raised her hand to whip him. Then she said, "Do you need to question my arrangement? You are getting more and more presumptuous." The Naga Siren guard did not say a word as he took the whip. The Naga Siren priest seemed to be angry and laughed. She said in a deep voice, "Sure enough, you have a lot of confidence. What did the royal family promise you? Do you still have to swear allegiance to anyone?" The Naga Siren guard hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "I will always be loyal to the sea goddess." "It's good that you know." The Naga Siren priest looked at him coldly and said, "Although Ashrad is one of the 3 pirate kings, he is more inclined to the Naga Siren royal family. His forces are more supported by the Naga Siren royal family. Don't think that I don't know what those guys are thinking. Wasn't the last big purge enough? They want to resurrect that monster. Although the sea goddess has fallen into a deep sleep, she is still the master of the sea. No one can threaten her rule. It is impossible for a loser who has been killed by the goddess to rule the sea again." The Naga Siren priest seemed to be warning something. Then she said slowly, "We need the power of that human. Although the faith of the sea goddess is spread all over the sea, it is mainly concentrated on the Naga Sirens and the Murlocs. We don't have much faith among the humans. This is already the closest place to the humans. Just the coastal islands alone are already blocked by other forces. If we want to spread the faith of the goddess of ocean to all the places along the coast, we must rely on the power of human beings. There are too many humans. Their significance to the goddess is greater than the sea races. Although the Naga clan has many powerful believers, can they move around in human places? Could they spread the faith of the goddess on land? They can't even enter the coastal cities. Here. In this Port Tylon, we spent hundreds of years to gain a foothold, but even now, I can't appear in front of humans at will, because humans are a very xenophobic race. They fear us. There are very few cities along the coast that we can influence. The core forces of the Sea Temple are almost unable to enter these cities. We need the power of a human. That human is the easiest legend for us to rope in. Moreover, I can see the potential in him. If such a person can join the Sea Church, we should soon be able to spread our faith to the coastal cities. Send out the ghost ship. We need to pay attention to his movements. He actually thinks that he can deal with the Swamp King by subduing those pirates. Those trash may not even be able to stand under the Swamp King's monster. Right. The Naga Siren priest thought for a moment and then said, "Pay attention to the movements of the devilfish. If necessary, let the cove fishmen intercept them. These monsters have been raised for a long time. Send someone to contact Ashrad. The son of Dagon has been seriously injured. This time, we must completely eliminate the believers of the King of the Deep. He will be a good bait. The Swamp King is a stupid and barbaric opponent. There is no way he can refuse the temptation of the goddess of ocean. As long as he can kill him, the Swamp King can perform the highest level of blasphemy sacrifice. The demon lord Dagon will definitely be happy to respond to the sacrifice prayer held by the goddess of ocean." Shipwreck Bay. Soren stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the pirate. Ships in the distance. The number of ships in front of him was a little beyond his estimation. There were all kinds of flags hanging on them. Almost half of the pirates in Shipwreck Bay appeared here. However, there were not many warships that were a real threat. There were probably only about a dozen ships, and the rest were fast ships operating in the coastal waters. This kind of ship was prepared by the small pirates. They relied on speed to catch up with the cargo ship and then threw out the hook to board the ship. So many enemies. There was the sound of a pirate swallowing his saliva, and it seemed to be a little trembling. These trash could only fight with the wind. When they saw the number of enemies, their legs were a little weak. Adele Isabella seemed a little nervous. She picked up the monocular and took a look, then said, "Your Excellency. In addition to the Seawolf, there are other pirates. There are also northern pirates among them. I am afraid that many small pirates have been gathered by him." Soren frowned and did not speak. The morale of the pirates on his side was not high. This group of trash did not have much loyalty to speak of. When they saw the difference of almost 5 or 6 times, they did not have many thoughts of fighting in their hearts. He must let these trash summon up the courage to fight. Soren turned and stood on the high platform. He looked at the pirates on the 3 nearby warships, and then said in a cold voice, "Victory will belong to us. Shipwreck Bay will become our territory. And the bravest among you will become the captain of my fleet. Open your eyes. Look at how this group of trash is destroyed. Under the sea. A huge shadow began to move forward. The 20-meter-long killer whale gradually approached from the bottom of the sea. Soren's mouth showed a cruel smile. As he gently snapped his fingers, a small pirate ship in the distance suddenly shook violently, and then was directly overturned by a huge shadow in the sea. These coastal fast ships did not have the ability to resist the wind and waves at all. Some of them looked like large sailboats, and the size of the hull was not as big as the killer whale's body. Ah. Sea monster. Sea monster. There are sea monsters. Although he could not dominate the giant octopus, the killer whale was enough to deal with these trash. The Grade 3 killer whale had a huge advantage in size. Its body of more than 20 meters could overturn those fast ships. Only a shadow could be seen swimming in the sea, and then one by one, the fast ships sank to the bottom of the sea. When he saw the number of enemies, Soren already had the idea of letting the killer whale consume them. He directly controlled the killer whale to kill a large number of pirates with brute force. A series of sounds of falling into the water were heard, and the number of enemies was reduced by nearly half. That was because there were too many trash in there. The sea was full of pirates. Many pirates desperately climbed onto the big ship, because in the sea, they were not enough to fill the gaps between the killer whale's teeth. This giant sea creature seemed to have signs of mutation. Perhaps it was because it had killed and devoured too many enemies. Prepare for battle. Adele obviously noticed that this was an opportunity. She glanced at her high-spirited subordinates and shouted, "Right full rudder. Gunners ready. Fire." Boom boom boom, a series of muffled sounds came. The power of the cannons in this era was not very great, and all of them were solid ammunition. However, the lethality was still there. Because the enemy was too dense, one of the gunners directly broke the mast of a warship. Half of the mast broke and made a sound of being overwhelmed. Then it fell to the deck with a rumble, and a few unlucky guys were killed on the spot. Prepare for boarding battle. Adele pulled out the long sword at her waist. Some brave pirates also came to the deck. The cannons could only be regarded as decoration. The real deciding factor was the hand-to-hand combat. The alchemy in this world was strictly limited by the church and droll. These cannons were basically impossible to hit those powerful professions head-on, and the loading speed of the cannons was too slow. Soren's figure also disappeared at this moment. He needed a perfect massacre to establish his dignity. He needed to use absolute means to suppress these pirates. Killing was the best way. Frost Kingdom, Arendelle. Princess Anna was awakened by a ray of light at dawn. She first opened her eyes, then stared blankly for a while as if she hadn't woken up yet. Then she stretched herself beautifully. The maids outside seemed to have heard the movement inside. Soon 2 pretty maids came in with dresses. One of them also held underwear. Her Royal Highness didn't like to sleep in clothes. The girl's beautiful body emerged under the thin velvet quilt. She gently lifted a corner of the quilt, revealing a piece of white and delicate skin. The temperature in the room was warm. The central crystal lamp lit up gently. This was an alchemy product that only the royal family could afford. Princess Anna stretched and yawned, then let the maids behind her put on her clothes one by one. Soon, she was dressed. A maid opened the window, and they could see the blue sea in the distance. Of course, it was not so simple for Her Royal Highness to get up. Behind her, 2 or 3 maids filed in. They brought in a silver basin, tools for washing, and the clothes and accessories to wear today. Princess Anna's expression seemed a little helpless. She gently wiped it with a towel and then whispered, "Take it down. I don't want to wear these today." One by one, the exquisite ornaments were brought out. Finally, Princess Anna chose a pair of crystal earrings. The maid behind her was combing her hair. Her long, silky blonde hair was combed into a beautiful hairstyle. She looked at the mirror inlaid with gold, then waved gently and said, "That's it. Where's my sister? Why didn't I see her today?" The girl slowly stood up. She was a little more delicate and quiet than before. Her thin face had regained its rosy color, and her body seemed to have grown a little. Her chest looked bulging after wearing the crystal dress. Princess Anna stood barefoot on the floor covered with a soft carpet. Suddenly, she seemed to have found something. She pulled the maid in front of her and gestured. Then she smiled and said, Tina, have you become shorter? Or have I grown taller? Your Royal Highness has grown taller. The maid smiled, took a pair of delicate moccasins, and whispered, Your Royal Highness has grown so much taller than before. She measured it with her fingers. It was probably less than a centimeter. It took Princess Anna nearly an hour to get up and dress up. After that, all the maids left, leaving only her 2 personal maids. She stretched a little and placed her slender hands on her waist. Then, she muttered, It's a little tight. Am I a little fatter than before? He had been sleeping a little too much recently. If she thought of that person, she would feel inexplicably wronged in her heart. Then, she would lie on the bed and sleep. Is he okay? Where is he now? Will he marry me? The young girl looked into the distance, lost in thought. The 2 maids beside her looked at each other and didn't say anything. If Her Royal Highness thought of that man, she couldn't help but stare blankly. They couldn't understand why the princess would like such an adventurer. Although the man was a little handsome and seemed to have some strength, he was still just an adventurer. There were many outstanding noble young men in the kingdom, and princes from other countries who wanted to marry her. In their opinion, any one of them was much better than an adventurer. Princess Anna didn't stay in a daze for long. In fact, she had gradually gotten used to it. The original impulse had completely subsided, but occasionally she would miss him. This kind of longing was not as strong as before, but she would still think of him from time to time. In the palace, Princess Anna came out in a red cloak. She looked at the captain of the guards in front of her and could not help but frown slightly. Where's my sister? Isn't she here? The captain of the guards bowed slightly and replied, Her Majesty the Queen has gone outside the palace and should be back soon. Is that so? Princess Anna nodded, then sat on the throne and began to deal with the documents. In fact, many things in Arendelle were now handled by her. The young girl opened the documents and read. Several maids stood next to her, conveying her orders from time to time. She flipped through the documents quickly. After reviewing a pile of documents, she looked up and murmured, My sister seems to have been going out a lot recently. What's the matter with her? The people next to her didn't answer. They couldn't ask about Her Majesty the Queen's affairs. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps sounded, and then a handsome man came in. He had obvious northerner characteristics and was wearing heavy armor. When he saw Princess Anna on the throne, he bowed slightly and then said, Your Highness, the Vrykal people seem to be a little dishonest again. They attacked our fleet and looted many villages. Vrykal people? Princess Anna raised her head and frowned slightly. There was a trace of anger in her eyes. She said, Are those pirates dishonest again? She was the heir to the kingdom of Arendelle. Since she began to manage the kingdom, she had understood that one of the most troublesome problems of the kingdom was the Vrykal people. This group of human beings living in Iceland was very difficult to deal with. They were strong and barbaric. Because of the harsher living environment than the Frost Kingdom, they were born pirates and looters. These guys maintained an ancient, traditional, and barbaric belief. They believed that only the souls of those who died in battle could return to the kingdom of the gods they believed in, while the souls of those who died in bed could only fall into the river Styx. Therefore, these guys would always fight, and sometimes they would choose to end their lives with a battle. After the Princess Royal ascended the throne, she severely punished them. Although this made these natural pirates a lot more restrained, they still looted and attacked Arendelle from time to time every year because they did not have enough materials to live without looting. These guys believed in the totem god of war and liked to place dragon head symbols on their warships. Because of the god behind them, even the Princess Royal could not do anything to them sometimes. They were like locusts, attacking coastal areas and merchant ships every year. If they encountered the kingdom's army, these guys would flee back to Iceland. There were many people in this world who coveted Arendelle's wealth. The Vrykal people were just one of them. If it had not been for the Princess Royal's strong ascension to the throne, Arendelle would have fallen into war long ago. Princess Anna couldn't help but rub her forehead. For this kind of problem, she was often not as decisive as the elder princess. After all, she was just a young girl. The education she received in the past didn't give her enough experience to solve all this. She frowned and looked at the guard captain next to her and whispered, "Hasn't my sister come back yet? Where did she go?" The Princess Royal's recent movements were unknown. She seemed to have gathered a lot of court wizards. Recently, the affairs of the kingdom were handed over to Princess Anna. No one knew what she was going to do. Time passed little by little. At about noon, the figure of the Princess Royal appeared, and beside her stood a mysterious woman covered in a cloak. No one knew why. When Princess Anna saw the mysterious woman, she could not help frowning slightly. Her expression seemed to be a little repulsed. She did not like this woman. There was no reason, just a girl's intuition. Shipwreck Bay. Soren's figure shuttled through the crowd. Behind him were corpses. His very hazy figure moved like a ghost. Every time his sword appeared, there was an extra corpse behind him. The merciless slaughter was spreading. Soren's murderous aura was getting stronger and stronger. The effect of greater invisibility was weakening. Blood covered his whole body, making him look like he was emitting a trace of blood. The atmosphere of fear spread on the pirate ship, and the enemies gradually collapsed under the merciless slaughter. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Every time he ended a life, his aura increased a little, and his expression became colder. In the end, he was like a messenger of death, harvesting one life after another. Soren moved at high speed like a human-shaped killing machine. He did not stop until the cold prompt appeared. Slayer, background ability, you have become accustomed to death and blood and the repeated killings. Ending lives is not difficult or scary for you. Hundreds of lives have been ended in your hands. You have begun to ignore death and life. In battle, you will awaken the ability of the Slayer, which will bring great pressure to your enemies. Anyone who fights with you must go through a test of will. Otherwise, they will fall into a state of panic because of fear. Permanent will +2, intimidation +20. Now is the time. Soren stood in the midst of the broken limbs on the ground. Suddenly, a divine light appeared in his eyes, and then an invisible energy spread out. The nearby enemies seemed to feel a great fear, as if they had been hit by the fear spell and ran for their lives. This fear was so difficult to resist. It was like a brand in their hearts. Not only the enemies of Soren, but even the men he recruited felt inexplicable fear. It was as if even their souls were trembling. The divinity value was rapidly changing. Just when Soren's aura reached its peak, in a room in Port Tylon, Vivian's figure also floated strangely. Her white little hand seemed to move, her eyelids trembled slightly, then her index finger bent and moved, and then her lips moved slightly as if she was making some sound. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and subconsciously shouted out a sentence. "Brother!" Vivian's petite figure fell from the air. She looked at the white princess dress on her body and did not seem to like it very much. She waved her hand and changed into a black princess dress. She gently turned around, then smiled and said, "Sure enough, that idiot was not as fast as me. It's finally my turn to come out." "Brother? Where is brother?" Shipwreck Bay, Lone Wolf Island. Soren sat in the main chair in the hall, then silently looked at the captives in front of him. A large number of people were kneeling in front of him. All of them were the pirates who fought with Soren. These guys were stunned from the beginning to the end. They had just reacted to the attack of the mutant killer whale, but they were scared out of their wits by Soren's slaughterer form. The overall strength of the pirates was still very good. On average, they could reach about grade 2, which was equivalent to the city guards in various places. However, they did not have such a strict training method. Their fighting style was more of a guerrilla warfare, and there was no way to form a formation in the sea. If a wave hit the hull and shook the ship, it would be a tragedy if they did not have enough sense of balance. Therefore, most of the pirates were agile melee professions. Some of the more advanced pirates could even fight on the mast. Seawolf was a grade 4 warrior. Soren found that it was really easy for him to deal with the warrior now. Maybe it was because of the suppression of attributes, his strength and speed in the slaughterer form were obviously higher than the enemy. A shadow jump and backstab directly killed Seawolf. Soren still remembered the expression of the other party when he died. It could even be said that when Soren transformed into the slaughterer form, he was basically invincible. The number of captives captured was quite large. After killing Seawolf, the other party almost collapsed. The only one that escaped was a dragon-head ship, which was the warship of the northern pirates. They seemed to have the blood of the Vrykul people, and many of them could enter berserk. Soren could not stop them, so they escaped from the battlefield. The Vrykul people were a very powerful human race. Although they were of human descent, they were a branch of ancient humans. They were a race that could awaken berserk skills on their own. This was very similar to the ancient Anya people. They were a branch of the Arcane Empire. They had better magic talent and could live to about 150 years old. This human race was relatively rare, and some of them could live as long as half-elves. It was said that their ancestors improved their own bloodline during the Arcane Empire, and a part of the human potential was brought to the extreme. This group of people aged very slowly. The Vrykul people were similar to the human race, but their origin was not very clear. Because they had lost their history. Soren slowly stood up and glanced at the people in front of him. He then said in a deep voice, "You should have heard of my name. Make a choice. Submit or die. Those who submit to me will receive the benefits of Shipwreck Bay. I will give them relative freedom and become my subordinate pirate. They will hand over 30% of the spoils, but they must also respond to my call when I need them. You should feel lucky because I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, many of you would have died. I'll give you 30 seconds to think about it. You should learn to thank me for my kindness." Soren was in a good mood. Because he had completed the fusion of the divinity, and also felt Vivian's awakening. Although he tried to use a telepathic connection to tell Vivian to wait for his return, he didn't know if it would work. There was an obvious telepathic connection between the two of them, but it was not so strong that they could feel each other's consciousness. The fusion of the divinity from the golden bones was very easy because there was only a weak consciousness left on it. The only troublesome thing was the divinity of fear. However, Soren found that after the last battle, it was much easier to kill the will of the Dread Lord this time. Maybe it was because the Dread Lord was very murderous at that time. His current divinity value was 9 points. Soren did not gain any additional abilities, but only increased the strength of the divinity extension ability. He still needed 1 divinity point to upgrade to Minor Divinity. At that time, he would get an additional divinity reward of +1 to all attributes. Minor Divinity, Intermediate Divinity, Great Divinity. The number of divinities needed to upgrade increased exponentially, but the effect was also very amazing. Great Divinity could increase all attributes by 4 points, and it could also be stacked with the attributes added by the divinity level. Great Divinity and Great Divinity level were equal to an increase of 8 points in all attributes. That was why the saints were so powerful. As for the divinity level, it was another kind of power. Divinity did not increase attributes, but it could release divine spells and a large number of spell-like abilities. In theory, when the divinity was full of divinity, the divinity points could be used as mana directly. Divinity could directly affect the rules, and when necessary, it could also change the rules in a small area. In the long history, although there were wars between the gods, there were very few wars in the kingdom of God. It was because the gods had unlimited spells in the kingdom of God. As long as their divinity was not exhausted, their spells were unlimited. However, the material plane could not accommodate too much divinity, because the kingdom of God was a domain world with a semi-energy structure. The material plane was a different situation. The incarnation of the gods could only mobilize a part of the power. Soren got the answer he wanted. He looked with satisfaction at the pirates in front of him who were full of fear and humility at the same time. These guys seemed to be honest. Although they did not have much loyalty, Soren only needed them to submit to him. The real fighting power was not these guys. "Your Excellency." Soren's promoted first mate quickly walked in. After this battle, the pirates who were first subdued seemed to be more united. They obviously regarded themselves as Soren's confidants, and because of the victory of the battle, there was an additional sense of worship. After all, pirates were a group of people who liked to follow the strong. The young first mate looked at the others in the hall, then bowed and said, "Your Excellency, you'd better take a look at the back. We found some strange captives in the Seawolf's cellar." "Yes." Soren heard this and narrowed his eyes slightly, then got up and walked outside. Adele was also waiting outside. When she saw Soren, she immediately nodded and whispered, "There are 3 people in the Seawolf's cellar. They don't look human. They look a little strange." Soren nodded and walked towards the cellar. At the same time, he said, "You go and supervise the wealth. Anyone who dares to hide it will be killed. I'll go down and take a look." Adele's expression was serious, and a cold light appeared in her eyes. She nodded without hesitation. For a while now, she already knew that Soren was the kind of person who paid attention to rules. Those who did not follow the rules set by him would be killed without mercy. The cellar was very dark. Soren's men quickly lit a torch. When he walked in and took a look, Soren's face showed a trace of surprise. Because there were 3 humanoid creatures shackled in the cellar. They looked a little similar to elves, but their skin was grayish-black. Their pupils were slightly red, a little scarlet, and their hair was snow-white. They looked tall and strong, and their bodies were full of a sense of strength and coordination. This meant that they were naturally stronger than ordinary people. These creatures had a higher starting point and talent. Drows? Soren glanced at the 3 guys who looked tired and had many wounds on their bodies. It seemed that they had been hungry for a long time. He murmured, "No. Is it a half-drow bloodline? Which branch of drows are you descendants of?" The other party tiredly raised his head and opened his mouth to say something, but no sound came out. He was too tired. He also seemed to be very hungry. He didn't even have the strength to speak. Drows were born with high attributes, and they also had a strong racial bonus. If such an enemy was not affected by hunger, it would be very dangerous even if their hands and feet were shackled. Soren glanced at them and ordered, "Give them some food and water. Then bring them up." After that, he turned and walked outside. He didn't expect to encounter drows on the surface world. Although they looked like half-drows, it was still a very rare thing. He didn't know where Seawolf caught them. Time passed by little by little. When Soren waited in the hall for half an hour, his man brought up the 3 exhausted half-drows. They seemed to have recovered a little energy after eating, but their condition was still very bad. It seemed that they had been trapped in the cellar for a while. Only with their racial talent could they withstand it. If it was a slightly weaker ordinary person, they might have died in there. These half-drows had handsome faces. They were all men, and their strength seemed to be close to grade 3. Soren glanced at them, frowned slightly, and then said, "Who do you believe in?" This sentence seemed to have a special meaning. One of the drows, who looked like the leader, raised his head and said in a low and hoarse voice, "We believe in the Dark Maiden." Sure enough, they were believers of the Dark Maiden. Soren's eyes showed a hint of understanding. It seemed that he was not surprised by this answer. He stood up and looked at the half-drow in front of him, then pulled out his curved sword and put it on his shoulder, and said in a low voice, "The Dark Maiden has fallen. If I remember correctly, your branch of drows has been slaughtered by the Queen of Spiders. I'm very curious as to why there is still a branch like yours left. Did you escape the Queen of Spiders' pursuit?" Soren lifted his hair with his curved sword and saw a special mark, which seemed to be a family emblem. This was not a lone half-drow. He came from a family of drows. In Soren's memory, this branch of drows was almost dead, but he didn't expect to meet them overseas. Could it be that one of them escaped overseas and avoided the Queen of Spiders' pursuit? The Dark Maiden. She was a very special deity because she was the only deity in the good camp among the drows. The Dark Maiden was a goddess full of melancholy and sorrow. In addition to protecting all the good drows, she also protected those drows who hoped to return to the surface world and live in peace. Most of the evil drows were burning with anger against this good goddess, but for those drows who tried to escape from the Queen of Spiders, she was a welcome ray of hope. The Dark Maiden loved beauty and peace, but she was not stingy with fighting back against those who tried to hurt her believers. Her appearance was that of a tall dark elf with smooth and soft skin, with long silver hair that flowed to her ankles. She was called Lei Feng by many people, and was a very good and kind god. Unfortunately, she died. She was the daughter of the Elven King and the former Queen of Elves, the daughter of the current Queen of Spiders, but she died in the hands of her own mother. The Queen of Spiders was still the final victor. She killed her own daughter, the Dark Maiden of the past, and then took her divine power and priesthood, and thus completely unified the drows in the Underdark. There had never been a god that made Soren so afraid. The Queen of Spiders was definitely the only one. He still remembered the fear when he served this evil goddess, and her various desires and needs. If the nature of a woman was fickle, then the nature of a goddess was even more fickle. No one could understand the thoughts of the Queen of Spiders. In the past, the Dark Maiden accidentally joined the Queen of Spiders' rebellion plan and was exiled by the Elven King. She protected the good drows who wanted to return to the surface. She once had many believers and followers in the Underdark, but after her fall, these people were mercilessly slaughtered by the Queen of Spiders. The Elven King tried to accept some of her believers, but there seemed to be some disputes later. The other elves could not accept these fallen ones. Anyway, in Soren's memory, the believers, priests, and followers of the Dark Maiden ended up very miserable. If they were caught by the priests of the Queen of Spiders, they would eventually experience inhumane torture, or even be turned into spider demons. Soren was really surprised. He didn't expect to meet drows overseas, and they seemed to be a branch of a certain family. In order to adapt to life on the surface, they seemed to have mixed blood with humans. After hearing Soren's words, there was a trace of sadness in the eyes of the drow in front of him. He looked at Soren silently, as if he did not care about the curved sword on his neck. There were many stubborn drows because their living environment was very cruel. Perhaps because of their racial talent, male drows were good fighters, while female drows had more advantages as spellcasters. Their tradition was that only females could become priests. Even among the followers of the Dark Maiden, most of them were female priests. The man stared at Soren in silence, as if he had seen through life and death. His eyes were full of vicissitudes of life, as if he had gone through countless hardships. However, when he saw the scimitar in Soren's hand, his expression changed, and a hint of excitement appeared. Icing death. He slowly opened his mouth and spoke in a hoarse voice in the language of the drows. This pronunciation attracted the attention of his other two companions. When they saw the curved sword in Soren's hand, they could not help but show a trace of shock on their faces, and then they knelt in front of him. The leader of the drows looked excited. He reached out and gently stroked the curved sword, then retracted his fingers as if he had been electrocuted. Then he humbly bowed his head to Soren in front of him and said, "Your Excellency is the master of icing death. Please accept my humble respect." Icing death? Soren froze for a moment, then looked at the expression of the drows. He frowned slightly as if he remembered something. It seemed that the previous owner of the legendary curved sword Icing Death was a legendary drows. He had a high reputation among the believers of the Dark Maiden. If these drows were believers of the Dark Maiden, they might really know this curved sword. But the Dark Maiden had fallen for so long, how could they still maintain their faith? These guys was really tough. Maybe they are useful to me? Soren thought for a moment. He looked at the drows in front of him and asked directly, "Where are you from? How many people are there in your tribe? Why are you here?" In the face of Soren's continuous questions, the drows in front of him hesitated, but after looking at each other, they slowly told him what had happened. It turned out that after the Dark Maiden died in the hands of her mother, the Queen of Spiders, their tribe began to flee the Underdark. Some of them were accepted by the Elven Lord God, but in the end, there were differences because they could not integrate. Another group came to the surface world and mixed with human blood, and a group of half-drows was born. For example, these drows in front of him had a quarter of human blood. This group of drows had a hard time, because they had lost the protection of the Dark Maiden, they had completely become helpless lambs. The priests of the Queen of Spiders were chasing them, and various forces on the surface were not kind to them. After all, drows were born evil creatures. Many races could not get along with them, and many elves were even hostile to them during the long struggle. In the end, they had to migrate. They moved to many places in a row, and finally found a little space to live in the desolate overseas area. However, without their god, their population was getting smaller and smaller, and their strength was getting weaker. Even if they had many excellent warriors, they might not be able to gain the upper hand when fighting against some indigenous tribes. Because they had lost their god, they had no priests, they had lost their inheritance and knowledge, and it was difficult for wizards to be born among them. The only spellcasters left were only a few warlocks. In this world, without the support of spellcasters, it was difficult to change everything just by relying on a group of excellent warriors. they lacked food, weapons, and all kinds of materials. They had not adapted to the primitive and barbaric environment, and they had no way to resist the attacks of various monsters. The three of them quietly used magic to disguise themselves as humans and came to Shipwreck Bay. They originally planned to quietly buy a batch of materials to go back and survive this difficult period, but they did not expect that they underestimated the cunning of the human gangs. They accidentally exposed themselves during the operation. The final result was needless to say. They were surrounded by enemies several times, then captured by the sea-wolf. After that, they were locked in the cellar. The sea-wolf probably did not know what to do with these half-drows. Sure enough, it was a history of blood and tears. If a race lost the protection of a god, it would be considered good if they didn't die out. It was almost impossible for them to live a good life. Without a god, there would be no priests, and without priests, there would be no divine spells. Without the healing divine spells, without the blessing of the temple, without a large number of spellcasters, it was almost impossible to maintain the strength of a race just by relying on the inheritance of the warlocks. The weaker they were, the less ability they had to cultivate wizards. In the end, they would probably become warriors. Spellcasters were always indispensable, otherwise, Soren would not call them spellcasters. A race must have spellcasters in its high-end force. Their existence was as deterrent as a nuclear bomb. Could they be subdued? Soren was thinking about a question in his mind. With his understanding of the drows, he knew that these people naturally liked to obey the strong, especially when they were in a desperate situation. However, a race of drows, even if they were weak, would be stronger than him now. Since the drows were born to be stubborn, Soren could not show enough strength, and he might not be able to subdue them. He looked at the half-drows in front of him and said in a deep voice, "How many people do you have?" The drows in front of him hesitated for a moment, then said, "We have more than 800 people, more than half of them are warriors." More than 400 drow warriors. Soren's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly felt very excited because these were all warriors close to grade 3. It was normal for them to have grade 4 warriors. He thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "I will give you a cargo ship and some people. It will be filled with food, medicine, weapons, and supplies. You can take it back to your race." Surprise, unbelievable surprise, the three drows looked at Soren with unimaginable eyes, and then knelt on the ground as if they were about to cry. They buried their heads deeply and said excitedly, "Thank you, sir. Thank you very much." It seemed that they were indeed living a hard life. The estrangement between races, the unfamiliar environment, the inability to trade with other creatures, and the complete self-sufficiency made it difficult to live in the primitive and barbaric overseas. Because there were too many dangers there. Soren looked at the drows in front of him, paused for a moment, and said, "These materials should be enough for you to survive for a while, but you still need to choose your own path in the future. Without the protection of the Dark Maiden, you may not even be able to defeat the indigenous people. For some reasons, I can help you, but only this time. As for your future, it depends on your own choice. It won't take long. I will also enter the overseas islands. I hope you can give me the answer I want." Soren stood up slowly. Then he waved his hand and ordered his men to prepare a cargo ship and supplies for them. A large number of goods were stored on this island. The value of the sea-wolf was quite high. Although Soren only found about 7,000 or 8,000 kindler pieces, the various goods and jewels were worth 20,000 to 30,000 kindler pieces. This did not include the profits from the black market in Shipwreck Bay. If he sent someone to take over this place, the final profit would be more than 50,000 kindler pieces. Don't underestimate this wealth. Soren had risked his life many times in order to earn some kindler pieces. The polarization of wealth in this world was even more serious than in his previous life. The higher one went, the more wealth one would have. The tax of the Ming dynasty was about 3 to 5 million taels of silver a year. France only had about 800,000 gold coins a year at the same time. The tax of the principalities in this world was about the same. Perhaps some kingdoms could reach millions of kindler pieces, but it had to be a rich kingdom like Arendelle. In the Ming dynasty, it was easy to kill a few rich merchants and get a year's tax. In the English and French dynasties, there were many nobles who were richer than the king. The distribution of wealth in this world was not fair at all. The money Soren earned from killing 2 groups of pirates was equivalent to a city's tax for nearly a year. This money was very useful, although many of them were goods, there were ways to get rid of them. If it weren't for the wealth accumulated from killing the pirates, Soren would not have easily given away a ship's worth of goods. This was a very necessary investment. With the intelligence of the drows, they naturally knew what Soren wanted. However, because he was not strong enough, Soren wisely did not speak. If he spoke and the other party did not agree, it would be easy to create estrangement. It was better to get closer to them first, and then after he opened up his own situation, he could conquer them all at once. The value of these drows was amazing. Not only were they strong, but more importantly, they could be a source of faith and build the framework of a church. Because there must be a priest of the Dark Maiden among them. Without the leadership of a priest, they could not have lasted for so long. Of course, their value was more than that. Changing faith was a difficult thing. Even if they could not be the source of faith for Vivian to fight against the Dread Lord and the demigod vampire in the future, they could also help Vivian expand her faith and complete the framework of the church. Taking a step back, these people could even become the foundation for Soren to become a god. The Avatar Crisis was a big game of chess. Only the gods were qualified to play on the chessboard. No matter what Soren planned to do in the future, it was never wrong to get the qualification of the gods first. The Avatar Crisis was the most chaotic period, but it was definitely not the end of the chaos. After the end of this turbulent period, although a certain peace was restored in the mortal world, the battle between the gods became more and more obvious. If he and Vivian defeated the demigod vampire and the Dread Lord, then they would have to face the gods of the upper plane and the demons of the lower plane. A new god was definitely the easiest enemy for them to deal with. Without the foundation from faith and the church, Vivian would become a lamb in the eyes of all the demons in the future. Soren was a half-elf. These drows also had human blood in order to adapt to the surface life. If he remembered correctly, the first gods to fall during the Avatar Crisis were the god of half-elves and the god of rogues. This meant that 2 clergy areas would be vacant in the future. These 2 clergy areas were half-elves and rogues. Although these were only weak clergy areas, they could help Soren go further. In the future, it would be much easier to fight against the Dread Lord as a god than to fight against him as a mortal. The demigod vampire had succeeded in becoming a god. They had to speed up and catch up with him. These drows were all half-elves. Soren could give up his life for Vivian. He even thought of transforming into a shadow lich. If Vivian could not become a god to fight against the Dread Lord, then he would become a god to fight against them. After all, Vivian was not a vampire. She had been branded by the Dread Lord. The demigod vampire was a very smart guy. He actually knew to use the vampiric clergy area to make himself a god first. This undoubtedly gave Soren a little inspiration. Since the demigod vampire could use the inconspicuous vampiric domain to become a god, then it was not impossible for him to use his own half-elven bloodline as a springboard to master the half-elven clergy in the future. With the clergy, Soren would at least be in the form of a saint in the future. As long as he was in the form of a saint, Soren would have the competence to fight against any god's incarnation of a saint. This was a very long road. Soren also had a vague direction after seeing these half-drows. The demigod vampire gave him the greatest inspiration, because if he used the half-drows as a springboard to become a god after his strength reached a certain level, then he could seek the clergy of the half-elves after the time of troubles began. In this way, the half-elves in the whole world could be used as a reserve base for him to develop his believers, and there would not be too fierce a conflict with other ancient gods. This was a very weak clergy. But for Soren it was a very important springboard, because his ultimate goal was definitely not this. Because he had the divinity of slaughter, the road to becoming a god was extremely difficult. But if Soren intended to take this road, then he must plan in advance. Otherwise, he would not have so much time. This was something to be thankful for. It seemed that from the beginning to the present, all his legend points were related to slaughter, whether it was the legend of the throat cutter or other legendary events. The demigod vampire had not fallen. As a new god, as long as he did not fall, his strength was increasing day by day, and his divine power was growing day by day. Soren had opened up a situation, and he could not let the other party widen the gap between them. A day passed quickly. The pirates prepared a cargo ship and then loaded the island's supplies. After a night of rest, the drows recovered a lot. Before Soren sent them away, he handed them a letter and said, "Give this letter to the leader of your tribe. Maybe she will understand what to do in the future. I look forward to your reply." The leader of the half-drows bowed humbly, then reached out to take the letter and put it close to his body, and said, "We are very grateful for your help, and we are willing to help you when you need it." Soren nodded gently and said, "Go. I think your tribe has been waiting for you for a long time." The 3 half-drows in front of him bowed again and then walked onto the cargo ship. They were undoubtedly lucky to have met Soren at the most desperate moment. Not only did they keep their lives, but they also brought back a ship's worth of goods. But this was just that. If they could not prove their value, or come up with an equivalent benefit, they would no longer be able to get help from this lord. As drows from the Underdark, they knew very well that all the effort was for the sake of getting a return. Soren watched the departing cargo ship, then turned to look at Adele, and said in a deep voice, "Send someone to take over the black market trade in Shipwreck Bay. We can give some of the benefits to the local forces, but the slave trade must be in our hands." Slave trade, there was a trace of doubt on Adele's face, but she had gradually begun to get used to Soren's orders. She did not ask much and was ready to arrange the manpower. A group of pirates in Shipwreck Bay had been wiped out, and Soren needed to support a group of pirates who could work for him. Since the demigod vampire could use the vampiric realm to touch fear, then Soren could naturally try to use the half-elven realm to touch slaughter. In all aspects, Soren actually had an advantage, because no matter whether he became a god or not many people would be energetic enough to run thousands of miles to kill him. This was the key to his focus on the outer islands. With more and more cards in his hands, Soren's vision became clearer and clearer. As long as he controlled the pirates, it was equivalent to holding the sea route. If they wanted to deal with him, they had to go through the sea first. Port Tylon, Sea Temple. The Naga Siren priest stood on the high platform below the temple and looked at the news that came back. She frowned and murmured, "He defeated those pirates so quickly? It seems that we still underestimated his strength and means. We must have such a person in our hands. Otherwise, he is too dangerous. What's more, the sea goddess has not responded to my prayers recently. We must strengthen our control of the sea." Legendary professions all had the ability to dominate a region. A city had at most 1 or 2 legendary professions. Soren's rapid rise made her a little wary. She was a little worried that there would be an uncontrollable pirate force. In just a few days, Soren had unified part of the south coast. Even she couldn't do such a thing. However, there was also a trace of fear in her heart because from the information she collected from all aspects, she found that Soren was an extremely decisive person. Such a person must not be pushed too hard. There was a moment of silence. A strange smile appeared on the Naga Siren priest's mouth, and she said slowly, "Reveal all his information to the Swamp King and inform the others not to help him secretly. His reputation has spread a little too far. To deal with such a person, we must suppress his arrogance and then draw him over. Otherwise, the stronger he is, the harder it is for us to control him." "Right. Pay attention to that little girl. Maybe she will be useful." On the roof. Lillian's petite figure sat on the roof. Her white feet were hanging outside the eaves. If others saw it, they would be shocked. After all, it was close to the height of a 3-story building, and the little girl was obviously only 8 or 9 years old. She tidied up her skirt with her white and tender hands, then looked at the sea in the distance. From time to time, she would tilt her head and play with her hair. Sometimes it was a single ponytail, and sometimes it was a double ponytail. She also pouted and said, "My hair is so short. It doesn't look good even if I tie it up. This stupid Vivian. When can my hair reach my waist? I really want to grow up quickly." She swung her fair feet and her little head from side to side, as if she was bored. She sang in a childish voice that was out of tune. "We are bad guys. We are villains. They are afraid of us. No one will dare to bully us anymore. Ba ba ba. Who dares to bully me, the Witch of Terror, Lillian? Stupid Vivian. He couldn't even come up with the lyrics properly. What a useless idiot. He was tone deaf. Just as Lillian was blaming Vivian for her poor singing, an angry Loli's voice rang in her head. Idiot! Idiot! You're the idiot. Let me out quickly. Otherwise, if Big Brother finds out, he will definitely spank you. The little girl curled her lips playfully, revealing a sly smile as she muttered to herself, I'm not going to let you out, I'm not going to let you out. Bite me. I won't bite you. Vivian said weakly, I won't be fooled again. I was fooled by you last time. I'm also in pain after biting him. Poochie. Lillian giggled playfully. That's why I said you're an idiot. We share the same body, so it's natural for me to feel pain for you. Do you think you won't feel pain just because I have the control? The two of them had been together for a long time. It seemed that they had crossed swords like this many times, and there seemed to be some dark history. I'm so bored. Lillian lay on the roof, swinging her little feet in boredom as she muttered to herself, when will Big Brother come back? Why don't we go kill people and set fires? That's how that vampire gathered his power. Maybe we can also become gods. It's all because of you, idiot, that I woke up so late and didn't get a lot of power and knowledge. Now I can't even defeat that vampire. Vivian said weakly, you're the one who's useless. I lent you my power last time, but you still couldn't defeat him. How can you blame me? And don't kill people. Vivian. Vivian doesn't like this. They're all innocent people. Lillian curled her lips helplessly, then raised her hand to mess up her hair. Like a little loli who had gone berserk, she said frantically, it's all your fault. I've been influenced by you after staying with you for so long. You've made me weak. Vivian said stubbornly, this isn't weakness. This is. Anyway, I don't know what this is. But it's wrong to kill people. Big Brother won't kill innocent people. He won't like you like this. Oh. This sentence seemed to have an effect on Lillian, but in the next moment, her eyes rolled and she muttered to herself, no, that's not right. Big Brother also kills people, but he likes to kill bad people. Ah. This port is full of bad people. Let's go kill bad people too. That way, Big Brother won't be angry. The little girl flew up. Vivian seemed to be frightened and hurriedly said, no. You're crazy. You lunatic. I'll get angry if you continue like this. Plop. Lillian, who had just flown up, suddenly fell down. Although the fall was very low, she still couldn't help but reach out to cover her little butt. She jumped up and down like an angry cat and said, you're crazy. You're actually restricting my strength. Don't you know that we might both die from the fall? No. How can you restrict my strength? I'm the only one who can restrict your strength. Why are you suddenly more powerful than me? I'm the Witch of Fear. This isn't fair. Vivian's voice seemed to be a little surprised as she muttered, I don't know either. But it seems that I can really control it. Haha. Who told you to always call me an idiot? Let's see if you still dare to be naughty. Humph. Do you believe that I'll teach you how to be a good person? Vivian was a very well-behaved little girl. But this didn't mean that she didn't have a temper. If someone slandered and looked down on Soren, she would instantly become an angry kitten. She was very smart. So her pure heart didn't mean that she knew nothing about the world. It was just that the filth she saw in the world wouldn't affect her heart. She was still kind by nature. Perhaps there were times when she was a little naughty and mischievous, but this couldn't hide her kind nature. Perhaps only when she was related to Sauron would she give up on the concept of good and evil. Otherwise, she would be a very, very nice girl most of the time. She actually didn't like killing. Compared to the unruly and willful Lillian, she was a little girl who could happily sing while cleaning the house with a broom. She didn't like reading because she would get sleepy easily. But she still felt that she should do something because she was going to be 9 years old soon. She wanted to become a little girl who could help her brother. In the end, she was actually a little evil. Brother's aura. Lillian suddenly stopped freaking out. She patted her little butt with her little hand and then ran outside like the wind. Soren's figure appeared in the distance. Big Brother. The little girl's cute little face revealed a happy expression. She flew into Soren's arms, hugged his neck with her little hands, and hung herself on him. Vivian. Soren smiled and hugged the little Vivian tightly. It was only at this moment that he revealed a sincere smile on his face. When the little girl heard the name Vivian, she was obviously stunned for a moment. Then, she returned to her senses as if nothing had happened. She curled up her petite body like a kitten in Soren's arms and said coquettishly, "Big brother." Hoo. Vivian missed you so much. At the same time, a furious voice appeared in her mind, "Lillian. Don't impersonate me." Vivian seemed to be a lot more lively today. In Soren's memory, Vivian had always been a quiet and obedient little girl. It was rare to see her so lively and mischievous. She would only appear occasionally when she was in a good mood. Soren didn't suspect anything, because he was a person who trusted his intuition. He could clearly feel that Vivian was still his Vivian. Perhaps it was because the two of them hadn't been this close for a long time, but he felt a trace of excitement in his heart. It was rare for him to feel a trace of warmth after a massacre. Soren reached out and stroked Vivian's little head. He lowered his head and kissed her hair. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Vivian was a little taller and heavier than before. She would be 9 years old in a month. Oh. Brother. The little girl was like a little kitten in his arms for a while. She finally calmed down and her breathing became more relaxed. She raised her little head and pressed her cheek against Soren's cheek. She then gently rubbed against it, as if this was the only way to express her longing and attachment. However, she soon frowned and widened her eyes. She then raised her little hand and touched her red cheeks. She pouted and muttered, "So prickly. Brother, you've grown a beard." Pa, Soren didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He raised his hand and lightly patted her little butt. He reached out and touched his chin. He realized that he had indeed grown a beard. He rarely had a good night's sleep. Perhaps it was because he stayed up too much that his beard grew. After all, his extraordinary physique only ensured that he had enough energy. He reached out and hugged the little girl. He spun around and placed her petite body on his shoulder. Vivian let out a crisp giggle. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. She was a little girl who was easily satisfied. She would be very happy as long as he coaxed her a little. However, just as Soren was about to bring the girl back to his residence, an inappropriate voice suddenly sounded, "Sir Soren. Priest Duren asked you to go to the temple." A fully armored temple guard appeared nearby and bowed slightly. "Priest Duren wishes for you to go there now." Soren frowned slightly when he heard that. Vivian pouted in dissatisfaction. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold glint appeared in her eyes where Soren couldn't see. It was as if she had a murderous intent after being disturbed. If it wasn't for Soren's presence, she would have used her finger of death to get rid of this annoying guy. How dare he interrupt her time with her brother? They hadn't been together for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that she was waiting for her brother to come back, she would have already run out and started a massacre. This guy was really annoying just by looking at him. Yes. Although Soren frowned in displeasure, he still nodded gently and said, "I'll be there in a while." After that, he gently put down Vivian and leaned over to her ear and said apologetically, "Vivian, go back first. I'll be back in a while. Priest Duren may have some matters to discuss with me. I'll tell you some things in the evening." Although the little girl was a little unhappy, she still nodded obediently, and then whispered, "Yes. I'll be good at home and wait for my brother to come back." Soren smiled and touched her little head, then turned and walked toward the sea temple. Just as he turned to leave, a cold glint flashed in Vivian's eyes. She glared at the temple guard in front of her, and a faint radiance of divinity appeared around her. The temple guard's expression turned a little dazed. Then, as if he had just seen a ghost, he revealed a terrified expression. The temple guard threw away his weapon and fled in. A panic. It was as if he couldn't see his surroundings at all. In the end, his head slammed into the wall, and the temple guard who was close to Tier 3 was knocked unconscious. Humph. Lillian clapped her hands in satisfaction and said, "You're lucky that you dared to disturb my reunion with my brother. If I wasn't in a good mood today, I would have directly rewarded you with a finger of death." Idiot Vivian. Say something. Why are you suddenly not talking? The little girl tidied up the hem of her black princess dress, then untied the hair tie, and muttered as if talking to herself, "Are you mute? Didn't you look like you were going to fight me to the death?" After a long while, Vivian's soft voice sounded, and she seemed to be a little depressed. "I'm thinking about how we should tell my brother." "Tell him what?" Lillian seemed to be a little confused. Vivian's tone was a little higher, and she seemed to be hesitant. "Us. You and me. How should we tell my brother? You actually pretended to be me just now. This proves that you're a little guilty in your heart. You don't dare to tell my brother that you're Lillian because you're afraid that he won't like you. You're scared. Actually, I'm a little scared too. Because I don't know what we are. You remember everything I remember. I also remember everything you know. But you're Lillian. I'm also me, I'm Vivian." At first, Lillian seemed to be about to explode when she heard this and wanted to refute, but then her expression became downcast. She gently played with her white little fingers and muttered, Who said that? I'm not worried that my brother won't like me. Who wants to pretend to be an idiot like you? I'm just worried that my brother won't be able to adapt all of a sudden." Yes. That's it." The little girl nodded fiercely, as if that was how it should be. Vivian seemed to want to laugh a little and continued, "That's why I'm thinking about what we should do. This is too strange. I've read a lot of books from Sister Gloria, but there's no such situation in the books. I'm worried that we'll always be like this. In the future, you and I will be in this body. If that's the case, we have to try to get along well." Lillian was silent when she heard this. It seemed that she didn't quite understand why such a situation would happen. Vivian paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Actually, I have an idea. Now, no one knows about our situation except for us, so I think we'd better hide it from my brother first. It's better to wait until we figure out what's going on with our bodies and then tell him. I'm worried. I'm worried that only one of us can survive in the end. You're the real son of fear. If you survive in the end, can you replace me and stay by my brother's side? Lillian. I don't actually hate you. Although you're disobedient and a little willful." There was a short silence. There seemed to be a trace of moisture in Lillian's eyes, and her beautiful big eyes were a little teary. Her voice was inexplicably choked. Idiot. Idiot. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you die? I'll never let anything happen to you. You're you, and I'm me. Isn't it good for us to be together? Why do you have to say such things? You're making me so sad. Vivian's weak voice sounded, Oh. I'm just saying what if. Pat head. Don't cry. I should be the elder sister. Come on. Lillian, be good. Call me elder sister. The choking voice was cut off. Lillian instantly jumped up like a kitten that had its hair standing on end. She said frantically, Sister, your sister. I'm the elder sister. You're the younger sister. Stupid Vivian. You're so useless. You must be the younger sister. Vivian still spoke in a weak tone, but the words that came out of her mouth made Lillian fly into a rage. Good girl. Little Lillian, don't be naughty. Call me elder sister. You woke up so late. You must be the younger sister. Frantic. Lillian was so angry that she stomped her feet, but there was nothing she could do. After a while, she calmed down and whispered, What should we do in the future? How can we hide it from my brother? He's very smart. Vivian seemed to be silent for a moment. Then, she said weakly, How about this? In the future, whenever you come out, I'll come out as well. Don't be too lawless. My brother might not be used to it in the beginning, but he'll get used to it soon. After all, we're children. Children's tempers are fickle. Let's hide it from him for now. I don't know what the future will be like. Lillian seemed to think about it seriously and muttered, Oh. It seems like I haven't grown up yet, but that's not bad, don't mention that again. If I'm fine, you'll be fine too. At most, I'll give you a part of my divinity in the future. Although I don't really like a fool like you, but you're also quite important. And? Stupid Vivian. I'm the elder sister. Vivian did not seem to want to argue about this matter. Instead, she used a matter-of-fact tone and said weakly, although I'm not as strong as you, I'm actually smarter than you. Bang, the furious Lillian kicked the door in anger and stormed into the room. She would not fall into her trap, otherwise, that idiot Vivian would definitely test her with the spell model that made her dizzy. She was the Witch of Terror, Lillian. Why would she need to understand the spell model when casting spells? Couldn't she just raise her finger and say Bayou 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 Bayou? What a simple matter. It seemed that the two young ladies had a series of discussions and confrontations on the question of who's the idiot? The Sea Temple. Soren was a little stunned when he walked to the door because he saw a special carriage. It was not that the carriage was special, but there was a tuna-like emblem on it. If he remembered correctly, according to the knowledge of this world, this should be the family emblem of a noble family. The emblem of a noble family was special and representative. Using this tuna-like emblem, the other party should be a noble family in the coastal area. This was Port Tylon. Port Tylon was a chaotic area. Although there were managers, they were definitely not nobles, and the forces behind the scenes were changing frequently. In other words, this noble could not be a local, it could only be a noble in the coastal area. But why would a noble in the coastal area come here? And to the Sea Temple, which was inclined to the evil camp. Did they believe in the sea goddess? Soren frowned and walked in. He saw a female figure praying. From the back, she was very tall and beautiful. She wore a veil on her head and had a slender waist. Because she was kneeling in front of the statue of the sea goddess, her buttocks were very large and round when she bent down. No matter from which angle, this woman was full of strong temptation. Soren's footsteps startled the other party. She stood up after hearing the sound, a pair of blue eyes staring at Soren, then she took off her veil with a smile. She had a very charming face, and her nose was a little high, which was a characteristic of the Western nobles. Her skin was very white, and her eyelashes were very long. It looked like she was wearing false eyelashes, but in fact, she was born this way. Another iconic feature was that she had a black mole at the corner of her mouth. It was a very small and inconspicuous black mole. Coupled with her charming face, it seemed to be a little more seductive. This woman was tall, about 5 centimeters taller than Soren. It was not easy for a woman with such a height to find a husband. After all, Soren's half-elf blood was not short, she was estimated to be more than 1.8 meters tall. This tall woman looked very slender. She should be in her 20s, no more than 24 years old. Because of the long skirts that were popular among the nobles nearby, her chest was exposed. Her full breasts, slender waist, and round buttocks were outlined by the snow-white long skirt, which was very tempting. This kind of dress seemed to be commonly worn at aristocratic banquets because it could perfectly show a woman's curves and seduction. It was not comfortable to wear this kind of dress normally. The main reason was that the girdle was too high and affected one's breathing. People who were not used to wearing it would feel suffocated. Soren was slightly stunned. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. It wasn't just because of her charming appearance, but more importantly, her appearance felt a little familiar. Soren had never seen this woman before, but after a few more glances, he finally understood why she looked so familiar. It was because the woman in front of him was a little similar to Adele Isabella in some of her features. The two had about 50% similarity in facial contours. Facing Soren's gaze, the noblewoman's face was slightly red. Then she gently bowed and lifted the corner of her skirt with her white hands. When she bent her knees slightly, the fullness of her chest was even more amazing. It was as if she deliberately revealed a deep ravine in front of Soren. The long skirt with a little lace was like a blooming flower. The noblewoman in front of him gently bowed and looked up with a bright smile. It seemed that her cheeks were slightly red because of Soren's handsome face. Then she turned around and walked into the back of the temple. Her name is Monica Isabella. The figure of the Naga Siren priest came out. She seemed to be very satisfied with Soren's performance at the beginning. She smiled strangely and said, "She is the daughter of Earl Colored and his only heir. She is the descendant of Queen Isabella. She has the purest noble blood. Many talented sorcerers have been born in this bloodline. Although she is just an ordinary person, she has a very rich dowry. Because her father has gradually grown old, she is in charge of the power and wealth of the entire Earl's territory. She even has a group of knights loyal to her. In the entire south coast, she is the dream wife of countless nobles. It's because of her beauty, and also because of her wealth. That's right. The Naga siren priest looked at Soren's increasingly shocked expression. Her eyes seemed to be inexplicable. She said playfully, she is also a chaste virgin. What the hell, what is going on? Even with Soren's calm state of mind, he was a little scared at this moment. After a while, Soren recovered a little. Then he took a deep breath and said, is this the reason why the priest asked me to come here? It seemed that he really underestimated the influence of the Sea Temple. If the noble woman just now really had the right to inherit the Earl's territory, then she would definitely be a first-class noble family on the south coast. Even if their population was declining, they still had some heritage accumulated over hundreds of years. However, the Naga siren priest in front of her was completely treating her as a trading commodity. It seemed that as long as Soren was willing, she could marry Soren. Women in this world also had the right to inherit the title. The dowry property would not be counted as the husband's family. It was a private property owned by individuals. Therefore, the status of noble women was not low. Many noble families' standards for marriage were based on bloodline, dowry, status, and so on. Beauty was only a small part of it. From this point of view, the noble woman just now was really the top standard. The Naga siren priest said that she was the target of many nobles on the south coast, which was not an exaggeration at all. However, how could the Sea Temple control such a noble woman? Although it only affected her marriage, it also represented a strong influence. The Sea Temple's control of the coastal areas was stronger than Soren imagined. The noble woman just now must have had some kind of deal with the Sea Temple, or some kind of contract. Soren didn't know what kind of agreement was reached, but he was sure that the Naga siren priest really wanted to recruit him this time. The Naga siren priest frowned slightly. Soren's words obviously meant that the trump card she had just used did not completely move him. This made her feel a little annoyed in her heart. She faintly felt that Soren really didn't know what was good for him. However, she still restrained herself from showing it because she had just given Soren a sweet date, and there was still a mace prepared for him. She smiled strangely and said slowly, I really didn't expect you to have such an ability. In just a few days, you have quelled the pirates in the nearby sea. However, the Naga siren priest paused here and said in a deep voice, you seem to have become the target of the Swamp King. He seems to intend to kill you to consolidate his position. This is a very powerful pirate king. His men are completely different from the humans you have encountered. There are even many non-human monsters among them. If you can't defeat him, I'm afraid all your efforts will soon be in vain. Those pirates don't have much loyalty. As long as you fail once, they will betray you without hesitation. So I want to know how you plan to deal with the Swamp King? The Naga siren priest showed a smile as if she was gloating. If Vivian hadn't woken up, Soren would have had to ask the Sea Temple for help. However, now that he and Vivian joined forces, it was not impossible to defeat the Swamp King, one of the pirate kings. After all, Soren was very clear about the power of the Sons of Fear. They were born in the quasi-legendary realm. Vivian was now integrated with the power of the other two Sons of Fear. Her strength was definitely stronger than Soren, but she did not have enough experience to use this power. Reject the Naga siren priest? In the future, when he needed the power of the Sea Temple, Soren could not make their relationship too stiff. Agree to her invitation. If it was not a compulsory divine contract, he could agree. Anyway, Soren did not have any faith at present. It was not impossible to hang the title of a panfaith. After all, the sea goddess was a golden thigh that he could hug. In the end, he had a thought in his mind. That was to eat the candy and throw the cannonball back. Sea Temple. Shortly after Soren left, the figure of the noblewoman also appeared. She looked up at the Naga siren priest who did not look very good in front of her and said, is that him? The Naga siren priest's face was still a little ugly because she found that Soren was like a slippery loach. No matter how she tried to rope him in, it seemed that she was still lacking a little bit. Sometimes she even felt like she was punching the air, and her internal organs were faintly uncomfortable. She glanced at the charming noblewoman in front of her and said slowly, not necessarily. This human is too cunning. Unless he completely joins us, you are just bait in front of him. We have spent too many resources on you. Without our help, your father's territory would have been swallowed up by others. Also, pay attention to your virginity. I've noticed that this is a huge temptation for human males. Before we decide on someone who's really valuable to us, you can't get too close to any male creature. Your current task is still to continue to expand your influence. If necessary, provoke a war between the nobles on the south coast. Only war can break the inherent power blockade and let us penetrate into the human race. The noblewoman's face was a little stiff, and there was a hint of anger in her eyes, but she still nodded and said, yes. No matter what woman, there would be a trace of dissatisfaction in her heart when she was used as a bargaining chip. However, it seemed that her awe of the Sea Temple was very obvious, and the Sea Temple should have controlled her a lot, so she had to bow her head under such obviously humiliating words. No one knew what agreement Soren and the Naga Siren priest finally reached, but looking at the Naga Siren priest's face now, she didn't seem to have the upper hand. This made her look up to Soren. To be able to play tricks with the Sea Temple also required confidence and strength. Soren left the Sea Temple. His complexion wasn't very good either. From the moment he left the temple, his expression was ashen. He turned around and came to the port, then waved his hand to summon a pirate, and said in a deep voice, "Tell Adele to come and see me. Very soon." A red-haired female pirate in tight leather armor appeared in front of Soren. She carefully glanced at Soren's face and then said, "Your Excellency? What are your orders?" Soren glanced at her and said expressionlessly, "From today onwards, 50% of the profits of the Port Tylon route will be handed over to the Sea Temple. You will personally control the smuggling trade of the Shipwreck Bay route. You must ensure that no one else can touch this route. From now on, no matter if it's an official or private slave trade, as long as it's on the sea, we must capture it. Anyone who wants to make money from the slave trade has to get our permission." Slave trade. This was the main source of trade for the south coast, because there were many mines near the coast, which required a lot of labor to mine. It was basically impossible to hire civilians. Everyone knew that the mine was a place of no return, so they could only find labor from criminals and slaves. In addition, the nobles in this area had many manners and economic systems, so slaves were the cheapest labor force from any perspective. Slaves, this was a common problem. Even the gods could not change the status quo. Even the slavery system was supported and affirmed by many gods. Even in Soren's memory of his previous life, the abolition of the slavery system was delayed until modern history. In this world, it was even more deeply rooted and lasted for countless years, almost to the point where it was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Most ordinary people would desire to have a manor land, and then buy and own some slaves. From then on, the slaves would be responsible for farming, and they would live a leisurely life without worrying about food and clothing. If it weren't for many kind people and some churches who hated the slavery system, it would have become rampant in the South. "Yes, sir." Adele, who had long red hair, nodded and replied, "I'll arrange the manpower now." Soren glanced at her silently, then said, "Do you know a woman named Monica? She also has the surname Isabella like you, and is the only daughter of an earl." The red-haired female pirate was puzzled for a moment, then thought for a moment and said, "Sir. The surname Isabella is distributed in the south and the west. She may be related to my mother, but because of my background, I'm unfamiliar with these people. My mother seems to have a cousin on the south coast, who seems to have the title of earl, but his family has long since declined. If she is the only daughter of the earl, he should be my mother's cousin. There are only so many people with the surname Isabella near the south coast." A declining aristocrat, it was indeed a good investment target, and also easy to control. Soren nodded gently and said, "Go. Your focus is on the slave trade, and you must ensure that this line is in our hands." Adele nodded slightly, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Sir. You value the slave trade so much, are you going to use slaves to expand overseas? I'm not questioning your decision, I'm just curious and guessing." In the end, there was a hint of awe on her face. Soren's expression was a little surprised, but he didn't want to answer. He just said in a deep voice, "Do your own thing. You'll know when the time comes." Slaves were the cheapest labor force, and also the easiest group of people to satisfy. They had been forced to despair by life. As long as they were given a little hope, a little right to live, a little desire for freedom, they would become a very useful card. Soren not only needed their labor force, but also needed them as a foundation. It was very difficult to transfer people from overseas. The mainland was not completely chaotic yet, and it was too risky to attract explorers and adventurers. Slaves were a key part of Soren's plan. Soren walked in the direction of his residence. Adele Isabella stayed where she was, looking in the direction Soren left in a daze. The more she knew, the more she felt that this sir had a big plan, because he easily gave up a large part of the benefits of being a pirate. A person who could give up so many benefits must be for something more valuable. What did this man want? She was actually a little excited, and she couldn't wait to know his plan. Unfortunately, she could only hide it deep in her mind. Soren returned to his residence. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a petite figure pouncing on him, and then directly hanging on his body. Vivian hugged his neck and twisted it, and said in a crisp voice, "Big brother is finally back. I'm bored to death alone." Soren smiled, picked her up, and then put her on the bed. Then he sat down, and said with a serious expression, "Vivian? How have you been? Do you feel any discomfort? Why did you call yourself Lillian the Witch of Fear last time?" The little girl's body stiffened, and then her eyes flickered, and then she whispered, I'm okay. But I remember a lot of things. Among them is the knowledge of Lillian. After that, I learned a lot of spells and became much more powerful than before." "Oh. Big brother, will you not like Vivian because of this?" Speaking of this, the little girl's expression suddenly became a little pitiful. Soren looked at her with a little heartache. He leaned over and kissed her forehead, and then said, "Silly girl. I will always be by your side." Was it really like this? Soren's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly guessed, if I didn't come, and Soren died like this, Vivian would become Lillian? I hope I won't leave any hidden dangers for her. No. I have to find a way to kill the other Sons of Fear, and then completely wipe out the Fear Lord's consciousness. Otherwise, as long as his consciousness still exists, it will be an invisible hidden danger. I may be affected when I fight against the Fear Lord's consciousness, and Vivian can even fight against the Fear Lord's consciousness. Soren seemed to be thinking about something. The little girl's expression was a little unnatural, but she still sat next to him obediently. "Come here for a while." Soren seemed to have thought of something, and said in a deep voice, "Vivian. Big brother has a way to help you check your body. It may be a little uncomfortable, are you willing to give it a try?" The little girl's face was a little confused, but she still nodded very obediently. Soren showed a little smile. Then, there was a light in his eyes. This gaze seemed to make Vivian feel a little uncomfortable, as if her whole body was exposed in front of her brother's eyes. She faintly felt a little repulsed and a little shy. A row of data appeared. "Do you want to perform a data scan on the target? Attention! The target is very powerful and dangerous. There may be hostility. Data scan requires 16,000 slaughter EXP. Do you want to scan? It actually requires so much slaughter EXP." Although Soren felt a little pain in his heart, after looking at the nearly 70,000 slaughter EXP he had accumulated, he still silently chose to confirm. He needed to know to what extent Vivian had been strengthened, and also needed to know if Vivian was affected by the Fear Lord's consciousness. The slaughter EXP could be earned later, and Vivian's safety was more important in Soren's eyes. A series of data appeared. Soren's eyes were filled with zeros and ones. The data simulation didn't cost much for him, but it would cost a lot of slaughter EXP to calculate other people's data. He once did a rough calculation for Vivian, but at that time, Vivian had just awakened her sorcerer abilities, so the amount of slaughter EXP needed was nothing compared to now. Now, Vivian should be a legendary level spellcaster, so Soren didn't know how much data he could calculate. The jumping numbers made Soren feel a little dizzy, and Vivian also seemed to be very uncomfortable. She was like a little kitten with her hair standing on end. She reached out her little hand and grabbed the corner of his shirt, but didn't do anything else. The little girl seemed to be repulsed by this strange energy scan. If the person in front of her wasn't her brother, she would have attacked him directly. Vivian, Witch of Fear, Child of Fear, Race, Human Attributes, Strength 9, +1, Dexterity 12, +1, Constitution 16, +1, Intelligence 21, +1, Wisdom 21, +1, Charm 27, +1. Alignment, Chaotic Neutral Class, Warlock LV10, Warlock LV8, Wizard LV7, Grade 5, HP? Ability, Unknown Divinity, None Divinity, None Divinity, Minor Divinity, All Attributes +1, Domain, Fear Others? Basic Skills? Legendary Level Abilities, Legendary Level Spell Penetration, Legendary Level Spell Control, Legendary Level Spell Construct, Level 0 Spell Instant Cast, Level 1 Spell Instant Cast, Level 2 Spell Instant Cast, Level 3 Spell Instant Cast. Other abilities, Spell Control, Spell Penetration, Spell Empower, Combat Spellcasting, Silent Spellcasting, Spell Instant Cast, Flying Spellcasting. Gifted abilities, Spellcasting Genius, Divine Power Conversion, Child of Fear. Other abilities? Soren was stunned. When he saw Vivian's attributes after the simulation, he was stunned. Now, he finally understood why it took so much Slaughter EXP to digitize Vivian's ability. It was because the little girl in front of him was almost invincible. Soren couldn't help but feel deeply shocked when he saw the large row of legendary abilities. No wonder Vivian didn't need to chant many spells in the past, and her casting speed was so fast that it was frightening. It turned out that she actually had so many legendary level instant cast abilities. And it seemed to be born with Minor Divinity. When Soren found out that Vivian was still a human, he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Dreadlord didn't have much of an effect on her. At the very least, he didn't change Vivian's race. However, Soren couldn't help but marvel at the innate abilities and specialties of the demon god's offspring. Soren spent a lot of effort to master 1 or 2 spellcasting abilities, but Vivian already had a large number of legendary level spellcasting abilities. As long as she could exert her strength, it wouldn't be difficult for her to fight against a legendary level wizard, divine sorcerer. Did Vivian automatically become a divine sorcerer because she awakened the bloodline of the Child of Fear? Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The divine sorcerer was a special sorcerer's advancement. It must be blessed by the power of the gods. Vivian, as the Child of Fear, naturally had no difficulty in advancing. However, her advancement into a divine sorcerer was equivalent to cutting off the possibility of advancing into a dragon disciple. In the future, the only way to advance was to become a destiny sorcerer like Princess Royal, but this advancement was very dependent on luck. Since Vivian was so powerful, it would be easier for them to defeat the Swamp King. Then it would be much easier for them to deal with the Swamp King. They might even be able to bypass the power of the Sea Temple. Brother? The little girl raised her head and looked at Soren, who was in a daze. She raised her little hand and shook his arm, and whispered, "What's wrong? What did you see?" Soren woke up and couldn't help but smile. "Nothing. I said that my Vivian would definitely be the top sorcerer in the future. I just didn't expect you to be more exaggerated than I expected. You actually entered the legendary level in such a short time." Vivian still looked a little confused. However, she couldn't help but laugh and said, "Although I don't understand what brother is saying, it seems like you're praising me." Of course, Vivian is very powerful. Soren raised his hand and stroked the little girl's head, and then said seriously, "Vivian, I have to tell you the next thing seriously. As the Child of Fear, your future path is destined to be difficult, so we have to plan in advance. You have been smarter than other children since you were a child, so from today onwards, I will try to tell you a lot of things. But it doesn't matter if you don't understand, just remember them first. Brother will always be by your side." The little girl nodded and said, "Okay. I will remember it." "Very good." Soren smiled and said in a deep voice, "The first step now is to give you the strength to fight against the vampire god. He has mastered the vampire god's divine title and has become the incarnation of the Holy One. Now we are no match for him at all. But this is only a temporary thing. As long as you give us some time, brother can help you become a more powerful deity than him. The Dreadlord is our ultimate enemy. But now we have to solve another small problem." Soren said little by little. The little girl lay on his knee and listened carefully. Occasionally, she would ask questions. As Soren spoke more and more, her expression became more and more confused. Although she had the ability of the child of fear, she was only a little girl who was about to reach the age of 9. Her innate intelligence could not replace experience. There were many things that she did not understand, but she tried very hard to remember because her intuition told her that her brother's method was much better than what she thought was effective. From the moment she accepted her identity as the child of fear, the little girl had realized that her path would be very difficult. Their ultimate enemy was the Dread Lord, a terrible existence that had existed for a long time, had great divine power, and occupied a part of the bottomless abyss. The child of fear was just a chess piece that he had arranged. Now, whether it was the vampire god, Vivian, or Soren, they were all on the chessboard that he had arranged. Even if they had tried to change their fate, the most powerful part of the power was still in the hands of the Dread Lord. So far, only the Church of the Dread Lord in the material plane had taken action. As the Dread Lord with great divine power in the bottomless abyss, he still had a large number of believers in the abyss. Because the time of troubles had not officially started yet, there were only a few demons in the abyss who could enter the material plane. But once the Avatar crisis started, the balance between the planes would gradually be broken. A large number of plane gaps and the inability of the gods to interfere with the balance would strengthen the connections between the various planes. At that time, not only the bottomless abyss and the Bottor Inferno, but even the connection between the 4 elemental planes and the material plane would become very close. In Soren's memory, there were even events where astral world creatures appeared in the material plane. At that time, that was the time when the power that the Dread Lord had accumulated for thousands of years in the abyss would explode. The throne of fear was not just a simple space. It also represented a kingdom created by a great divine power, as well as the believers and forces that he had developed over a long period of time. The material plane was just an extension of the Church of Fear. In history, many gods tenaciously held on for a period of time after the destruction of the church in the material plane. This was the foundation that they had accumulated over a long period of time. The material plane was the foundation of everything. Most of the petitioners of the kingdom of the gods in the heavenly realm came from the material plane. The kingdom controlled by the Abyss Lord was also based on the souls of the believers in the material plane. Soren saw further than others. The cold sea breeze blew in their faces. It was now the coldest period of the year, and the temperature would gradually warm up after February next year. Soren brought Vivian to the pirate ship. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that Vivian was a little quieter today than yesterday. The little girl obediently held his finger with her small hand, and from time to time, she would raise her little head and look at him with a sweet smile. This reminded Soren of the time in Amber City. At that time, Vivian liked to hold his finger like this. There were already many fierce-looking pirates gathered on the pirate ship, and they couldn't help but be surprised by the sudden appearance of the little girl. However, no one dared to ask anything. The lord in front of them scared them out of their wits. Throughout the shipwreck bay, the reputation of the throat cutter was spreading far and wide. Perhaps it was because she had experienced a lot along the way. The little girl was now very calm when she looked at these fierce pirates. Occasionally, she would curiously look at the tattoos on their bodies. Pirates preferred tattoos because sometimes they might not even be able to distinguish the body after death, so tattoos became a symbol of identity. The warship soon left Port Tylon, and Soren did not specify the destination. He just asked them to move in the direction of the deep sea. This undoubtedly made people feel puzzled, but everyone obeyed obediently. "Brother." Vivian stood on the deck and looked at the sea. The sea breeze blew her beautiful long hair. She smiled sweetly at Soren and said, "Can I fish?" Soren's expression was very calm. He smiled and said casually, "Yes. But it's easy to encounter sharks when fishing in this area." "Okay." The little girl's eyes lit up. She clapped her hands and said, "I want to catch a great white shark." Soren was stunned. Then he ordered the others to bring iron hooks. Naturally, they could not use ordinary methods to deal with sharks. They had to use the smell of blood to lure them over. Fishing rods could not be dropped at all. They had to use other fishing tools, which this pirate ship did not have. But for Soren, getting a shark was a piece of cake. He hung a piece of meat on the hook and whispered, "Why is Vivian wearing a white dress today?" The little girl looked at Soren with great interest. Then, she smiled sweetly and twirled around like a cute little princess. Vivian's two favorite dresses. One is white, and the other is black. Do they look good on you, brother? Yes. Soren nodded with a smile. The little girl blinked her eyes and smiled. Her expression seemed a little strange, and then she looked at the sea as if nothing had happened. The pirate ship continued to sail. When they passed by a sea area, he ordered them to stop for a while and then looked at the bottom of the sea. Then, they continued to sail and approached the more dangerous areas in the deep sea. The other pirates were obviously a little worried. They seemed to be afraid of encountering sea monsters, but they did not dare to disobey Soren's order. They just showed a little worried look on their faces. There were many sea monsters on the deep sea route. At the same time, there were also other sea races. This was why the fleet had to pray for the blessings of the gods before sailing. Otherwise, they could only use powerful sea monsters as a sacrifice. Northern Tower. A woman with a beautiful face came to one of the many towers erected in the north. This was a very old wizard tower. It had existed for a long time, longer than many cities in the north. It was also the only wizard tower that was well preserved since the Arcane Empire. The whole wizard tower was covered by a special energy field. Ordinary people would not want to get close to it at all. They could not even see it with their naked eyes. The beautiful woman knelt in front of the tower and humbly lowered her head. Then, a faint sigh was heard. Then, the door of the tower slowly opened. The beautiful woman's face showed a hint of surprise, and then she quickly walked into the tower. At the top of the tower, an old woman was sitting on the astrology platform. Her hair was snow white, and the most eye-catching thing about her was her pupils. They were almost completely white, and it was impossible to distinguish between the white of her eyes and the outline of her pupils. She raised her head and looked at the beautiful woman who came out from behind the door. She could not help but sigh softly and said slowly, "Corinne. Haven't you given up yet?" The beautiful woman humbly lowered her head and said, "Your Excellency, I of the North. I really don't want to." The old witch shook her head gently and sighed, "With your talent, if you were not obsessed with power outside of yourself, I'm afraid you would have already entered the realm of legends. I banished you to Whiterun in the hope that you would wake up soon and take over my position one day. But I didn't expect you to not give up after so many years. Your daughter is about to surpass you, but you are still in the same place. You really disappoint me." The beautiful woman's face showed a trace of unwillingness and murmured, "I really don't want to. I don't want to give up. You said that as long as I could study this knowledge, I could master the power of the Arcane Empire. In order to study its mystery, I have already lost my daughter. Sacrificed my most beautiful years. I am about to lose everything. How can I give up on it?" The Eye of the North sighed and said slowly, "Even if you study it, what can you do? How powerful was the Arcane Empire in the past? If those great arcanists were not obsessed with power and knowledge, how could it lead to the destruction of the huge Arcane Empire? They had destroyed themselves, and in their madness, they had attempted to encroach upon those forbidden domains. You have lost your way in power. I only see destruction and destruction in you. Even if you study it in the end, it will only bring you destruction." The beautiful woman bit her lips and said with a pale face, "Is this the fate that you saw? Is that why you no longer support my research? You even banished me to Whiterun?" The Eye of the North did not speak, but there was a trace of pity in her eyes. "Why?" Drops of tears fell, and the beautiful woman in front of her actually cried. This was an extremely rare situation. She stood up angrily and said in a sharp voice, "Why? Since you have already divined my fate, why are you only telling me now?" The Eye of the North did not answer, but lowered her head in loneliness. The beautiful woman looked at her coldly, then turned and walked out of the wizard tower. She said in a cold voice, "You also desire that power, don't you? You know that I can't succeed, but you still want to solve this mystery from me. I won't give up. If fate wants me to be destroyed, then let me welcome it." The seductive woman opened her mouth and chanted a forbidden language. Then, her skin began to change. It turned from white to dark green, and then back to a strange pale color. The Eye of the North's face showed a trace of shock, and then murmured, "You actually already." The beautiful woman looked at her coldly and slowly said, "Yes. Since I am already regarded as evil and destined to fall into the abyss of hell after death, then what does it matter if I become like this a step earlier?" She turned and prepared to leave. But at this time, the Eye of the North suddenly opened her mouth and told a story. Legend has it that before the birth of the twins of destiny, everyone's fate was controlled by the goddess of luck. When every life was born, she would toss the coin of fate that represented their future luck. Some people were heads, while others were tails. But there was a very special kind of person. When the goddess of luck threw up the coin of destiny, the coin would stand up. Even the gods could not control the fate of this kind of person. In terms of fate, they were more free than the gods. Fate is changing all the time. The Eye of the North only saw a corner of it. If you really don't want to give up, then go and find this kind of person. If you can get his help, your fate will also change. As for success or failure in the end, no one knows. The beautiful woman's eyes eased a little. She bowed slightly and then left. There were stars in the night sky. For some reason, the stars in the sky began to dim recently, which made many people feel worried. Because the stars in this world represented the gods, and the kingdoms of the gods were connected to the astral world, and then the light of the stars was reflected back to the material plane. The whole multiverse could be connected by the astral world. If one or two stars were dim, it might be a battle between the gods, but now all the stars had become dim, which made people feel a little panic. But now, those who could notice this were special existences, and ordinary people still lived their original lives. "Your Excellency." The first mate of the pirate ship came over. His expression was a little nervous, and whispered, "We have entered the deep sea area. This is the territory of the Swamp King. I am worried that he will attack us because we entered his sea area." Soren looked at him coldly, then said, "Continue sailing." The first mate was obviously startled by his gaze, and then immediately ordered the others to continue sailing, while silently praying that they would not encounter the pirate ship of the Swamp King. This was a pirate king that had existed for a long time. With their strength, it was impossible for them to be the opponent of the Swamp King, not to mention that it was rumored that its subordinates were a group of monsters. "There's a ship." The lookout in the night suddenly exclaimed, and then shouted, "There's a ship nearby. It's a pirate ship." "3 ships. No. It's 5 ships. Ah. It's the Swamp King. It's surrounding us." The deck was in a panic. Soren narrowed his eyes at this moment, glanced at Vivian next to him, and whispered, "It finally appeared." The purpose of his trip was to lure the Swamp King out. Passively taking a beating was not Soren's habit, not to mention that he now had several cards in his hand. If he killed the Swamp King, he would completely open the route to the outer islands, and at the same time, he would be qualified to become the new pirate king. Although the south coast was only a corner of the world, this corner was tantamount to stepping on a step, and officially having the qualifications to compete with the major forces of the gods. "Prepare for battle." Soren let out a low roar. His voice startled the other pirates, and they began to move in a panic. It seemed like the prestige he had accumulated over the past period of time was working well. He was able to keep them from breaking down. The legend of the Pirate King spread throughout the south coast. They were not ordinary people. If they were not monsters, they were hybrid creatures, or legendary professions. Ordinary pirates did not even have the courage to fight with them. "Vivian." Soren glanced at the slightly nervous little girl beside him. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but after a few seconds, the little girl's expression returned to normal. There was even an excited smile on her face, as if she couldn't wait for the enemy to appear. Her petite body floated into the air as she chuckled, "Don't worry, big brother. Leave this trash to me." Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Continuous sounds of cannons sounded. The sea around the pirate ship was shot up with waves several feet high. Only one of the cannonballs hit the hull, but it only grazed the deck. The pirates were still very chaotic. These guys were not good at commanding. The lookout had already climbed down, and someone nearby shouted in horror, "In the sea! There are monsters in the sea!" Soren's pupils shrank slightly. He glanced at the surrounding sea and suddenly issued an order. Immediately. Then, he saw a dense fog appear in the surrounding sea, not far from Soren, on a huge dragon-headed warship. The Swamp King had a cruel smile on his face. He was a hybrid giant monster. He was half swamp giant and half lizard, so he looked like a giant lizard monster. While maintaining his human form, he also had a lot of scales on his body. It was surrounded by a group of strange-looking lizard men, as well as an unrecognizable sea creature. The deep-sea demon, Dagon, liked to taint the bloodline to cultivate believers, so many of his subordinates were strange creatures. However, these creatures were very dangerous. Just a bunch of useless trash. The Swamp King picked up the heavy anchor. This was the weapon he used. His body was so strong because of the power of the demon lord, and he also had a part of the demon bloodline. The strength of the giant subspecies, the agility and defense bonus of the lizard people, and the skin and resistance bonus brought by the demon bloodline. Even if he didn't wear any armor, he still had the same defense as the scales. The weapon it used was an incomparably heavy anchor. This weapon had a crushing effect against any warrior. The entire south coast, even the top royal Naga guards in the Naga clan didn't dare to take a direct attack in front of him. He was a fallen warrior. However, he didn't have the ability to cast spells. He had special combat skills, and at the same time, he could use some of the demon's spell-like abilities. This was a very dangerous enemy. The only weakness was that he was crazy. He inherited the chaos and evil of the demons. Killing would make him even crazier. Even his subordinates always kept a distance from him. Because when the terrible weapon was wielded, it had also killed a lot of his subordinates. Lizard people, go to the sea. The Swamp King was not a reckless man without tactics. He looked at the strange fog and said in a deep voice, "Release the Devil Ray and the Deep-Sea Lurker." These were the offspring of the deep-sea demon lord, Dagon. Of course, they were not the kind with divinity. They were just a kind of mutated sea demon monster. The Swamp King could control some of these monsters and make them listen to his orders. Accompanied by the sound of jumping into the sea, the lizard people sneered and dived into the sea. They were amphibians and had adapted to the environment of the sea. These lizard people, who were stronger than the inland, were the important subordinates of the Swamp King. Among them, there were also his own offspring. Although in order to reproduce these offspring, he had changed many lizard people's spouses. Co-fishmen. The Swamp King glanced at the other battlefield and said in a deep voice, "Why don't these trash attack? Aren't they afraid that I will eat them after killing those clowns?" This pirate king liked to eat living things, including intelligent creatures. Ah! 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 There was a scream, but it was not from the pirate ship on the opposite side. It was from the lizard people that he had just sent. One of the lizard people trembled and climbed up from the sea. He climbed along the hull to the deck and said, "Below. There's something below." Monster. What kind of monster is there? A monster that could scare them like this naturally wouldn't be that simple. On the other side, Soren's ship was also a group of frightened pirates. From time to time, someone shouted, "Lizard people. It's the lizard people. Ah. Co-fishmen. Be careful. They're close. This. What is this?" There was a sound of teeth chattering. Suddenly, the sea next to the pirate ship separated from both sides, and then a dark mast rushed out from the bottom of the sea. In an instant, a warship full of death aura appeared on the right side of Soren, covering some of the attacks on the side. Some creatures that were even uglier and weirder than the lizard men appeared. Their bodies were covered with algae and death aura. They attacked the pirate ships in all directions. At the same time, they sank a warship in the midst of the muffled sound of cannons. Ghost. Ghost ship. The pirates on the deck were stunned for a moment. When they found that the ghost ship was attacking the enemy, they all looked at Soren. Soren nodded slightly, then picked up Vivian and landed on the ghost ship opposite. There was a burst of cheers, the chief mate's face was flushed red, and his eyes were full of uncontrollable excitement. He roared at the other pirates, "Get ready to fight. Get ready to fight back. You bunch of trash. Destroy them. From today onwards, we are the most powerful pirates in this sea area. Your Excellency will be the new Pirate King." Pirate King. What an inspiring title. If Soren defeated the Swamp King, then he would be the new pirate king. In the future, this sea area would be his territory. Many of them would be promoted, and in the future, some of them would even be able to lead a pirate ship alone. They were not a group of people who were afraid of death. On the contrary, pirates were a very fierce group of people, but they would not fight a battle without hope of victory. Now they had a ghost ship as a helper. They had been on the sea for a long time and knew very well how powerful the legendary ghost ship was. This battle was hard to determine, but as long as they won, they would be the most powerful pirates in this sea area: wealth, status, power. In the future, some of them might reach the level of sea wolf, narwhal, killer whale, and become a pirate leader. As long as they still obeyed the orders of the pirate king Soren, bursts of gunfire sounded. The appearance of the ghost ship made these pirates brave. Although their combat power was not as good as the enemy, they also began to launch counterattacks to kill the monsters close to them. On the other side, Soren had begun to control the ghost ship. This ship was part of his deal with the Naga Siren priest. There were many enemies on all sides. As a pirate king who had been dominating for a long time, the Swamp King naturally had more than a few men. The number of enemies was still several times that of Soren, and it did not include the monsters hidden in the sea. This was not an easy battle because the battle between them had just begun. Soren stopped Vivian, who wanted to kill, and said in a deep voice, "Save your spell slots. Spellcasters must not use up their spells in battle. You must only make a move at the critical moment." Vivian had a lot of spells. But this battle did not require her to fight alone, and Soren was not at ease to let her face too dangerous a battle. After all, her spell slots were not enough to completely crush so many enemies. Animated cable. Boomerang. Soren ordered the undead under his command to fire continuously. At the same time, he controlled the specter ship's ropes and tied up all the cove fishmen that approached. Then, he pulled out his scimitar and killed them one by one. The most powerful feature of the specter ship was these animated ropes. They flew out like poisonous snakes and dragged the enemies in their attack range directly. The specter ship had a very strong harvesting ability. With Soren's help, Slaughter EXP would skyrocket. He had accumulated a lot of Slaughter EXP. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed to achieve a breakthrough in his specialty, he would have already leveled up his profession. But for now, he had to wait. Soren's combat abilities were on the verge of a breakthrough, so he had to be patient in order to achieve the best results. What is that? Not far away, a pirate's shout could be heard. Then, a trace of movement could be seen in the distant sea. Then, the silhouettes of sharks rapidly approached. Incomparably strong sharkmen appeared nearby. They rode on huge tiger sharks and roared. Then, many sharkmen dove into the sea and joined the battle against the Swamp King. Finally, there are reinforcements. Soren's frowned brows relaxed a little. He then looked into the distance and murmured, "Where are the Nagas? The sharkmen can't deal with these pirates." There were some monsters with tentacles in the sea. They looked a bit like mutated octopuses. These large monsters fought with the sharks in the sea. Suddenly, blood spread on the sea surface. More and more enemies joined the battle. Many non-racial creatures controlled by the Swamp King began to approach. At the same time, human voices came from afar. The Swamp King had a lot of followers. These people were notorious criminals or people that other pirates could not tolerate. Their combat power was stronger than ordinary pirates, but they were also more cruel and dangerous. Damn it. Soren looked around and frowned. Why didn't the Naga reinforcements appear? Where is the other force promised by the Naga Siren priest? Where is the pirate king trained by the Naga Siren? Won't he also join the battle? Soren's eyes were full of anger. It was not that he did not have the confidence to defeat the Swamp King, but the feeling of being played and betrayed made him feel indignant. Vivian's eyes seemed to have a suppressed desire to fight. She stuck out her little tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. She said with a strange voice, "Brother. There's a big monster over there. Let's go and kill it." At this moment, Soren was angry because the Naga reinforcements did not come. He did not notice the little girl's strangeness. In fact, the eyes of the 9-year-old girl in front of him were already filled with a faint blood-red light. Her expression was quite strange, as if the current scene made her excited and happy. She took a deep breath, as if she was very satisfied with the smell of blood. Then, her little body flew up. "Lillian! Don't be impulsive." Another voice sounded in the little girl's mind, anxiously saying, "You will be exposed. Wait a minute. You must learn to restrain yourself." The little girl landed back on the deck. She seemed to kick her shoes in dissatisfaction and muttered, "So annoying. I can't even go on a killing spree. I really want to kill all these trash." Sea Temple. A seawater mirror rose in front of the Naga Siren priest, and the scene of the battle appeared in the mirror. The perspective was centered on the ghost ship. Her face was very pale, and she roared angrily, "Where is Ashrod? Why didn't he join the battle?" The angry roar caused the seawater in the temple to churn. The eyes of the Naga Siren priest were filled with uncontrollable killing intent and anger because she knew that everything she had done at the beginning was in vain. She spent so much effort to win over Soren, but at this most critical moment, the pirate king Ashrod, who was one of the most important reinforcements, did not join the battlefield. This was undoubtedly a betrayal to Soren. All the agreements and roping in at the beginning had become a joke. The Naga Siren priest was sure that Soren was absolutely dissatisfied with her attitude because at this most critical moment, the reinforcements she promised were not there at all. She was angry. Very angry. The Naga Siren priest was so angry that she roared, "Damn bastard! Ashrod! You are a dog raised by the royal family. How dare you disobey the orders of the temple? I must punish you. I will definitely kill you." It was too late. Even she did not expect that one of the three pirate kings, Ashrod, would betray her. Now she could only hope that Soren could defeat the Swamp King. Otherwise, not only would she lose a target, but the Sharkman under the control of the Sea Temple would also suffer heavy losses. And all of this was caused by that damned Ashrod. Her heart was full of killing intent. Not only for Ashrod, one of the three pirate kings, but also for the Naga Siren royal family behind him. On another sea, a huge siren warship was sailing. Standing on the bow was a tall man with scales on the side of his face. He sneered and looked at the sea in the distance and whispered, "That idiot priest. Does she think I will obey orders so easily? Does she want to support another guy to replace me? Or does she want to completely control the power of the sea? How could he be willing to help a stranger deal with the Swamp King? As long as the Swamp King was defeated, it meant that there would be a new pirate king on the south coast, which was a challenge to his power. Only that idiot priest would think that everything is under her control." Ashrod laughed, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. The sea goddess had not responded to the prayers of her believers for a long time. The silence of the gods was an opportunity for many people. On the siren warship, a Naga siren guard looked into the distance and said, "Ashrod, what are you going to do? How dare you disobey the orders of the priest? Aren't you afraid that she will punish you?" Ashrod showed a playful smile and said in a deep voice, "How can I disobey the orders of the Naga Siren priest? I'm going to Devil Island now. To take down the Swamp King's lair in one fell swoop. There is a lot of wealth in it. This wealth can further strengthen our strength. Isn't this also weakening the opponent's strength? Don't worry. They have the ghost ship as their backing and the help of the Sharkmen. They should not be defeated so quickly. When we take down Devil Island, we will come back to help them." A cruel smile appeared on Ashrod's face. Because he had foreseen the death of the throat cutter, he had long been dissatisfied with this new character. How could he allow such a person to be on par with him? Now that the Swamp King had gone all out, Devil Island must be empty. When he took down Devil Island and took the wealth for himself, he could turn around and deal with the Swamp King who had suffered heavy losses. He was not the opponent of the Swamp King in a head-on confrontation, but he was very competent in dealing with the Swamp King who had suffered heavy losses. After all, there was a quasi-legendary ghost ship there. Even the Swamp King would not be able to take it down so easily, at that time. He not only got the wealth of Devil Island, but also killed the Swamp King. For the entire Sea Temple, he had made great contributions. At that time, the Naga Siren priest did not dare to punish him at all. On the contrary, she had to swallow the bitter fruit to commend him. Ashrod squinted his eyes and looked into the distance and murmured, "It's time to let that idiot priest suffer a little. Otherwise, she will look down on me more and more." It was a chaotic slaughter. There were not many tactics to speak of in a naval battle of this scale, let alone when it was close to night. The appearance of the Sharkmen greatly reduced the pressure on Soren, but it was impossible to defeat the Swamp King's men with just a group of sharks and sharkmen. Soren's face was very gloomy because he was sure that he had been played. He just didn't know if this was the arrangement of the Naga Siren priest, or another pirate king wanted to take this opportunity to kill him in the hands of the Swamp King. The possibility of everything being arranged by the Naga Siren priest was not high. After all, both the ghost ship and the sharkmen appeared. It was very likely that the pirate king did not want to see him rise. No matter what, this matter wouldn't end so easily. Soren's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Advance." Soren ordered the Spectre ship to move forward at full speed. At the same time, he pulled out two scimitars and said in a deep voice, "Vivian, prepare for battle. Remember to protect yourself. We must kill the Swamp King." A cruel smile appeared in the little girl's eyes, but it was concealed by the darkness of the night. She said in a clear childish voice, "Big brother, let's kill these annoying bastards. Haste. Advanced magic weapon. Dragon strength." A series of spells appeared. Some of them were cast on Vivian, while the others were cast on Soren. The little girl's spellcasting speed was extremely fast. In just a few moments, she had cast a series of spells. The knowledge that Gloria had taught her was starting to come into effect. She had cast multiple spells on Soren at the same time. The two figures flew up into the air. A series of data appeared in Soren's eyes. Received the effect of haste. Your movement speed has increased. Your attack speed has increased. Received the effect of advanced magic weapon. Your scimitar +1 has gained the ability to enchant. Your weapon has additional energy damage. Received the effect of dragon strength. You have an additional 5 points of strength, 5 points of constitution, and 5 points of charm. Your basic defense has increased by 4 points of dragon skin. You are immune to any sleeping and paralyzing effects. This was the strength of a high-grade spellcaster. Vivian obviously knew that it was not enough to deal with these enemies with spells alone. Because the number of enemies was quite large, casting spells one by one would not kill many even if she used up all her spell slots. The real lethality in the battle was still the close combat professions. The more powerful the enemy, the more the spellcaster's position was not to cause damage, unless she was confident that she could directly kill the enemy with an instant death spell, such as Finger of Death or Banshee's Howl. Soren's combat power was simply off the charts. Vivian's dragon's strength buff directly provided him with 15 points of attribute bonus. With haste and a high-grade enchanted weapon, Soren's combat power almost immediately reached the state of transforming into a slaughter. If he still transformed into slaughter in this situation, even if the enemy was above legendary, he was very confident that he could kill them. Sword of Annihilation. The little girl's next spell made Soren's eyelids twitch. He only saw the little girl reach out to the void, and then a crack appeared in the space in front of her, as if it was cut. She raised her white little hand and pulled out a black sword. It was not a physical weapon, but a distortion of space. Vivian waved it gently, as if she was not used to it. She could not help but pout and said, "Sure enough, I still don't like using swords. Brother. I've learned combat skills." A black ray of light streaked across the sky. Vivian instantly slashed at a nearby lizard man, and the opponent's weapon directly turned into powder, then the armor on his body turned into powder, and finally the whole person turned into powder. It was as if the enemy was hit by disintegrate, and the whole person was directly disintegrated. This is a legendary spell? Soren could not help but gulp, and then his figure flew out, waving his two swords and turning into a cold light, blocking the flying arrows. Vivian's sword seemed to have attracted a lot of attention, and many of the long-range enemies targeted her. Clang! 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 Soren actually swung his swords to deflect nearly 80% of the arrows. He was now fast enough to block the long-range attacks with his swords. Some of the arrows fell on Soren's body, and then were blocked by stone skin. The other arrows fell on Vivian's body, but when they came within a foot of her, they fell down. She had an invisible energy barrier around herself. As if angry because of the enemy's attack, Vivian raised her white fingers, and without chanting, a series of spells flew out. Fireball. Flame arrow. Acid arrow. Arcane missile. Web. Grease. Dazzling spells crazily poured out, and one of the warships directly turned into a sea of fire. The little girl actually threw out more than 10 spells in one breath, and a large number of enemies were instantly killed. If it was not for the special substance that Grease summoned that could not be burned, perhaps the combination of Grease and Fireball would have been enough to burn the warship. P.S. It is said that Grease can be used together with Gigantification to lubricate. It can only be burned by a Grade 2 variant spell. The power of a spellcaster was vividly reflected at this moment. Soren was still slashing the enemies one by one, and Vivian had already sunk a pirate ship with a sky full of spells in one breath. Oh! The little girl took back her white fingers, curled her lips, and picked up the Sword of Annihilation again. She muttered, "Low-level spell slots are used up so quickly. I was just having fun." A light of dispelling spells appeared, and it seemed that there were spellcasters among the enemies. The little girl could not help but frown. After a little glance, she directly threw an area of effect spell. Cloud of Death. A strange smoke appeared, and all the creatures in the area felt suffocated, and then some died in an instant because they could not withstand the poison of this spell. Some of the enemies with strong constitution reacted, rushed out of the area of Cloud of Death, and then all jumped into the sea. The guy who started the spell did not have time to continue casting and died directly inside. It seemed that his constitution was not high. Within the area of effect of the Death Cloud spell, he actually couldn't even cast focus, and was directly trapped within. For any profession, constitution was a very important attribute. Rumble. There was a muffled sound, and then a huge dragon-headed warship appeared. The outside was wrapped in heavy iron sheets, which did not seem to be a simple alchemy craft. On this huge and strange dragon-headed warship stood a 4 or 5 meter tall giant. It held a heavy anchor in one hand and looked at Soren in front of it with eyes full of madness and killing intent. The Swamp King, a hybrid monster of lizardman and swamp giant. Soren was paying attention to Vivian's situation while fighting. Although he knew that Vivian might be stronger than him, he still felt uneasy. From time to time, he would pay attention to the little girl. At first, her fighting style made Soren frown because the little girl threw out spells like a swarm of bees, relying on her strong spellcasting ability and spell power to crush the enemy. But then, her fighting style changed again. After using the Death Cloud skill, her fighting skills began to become remarkable. Soren thought that the little girl had quickly mastered the fighting skills, but he did not know that the control of the body had been exchanged several times in just a short time. For a certain lawless little troublemaker, of course, spells only needed to be bayu. The battle was still going on. With a slight collision, a huge dragon-headed warship appeared near the Spectre ship. Many lizardmen hybrids, who were obviously much stronger, appeared and fought with the undrowned on the dead man's voice. There seemed to be some weird-looking lizardman priests among them. They quickly chanted a strange demonic language, then raised their hands to cast a spell. Dispel the undead. This was the basic ability of a priest. Any god would give a priest this ability. Dispel the undead had different effects according to the priest's strength. It may directly kill the undead, or it may frighten the undead, or it may cause them to suffer a lot of damage. The undead were all special types of binding spirits. The priest's profession level was not high enough, so he could only cause a little damage to them. However, there were still some weak wraiths that were killed and dispelled. Dispel the undead could be used continuously. Soren naturally would not give the priest a chance to cast it again. He immediately activated his ability. Greater invisibility. Transform into slaughter. Soren's figure gradually disappeared, and then appeared behind an enemy in an instant. At the same time, his curved sword pierced into the heart of a mixed-blood lizard man. It was obvious that the enemies were experienced in battle. They began to shrink their formation to protect the spellcasters. They gathered in a certain area, preventing Soren from approaching. There seemed to be a mix of pirates and fishmen among them. They could even vaguely see Soren moving at high speed. But even so, they couldn't stop Soren from approaching. Berserk Charm. A strange light flashed in Soren's eyes. This was the first time the legendary cloak, Most Sorrow, was activated in battle. The mixed-blood warrior in front of him was obviously confused for a moment before he swung his sword at the priest who was casting spells rapidly. Not only did this slash interrupt the priest's spell, but it also cut off half of his palm. The hybrid warrior, who was under the control of the charm spell, attacked indiscriminately, injuring many of his companions in one breath, causing chaos in the surroundings. Evade sight. Shadow jump. Soren was still quite wary of spellcasters. His figure disappeared in place, and then directly appeared from the distorted shadows. In an instant, he killed the priest who was close to grade 3. Because the enemy couldn't see Soren's position clearly, their vision was confused by greater invisibility. So unless it was an area of effect spell, it would be difficult for them to target Soren. A cold light flashed. Because of the berserk charm effect, the mixed-blood warriors who attacked their companions repeatedly made miraculous contributions. Soren killed 7 or 8 enemies without much effort. At this time, the hybrid warrior who was under the effect of the charm spell was also seriously injured. Soren directly swung his sword and cut off his head. It was at this time that the figure of the Swamp King appeared. Although Soren had never seen it before, he recognized it at first sight. Finger of Death. Vivian was faster than Soren. The little girl raised her hand and shot out a dark red light. The Swamp King was hit, but its figure only shook a little. Then, it patted its chest as if nothing happened and opened its mouth to let out an angry roar. Soren shook his head secretly. Vivian's combat experience was still very little. Against such a legendary warrior, their resistance was simply too high. Without absolute suppression of spell power, death spells would not have much effect on them. Sure enough, the Swamp King didn't care much at all. Its natural spell resistance was extremely high, and at the same time, it had the bonus of blasphemy after the demon's fall. Any death spells would have little effect on it. Blasphemy aura. Blasphemy words. An evil energy field spread out. The Swamp King opened its mouth and let out a blasphemy language. This language seemed to have a special magic power. When Soren heard it, there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. At the same time, a large number of data jumped out affected by blasphemy aura. The target is an evil creature that has held a blasphemy ceremony. Within the range of blasphemy aura, all your resistance is reduced by 2. Affected by blasphemy words. Forced test of will triggered. Test of will passed. You successfully resisted the shock status. Even though Soren quickly came back to his senses, he was still half a second late. At this time, the Swamp King had already swung a huge anchor over. Soren didn't even have a chance to dodge. He could only grit his teeth and block the attack with his 2 swords. Bang, Soren's figure flew out. Even if he had become a slaughterer and gained the buff of draconic strength, his strength had reached an amazing 25 points. But in the end, he was still hit by the Swamp King. Soren's figure broke the wooden fence. When he landed, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he suddenly bounced up. Rumble, the huge anchor was thrown out by the Swamp King. It turned out that the anchor was also connected to its body by a chain, but because of its size, it wasn't that obvious. Sure enough, I can't fight against a giant creature. Soren gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood back. His figure landed on the mast, then he turned into a shadow and rushed down. The Swamp King swung the chain and retrieved the anchor. Then, it roared and smashed towards Soren. Soren's figure twisted strangely in midair. He actually stepped on the Swamp King's arm with the tip of his foot, and then his figure rose into the air for the second time. The Swamp King's body was too big. The giant's body gave it enough strength, but it also made it a little slow. Poochie, blood splattered. Soren's 2 swords crisscrossed across the Swamp King's neck. It felt like he was slashing on the tough skin of a dragon. The swords couldn't even break through the Swamp King's muscle layer. Brother! Vivian's sharp voice sounded. After she saw Soren was injured and spat out blood, her eyes immediately turned red. Then a pair of small demonic wings appeared on her back, and at the same time, a tattoo appeared on the side of her face. She suddenly opened her mouth and let out a sharp howl. All the creatures nearby who were hit by this howl all had blood coming out of their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Many of them were even killed on the spot. The terrible sound wave swept across. Vivian suddenly raised her hand and pointed behind Soren. A strange shadow appeared behind Soren and then stabbed towards his back. Maze. A strange spatial fluctuation appeared. The shadow that suddenly appeared behind Soren didn't even have time to scream before it was swallowed by the distorted space and sent into a different dimension of the maze. Blink. Time stop. With Vivian as the center, everything within 30 meters was frozen, including Soren next to her and the Swamp King in front of her. There was a trace of blood in the little girl's eyes, and her expression seemed to be very angry. She roared with a sharp child's voice, "Bastard! How dare you hurt my brother? I'm going to kill you, monster." The little girl's expression was very angry, as if she had gone berserk. Her pair of beautiful eyebrows seemed to have turned into a willow eyebrows look. Vivian raised the sword of annihilation that was as tall as her and directly slashed towards the Swamp King. As if she still felt that it was not enough, the little girl slashed 7 or 8 times in a row before she stopped a little breathless. She was small and young, so she didn't have much strength at all. Being able to slash so many times was completely in an explosive state. After that, she felt a little tired. Time recovery. Soren seemed to feel that something had just happened, but when he was ready to continue to look for opportunities to attack the Swamp King's vital points, he unexpectedly found that Vivian was standing in front of the Swamp King. Not good. She's in danger. Soren almost didn't think much about it. He completely subconsciously rushed over, then reached out and hugged Vivian's small body, and then he quickly stepped back. Rumble, a dull sound of the Swamp King falling to the ground sounded. Everything that happened in front of Soren's eyes was simply beyond his expectations. The Swamp King, which was quite troublesome in his eyes, was actually divided into many pieces at this moment. Its body was full of sword wounds, but there wasn't a trace of blood seeping out from the wounds because the blood seemed to have been dissolved by some kind of powerful force. The Swamp King's huge body fell to the ground, and in the process of falling to the ground, it was also divided into many pieces of minced meat. This was simply impossible. Soren was frightened by the situation in front of him because to him, it was just a second ago, but to Vivian who was pregnant, a full 30 seconds had passed. Everything in front of Soren's eyes was beyond his knowledge, but he quickly realized that to achieve this effect, it seemed that only the legendary spell, Time Stop, could achieve this effect. Vivian killed the Swamp King. Time Stop. It was one of the most overpowered spells among wizards, and it was also a legendary spell that could crush non-spellcasters. The effect of this spell was very simple. Within a certain range, time would be frozen, and only the caster would be able to move freely during this time. Generally speaking, the duration of Time Stop was between 15 seconds to 60 seconds. During this time, everyone else would be in a state of near immobility, while the spellcaster was completely free to move. However, during this time, no matter if the spellcaster cast a spell or carried out a physical attack, it would not take effect immediately. It would only take effect after the spell ended. Therefore, this was why the Swamp King was cut into pieces after Soren retreated with Vivian in his arms. Because the Time Stop spell was too abnormal, many people had studied ways to deal with it. First of all, the simplest way was the monk. The legendary monks, in Moon style, could make them immune to all time spells when they were launched. Even the gods who controlled time couldn't control them. However, lunar style was a very difficult skill to learn. There were not many legendary monks in the world, and those who could learn lunar style were even rarer. The second way was to predict the escape. Time Stop didn't cover a large area, and anything that entered the area would be infinitely close to being in a static state. Therefore, if one could predict it in advance, there were many ways to avoid it. Among them, Soren was most familiar with the shadow plane teleportation. If he could enter the shadow plane before the Time Stop was cast, he would be rejected by the frozen time. Soren's body would enter the shadow plane, and after the Time Stop was over, he could come out again. There were many ways to escape like this. However, the key was to temporarily leave the current plane and space. This way, one could avoid the effect of Time Stop, and then teleport back after the spell was over. Wizard's Plane Exile. chaos teleportation, interplanar teleportation, and so on could all achieve this effect. However, one had to have a very high ability to predict spells, and good luck. Even Soren only had a 30% chance of successfully predicting and avoiding time stop. This was because a prepared spellcaster was quite scary. If the above two conditions were not met, then he could only rely on himself to endure. If he wanted to take it head-on, he would have to prepare a trigger-type spell or a trigger-type equipment. He would have to activate a protective energy at the moment before time stop, or activate a legendary tenacity ability at the moment before time stop. That way, he would be able to hold on a little longer, but it was hard to say whether he could survive. It was useless to rely on combat skills alone. He had to use a special ability, which was Sixth Sense and Super Sixth Sense. Remark, even when Soren was at his peak, he only acquired the Sixth Sense ability. He didn't even touch the door of the more advanced ability, Super Sixth Sense. This was a special ability that was even harder to master than Danger Sense. Not only did it require a strong perception, but there were also other special requirements. Because the effect of time stop was too overpowered, many people tried to simulate the method to break it. Some of them even spiritualized themselves in advance and had multiple protective energy triggers, etc. But in the end, there was only one publicly recognized method that had the best effect, and that was to turn oneself into a demigod or above. Starting from the demigod level, all gods were immune to time stop. They had their own domain ability, and most of the time spells were ineffective against them. So, time stop was a legendary spell that could crush any creature below the demigod level. The Swamp King was dead. A strange light immediately appeared in Soren's eyes. This light didn't fly to Soren's position, but it gradually merged into Vivian's body. Traces of divine radiance appeared, and the Swamp King's body seemed to have lost some mysterious and unknown power. However, Vivian's beautiful big eyes couldn't help but flash a strange light. That light was like a god that made people respect her. This strange phenomenon only lasted for a while. Then, the little girl's expression was a little sleepy. She looked up at Soren and said with a sleepy voice, "Big brother. I'm so sleepy." Before she finished speaking, Vivian fell asleep just like that. Soren hugged Vivian's petite body and at the same time, rolled to dodge the javelin thrown by the enemy. Because the Swamp King was dead, the enemy quickly began to collapse, especially the enslaved co-fishmen. They almost immediately fled to the distance. However, there were still enemies who stayed to fight, and that was the mixed-blood descendants of the Swamp King. Soren jumped and landed on the ghost ship, Dead Man's Voice, and then put the sleeping Vivian in a safe place. The divinity of the Swamp King was absorbed by her. As the favored one of the ancient demon lord, Dagon, the Swamp King had divinity from the demon god of the abyss. Although this divinity was very weak, and it was given during the blasphemy ceremony, Soren was still a little worried about whether Vivian could successfully merge with it. He began to control the living ropes on the ghost ship and killed the enemies who were still resisting one by one. When the battle was finally over, the sea was already blood-red. No one knew how many creatures had died here. Anyway, there were not many fishmen who survived. Your Excellency. The first mate controlled the pirate ship to come over. He looked quite excited, and there were wounds on his arms and abdomen. He said excitedly, "We won. The Swamp King is dead. Your Excellency is now qualified to be the new Pirate King. As long as this news spreads, many pirates in the nearby sea will come to us." Soren's expression was not very excited. He looked at the few men on the deck and said in a deep voice, "How are the casualties?" The first mate's face was a little gloomy and replied, "More than half of the casualties, and the second mate also died. A lot of people died. More than 50% of the pirates that Soren brought out were lost. These were the pirates that he had already subdued, but the results were also very good. Soren sank a pirate ship and captured 2 pirate ships, but he still let some of the enemies escape. Because Soren did not have the strength to chase after the enemies. Among them, the pirates and human warships escaped. One warship was sunk to the bottom of the sea, and the other one was penetrated. It was estimated that it would not be long before it sank. The only intact one was the Swamp King's warship. This giant warship was basically intact, but there were not enough people to drive it back. So they could only use the ghost ship to drag it back. the night was getting darker. Soren held Vivian and looked up at the sky. The stars under the night sky were very dim. The ghost ship was escorting nearby. He looked at the data in front of him and then fell into deep thought. Launch decapitation attack. Decapitation successful. Target killed. You have learned something in the battle. You have obtained part of the information of sword form, decapitation. In battle after battle, you have mastered new combat skills. You have learned the combat skill, sword form, decapitation. Launch decapitation attack. Decapitation successful. Target killed. You have learned something in the battle. You have obtained part of the information of sword form, decapitation. Battle experience. In battle after battle, your combat skills have gradually improved. You have obtained part of the information of dual wielding. This was a battle. Soren directly learned sword form, decapitation. At the same time, he also obtained the information of sword form, decapitation, and dual wielding for the second time. In other words, as long as there was another notification, Soren could master two powerful skills at the same time. Among them, sword form, decapitation, was already very familiar to Soren. Dual wielding still needed some accumulation. If he could master dual wielding, Soren could directly use the ability points obtained from leveling up to further master greater dual wielding. The future path. Soren needed to find a way to upgrade his skill to legendary dual wielding. When that time came, his attack speed would reach a jaw-dropping level. With enough attributes, it was even possible to block bullets with a sword. A day passed quickly. Just when Soren thought that Vivian would be asleep for a long time after absorbing the divinity of the Swamp King, the little girl woke up the next morning. But she only woke up for a short while. The light of the morning sun shone. Soren was awakened by the slight movement of the little girl in his arms. Vivian gently opened her eyes and saw Soren. The corner of her mouth revealed a sweet smile, and then she whispered, "Big brother. I had a dream." Soren was pleasantly surprised. When he saw that she was awake, he immediately asked, "What did you dream of?" "I dreamed of the Swamp King." Vivian raised her white little hand and rubbed the corner of her eyes. She whispered, "That monster actually wanted to fight with me, but I quickly killed it again." But after I killed it, there seemed to be a bigger monster that came out. It was a bit like a huge octopus, but its head was very strange. It looked like a strange fish. I'm so sleepy. Big brother. Do I have to kill that strange octopus as well?" Vivian's voice became softer and softer, and then she fell asleep again. However, Soren's expression was quite surprised because he realized that Vivian seemed to be destroying the divinity's consciousness by herself. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, Vivian would gradually wake up after he destroyed the divinity's consciousness. But now, she did wake up after destroying the divinity's consciousness, but she seemed to have just destroyed the Swamp King's consciousness and not the ancient abyssal lord, Dagon. This made Soren a little worried. P.S. There's a lot going on today. There's one more thing. Port Tylon. Today's Port Tylon looked very different. The whole port was a bit eerily silent. The people of all walks of life on this island had all settled down today. Even the guards in charge of maintaining order were a little absent-minded. Because everything they saw today was so shocking that the whole Port Tylon was silent at this moment. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something, or rather, waiting for the arrival of His Excellency. A dragon-headed warship, the warship of the Swamp King, a pirate ship that was said to be cursed by blasphemy, which had been circulating throughout the south coast for hundreds of years. Among the 3 pirate kings on the south coast, the Amazon Pirate King was the strongest overall because she had the Storm Temple and the Amazons behind her. Although Ashrod, the Pirate King supported by the Naga Sirens, was also very strong, he was still a little weaker after all. Among the 3 pirate kings, the Swamp King was the weakest in terms of overall strength, but he was the Pirate King with the strongest individual combat power. This monster had been raging on the south coast for hundreds of years. It was not that no one had ever challenged it, but there were very few who could defeat it, let alone kill it and seize its dragon-headed warship. A group of fierce-looking pirates stood in front of the dock. The guards of Port Tylon did not dare to come close to stop them because the morale of these pirates was quite high. It was as if they would pull out their knives and stab anyone who dared to stop them. The Swamp King was dead. They were now the subordinates of one of the 3 pirate kings, the Throat Cutter. An emerging force had risen, not only in Port Tylon, but also in the whole south coast. Soren's figure stood above the dragon-headed warship. He looked at Port Tylon in front of him as if he was waiting for something. In just 2 days, Soren's men had increased by 5 times. After the news of him killing the Swamp King spread, all the pirates on the south coast bowed their heads. Now, more than a dozen scattered pirates had joined his command. Even those who were unwilling to join him had sent gifts to express their awe. In just 2 days, Soren had received nearly 10,000 kindlers' gifts, including many precious goods. Since he had killed the Swamp King, Soren naturally would not waste such a good opportunity. He had already shown his flag yesterday and officially became one of the pirate kings of the south coast. On the Dragonhead warship was a black flag. There were no extra decorations or fancy designs. There was only a pair of crossed scimitars on the black flag. Black flag, black sail, and black hull. The ominous black seemed to be brewing a murderous intent. This murderous intent shrouded Port Tylon, making many people feel uneasy. Soren looked at Port Tylon indifferently. Behind him were 7 warships and dozens of clippers. Thousands of pirates had gathered under his command. From Port Tylon to Shipwreck Bay, all the pirate groups expressed their allegiance to him, and some even directly joined him. Soren didn't have the time to completely subdue these pirates, and he didn't have the energy to slowly subdue them either. Therefore, he used a simple and crude method to solve it. That was a show of force. Today, he was no longer the Soren of the past. Today, he had the strength to wrestle with the Naga Siren priest. A huge head hung on the Dragonhead warship, and a 4 or 5 meter tall body hung on the mast. The broken body was stitched up and hung directly on the mast. It was the Swamp King who died under the hands of Vivian. Soren had already received the news yesterday. The reinforcements he was supposed to appear had run to the Devil's Island hundreds of miles away, took down the Devil's Island in one fell swoop, and robbed him of the spoils and wealth he deserved. Then, the reinforcements that the Naga Siren priest had promised him returned to their nest. This was simply preposterous. When Soren heard the news, his eyes were bloodshot. He fought with the Swamp King in front of him, and more than half of his men died. Pirate King Ashrod, who was supposed to be one of the important reinforcements, went around to the back and attacked the Swamp King's nest. He also looted the wealth on the Devil's Island and took away the spoils that originally belonged to Soren. After that, he didn't even have the intention to say anything. This was a slap in the face, and it was a merciless slap to Soren's face. He could even imagine the other party's mocking look. You fought in front of him and didn't get anything, but he went around from the back and made a fortune. Soren needed an explanation. This explanation couldn't be asked from Ashrod, one of the 3 pirate kings, because Soren didn't have the strength to fight him head-on. However, Soren couldn't say anything because it would make people think that he was easy to bully. So, Soren had to ask the Naga Siren priest, who promised him an answer. Soren still didn't make a move. He didn't set foot on the port of Port Tylon either. He just waited on the Dragonhead warship. This was a demonstration. It was also a demonstration of strength and power. If the Naga Siren priest couldn't give him the result he wanted, Soren was ready to completely fall out with her. The Naga Siren priest was the Naga Siren priest, and the sea goddess was the sea goddess. Soren killed an important subordinate of the Abyss Lord, Dagon. For the sea goddess, he was a person who was favored by the sea goddess. The gods would not hate their favored person because of the attitude of a priest. In fact, from the moment the Swamp King was killed, the Naga Siren priest could no longer rely on her own influence to change Soren's position in the eyes of the sea goddess. Because she was only a servant of the sea goddess. Even if her relationship with Soren was so bad that she wanted to kill him, the Naga Siren priest could only mobilize the power of the temple. It was impossible to use the power of the sea goddess to oppose Soren to the other side of the sea temple. In other words, Soren's plan was successful. He proved his value and expanded his influence. Whether the Naga Siren priest liked him or hated him now, she could no longer use the sea temple to suppress Soren. Because Soren was already standing in front of the sea goddess. The sacrificial ceremony he carried out to kill the Swamp King was responded to by the sea goddess. The sea goddess obviously felt a trace of joy after seeing the important servant of the enemy god killed. Soren pleased the sea goddess, his status changed in an instant. Originally, he was only a favored person because of the Naga siren priest, but now, he had become a true favored person of the gods. As long as he could continue to please the sea goddess, time ticked by. Soren frowned slightly. He was calculating the time. If the Naga siren priest did not say anything, he would leave Port Tylon now. In the future, the two sides would go their separate ways. The sea temple was not the only temple. The Naga siren priest could not use the power of the temple to suppress him. Soren could still develop and grow. However, he also clearly recognized the huge resources controlled by the Naga siren priest. He intended to use this to force the other side to give in, at least to fight for an equal status for himself. If the Naga siren priest did not give him an equal status now, then in Soren's eyes, there was no need to continue to cooperate with her. There was a commotion in the crowd in front. Then he saw the dark crowd disperse in all directions. The sea temple's night guards appeared in front of him, and then the figure of the Naga siren priest appeared in the separated crowd. This was the first time she appeared in front of Soren in this manner. The Naga siren priest was wearing a blue robe and holding a scepter representing the sea goddess in her hand. She ignored the other people around her, ignored their awe and fear, and swam her body to the port. "Your Excellency." The Naga siren priest bowed her head slightly, then quickly raised her head and looked straight at Soren in front of her. This was the first time she called Soren Your Excellency. She was expressing her respect. Not only to Soren, but also to the entire Port Tylon. There was an uproar because the Naga siren priest came out to greet Soren in person. The meaning of this was too great. This was a compromise. It also represented a kind of reward and compensation. Let's go back 10 minutes. In front of the sea temple, the Naga siren priest stood in front of the statue with a gloomy face. She was holding the scepter that represented the sea temple's presiding priest. She was wearing a blue robe embroidered with strange patterns and a mysterious whirlpool-like emblem. In front of her was a familiar Naga siren guard. It seemed that Soren had seen him once or twice. The Naga siren priest looked at the front with a sharp gaze. Her expression seemed to have a trace of anger and killing intent. She said, "Is there still no news about Ashrod?" The Naga siren guard bowed slightly and said, "Yes." Clang. The Naga siren priest was so angry that she grabbed a silverware and smashed it on the ground. Then she roared angrily, "How dare he do this? How dare he ignore me? How dare he ignore the power of the sea goddess?" The Naga siren guard was silent. After a while, he said, "The number of times the sea goddess responds to prayers is getting less and less. There are many priests in the temple who can't get a response. Some trainee priests have begun to lose the ability to use magic. There are rumors among the Naga siren that the power of the sea goddess is weakening, which makes some of them have other ideas. Ashrod probably won't respond to your request. He got the wealth of the Devil Island. The Swamp King has accumulated a huge amount of wealth. Ashrod is said to be recruiting. He has even extended his tentacles to the eastern coastal areas, preparing to rope in the very dangerous eastern pirates who believe in pagan gods." The Naga siren priest was silent. After staying in place for a moment, she turned and walked out of the sea temple. The Naga siren guard seemed a little surprised. He raised his hand to stop her, but he still took it back. He lowered his head and said, "Are you really going to meet the throat cutter in person? After all, he is a human, an outsider." The Naga siren priest stopped and turned to look at him. She said with a blank expression, "What else can we do now? If I don't go out to meet him in person, I will lose my last ally." The shark men suffered heavy losses in the process of fighting against the Swamp King. The Naga siren royal family began to take away my influence in the tribe. The sea goddess can't respond to my prayers for the time being. Even you, who I thought was trustworthy, still let me down in the end. Instead, it's an outsider who surprises me time and time again. If he hadn't killed the Swamp King this time, my situation would have been even worse. A piece of trash like you is simply useless. You actually watched as Ashrod snatched away Demon Island's wealth." The Naga siren guard's face turned ugly, and there was a trace of shame. He said in a low voice, I am incompetent. But after all, he was one of the 3 pirate kings on the south coast. With my strength alone, I couldn't change the situation at that time. The priest did not speak. She only revealed a mocking smile, and there seemed to be a touch of coldness in her eyes. The Naga guard hesitated for a moment before saying, Priest Duren. If you go out to meet him in person, it means that the Sea Temple has officially recognized his identity. His status will be on the same level as yours. If you add in the pirate forces that he subdued after killing the Swamp King, I'm afraid he will become the new pirate king. This will make him even harder to control. In the future, the situation in the south coast would change greatly because of him. The Naga Siren priest looked at him and said slowly, if I don't meet him in person, won't the situation on the south coast change greatly? You are all ready to make a move, and even you have your own thoughts in your heart. I may have been narrow-minded in the past, but now I see one thing clearly. That is, he has more investment value and potential than you. In that case, he could still kill the Swamp King. Maybe my idea of completely controlling him was really wrong. This kind of person can't be completely controlled. He is qualified to have an equal status with me. Besides, if I don't meet him in person now, does he not have the strength to become the new pirate king? He gathered nearly 1,000 pirates in just 3 days, and more pirates on the south coast want to join him. Because he killed the Swamp King, he proved his strength. This strength is even stronger than the traitor Asrid. Why do you think he brought the corpse and head of the Swamp King here with the glory of his victory? He just wants to force me to compromise, to force me to bow down and admit that he has an equal status with me. If I don't bow down to meet him in person, he may become my enemy. Everything is because of my mistake. I mistakenly believed in Asrid, and I mistakenly believed in you. I won't make this mistake a second time. Go back to the deep-sea canyon of the Naga people. Since you are hesitating and can't give everything to the sea goddess, then go back to the underwater canyon. The Naga Siren priest turned her head and said coldly, next time, I will not be kind to you. You really disappoint me. My brother. You should make your own choice. Don't force me to kill you with my own hands. Dead silence. When the Naga Siren priest finished speaking, her eyes were already cold. She looked at the Naga Siren guard in front of her as if she was looking at a potential enemy. Her figure left the Sea Temple. When she raised the scepter in her hand, the temple guards near the Sea Temple gathered. They were wearing heavy armor and holding a uniform trident. This was not only their weapon, but also a symbol of reliance. At this moment, the Naga Siren priest personally came out to meet Soren, which had a special meaning. The crowd in front of her separated like a tide. More than 30 temple guards opened the way in front. The Naga Siren priest walked towards the dock with a solemn expression. Along the way, people who saw her, whether they believed in the sea goddess or not, could not help bowing their heads slightly to express their awe. Because she represented the oldest power in Port Tylon, the Sea Temple was more important than any other force in Port Tylon. The Naga Siren priest rarely appeared outside because of her race, so this time, her appearance was even more eye-catching, especially when there were so many pirates gathered near the port. The dark crowd moved aside from both sides. The Naga Siren priest looked at the warship in front of her with a serious expression. She saw the dragon-head warship of the Swamp King, the Sown Body, 7 or 8 large warships, and a large number of pirate clippers. Such power was almost capable of threatening the safety of Port Tylon. After all, in this era, the number of guards in any city would not be too many. It would take too much resources to cultivate professional warriors. Those who usually farmed, trained in their spare time, and had certain combat skills could only be regarded as militia in this world. All the principalities in the South Coast area. The regular army added up to less than 200,000 people, but if the militia was pulled out as warriors, the number could skyrocket to more than 2 million people. Even the regular garrison of Port Tylon was only 800 people. The entire South Coast area, as well as the West Coast area, had only 3,000 to 5,000 regular troops in many cities. The man in front of her had accumulated such a foundation unknowingly. He had already represented the rise of an emerging force. Your Excellency. The Naga Siren priest bowed her head slightly. She could hear the uproar behind her, and she knew that this honorific title would make the man in front of her have a very high reputation and completely prove and stabilize his current status. If she could, the Naga Siren priest would never bow to Soren. But if she did not bow now, it meant that she would lose a powerful ally. She had to make compromises and concessions. Even if she just came out to greet him, she might not be able to satisfy the man in front of her. Because the Naga Siren priest saw a light in his eyes, that was ambition. He definitely had a great ambition in his heart. This discovery made the Naga Siren priest feel a little bitter in her heart because she felt that she seemed to have missed an important opportunity. If she did not push him so hard at the beginning, showed her sincerity to a greater extent, and put more resources into the man in front of her, maybe this would not be the situation now. But it was a little late now. If she had given all this in the past, then this would be her gift, a condescending reward. But it was different now. Now the man in front of her was forcing her to give him everything he thought he deserved. That was to say, even if she paid a big price, the reward she got was only to restore mutual trust and friendship. Soren stood on the Dragonhead warship. He looked at the Naga Siren priest who bowed her head to him in front of him, and also looked at the crowd behind him. At this time, his face looked a little better. At least the Naga Siren priest in front of him was not stupid. She knew that at this time, she should pay a certain price to restore mutual trust and cooperation. But, this alone was not enough. How could Soren let go of the previous matter just because the other party came out to greet him in person? After all, the pirate king Ashrod had robbed him of his loot and looted the wealth of the Devil Island controlled by the Swamp King. Just this small price could only prove that the other party still had the intention to continue to cooperate with him. If she really wanted Soren to let go of the past, she must come up with real benefits. He wasn't the kind of person who would lose his sense of direction just because the other party flattered him a little. Soren's expression was cold. Maybe it was because he had experienced a lot during this period of time. Unknowingly, his acting skills had improved, especially after encountering so many difficult opponents. When the Naga Siren priest saw Soren's cold expression, her heart could not help but thump. Because she realized that this time, she was afraid that she would not be able to restore the trust of both sides. Now the situation was a bit difficult to get off. She had already come out to greet Soren, so whether the two of them negotiated or not, in the end, Soren got the recognition he deserved. His status was close to the other pirate kings. Thinking of this, the Naga Siren priest could not help but gritted her teeth, approached Soren, and handed something to him. The Swamp King is dead. Although her heart was very painful, the Naga Siren priest still looked the same on the surface. Priests were people who had a certain performance skill. Otherwise, they would not be able to preside over a temple. She looked at Soren, then glanced at the nearby pirates, and said in a sacred tone, "Your Excellency has killed the enemy of the Sea Goddess. The Sea Goddess will be happy to reward your Excellency. Please accept it. This represents our friendship, and it also means that we will work together to destroy other enemies." In an instant, Soren's cold expression changed like the spring wind melting snow because the Naga Siren priest in front of him gave him an irresistible compensation. Even when the other party's words revealed the intention of a new alliance, he nodded without hesitation. Because what the Naga Siren priest gave him was the control prop of the ghost ship Deadman's voice. This was an irresistible temptation for Soren. It was even more irresistible than the Countess's heiress with beauty and wealth. The Deadman's voice, a quasi-legendary ghost ship. As the core combat power of several battles, Soren knew the value of this ghost ship too well. P.S. Futu is sick. He is a little dizzy and a little dehydrated. There is only one update for today. I hope he will get better soon. Angry Scales Island. This was a large island that connected the south coast to the eastern sea route. Because the desert road was cut off by a powerful force, the east-west trade began to turn to sea. This was the territory of Ashrod, one of the 3 pirate kings. Although he controlled a powerful pirate force, his focus was not on the trade between the south coast and the outer islands. He was more concerned about the transoceanic trade between the eastern world and the western world. Although slaves, black markets, and smuggling were lucrative trade channels, for this pirate king, the really valuable trade was spices, silk, tea, and so on. It was mentioned before that the same weight of spices could be exchanged for the same weight of gold. With the desert region as the boundary between east and west, the aristocrats and rich people in the entire southern and western regions had an astonishing demand for these luxury goods. Because of the huge gap in social class wealth, the nobles often controlled thousands or even tens of thousands of times the wealth of the civilians. They accumulated huge wealth from taxes, manors, trade, mines, and so on. In terms of living needs, these nobles put a lot of money on these expensive luxury goods because of their pursuit of luxury. Among them, wizards also had a large demand for spices. They would configure special incense to help themselves meditate and improve their concentration to understand and master more difficult spells. Soren was just a half-baked wizard. A professional which, like Gloria, basically carried spices to assist in calming the mind at all times. Ashrod's wealth was accumulated from this route. At this moment, Ashrod, whose side face was obviously Naga Siren, stood on the warship and looked at a masked man in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "What's the news from Port Tylon?" The masked man bowed his head slightly and said, "The throat cutter rose very quickly. All the pirates near Shipwreck Bay were subdued by him. Because he killed the Swamp King, his reputation seemed to have spread to the west coast. Some time ago, he led a large number of pirates to Port Tylon and finally forced the Naga Siren priest to come out to meet him personally. Now his reputation in Port Tylon is like the sun in the sky. I'm afraid he will soon replace the Swamp King." Ashrod's face was not very good. He looked in a certain direction in the sea and fell into deep thought. The masked man hesitated and whispered, "Your Excellency Ashrod. Should we get rid of him while we still can? Otherwise, when his forces grow stronger, I'm afraid he'll become a big problem for us." Ashrod shook his head and said in a deep voice, "It's not time yet. Since he was able to kill the Swamp King head-on, his strength must not be weak. Moreover, he still had the halo of the sea goddess's favor. Attacking him head-on was equivalent to provoking the internal strife of the sea temple. There were still differences within the Naga Sirens, and it was not time to show their cards directly. Now, we can only watch the movements of the Naga royal family. If they can succeed, killing this throat cutter will be as easy as flipping a hand." The masked man nodded and suggested, "How about we send someone to assassinate him? If we just watch him grow up, I'm afraid it won't be good for our plan." "Assassination," Ashrod smiled and slowly said, "He's a rogue close to legendary. There aren't many people on the south coast who can assassinate him. I'm afraid he's still hiding some of his strength, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to kill the Swamp King." The masked man looked around, then quietly approached and said, "I heard that there's a mysterious organization inside the mainland. It seems to be called, All for One. There are many masters of assassination in this group. As long as we can afford the price, we may be able to ask a legendary assassin to do it." Ashrod could not help but be silent. His expression was a little painful because the price of asking a legendary assassin was not small. But after thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "You send someone to contact them. If you can ask a legendary assassin to do it, it would be best, but remember not to reveal our identity. There's still a lot of wealth brought back from the Devil Island. It should be enough to feed those greedy guys." The masked man nodded and said, "Yes. I'll arrange it now." Ashrod smiled slightly, and his expression seemed a little cruel. He whispered, "If we can assassinate him like this, we may be able to save a lot of trouble. Damn the Naga Siren priest. If it weren't for her, things wouldn't be so troublesome." Port Tylon. Soren walked side by side with the Naga Siren priest, heading in the direction of the sea temple. The crowd around him could not help but look at him with a trace of awe and fear in their eyes. Because these old and cunning guys could see that he was forcing the Naga Siren priest to bow her head and give in. To be able to force the priest of the sea temple to step back, this kind of strength had already shocked them. Soren needed reputation, he needed a higher reputation. Only then could it be easier for him to open up the route to the outer islands. The Fall of the Pirate King, Legendary Battle, in early December 1675 of the New Moon Era. Because of your rapid rise, you attracted the attention of the Swamp King. It planned to kill you first, and at the same time use your blood as a sacrifice to the ancient abyss demon domain, Dagon. But what everyone did not expect was that in the absence of reinforcements, you led the pirates and the sharkmen to kill the Swamp King. You've gained great fame in this battle, and even the nearby seas have begun to spread your story. Legend level +5, this was the legend level obtained from killing the Swamp King. But this was just the beginning. After Soren forced the Naga Siren priest to compromise, another legend level prompt appeared. The compromise of the sea priest, folk rumor. In early December 1675 of the New Moon era, you gathered the pirate army to Port Tylon with the power of a great victory, forcing the priest of the sea temple to compromise. The body of the Swamp King and a warship shocked the people on this island, and your reputation began to take root in this chaotic area. The Naga Siren priest personally welcomed your arrival, which greatly improved your reputation, and you will have a stronger influence in the nearby sea. Legend level +2, sure enough, Soren's judgment was not wrong. Fighting was not the only way to get legend level. His act of forcing the Naga Siren priest to give in today actually allowed him to get 2 legend level in one breath, almost equivalent to a legendary battle. Solen's current legend rating was already 21 points, don't underestimate this 21 legend level. In the beginning, he was able to gather so many pirates in such a short time because he had a high legend level. His reputation had spread throughout the south coast, and even other cities in the coastal areas knew of his rise. That was why so many pirates were worshipping him. As a high-grade profession, it was impossible to only have strength without reputation. People didn't even know who you were, so how could they easily rely on you? The legend level was the highest reputation. The Sea Temple. Soren went in with the Naga Siren priest, and the others stayed outside. As soon as they entered, Soren glanced at the other side, and then said in a deep voice, "Who is the supporter behind Ashrod? I don't believe that a pirate king would dare to disobey the orders of the Sea Temple. It's impossible for him to have no supporters behind him." The Naga Siren priest's face was a little ugly, but she still replied, "He is the pirate king supported by the Naga Siren royal family. Because of the support of the Naga Siren royal family, I can't order him most of the time." Naga Siren royal family? Soren frowned slightly and said, "How is it possible? Is it just the support of the Naga Siren royal family? How dare he disobey the orders of the Sea Temple? Is he not afraid of the wrath of the sea goddess?" Unless they plan to, Soren seemed to think of something, and some vague memory suddenly flashed in his mind. Suddenly, his face turned ugly. This group of people had some guts. They wouldn't think that the sea goddess was gradually not responding to the prayers of the believers, and they would think that they had the opportunity to get the monster out, right? This was just the precursor of the Avatar crisis. The divine power of the sea goddess was weakened, so she gave up some of the weaker believers and only responded to the more important prayers. Do they think this is an opportunity to overthrow the sea goddess? The Naga Siren priest's face flashed with a trace of surprise. She didn't seem to think that Soren even knew such a secret thing, but she didn't mention it at all because this thing was taboo, and it was rarely mentioned within the Sea Temple. She just glanced at Soren and said in a deep voice, "We must find a way to kill him. You and I can definitely destroy this guy together." Soren shook his head gently and said, "It's not time yet. After all, he is one of the 3 pirate kings. If we have the support of the Naga Siren royal family, our chances of winning are not high at all. Unless you can mobilize the power of the sea goddess." The Naga Siren priest was silent. The sea goddess had fallen into a deep sleep. If she could mobilize the power of the sea goddess, she wouldn't need Soren's help, and Ashrod wouldn't dare to disobey her orders easily. The Avatar crisis had begun. In the next year or so, the gods would respond to prayers less and less. Many priests gradually reduced their ability to cast magic, and many low-grade priests would completely lose their magic. This situation would not improve until the gods came, and they responded to prayers in the form of saints. Strictly speaking, this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At the same time, somewhere in the outer islands, a group of drows who had migrated here were also having an important discussion. The outer islands. This was a primitive and wild area, divided from east to west by the Amazon River. The east was the territory of the Amazons, and the west was the territory of the indigenous people. The struggle between them had lasted for many years. Because the Storm Lord did not manage the church in the mortal world, the temple did not spend too much effort to pacify these indigenous people. The indigenous people retained the primitive totem belief, which would give birth to powerful demons and demigods. Without the power of the gods, it would be difficult to destroy them. This was a very dangerous place. Even the female Amazons would be extremely careful when they were moving around in the tropical jungle. There were many powerful monsters, strange plants, dangerous environments, ferocious indigenous people, and all kinds of unexpected and dangerous things. Recently, on the island near the northwest, a group of outsiders appeared. They did not arrive for a long time, and there were not many of them, but they were very powerful. In a short time, they occupied part of the island of about 120 square kilometers. These outsiders with grayish-black skin looked like elves, but they were more ferocious and better at fighting. The nearby natives temporarily retreated because of their strength, but sporadic battles still occurred from time to time because the natives were very repulsive of outsiders. The terrain of the outer islands must be mentioned here. Due to a huge change in a certain era, the outer islands had experienced the collapse and shift of the continental shelf plates, so that they were scattered into hundreds of islands of various sizes. The largest of these islands was the Amazon jungle, which was almost the size of 3 Japanese islands. Then there were other scattered islands. The larger ones were hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, and the smaller ones were only 10 square kilometers. These islands were scattered and relatively dense. They were connected by shallow sea areas and inland rivers, so the outer islands were seen as a whole from the outside world. This used to be a continent. In the end, because of some disasters in the Arcane era, it became what it was today. The arrival of the drows aroused the hostility of the indigenous people. They had not been able to adapt to the primitive and wild environment here. In their view, the outer islands were even more dangerous than the Underdark. For a long time, their lives were quite difficult, but recently they were a little better because the messenger sent out brought back a batch of important supplies, which temporarily met their needs. Unfortunately, these supplies could only support them for 3 months at most. After 3 months, they would return to a difficult state again. Darkblade was in a bad mood. He sat on the wall of the camp and observed his surroundings, playing with a dark green blade in his hand. Ever since he accepted the help of His Excellency Throat Cutter and brought back a batch of important supplies, he had been in a bad mood. Of course, it was not because of His Excellency's help and request. As a drow, he knew very well that everything needed to be repaid. What he was unhappy about was the High Priestess opposition. This old-fashioned old woman had rejected such an important opportunity to help the race out of the predicament just because she said humans cannot be trusted and surface creatures have ill intentions towards us. A drow with a delicate face and a longbow on his back appeared in the distance and quickly approached. Darkblade ordered the others to open the gate. Then, he frowned and said, "Lasker. What's the situation? Are there any new movements from those aborigines?" This was a ranger. The drow rangers were all experts, and only they could easily travel through the cruel tropical jungles. The young drow ranger jumped lightly, then jumped onto the wall and said in a deep voice, "The movements of the aborigines are fine. They are just monitoring the nearby area. As long as we don't step into their territory, there shouldn't be any violent conflicts in a short time. But I found that there seemed to be more man-eating plants nearby. There should be some kind of powerful energy field under this island. Although it won't affect living people, it will gradually mutate many plants." Darkblade nodded slightly, then frowned and said, "What about the movements of those ants?" As if he remembered something. The young drow ranger's face changed, and he whispered, "They have moved to the other side of the island, but I don't know when they will come back. We lack enough supplies to deal with them. The next time they migrate, we can only escape to the sea." Darkblade sighed, then slammed the wooden fence and said anxiously, "Those damn ants. These terrible creatures." In his long life, he had never thought that ants could be so dangerous. When their numbers reached an unimaginable number, these seemingly inconspicuous creatures that could be squashed to death could even kill a giant dragon. They were marching ants. The creatures at the top of the food chain in the tropical rainforest. When they first encountered these terrible ants, 37 people died in their group, including 5 high-grade professions, a talented warlock, and a warrior who was about to enter the legendary realm. They had no ability to resist at all. When these ants appeared, a warrior who was close to the legendary realm only lasted for 3 minutes before he was bitten into a pile of bones. If they hadn't evacuated quickly enough and had the help of spellcasters, perhaps the whole group would have been eaten by these terrible ants. Marching ants. The nightmare in the tropical rainforest. Most of them were ants that crawled on the ground, but a tenth of them were ants with wings that could fly. The number of these ants was so large that it was impossible to calculate. They preyed on any creatures during the migration. They had extremely sharp mouthparts. Dark Blade even suspected that they could eat the scales of dragons bit by bit. These terrible ants were the top predators on the whole island. They even saw a Quetzalcoatlus being eaten clean in just 5 minutes. It couldn't fly away even if it wanted to. If it weren't for the regular movement of these ants, they definitely wouldn't have survived until now. Dark Blade sighed and said slowly, "Since we came back, the population of our group has decreased by 8. If this goes on, our people will become fewer and fewer. I'm afraid that we will completely disappear from this land in the future." Damn it. Why didn't you accept the help of that human? Even if you have to pay a price, it's better than watching your people decrease bit by bit, right? The nearby drows didn't speak. The High Priestess had been leading the group after the fall of the Dark Maiden. Although she was very stubborn and old-fashioned, she had ruled the group for a long time and had also survived many crises. This kind of majesty had been deeply rooted in the people's hearts. Not many people dared to question her decisions face to face. If it weren't for the fact that the group was getting more and more miserable, Dark Blade wouldn't easily question the arrangement of the High Priestess. Dark Blade. A female drow appeared. She looked at the others on the fence and said in a deep voice, "Her Excellency the High Priestess asked you to come over. There is something important to discuss." Most of the males in the group were warriors, rangers, and rogues. The spellcasters were mainly concentrated in the females. They still maintained the tradition of females having a higher status. Without any hesitation, Dark Blade jumped down from the fence and walked towards the largest wooden house in the center. Many people had gathered in the room. Most of them were female drows, and some were male drows like Dark Blade. Sitting at the top was a female drow priestess with an old face. With their relatively long lifespan, such an old face also proved that she had lived for a long time. This was the High Priestess of the Drows. Although the Dark Maiden had fallen, she still had the ability to cast magic. Even if this ability had been greatly weakened, she was still the most powerful drow in the group. Dang dang dang, the High Priestess knocked on the ground with her cane and motioned for the others present to be quiet. During this time, there were many arguments and conflicts in the group, mainly focused on whether to cooperate with the human who helped them, whether the other party was malicious, whether the human on the surface was trustworthy, and so on. The drows were pure conspiracy and betrayal in their bones. Even if they believed in the kind Dark Maiden, this could not completely change the nature of the drows, not to mention that the Dark Maiden had fallen for some time. Ahem. Ahem. The old High Priestess coughed, then said in a hoarse voice, "I just got a message. From the Co-People. Maybe we should reconsider some things." The High Priestess had many mysterious abilities. After she came here, she established contact with the nearby Co-People. Although the relationship between them was fragile. The High Priestess glanced at the others and said, "I just learned that the human who provided us with help has killed one of the 3 pirate kings on the south coast, the Swamp King. His power should not be underestimated. The nearby sea creatures have heard of his name. I think we should reconsider." These words caused an uproar. Naturally, they had heard of the 3 pirate kings on the south coast. They were all legendary figures. Dark Blade couldn't help but show a strange expression on his face. He couldn't tell whether he was happy or sad. He always felt that everything in front of him was a bit dazzling. At first, he tried his best to persuade others to cooperate with His Excellency Throat Cutter, but in the end, his proposal was still rejected by the High Priestess. But now that she heard that he had killed one of the pirate kings, the High Priestess actually took the initiative to reconsider. What an ironic result. Futu is really sick recently. Writing is a little difficult, please understand. This is a 5,000-word chapter. Port Tylon. In a rather remote tavern, Soren sat in the corner and waited. Outside, there were pirates acting as guards. There were 3 or 5 maids with heavy makeup near the bar. From time to time, they would slightly move to show the beauty of the female body, trying to attract Soren's attention. With enough strength and fame, his wealth naturally began to increase, and even the number of underlings under him increased. Soren was not the kind of person who liked to be surrounded by followers, but his current identity naturally required a group of men to serve him. The owner of this tavern was Sturgeon, a chubby middle-aged man. He looked like a businessman, but he was indeed a businessman, but he was the leader of a small group of pirates. This guy had sought refuge with Soren in the beginning, and now this tavern was also Soren's territory. He did not plunder and collect the assets of his men, because that would be digging his own grave, but he required everyone to obey his command. He did not care about the wealth of Port Tylon. As long as he could open up the outer islands and occupy a gold or silver mine, his wealth would increase rapidly. There were some rules in this world. Many people did not use their real names, and liked to use their titles to do things. Just like Soren's throat cutter, there were not many people who knew that his real name was Soren. Most people respectfully called him Your Excellency Throat Cutter. Sometimes, the real name was taboo. Soren had no interest in the barmaids with heavy makeup. He sat in the corner and smoked, the kind of expensive tobacco from the halfling area. Maybe it was because he had killed too many people recently, Soren felt that the pressure on him was much greater than in the past. He was used to bloody killings, and he was a little tired. He needed to relax a little and numb his spirit. After all, it was really uncomfortable to be too tense. Even a strong man would be tired sometimes. Soren did not drink. He almost did not touch alcohol, so he could only smoke some tobacco. No one nearby dared to disturb him. The thugs outside drove away other people who wanted to enter the tavern. Soren had more than 1,000 pirates under his command, but there were only 300 people who were completely under his command. After all, he could not break up all the small groups of pirates who came to him. It was easy to have a rebound effect. Soren only accepted the allegiance of those small pirate leaders. In layman's terms, Soren was the boss of the whole south coast, and there were many small leaders who came to him. He ordered the small leaders to control the minions. It would be difficult to control them too strictly. After all, the pirates themselves were a little special. The other pirate kings were the same. There were many people they could influence, but the only ones they could really pull out were their trusted subordinates. Time ticked by. Soren seemed to be waiting for someone. He was very patient, and there was no anxiety at all. After about half an hour, a young man who was obviously a half-elf came in. He was the first mate promoted by Soren, and now he was in charge of a pirate ship alone. Behind him was a guy who was about 30 years old. He looked a little shifty, but his eyes were very clever. This guy's fingers moved from time to time, and his wrist and fingers were very flexible. With just a glance, Soren knew that he was a rogue, and a rogue who specialized in stealing. This kind of person was more shrewd. Your Excellency. The first mate bowed slightly and said, "It's him." Soren nodded and looked at the thief in front of him. The thief was a little afraid of his eyes, so he quickly bowed and said, "Your Excellency Throat Cutter. I don't know what I can do for you." Soren narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a trace of killing intent in his eyes, and there was also a special pressure. That was the effect of fear gaze. The wretched thief in front of him seemed a little scared. There was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead, but he still stood in front of him. This guy was still a little brave. Soren nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "What's your name?" The wretched man in front of him quickly bowed his head and said, "My name is Slanik. They like to call me Skinny Monkey." Soren frowned slightly and said, "From today onwards, you are responsible for collecting all useful information on the mainland. I will specifically mobilize manpower and resources for you. No matter if it is useful or not, as long as there is any major news on the mainland, you will send it all to me. The manpower is mainly distributed in Shipwreck Bay, the City of Wealth, and Port Tylon. This is the core area that connects the mainland and the Gulf Islands. A lot of information will flow from here. Your task is to disperse the manpower and deliver important news regularly. No problem, right?" The wretched guy in front of him couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face. His expression seemed to be a little excited, and he murmured, I will live up to your expectations." Even if he was an idiot, he could understand that he was promoted by His Excellency Throat Cutter in front of him. Perhaps it was not a very important position, but just from His Excellency's instructions, he could manage a lot of people in the future. from Shipwreck Bay to the City of Wealth, and then extended to Port Tylon. His Excellency intended to let him establish a simple intelligence network. As for why His Excellency was interested in those rumors, rather than collecting information on the fat sheep at sea, who could care so much at this time, the wretched man in front of him was very clear about one thing, that was, if he did his job well this time, he would be the confidant of His Excellency Throat Cutter. Almost all the pirates who were promoted now were those who had followed him in battle, especially those who had participated in the battle against the Swamp King. Almost all of them were now at the level of a small leader. In terms of rewards, His Excellency was very generous. Many of those small leaders had 1 or 2 ships in their hands. Soren said a few words to the first mate next to him, and then let him lead the skinny monkey in front of him away. Some things were so wonderful. Before the battle against the Swamp King, Soren did not have many trustworthy people, and there were no particularly loyal guys. But after the battle against the Swamp King, he could use a lot of people, especially those who survived the battle. These guys thought that they had helped Soren defeat the Swamp King. They were the kind of trusted subordinates who had merits, and their loyalty automatically rose. Many people's minds changed like this. At first, they were afraid of Soren, thinking that His Excellency was a terrifying existence, and there was little loyalty to speak of. They mainly relied on fear to control them. But after the battle with the Swamp King, they changed their minds. I've also contributed. I've worked hard for His Excellency. No matter how cruel His Excellency is, he can't casually punish people who have worked hard for him, right? I have worked hard for His Excellency. If he wants to promote me in the future, I will definitely have a share, right? His Excellency seems to be a person who pays attention to the rules. I have worked hard for His Excellency, so I should be more trusted than those guys, right? Things were that simple. The group of subordinates who had experienced the battle against the Swamp King automatically changed their mentality to that of Soren's trusted subordinates. Then their loyalty began to rise on its own. Why did this happen? Maybe this was the power of human nature and power. Just like when you did something for Your Excellency, and it was something very important, you would consciously think that you have gained extra points in Your Excellency's eyes. Similarly, you would begin to think that Your Excellency was more important than before. The fear in their hearts decreased, and the respect in their hearts increased. Their views began to change, and then it was natural for them to be promoted. These guys quickly changed their mentality to that of Soren's trusted subordinates. So, a lot of things were really interesting. Sometimes you should give your subordinates more opportunities to work hard. After they worked hard, they would have a sense of identity. For example, the first mate in front of him. When he was promoted by Soren, at most, he had respect in his eyes. But after experiencing the battle against the Swamp King, his loyalty could be said to be the highest among all of them. He looked at Soren with a trace of fanaticism and worship in his eyes. He thought that he had contributed to the defeat of the Swamp King, and at the same time, he thought that he should be Soren's #1 fighter. His status was even higher than that of the red-haired female pirate Adele Isabella who had followed Soren in the beginning. I helped His Excellency defeat the Swamp King. I proved my loyalty to His Excellency, so my status should be higher than that woman's. Even if I am temporarily lower than her, as long as I have a chance to show my strength and loyalty, sooner or later I can replace that woman and become His Excellency's most trusted helper. This mentality was actually very common among Soren's subordinates. Because the rise of a new pirate king also meant that many positions were vacant. The pirate king was not a commander without an army. Most of them controlled a lot of trade in the sea. Among these positions, there were at least hundreds of people who could be promoted. Now, many people were eager to show off their abilities. The most obvious ones were the surviving pirates. Their strength was not bad, and they all thought that they had the ability to fight for the qualifications of a leader. All of them were looking for opportunities to further show off their abilities. Soon, it was noon. Soren put away his pipe, his fingers gently tapping on the table, as if he was waiting for someone to come. A maid next to him carefully brought him a bowl of exquisite food. When she put down the food, she deliberately showed her white cleavage in front of Soren. But Soren just glanced at it indifferently, then reached out and took a bite of the bread. Power was a man's best partner. With power, This group of women might not necessarily flock to him like moths to a flame, but with power, there were always many women who tried to seduce him. Soren was not without desire, but he thought that it was not time yet. Now was not the time to relax and enjoy. About an hour later, a red-haired female pirate in tight leather clothes came in. She quickly walked in front of Soren, bent down slightly, revealing a pair of full white breasts, and whispered, "Your Excellency. The things you ordered have been prepared. Food, medicine, weapons, and so on, we have prepared enough. At the same time, we also used our influence to borrow some of the cargo ships of other chambers of commerce. The people in charge of 6 chambers of commerce said that as long as you take care of them in the future, they are willing to collect these materials for free and send them to the places you want to send them to." Soren was a pirate king. What was a pirate king? It was a person who specialized in robbing these merchants or collecting protection fees. It wasn't that these chambers of commerce didn't have the strength, but their guards simply couldn't beat these fierce pirates at sea. The guards of the chambers of commerce needed compensation if they died, and there were not many who were willing to fight, so most of the time, they spent money to buy safety. Almost every pirate king had a certain influence on the trade in the nearby sea, and the pirate king also controlled the sale of stolen goods in the entire sea. They flattered Soren not only to protect and take care of him, but they also wanted to use the power of Soren to fight against competitors, or buy stolen goods at a low price and sell them. Not many of these merchants who engaged in cross-sea trade were clean people. Soren reached out and took a look at a list, then nodded gently, "Not bad. Let them prepare all the materials, I will need them soon." "Right. What about the slaves I need? How are the preparations?" The gorgeous red-haired female pirate could not help but show a trace of embarrassment on her face, and whispered, "At present, only a small part of it is enough. Some time ago, the mine in the City of Wealth collapsed, causing the demand for slaves on the market to increase. Because what you need is a strong labor force, there are not enough people at present. But as long as you give me a little time, I promise to complete your task." Slaves. A crucial part of Soren's plan. He decided to develop in the outer islands, and this cheap labor force was almost indispensable. And because of the matter economy on the south coast, as well as the needs of various mines, the slave trade in this area was more vigorous than in other places. The mines controlled by the aristocrats were absolutely unwilling to hire civilians to work. They would try their best to get slaves and criminals to work, which could greatly reduce the cost of personnel. In these mines, it was definitely a very dark and bloody place. There was almost no law in it. When there was a lack of labor, not to mention slaves, even civilians could be caught to work until they died. This point was basically needless to say. Because even in the 21st century, there was still a lot of darkness in the mines. Soren frowned slightly when he heard this. He glanced at Adele in front of him and noticed that she seemed a little nervous. Because she did not participate in the battle to defeat the Swamp King, during this time, many people wanted to challenge her position in front of Soren, ready to prove their value beyond this woman in front of him, so she was a little nervous. This woman had now recovered her father's strength, and could be regarded as a pirate leader, but she obviously did not want to lose her value in Soren's eyes. Her current position was second only to Soren, and this woman naturally did not want to be pushed down by others. So now she always wanted to improve her position in Soren's eyes, and to this end, she used a little trick. The most obvious point was, she basically did not use makeup. In the past, but now every time she saw Soren, she would put on a little makeup on her face. The meaning of this was self-evident. Soren frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "Get this done as soon as possible. I will have a new arrangement in a week at most. Let them send the goods to Snake Island, leave a group of people to guard it, and then recruit people from the coastal areas." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Use the name of the Chamber of Commerce, no need for combat power, just adult labor is enough." Adult labor? Adele did not dare to think too much and quickly said, "Yes. I'll arrange it right away." The red-haired female pirate looked hesitant before leaving. She looked back at Soren, not knowing what she was thinking, and her face turned slightly red. "See temple." The Naga siren priest frowned and sat at the back of the hall. She looked at a human man in front of her and wondered, so many materials? Is he still preparing slaves? Is he preparing to expand overseas? The person in front of her did not answer, but stayed quietly in place. The Naga siren priest waved her hand gently and said, "Go down. Continue to pay attention to his movements. I'm more and more curious about what he wants to do. Expand overseas." It was not that no one had done this before, but the indigenous people in the overseas areas were very xenophobic, coupled with the harsh living environment and all kinds of dangerous creatures. Most of the pioneers eventually failed. Because it was difficult to survive in the outer islands, population transfer was a big problem. All kinds of diseases, monsters, and enemies could even defeat professionals, and it was even more difficult for ordinary people to survive there. Without ordinary people as a foundation, it was basically impossible to talk about expanding overseas. Not to mention, there were covetous Amazons and indigenous people with a strong sense of territory. She was curious about how Soren could stand firm in the room. Soren spread out a nautical map and observed. The area of the outer islands was very large, but there were very few places suitable for development. Because there were too many monsters, enemies, and dangerous environments, combined with all kinds of needs, greatly increasing the difficulty of development. However, Soren had an advantage, that was, he knew which areas had been developed by people who had developed port towns. These locations were selected by a lot of manpower and material resources in the past. Basically, there were natural ports, as well as various terrain advantages, plus the surrounding environmental factors. For example, whether there were strong enemies, whether there were any resources, whether it was suitable for farming crops, and so on. Many people failed to expand overseas at the beginning, however, there were also some people who were successful. These people were successful because they found some very good geographical locations. Soren was now trying to remember the best piece of land. Adjusted my state, quit smoking, got up very early today, and I feel very energetic. Today I'm even better. It was a little stuffy in the room. Soren looked at the nautical chart for a while, stood up, and then opened the window to let the cold wind blow. Finding a suitable development point was not an easy task, because many large guilds with tens of thousands of people had failed to develop overseas. These were all professionals, and because they were reincarnated into the river Styx after 3 deaths, their mentality was more unafraid of death than the original inhabitants, but even so, many failed. One can imagine how difficult it was to develop overseas. This was only one of the difficulties, because Soren not only wanted to develop overseas, but also take this opportunity to grow stronger to cope with the arrival of the Avatar crisis. So the geographical location he had to choose was even more special. Not only did he have to deliberately avoid a large number of indigenous people, but he also had to avoid the sphere of influence of the Amazons. Otherwise, these two powerful forces would not allow him to rise. Even if he had the identity of one of the 3 pirate kings, it might not be useful, because pirates could not defeat the army on land. The cold wind blew for a while. Soren waved his hand and ordered a maid to bring in a basin of water. He washed his face and moved a little, and then began to continue to observe the nautical chart, marking out the location of the port of the town that was successfully built by resisting the attack of the indigenous people in his memory. These places had inherent advantages, and 1 or 2 of them had mineral advantages. Although Soren did not have long-term overseas activities, he was still quite impressed by the location of the town that was successfully built at that time. Here. Here. And here. Soren took a quill pen and made some changes. 7 or 8 locations had been marked on the nautical chart, which were basically on the coastline, and many of them were relatively remote. Don't underestimate the nautical chart in his hand. The value of this thing was actually quite amazing. There was no satellite positioning in this world, and nautical charts were drawn manually bit by bit. Perhaps for Soren, one of the new pirate kings, this nautical chart was just an order, but for others, especially those merchants who ran sea transportation, this nautical chart was worth thousands of gold. The topography of the Gulf Islands and various safe routes were drawn on the map. At the same time, it also recorded the pirates' exploration of the deep sea over the past hundreds of years, as well as the distribution of dangerous creatures in the nearby waters. At the same time, it also recorded the activities of a small number of marine intelligent creatures. It could be said that merchants would be willing to buy this nautical chart for 5,000 Kindler coins. Naturally, Soren wouldn't sell it. In this era, information was a shocking wealth. If he wanted to monopolize the interests of the outer islands, how could he let others get involved in the exploration? At present, the entire overseas trade of the south coast was done with the Amazon region. They were dealing with the Amazon women, so their profits were only about 3 times. However, if they could trade with the indigenous people, then the profits of the trade could reach 5 or even 10 times more. Some simple trinkets could be exchanged for gold from the indigenous people. Clang! Clang! There was a light knock on the door. The person outside seemed to be very cautious. He knew that Soren was thinking about something important and was afraid of interrupting his train of thought. Come in. Soren put down the quill and turned around. How's it going? The person who came in was a strong man with a scar on his face. There was a scar on the side of his face, a scar on his forehead, and a scar on his chin. Just by looking at him, one could feel that this guy was very fierce and had a lot of combat experience. His nickname was Scarface. He participated in the battle where Soren killed the Swamp King. He was also a pirate leader who was promoted later on. He controlled a large ship and 2 small ships and recruited about 70 to 80 men. Soren had recently been expanding the scale of the pirates. He had roped in all sorts of gangsters from all walks of life. Currently, he had close to 1,500 pirates under his command. Among them, there were about 500 to 600 who were directly under his command. In this world, there was no way to pull out thousands of people because ordinary civilians weren't very useful. Soren's men had at least 5 years of militia training. Even the weakest of these thugs could take down 3 ordinary adult men with their bare hands. As for the high-grade professions, it was better not to think too much. In this world, the high-grade professions were the managers of a force. The worst was at least the level of a small leader. Soren only had 2 4th-grade professions under him. The rest were at most level 12, which was about the strength of the 3rd grade. At present, he hadn't recruited any spellcasters. The spellcasters were usually very arrogant and it wasn't easy to meet them. Therefore, Soren didn't have much hope for them. There were many ways for spellcasters to make money. It was basically impossible to rely on a pirate force because it was too dangerous to be a pirate. Your Excellency. Scarface carefully handed over a stack of scrolls and said in a deep voice, I specially brought people to the City of Wealth and bought these from the secret shop according to your instructions. There are a total of 27 scrolls. The wizard in the shop said that you can get a discount if you want so many scrolls at once. In total, you spent 26,500 Kindler coins. Speaking of this, Scarface wiped the sweat on his forehead and continued, the batch of goods from Snake Island has been sold. That group of cunning merchants was willing to take the initiative to raise the purchase price a little because they feared your Excellency's reputation. They bought the goods at 50% of the market price. So this time, we also brought back 21,500 Kindler coins. He carefully handed over a list and then couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. That was a lot of money. 20 Kindler coins were 1 pound. 20,000 Kindler coins were 1,000 pounds of gold. He had never seen such a large amount of money before. If it weren't for the fact that he was in awe of Soren's ruthlessness, he even wanted to secretly pocket some of it. However, this idea only appeared for a moment, and then he gave up the idea because Soren was now one of the 3 pirate kings. He thought that serving under Soren would have a better future, and there was no need to lower his position in His Excellency's heart because of this. Last time, there was a person who secretly pocketed goods. After being found out by His Excellency, he was directly hanged on the mast. Very good. Soren picked up the list and glanced at it, then glanced at the thin man behind Scarface. The guy shook his head slightly. Soren's face showed a smile and said, you did a good job. Take someone to get 500 Kindler coins. This is a reward for you. Go out and have some fun and relax. We'll be going to sea in a while. Naturally, he wouldn't let his men do as they pleased. Every leader had his eyes. If Soren were to expand overseas, his connection with the mainland would inevitably weaken, so he needed to prepare a lot of things, including the magic scrolls he would need to learn in the future. These things were too expensive. They often cost hundreds of Kindler coins. High-grade magic scrolls above the fifth circle sometimes cost 7 or 8,000 Kindler coins. Although Soren was rich, he didn't have so much money that he could buy whatever he wanted. It wasn't easy to transfer around 30,000 Kindler coins to buy magic scrolls. Unless he completely gave up on the south coast, he would have to transfer funds to maintain the situation. This batch of magic scrolls was enough to last for a while. Soren didn't have the energy to buy any rare equipment for the time being because it was too rare and too expensive. Because he needed to cast spells, he didn't even wear leather armor. His need for other equipment was mainly focused on the most expensive rings, jewelry, accessories, belts, and so on. This kind of equipment often cost thousands of Kindler coins, and it was quite difficult to buy them. He didn't have so much money and time now. You don't have to worry about not having enough money. This was the coastal area. If you went to the wizard city, you could find a wizard on the street who was worth tens of thousands of Kindler coins. Some of the more powerful wizards were worth hundreds of thousands of Kindler coins. If you went shopping in the wizard city, even if it was 1,000,000 Kindler coins, you could spend it all in minutes. One wizard tower. Soren naturally didn't have the ability to go to the wizard city to spend money, so he didn't think about buying those legendary equipment with frightening prices for the time being. When Scarface heard Soren's reward, he couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Although 500 Kindler coins wasn't a lot, it was still a small fortune for him. He could casually send 100 or 200 Kindler coins to his subordinates, then take them to drink and play with women. In the end, he could still swallow 200 or 300 Kindler coins himself. In the pirate industry, the boss ate the meat and the underlings drank the soup. The underlings lived a drunken life. As long as they had wine, meat, and a little money to find women, it was enough. He nodded respectfully and was ready to turn around and leave. Soren put down the shipping bill and glanced at the map. He frowned and said, "Go and see One-Eyed Jack later. Ask him why the batch of exquisitely forged military weapons I need hasn't been delivered yet. Tell him that he must deliver it within 3 days, or throw him into the sea to feed the sharks." Scarface stopped when he heard this, then turned his head with a smirk on his face. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. "Your Excellency, don't worry. I'll go and see right away. I promise that the weapons will be delivered within 3 days." Soren nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. "Very good. You can go." "Yes." Scarface nodded respectfully. The strength of Soren's pirates was still a little weak. Although many pirates had good combat experience and were very brave when fighting, after all, they lacked accumulation. It was necessary to rely on equipment to improve their combat strength. This batch of exquisitely forged military weapons was very important. End of chapter 238. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.